Chapter 1 Kill one person for $1,000. In a rental house that started at $500, a man in his mid-20s crackled on his keyboard. The brightness of the screen shone on his excited face. He was excited because he was about to eat chicken. He was playing Jedi Survival. Jedi Survival, the current popular chicken game, usually by LOL, dominated by the internet cafe. At this time, to eat chicken can also account for some seats. Loved by game lovers. Jedi Survival why can be so hot? Because of its exciting and tense game process. 100 people were sent to a map to pick up the gun to kill. People's competitiveness will come up. Nervousness and excitement also came, coupled with the tightly pressed poisonous circle. The whole game of the fun is even more intense. People are to compete for the first eat chicken success. And now, Anjing is close to eating the chicken. The upper right corner of the screen shows that there are only 3 people left, and the poison circle is also already very small. In this situation, he had just crippled one person with his 98k, and that person was cowering behind a tree. And as soon as he revealed himself, he would be immediately shot in the head by Anjing. Anjing glanced at the number of enemies he had already killed. 23 people. A quarter of the people in a game were outed by him. His strength was not to be questioned. As long as he outed the remaining 2 people again, he would have succeeded in eating the chicken. It wasn't easy. Getting out of a military base with roughly 50 people, riding away, being chased by poison rings, and being sniped in the dark in P-Town. Now I'm finally going to eat chicken. Suddenly, the guy wearing a tertiary head revealed his head, intending to fight Anjing to the death. But the moment he came out, he was seconded by Anjing with a 98k. The person sitting in front of the computer angrily slapped the table, about to eat chicken but was out. How could one not be angry? Lean, this ID called Suhei guy will not be open hanging it. MD, that bullet how to dodge cannot avoid. A show head on the residual blood. 3 levels of head are gone. This person who was outed by Anjing angrily opened the death replay. He was very unconvinced by his own death. The 98k was pulling the bolt, and Anjing took the time to move his fingers. Piece of cake. Boom! A sudden AWM shot rang out, and before Anjing could react, the computer screen fell into a black screen. 2 out of 100 almost ate the chicken. Pity. Anjing stared with wide eyes, frozen for a long time before slowly moving his mouse to the death replay. In the death replay, the person who killed him was on top of the mountain above him, showing him a magical maneuver. This person first opened the scope to aim at his head, but did not shoot, put away the scope, and then leapt down from the high mountain, and then the AWM casually shot. That the center of gravity deadlocked on his head. The bullet did not float, directly hit his head. This scene looked at Anjing dumbfounded, thinking that it may be luck. This person may be the European emperor. After all, AWM, 8 times the mirror, ghillie suit all wear in the body. But Anjing next looked at the person's information. More than 30 heads, and all of them are headshots. This absolute pen open lock head plus perspective it. How could Anjing not expect? He actually lost to a hanging ratio. Obviously almost to eat chicken. Lean, open hang dog then. If you have the guts to fight with me for real. Anjing was furious and grabbed the keyboard to smash it, but only endured when he remembered that he didn't have the money to buy a new keyboard. He lived in a small rental house, where he had the money to buy a new keyboard. This fire could only be held back. However, the complaint is certainly not less. He immediately complained about this hanging ratio and reported it to the Blue Hole Company. Usually report players is to choose to report the reason. Write some report reason. Click send on OK, but this time after Anjing report actually also popped up please provide you with a contact information. Anjing didn't care too much. He only wanted that hang by to be blocked now. So he provided his penguin contact. Click to send. Sending is complete. You will be notified of the aftermath notice soon. Anjing exited the reporting interface and returned to the main game interface, intending to start another game. However, he realized that there was an extra email in his in-game mailbox. Thinking that maybe it was some kind of gift, he opened it. Because you reported a plugin. Thank you for your contribution to maintaining the balance of the game. You are hereby rewarded with the Divine Hero System. Anjing was stunned. The Jedi had the prop of the Divine Magnificence System? What the hell? It's not as good as rewarding me with a rare costume. Although the words were said so. But how can you not want something that comes to you for free? He directly clicked to receive it. The screen suddenly changed, and the entire screen instantly went black. Anjing was stunned, subconsciously lowered his head to look at the host, found that it was still running normally inside, did not shut down, and then raised his head when the screen more than one line of words. Divine Magnificence System. Yes/no entry. This is the Divine Magnificence System that was rewarded just now? Isn't it a prop from the game? Anjing was a bit surprised. This thing felt strange and a bit curious in his heart. Just moved the mouse and clicked yes. Description of Divine Magnificence System. The system will release a mission, and you will receive a cash reward after completing the mission. Please provide the collection card number first. Then there was a line after it, bank card number, any bank. Anjing's pupils widened. Completing tasks to make money? No, wait. Providing a bank card account number wouldn't be a scam. No, wait again. This is something that Blue Hole Company rewarded me with in the game mailbox. It shouldn't be a fake, right? Anjing was stunned. However, immediately, Anjing twisted his head to look at his cramped rental house, and his desire for money was also great. Forget it, take that bank card with no money and try it. Anjing turned around and ran to the bedside and rummaged left and right, finally took out a bank card. The amount in this bank card was only a few cents. If this was a scam, being scammed out of a few cents, Anjing wouldn't be heartbroken. Taking the bank card, he walked back to the position. In the input box on the computer will be the bank card account number. Input up, and then click on the binding. Congratulations on the successful binding of your bank card. Divine Magnificence System releases a mission. If you win 15 consecutive games of Jedi Survival and have an average kill of 30 or more, you can get a house in Thompson. Anjing froze when he looked at this mission. 15 games of chicken and more than 30 kills? And it's a winning streak. It has to be consecutive. How could this thing be completed? It's hard for professional players, right? After the Divine Hero System released the mission, the interface disappeared into thin air, reverting back to the Jedi Survival interface. Anjing reopened his mailbox to look at that email, and made sure that the one who released the email was official, which boosted the credibility once again. Anjing frowned, without much hesitation, went out and directly opened another game. No matter what, it was still necessary to give it a try. However, this mission is completely an impossible task. If open hanging is possible, like the one he met last hand, killed more than 30 headshots and finally killed him to eat chicken successfully. Enter the game. Ready to take off. Enter the airplane. Ready to parachute. The route was over P-Town. Anjing wrinkled his brow. To kill 30 people to go to Peace City is possible to accomplish, but it is also easy to directly land into a box. In the end, he chose to go to Peace City and fight to the death. The game character leaned down, aiming in the direction of Peace City. Anjing concentrated on the screen. This game, his mental state is even better than the last one. After all, there was a possibility of getting a house in Townsend. However, when the parachute was opened, the mouse slid, and he looked around him to see that there were more than 50 people jumping Peace City together. His original excitement was immediately poured cold water on him, and he immediately calmed down. This was a completely impossible mission. This God's hero system wouldn't just release some impossible tasks to deliberately make things difficult for people, right? Letting people have empty joy. Thinking like this, Anjing gradually became distrustful of the missions released by the Divine Magnificence System. Landing on the ground, in front of a small flat-roofed house. As it happened, a man also landed on top of the flat-roofed house. Anjing exchanged glances with him, then both frantically ran towards the inside of the house. When they first landed, the one who got the gun first could survive, and the other could only be killed, so the gun had to be grabbed. Anjing went in through the doorway, and the man went in through the window after jumping down from the roof, both of them going in at almost the same time. But Anjing was lucky. He entered the house and picked up an S-1897 spray, while the other man only picked up a pistol. The corner of Anjing's mouth grinned, and the other party knew he was at a disadvantage and turned around to escape through the window. But Anjing shot very accurately, or a spray gun, at close range sprayed a shot at his head, the other party directly into a box. The other party's box has nothing in it. After killing, Anjing is going to go to other places to search for resources, but just at this time, his cell phone vibrated. His right hand took out his cell phone, and his left hand was still parked on the keyboard to control the character's actions. Opening the screen, he casually glanced at it. He figured it was someone who was bored and sent him a message, so he was going to casually glance at it then continue playing the game. But after he glanced at it, he couldn't help but glance back again. Then dumbfounded, the left hand controlling the keyboard was also withdrawn. Holding the phone with both hands, looking at the prompt message above in disbelief. XX Bank, dear Anjing customer. Your bank card with the tail number XXXX arrived at 1,000 yuan at 19 hours 36 minutes and 33 seconds. Chapter 2 head for $100. At the same time, a line of small letters appeared above the center of the computer screen. Congratulations on killing one person. Rewarded with 1,000 yuan. Anjing was dumbfounded and was incoherent with excitement for a long time. It's actually true. Looking at the text message that arrived, Anjing calmed down for a long time before calming down. The mission was to eat chicken. If he got too excited now and caused the game character to die, it would not be good. Now still in the game. First go to find equipment. Put down the cell phone. Calm the mood to continue the game. Peace City is really crowded with people. The sound of gunshots rose continuously. Anjing nervously dodged everywhere for fear of being sneak attacked. He picked up the M4A1 and 120 rounds of bullets, and then met another person. This person is a novice. The shooting skill is very poor. Holding an AK and sparring with him just hit him once, and he used 16 rounds of bullets to finish him off with a headshot. Congratulations on killing one person. Rewarded with $800. At the same time the cell phone text message came. Anjing was once again excited, but he immediately also noticed another strange thing. Why did the first one reward 1,000 while the second one was 800? To say that the only difference between the two of them seems to be the skill aspect. The first one still knows to land and grab a gun and realizes that he's holding a pistol, turns around and runs. And the second one, this is a novice, saw him immediately shoot and sweep. Pressure on the gun, also do not pressure. Just hit him a shot. As long as the person I kill is stronger the more rewards I get. Anjing muttered in a small voice. As long as you hit the top 30, the basic rewards were over 1,000, right? Anjing was excited and then continued the game. In this game, he killed 10 people and received a total of 100 rewards, the highest of which was actually 3,000. Then when there were only 15 people left, he was surrounded by a group of people in the center, and in the end, he was not defeated and was sniped to death. A game ended without a chicken, let alone 30 heads. Anjing was depressed and pleasantly surprised because there really was a reward. It's impossible for me to accomplish this kind of task with my skills. It seems like I can only go with the sword. Anyway, there's a reward of about 1,000 for killing a person. I'll use money to bribe the other players to get them to cooperate with me. This way I can definitely ensure that I can eat chicken and maintain 30 sniper kills in every game. With this in mind, he immediately started another game. While waiting for the airplane in the square, he opened the quality all mic. I jump military base, begging for abuse. This game I eat chicken. Hangers please add XXXXXX. Come on reverse war come also. Let's go wild. The actuality is that there are all sorts of strange people out there. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on your own. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal on this. He said, if you are interested in coming to the top of the mountain, just give me your head and I will transfer 100 to you directly. Come quickly, believe it or not. My ID is Sufa. His godly declaration immediately caught the attention of many. After all, it was tied to money. Awesome Recently scammers are using this method to cheat people's heads off. Little cutie. Only then do I believe it. Anjing does not care. The people who are really not interested in money are really very few. The people who are really interested will definitely come. Even if they are cheated, they will just quit to reopen a game. Entering the airplane. This game is lucky. The airplane route is not to the top of the mountain, but the parachute can jump over. After arriving at the location he directly pressed F to parachute. In an internet cafe, 4 people were discussing with each other and joking around. You guys say that the one who said he was a godly hero just now is not believable. Stupid. Of course it's not believable. Who would be bored of spreading money? Not even if Papa Ma is so rich. You guys stop arguing. Come on. Jump where? Punctuate. The last man didn't say a word. Thoughtfully, immediately, he punctuated the top of the mountain. The other 3 were stunned and turned their heads in unison to stare at him with shocked faces. No way. You believe it? The 3 looked at the man with a strange look. The man scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. And la, let's go check it out. There are 4 of us. He's alone. Can't we still beat him? Even if he dies, it's just a restart of the game. The other 3 sniffed, a little longing in their hearts for this to be true, and helplessly shrugged their shoulders, looking at the screen again. Okay fine. The 4 of them parachuted in together. Destination the top of the mountain. Upon arriving the parachute opened automatically and they saw that they were not the only team that came here. There was a team of 4. That one the only one who landed alone was Kamiho I guess. They thought to themselves. 9 parachutes landed together in the same place. I don't have much to say. Add this QQXXXXX, then give the head $100 to transfer to you. Anjing said in all the mics. The few people in front of the computer immediately acted and added the Q. Anjing all pressed agree, and in the chat box sent their VX number to them to add again. When the VX was added as well, he rejoined the game. VZ called cool scum come to me now. As long as the head is given to me, I'll immediately transfer 100 to you. Anjing said. One of the 8 people hurriedly ran to the front of his game character. Anjing wasn't polite either, going up and resolving the other party with a few punches, then quickly transferring $100 over on VX. The other party instantly collected the red packet and returned a surprised expression. At the computer table, the man raised his head in shock and looked at the 3 hacking partners next to him, dumbfounded. His partners also saw that the red packet of 100 had indeed arrived, and were all dumbfounded as well. It was actually true. $100 a head? Hey, bro, is it real? Did you receive any money? A person from another team asked through all the mics. Yes, really have received 100. The dead one's teammate Mike replied excitedly. they were all communicating in all mics, and the other players who were playing the game properly were able to hear them, and froze for a moment when they heard it, but immediately reacted that it was nothing more than ATO. Those two teams of 8 were immediately taken out by Anjing and transferred 100 over, a total of 800, but Anjing earned more than 7,000. This was not a loss at all. Looking at his 8 heads, Anjing smiled. If he used this method, how could that mission not be completed? This is the money ability. I'm still on top of the mountain. The people who rushed over gave me heads. I will also transfer 100 to you guys. By the way, if you guys come with tertiary heads, big healing packs or other precious things, I'll also give you a reward. Anjing continued to shout in all the mics, asking for heads before rewarding money. There would definitely be a lot of people hesitating because once the character died they would have to leave the game, but equipment was different. Giving equipment if they could get money they would completely trust Anjing, so that's why Anjing said that equipment could always be changed as well. Then he stayed standing by the rock. 3 or 4 minutes passed. A car rushed over from the bottom of the mountain. It was a team of 4 people. They had all licked enough resources and were fully equipped. There was also a level 3 head and level 3 armor. The 4 of them got out of the car and saw that Anjing didn't have any equipment on him, so they were slightly relieved that it was just someone who had no power to fight back. Chapter 3, Crazy Propaganda. Bro, level 3 head and level 3 armor for you. Pay up. The person wearing the level 3 equipment threw all of his equipment on the ground. The muzzles of the 3 teammates next to him were all pressed against Anjing's head. Anjing added this person's VX then transferred 100 over. The man froze for a moment then shocked and told his teammates. The teammates also believe that this is the real god hero. Just a game and the 3rd level equipment actually really give $100. They were all using all mics to talk and communicate, and all the players in the game had heard them. Anjing took the opportunity to just yell out again. Level 3 armor, level 3 head $150. AWM, Guillemot, M24 $100. Hurry up and come to the top of the mountain to trade. Some of the players in the game were already starting to hesitate a bit. These few people who had handed Anjing the level 3 equipment were still in shock that they would actually give money. Level 3 equipment was $50 apiece. If they left now to look for level 3 equipment it would not be easy to find, and it would be too much of a loss if they accidentally died in the middle of the game. Directly giving Anjing a head would be $100. In order to be on the safe side, they chose to give their heads to Anjing. Earning $200 in one game was worth it, and there was also Anjing's best friend. They scrambled to give Anjing the kill. Not long after, 4 more chests appeared on the ground in front of Anjing. There were already 12 heads, and the 12 people's VX Anjing had added, and he invited the 12 of them into a new group and family army. Everyone, don't match after you exit the game. Wait for me to go out and then match together. Anjing said in a message. Okay, godly boss. Hug your thighs. JPG, godly boss. Love it, love it. Anjing smiled and didn't reply. Anjing stood on the top of the hill and waited, opening the map to speculate on the direction of the poison circle. If the circle didn't include the top of the hill later, he would still have to shift his position. Not long after, a car drove by. 4 people got out of the car, well equipped, a ghillie suit, an M24, a set of 3 levels of armor. It is estimated that they got the airdrop. The 4 people put the 3rd level set on the ground, the ghillie suit on the ground, and the M24 is still in their hands. All mic, brothers, change these first. The gun is not for you first. Okay, VX sent. Soon, Anjing added their VX and sent money over based on the value of the equipment. They were shocked beyond belief after receiving the money, then hastily dedicated the M24 to Anjing as well. Big boss, here's your M24. Here you go, big boss, please accept our heads as well. Their address and tone immediately became respectful. Aha! Anjing took the M24 and took their heads. The players from other places who were holding all the good equipment also hesitated, and a few of them drove straight over. Boss, is it true? I'll give you the 3rd level head first. Give me 50 first. VX is XXXX. Ugh, I'm really a great godly man. Just want to send money, how can I still be suspected? Anjing said helplessly. Added friends, transferred money, and heads were collected. More and more people rushed over. Anjing collected a total of 30 heads. 1/3 of a game was collected by him, and all of them were well equipped. AWM, Jiffy, M24. Anjing got nearly 30,000 rewards, and also got 30 heads, completing the number of enemy kills. He was excited. This is too profitable. He turned out $3,000. The income has 30,000. Not a loss at all. Strong, strong, strong. 1 kilometer from the top of the mountain, a jeep stopped. 4 well-equipped people got out of the car, lying on the ground, using an 8x lens to aim at the head of Anjing on the mountaintop. Then a gunshot rang out, and 4 rounds came out in unison, crippling the 3rd-degree armored Anjing. Anjing was shocked, then ran, but was blacked out by a burst of random shooting. Humph, where is the liar? More than 30 heads collected oddly comfortable but also pay out money. Horsefather would not dare to do so. This fake god ho has been killed by us. Still want to come over the person don't come over. It's a lie. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the game, and I was in the middle of the game, and I was in the middle of the game, and I was in the middle of the game, and I was in the middle of the game, and I was in the middle of the game. Anjing depressed open death replay. Is a 4-person team standing in the distance, behind a jeep. 4 people lying on the ground with a gun looking at him here. Crazy attack him to collect his head. Anjing was depressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. There would always be some people who didn't believe it and were just trying to make trouble. There were already 35 people in the Anjia army group. Everyone, let's make a match together. Give me all the heads. It's still the same. $100 a head. Anjing said in the group. Everyone in the group knew that Anjing was a true godly hero. Who wouldn't want to hug the godly hero's thigh? They all rushed to answer okay. Godly boss. Then, let's get ready to match together. When I go in, get ready. I'll count down to 321. 3, 2, 1. Anjing pressed to start the match, and almost everyone in the group pressed at the same time to match at the same time. Match for 12 seconds and then entered the game. In all the mics, Anjing shouted, Anjia army gather, deduct 1 for the crowd that hears me. The group immediately came to a swipe, counted over and realized that only 15 people deducted 1. 33 people? Only 15 matches came in, close to half the odds. Anjing sent another message in the group. Everyone who matches in run over to my game character. Take a picture with my game character then post it on the group to make sure you're matched with me. Also, help spread the word amongst all the mics. $100 for a head, $50 for a level 3 suit, and $50 for each of you for helping out. Anyone in the group who hadn't been matched in messaged. Howling. JPG. Why didn't I match in? Tough can't work for the boss. This ass kissing was louder than one, and those who matched in were ecstatic, all opening all their mics to publicize for the Anjia army. Super God's hero is handing out money online. Come yo, jump to the top of the mountain and give your head to God's hero. God's hero will immediately transfer $100 to you. Super God magnate sends money online. Collected level 3 equipment and give it to God ho, and he'll transfer $50 for each one. Superhero online. It's absolutely real. We've all personally tested it. In the past, they all loathed these people who shouted about selling plugins in all the mics, but now they had completely forgotten about it. Their shouts took over the all mics. Anjing nodded in satisfaction. It was estimated that he could take 50 heads in this game, and he would get nearly $50,000, and then he would have to send out 5,000, and still make $45,000. Anjing's heart was so excited that he couldn't speak. This godly hero system was too strong. A game of tens of thousands of income. A day's income over 1 million or even 10 million. Strong. Chapter 4, 30 people protecting one person. The parachute jump started, and there were more people jumping from the top of the mountain than those jumping from the military base, P City, etc. And the umbrellas spread all over the sky as soon as they opened. Not only the 15 people in the group, but 10 others followed, presumably attracted by that publicity just now. Anjing picked up a revolver, directly open to kill. Already into the group wants to Anjing to kill. To those newcomers to add VX friends before starting to slowly kill. The number of people in the group also grew rapidly. Just landed not long after a series of kill prompts small and are the same person with a small pistol kill. Other players who are carrying out normal game are frozen. Holy, won't meet the open hung right? This killed so many people. The people fighting furiously in the city opened all their mics and asked, ********. It's really bad. It's hard to eat chicken in this game. Those who were playing in the wilderness also jacked up their mics. You guys didn't turn on your mics when you were in Quality Square, did you? Seems like there is a super god rich send money. As long as the head to God rich will transfer $100 to you, that take revolver kill is God rich. This is all believed by someone? Stupidly giving heads. I don't know if it's true, but they also said that equipment can also be given money. It just so happens that I picked up a level 3 armor, and I'm going to wait and go to the top of the mountain to see if it will be given money. So arrogant? It seems like it's time for me, the outsider, to come out and show off. He's at the top of the mountain, isn't he? It just so happens that I have a car here. I'm going to drive there and the godly hero up. Suddenly one person interjected. Wow, awesome. There really is a hanged one. Brother Hangout is awesome. I guess your number will have to be blocked after this game. On the outskirts of P City, a player with an M4 stopped searching for resources and got into a car on the road and drove in the direction of the mountaintop. Anjing, who was also driving all of them, froze for a moment when he heard the words of this outrider, and then had an ugly expression on his face. The heads were all collected, and he didn't know if that one was a real outrider or not. Anyway, he was going to run now. collect the equipment and eat the chicken. He ran down the hill, just a revolver in his hand, and the bullets had just been used up. When he ran to the center of the hill, there was a sound of a car coming from it, and at the same time the markings of wheels appeared on the minimap. Anjing hurriedly ducked into a rock crevice and hid. Ha ha, don't hide, there's perspective in addition to locks. I knock. Anjing cursed in his heart. This plugin was also too arrogant. The plugin was indeed disgusting. With perspective had long since discovered Anjing, and found that Anjing had no weapons on him, arrogantly circling around him to taunt him. Anjing also cannot help, and finally was hit by a car and died. Anjing walked up with a wave of complaints, then stared at the screen and frowned, lost in thought for a while. He was on a winning streak, and he couldn't make a mistake in a single game, or else he would lose it all. The outrider just now was something he hadn't expected, and it woke him up to the fact that the outrider was someone who could make his mission fail. Anjing held his head in contemplation for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up with realization. He realized that his setup was a bit dumb, matching with the people he discussed with into the game to take their heads. But why take the heads in the opening round? Let them follow along and rush to the final round, and then slowly kill them in the final round. Isn't it good? Even if you meet the hangers, you still can't beat them with more than 30 teammates? When the reputation of God's hero has become popular, then casually match a game. 100 people are teammates, still afraid of not completing the task? Since he thought of it, he had to take action. He immediately updated the group announcement. Next bar when matching again. The opening are jumping to Y City. The opening does not collect heads. You guys as my bodyguard, all the way to protect me to the final circle. In the final circle I collect heads, as long as to ensure that I will be able to eat the chicken. The end of the game each person rewarded $100. The group announcement was updated, immediately causing heated discussions amongst the group. Okay, boss, definitely eat chicken. I'll willingly block bullets for you. Ha ha, 100 people single match and beat a 30-person team. Boss is awesome. I hope I can match with the boss next time. So, boss, can I invite someone in? My friend heard about it and wants to join the group too. Me too. My classmates also want to come in. Anjing, sure. I need you guys to help me publicize it. It's good that more and more people are coming. Wow, the boss is a really big godly man. Love. Soon, a group of newcomers were invited in. The group immediately became lively, seeing that there were so many people and it would be hard to recognize them if they entered the game later. And Qing sent out another group announcement. All members of the Anjia army will be unified game character clothing. As for what clothing, I have already picked a good. Is this picture I sent? Into the game after this clothing is proof as the Anjia army people, jumping Y City when these people are teammates, not allowed to attack, and together jointly protect me into the final circle and eat chicken success. Not long after the release, group friends in the group have sent pictures. The pictures were of their game pages changing their characters' clothes. Everything was ready. The next step was to enter the game to eat chicken and get the mission accomplished. Anjing organized the Anjia army for matching. The group was now 65 in number because they had each invited their friends in. While Anjing was organizing the match, the 65 people stared at the messages in the group together. When all of Anjing's 321s were sent, they pressed to start the match, praying with folded hands that they must be matched with Anjing. Soon after, they entered the game. On the square, more than 30 people in uniform costumes stood on it, and the other passerby players were baffled. Is this kind of costume popular for eating chicken these days? Anjing turned on all the mics and shouted, "An army gather in the center." The members of the Anjia army who could hear this voice from their headphones were all excited and matched in. It came in with the godly big boss. The Anjia army all gathered towards the center of the square, surrounding Anjing. The surrounding passerby players were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. Anjing counted the number of people. There were 32. The game was stabilized. At the same time, he sent a message to the group to match the incoming ones to send a picture, and the content of the picture had to be a photo of his game character together with Anjing's game character. This way no one could fake it. There are members of the Anjia army began to publicize through all the wheat. Super God Magnate sends out money online. As long as you give your head to the God Magnate, the God Magnate will immediately transfer $100 to you. Hurry up, the In Family army is recruiting people. The surrounding passers-by listened in awe. A great man of God? The Anjia army? Aren't I in a single match? Are these 30 people on the same team? I'm knocking. That's a big shot. Other members of the Anjia army also publicized and explained. Chapter 5 shows Scalp, Doll's sister, an anchor on the Amusing Cat platform. She was live streaming today as usual, intending to show her fans a single match for chicken. Doll's sister show up today. Come to a chicken eating I reward big airplane. The rich man in the live broadcast room generously and atmospherically sent out striking pop-ups. List 1 has come to spoil Doll's sister again. Doll's sister looked at the flirting from the fans and the pop-up screen and smiled beautifully, not caring. sliding the mouse and clicking to start matching. Stay tuned. The airplane you guys will send today. Dull sister stretched her fingers, the corners of her mouth raised in a confident smile, with a bit of mischievous meaning in her eyes. This mischievous and cute expression instantly made a group of fans anti-laugh. Nerdy girl set her eyes on the game. The matching was done and was entering the game. Live broadcast had to maintain the atmosphere of the live room. In the free time of the game she had to talk to bake up the atmosphere. Just wanted to say a few topics to talk to the fans. Entering the game to see that uniform dress inside the square. She subconsciously said this topic. Is this kind of costume popular inside the game recently? So many people wear it. A group of people immediately came to discuss it inside the pop-up screen. No, I just played a handful of times, and I haven't seen a single person in this kind of costume. Dull Sister's game is a bit strange. These people seem to be gathered together in an organized manner. Dull Sister also noticed this problem. These people with uniform costumes were gathered in the center of the square. Dull Sister, open all the channels and see what's going on here. Open all channels. A few of the list's hoity-toity fans sent out pop-ups. Dull Sister also obediently opened all channels. Noisy voices immediately came out. Super God Magnificent is sending money online. Come yo, jump Y City and give the head to Divine Hero, and Divine Hero will immediately transfer $100 to you. Super God Magnate sends money online. Collected level 3 equipment and give it to God Ho, and he'll transfer $50 for each one. Superhero online. It's absolutely true. We've personally tested it. This propaganda froze the Dull Sisters in disbelief. The fans in the live broadcast room also froze. And then there was a burst of swiping. This is also the special God Richet. A game only. This way to send money. Really not afraid of bankruptcy? The richest man cannot carry this kind of economic loss. The live broadcast pop-ups, awesome. Dull Girl actually met Super Big God Luxury. Just do not know if it is true, /snicker. The first time I saw this, it was a single match. And I was surprised to learn that there were more than 30 people in the game. What's the identity of the hero? What's the status of this hero? No way. If it's a real silk onion, it might actually pay out money. They say they're recruiting, so you should join in and see if it's true or not. Looking at the screen pop-ups in her live room, Dull Sister was helpless. Fine. Since you guys are curious, I'll go explore and see if it's true. Ahead of $100. A game will cost 1W, said Dull Sister. She was still a little hard to believe. What kind of rich man is this, actually playing the game like this? She was very curious about this godly man, estimated to be the hype of some big netizen. Someone else is live streaming it, matching in 30 people. I guess there are 70 to 80 people who originally matched together. A person who can gather so many people to match together is really powerful. The game is not going to be a chicken. 1v30/hahaha. Seeing that more and more fans in the live broadcast room began to tease her about not being able to eat chicken, Dull Sister immediately became angry. Stubbornly said, this is not certain. This morning I woke up and felt that today I feel particularly good. We'll be able to eat chicken. Goo. Like a proud little swan. Don't land in a box later. I'm the future police. I'm arresting you under the galactic time law. You're leaking the future. Put. There are so many oddballs. The atmosphere of Dull Sister's live room is very good. Fans like to flirt with Dull Sister. Look at Dull Sister's defiance of being angry. Immediately into the plane. According to the declaration of the Anjia army just now, they are going to jump Y City. Dull Sister pondered for a while. Also mark point Y City. Watch this. I'll fight them in the opening game, she said proudly, jumping out of the airplane. The moment the parachute opened, she was confused. This is too many people. Live broadcast, such a shocking scene. Y City is going nuclear. Y City is going nuclear. Nerd girl lives, and stands out from Y City. The Anjia army's team was particularly grand. The crow-pressing silhouettes landed in Y City. Half of the skilled people entered Y City to clean up the players, and half of the slightly less skilled ones all surrounded next to Anjing to protect him from being killed. After Dull Sister landed, she quickly picked up a submachine gun, then lay down on the wall to look outside. Stealing a look at the Anjia army's team, with her own eyes, she saw a dozen or so people from the Anjia army standing in a row, sweeping across Y City with various guns, meeting one who was directly killed by random shots. Individual matches met a team of more than 30 people. Who can beat She no longer have just in front of the fans that pride. Dull Sister did not dare to move, lying in the corner. Even a resource does not dare to search. Live broadcast, this is also too strong. Our dumb sister do not dare to move. Shivering. Asterisk. You dare to move? If you dare to move it, it's gone. Dull Sister, don't be a wimp. Although the classification is a face value anchor, but you are a real technical anchor. There's only 30 of them. Standing together isn't just a way to get killed. One bomb and you'll have over 30 kills. Dull Sister cried and laughed, thinking easily, She horribly just picked up a grenade and stood up to be swept to death by random gunfire. How to do I run away now? Doll's sister showed her weakness, weakly asking for help from her fans. Don't think about it, can't run away. As long as your footsteps show, a dozen guns sweep you to death. Nerdy girl, didn't you say join them to explore the road? Right. Now throw your weapon away. I'll mic in and say a god ho brother, I also want to join your team and join in. Hurry up and go undercover. I'm so excited to see if this god ho will actually give money. Dull girl was stunned. Then she nodded seriously and listened to her fans' request, opening the whole team mic and communicating with Anjing in a nice voice. Anjing chatted with her. Anjing wouldn't mind having too many Anjia army members. After all, one person was also 1,000 income and 100 expenses for him, totaling to 900 income. If it was someone with great skill, the income would only be higher. And even if the skill was too poor, they wouldn't lose money. They would definitely make some income. Anjing agreed to her joining. Once the nerdy girl got the consent, she got up and ran over the wall towards Anjing's army, passing through a group of people to stop in front of the gamer character with the ID Su-Fei. Anjing looked at the female game character in front of him. Just now through the voice, he knew that the person controlling this character was a young lady, and her voice was also very nice. VXXXXX add a friend, then I'll pull you into the group. Since you're in the first game, just give me your head directly first, and I'll transfer money to you later. Anjing said. Okay. Chapter 6, this is a real dirtbag. Day. Anjing took the M416 and with a pressure on the muzzle, he swept at the head of the dull girl, and the character who was still a pretty young lady a moment ago turned into a green box in an instant. As soon as the person died, Anjing directly dumped a group number over. Come in. From now on you'll be a member of the Anjia army. Dull Sisters live streaming room. One by one, they all stretched out their heads wanting to take a look at what the group number was, so that they could also know it and then follow it in to have some fun themselves. But Dull's sister played a small trick. She knows that if suddenly the group into so many people Anjing will be suspicious. She put the screen everything, cleverly cover the group number, but he sneaked into it. Excessive to a old woman, how not to show us that group number Yes, how meaningless to play by yourself. Island encounter wave? Upstairs, I do not care about these. I just want to know this person in the end to give money or not. Dull. You wait a moment, do not forget to tell us That's right, we all earn money together. Funny. GIF. For a while, the pop-up screen was densely packed with people saying anything. I'll help you guys explore the bottom first. Dull's sister pouted. If I really give you money I'll give you the group number and test the waters for you guys first. Her voice was very sweet, and most of the people in the live room liked her voice very much, which prevented it from getting messed up in the live room. On the other side, Anjing didn't know what was going on over here. After killing the dull sister, the system immediately ran out. Congratulations on killing one person. Rewarded with 10,000 RMB. Anjing froze for a moment. This player looked mediocre. Why was he worth so much money? Too good of a skill? It didn't look like it either. Could it be? Anjing thought about opening the mic and shouted, there is no girl. Body light, body soft, voice good, cute girl. Eat chicken, this game is really too hot. Compared to most games, the girls in this are not a lot at all. As soon as he shouted this, he immediately ran over a few people. Boss, does lowly double ponytail count? The young lady's voice was sweet and soft with a pampering meaning. Anjing listened to the whole person's heart itching. The old rules, one person had 100 yuan, all in the group it, later send over the PayPal account. Several girls were thrilled to hear this. They followed Anjing from the last hand, and already knew that this was a real god of luxury. So without any hesitation they stood naked in front of Anjing. Anjing directly resolved these girls with a single pike down, and the kill count changed from 18 just now to 24. Congratulations on killing one person. Rewarded with 1,000 yuan. Congratulations on killing one person. Reward of 800 yuan. Congratulations on killing one person. Rewarded 1,200 yuan. A series of system tones sounded again. Anjing stroked his chin as he listened to the system sounds. The feeling of collecting money while listening to a girl's soft and cuddly speech was just too good to be true. Under the protection of the crowd, Anjing successfully ate the chicken. Come on. All get ready to report your PayPal account to me. Now start checking out. The moment Anjing's words came out, the entire inside of the group was all sorts of swipes. Big brother is awesome. Big brother is awesome. Big brother, take a look at me. Big brother is invincible. Live for big brother. Die for big brother. I'll be a box for big brother for the rest of my life. All the people inside the mic went crazy. Only Dull's sister and the people inside the live broadcast room looked at these screens while picking up their own cell phones, wanting to see if they could receive the $100. Dull's sister holding a cell phone said, you guys are nervous. I'm kinda nervous. Or let's make a fuss. The meaning of this was obvious, and within a few seconds there were various viewers swiping gifts. A tycoon swiped a Lamborghini and sent a pop-up to Dull Girl. Put your phone on loudest on top of the table. I want to hear if there's a transfer message or not. Most of the people inside the live broadcast room were now whetting their appetites, and the big man's words were immediately recognized by the audience. Yes, put your cell phone on it. What sound we listened to together on Nerdy Sister. That's right, it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. I Zhang San bet this person must be a liar. If he really play money I live upside down eating. Brothers, a moment live broadcast to send off. The audience in the live broadcast room were waiting to see the result, but Anjing is not aware of these at all. After he received Dull Sister's PayPal account, he did not hesitate to mark her as a key concern. The system's prompt just now was what made him focus on this treasure girl, killing 10,000 yuan at a time. This was simply a walking ATM machine. Such a talent should of course stay by his side. After thinking about it, he added Dull Sister's friend by hand. The people inside Dull Sister's live room were still waiting for information, and from time to time they argued, and for a time it was very lively and active, directly topping Dull Sister's live room to the top of the list. Many people were attracted to click in. The audience immediately increased by quite a lot. 1 minute, 2 minutes, Nerdy Girl sighed as she waited, and she was ready to retrieve her cell phone. Suddenly, a clear mechanical sound rang out. Alipay arrived with $100. At that moment, the originally active live broadcast room was hard and quiet for 5 seconds. Then it all exploded. Did you guys hear that? It seems like $100 really arrived? Watson, you didn't hear it wrong. 666,666. My God, $100 can arrive in the account just by delivering heads. All of a sudden the bricks in my hand don't smell good anymore. To heyo, let's make friends. Rich people, really good at playing. The one who just live streamed upside down and ate trouble to report the live room. Please start your performance. For a while, the audience completely boiled over, and Dull Sister was also dumbfounded. She was just curious to join in the fun, but she didn't expect to actually meet a tycoon, to know in order to verify if it was true. Her cell phone was directly to the live broadcast room. The camera shot that was clear, and Alipay in the transfer record is also true. That transfer record under the note had 100 yuan mark. This is always reminding the audience that this is a real tycoon. Since it is a tycoon, it must be held tightly. Boss, the money has been transferred. Dull Sister opened her mic and said, when are we going to start the next hand? All received the money? When Anjing heard this, he was also anxious to open the next hand, knowing that the Townsend was waiting for him. Received. Boss, $300 have arrived. Where are we going to jump next hand? Jump P City. We're all men. Let's tough them out. Jump to G Harbor. Boss, it's faster and more crowded. Follow me next time. Anjing hammered out. Same old rules, change your clothes into identical ones. When the time comes, we'll know who's the enemy and who's our teammate. Chapter 7, God's Magnificent Strike. The route was from Port N to Port G. With a wave of his hand, Anjing directly marked P City. Immediately, the roaming red clothes were as dark as dumplings swooping straight into the city. Asterisk. High floats. Go to school. There must be 34 people here, right? What's the point of fighting? What the hell? Illegal teaming? All of a sudden, these scattered people who jumped to P-Town froze, which is just a gun place. This is simply a place to bury bones. Brothers, go down and spread out first. Those with good skills pick up the equipment and clear the room area. Those with poor skills meet out. Don't give away your heads. Anjing landed in the fake garage and immediately opened the mic and instructed. Boss, don't worry. There definitely won't be a single living person walking out east of the tower. I, Shangnan Gang Gun Little King, am not known for nothing. Giving away heads is never possible. Landed in M24. Boss want it? Yes, I'm on the second floor. There are rifle silencers, remember to bring them over as well. Anjing picked up the M416 in the corner and agreed with alacrity. On the other side, the nerdy girl mingled in the crowd diligently picking up the equipment. To be honest, I haven't really seen this scene before. A bunch of people jumping down in a crow's nest can scare me to death. She spoke with a hint of flirtation, and the pop-ups catered to it. Don't say it's you. I've been playing chicken for 1 or 2 years and haven't encountered it once. It's still the rich who can play. That's true. You can never imagine the joy of the rich. Old woman, hurry up and hug your thighs tightly. An emperor is stable. These people swiped their pop-ups and began to encourage Dull Sister to kneel down and lick Anjing. And Dull Sister had just picked up the level 3 armor on the ground when suddenly a Maserati screen floated by during the live broadcast. Thank you for the Maserati my sorrow gave me. Thank you big brother for your support. Dull Sister took a look, instantly widened her own eyes at Pengwan and asked, you go to that man's side. I want to see what he's doing. Big brother List 1 made a direct request for Dull Sister to go to Anjing's side and stay there. This List 1 had spoken, so how could Dull's sister not listen? She maneuvered her character and ran over in the direction where Anjing was. At this moment, Anjing stayed inside the house to listen to the sound. This person who was outside definitely wouldn't be one of his people. He sensed left and right for a moment, and then aimed violently at a small corner next to him and sent a shot over, directly blowing the head off of a person lying on the side waiting to make a move. Friend, you're playing too sinister. Anjing opened all his mics and spoke to this already dead green box. At the same time, a ding-dong sound sounded inside his brain. Player Anjing has killed one person and gained RMB 1000. Please try again. As soon as he heard this sound, Anjing felt that his entire body was soothed all over. That green box didn't expect Anjing to dare to open the mic, and he cursed at him for a while. Everyone inside the entire mic heard this person's insults, and within 2 minutes all of them fired back. What do you guys mean by this? Is he your boss? You're all talking to him. What's wrong with you guys? The lad couldn't play the game. This guest was still very inspired. All the people inside the mic chattered non-stop, but all of them were acknowledging what he said. In an instant, the one who was still cursing just now felt as if he was surrounded by a flock of ducks, and left the place without daring to say a word. Dull's sister happened to run to Anjing's side at this exact moment. The people inside the live broadcast room almost died laughing when they saw this scene. This youngster is still too young to know what a formidable character he is opposite. I'm afraid that he will definitely regret it when he finds out later. Dull's sister couldn't help but laugh out loud. The power of money is really easy to subjugate. Come on, let's give the stuff to the godly man and make another wave of money. It's really beautiful, 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 friends. Anjing looked at it slightly and directly transferred the money from Alipay to her. Sister, good job. Come on, give me the head. I've transferred the money to you. Inside Dull's sister's live room, her cell phone made a sound. PayPal arrived. $300. Although she had already seen how rich this tycoon was, it still sounded like a different kind of shock now. Without saying a word, Dull girl nodded at him and left her head behind. Alright, brothers, all come back. Let's do something awesome this time. Bring back all the people you've publicized. Make sure to gather enough 45 people for me. Let's do something exciting this time. When everyone heard the voice, they all rushed over from outside. A group of people dressed in red neatly lined up beside Anjing, handing over their belongings and then happily sending them to their deaths. Anjing's head was filled with the sound of money being deposited, and he almost had an intracranial orgasm. Some of them asked in a skeptical manner, is he really going to pay? Everyone in the mic replied in unison, don't worry, we're a real tycoon boss. Fake one pays for 10. With a few shots from Anjing, the rest of them turned into green boxes. Anjing glanced at his gains and nodded in satisfaction. And then he found a random person and asked her to help him to pay these people. Coincidentally, the person he pointed to was also Dullmeyer. He private messaged Dullmeyer and directly transferred $10,000 to her. PayPal arrived. $10,000. You give everyone a tally of this money and divide it up, and the rest will all be your own hard-earned money. Hard work. The live broadcast room once again fell into silence because of this man's words, casually because the game down to take out $10,000. What kind of tycoon could treat money as dirt? And they also wanted to get to know this godly tycoon. The flow of the live broadcasting room of Dullmeyer directly reached the peak today. Countless people had heard about this great man who gave money for sending heads in chicken and came to see if it was true or not. After Anjing transferred the money, he made a move to check his bank account. I can't believe I already have this much money. I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm not only able to sit on the house of Tangpenny Chen, I'll also become a multimillionaire. Nope, a billionaire. After seeing his bank card balance, Anjing really didn't have any pain in his legs or sore hands. He directly ordered the king crab that he always wanted to taste but didn't have the money. Looking at the price, he ordered 10 without the slightest hesitation. 5 of them would be used for eating first, and the remaining 5 would be placed in front of him to let them have a good look at how delicious they were. Chapter 8 Bug. As soon as he thought of this, Anjing hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, directly and simply paying for someone else to send the stuff over. The bank information was immediately sent over, showing that Anjing had spent $12,000 today. Anjing thought that it would be better to wait here dryly. It would be better to take advantage of this time now to play another game to earn this money back, and maybe even be able to earn more. As soon as he went online, the people inside the group were greeting him, a big brother shouting that Anjing was very comfortable. Okay, don't say it, let's play another game. Or according to the rule I just said, wear the same clothes and search for equipment to protect me. Brothers, if someone is against us, how to do? Kill him, kill him, kill him. The people inside the mic were filled with righteous indignation one by one. It was really a bit of the feeling of being a big brother. Anjing nodded with satisfaction and entered the game once more. And once again, Dull's sister also blended in, ready to see what kind of godly maneuvers Anjing would have this time. After the traffic in her live room went up, the other anchors, big and small, were somewhat unconvinced and opened their own trumpets to come over here to find out what was going on. Inside so many people, there is a have millions of fans to play chicken big anchor. Originally today his list 1 gave him a Maserati. According to Reason, the first place in the live broadcast traffic list should be his. As a result, he was so easily surpassed by the dull girl. Unwilling to open his own trumpet, he directly ran over to take a look at the dull sister in the live broadcast what so earned popularity. After he went in and took a look, it turned out to be the dull girl is playing chicken. Looking at Dullmeyer's somewhat clumsy technique he snorted a little. For this kind of skill to still be able to attract people, I'm really laughing. Come on babies, let's focus a little bit. I'll give you guys a game as well. Don't forget, I'm the god of guns. After determining that nerd girl was playing chicken, Gun God directly opened up chicken for a match. Coming so close to a game, he didn't expect to have a stroke of luck, and really did match the dull sisters. Brothers, today I'll give me a good look at how I abuse the dull girl. All more brush gifts saw. The god of guns took a sip of water and looked at the screen with great confidence. In the aspect of chicken eating technology, he was a professional level. The group voice that Anjing opened, all the people inside the group were able to hear clearly. After he had arranged it, he said to these people, "Get ready, this time we won't jump P City, jump N Harbor, all hurry up and come, prepare, jump." With his command, many people in red clothes and various parachutes floated in the sky above the N Harbor. They clustered around a person in black clothes, which looked very conspicuous among them. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on here? Which family's young master has come to play the game? Is it hard to believe that this even has bodyguards? Inside the Gun God live streaming room, this was the first time these viewers had seen this kind of operation. Those of them still didn't quite understand Anjing's godly attributes. Alright brothers, what should be publicized and what should be found should be found. All hurry up and go. Remember to come back and hand over heads to me later. The group of red people went from swarming together to instantly dispersing. The scene was similar to ants entering a burrow. Anjing, and after the last time, he was crouching by himself inside a building holding a sprayer. This round was not so lucky, landing only such a contraption. He held the gun and stopped in place, chatting with the people inside the group every now and then to see what was going on. Gun God saw this scene when he jumped down and directly followed them towards the endport. Look at this person, actually being escorted by so many people. How trashy does that have to be able to have this kind of operation? Brothers are watching a bit. How I take the enemy's head among the millions of people. After saying this, the god of guns hunkered down in a small place and waited for all these people to disperse before he looked around and started searching inside the house where Anjing had come in. What kind of game is the coward playing? Brothers, all take a good look at how I'm going to clean him up. Listening to the footsteps upstairs, the god of guns evoked an evil smile inside his own live broadcast room. He was a professional player in his own right, and when he wasn't playing a game, there weren't many people willing to spectate. Now, once they heard that the god of guns was playing chicken, a lot of people had already run over to admire the big brother's skills. Among them, Anjing's juniors include those who are very fond of the god of guns. As soon as he heard his friend say that the god of guns was broadcasting live, he rolled around and found another cell phone and started to watch the live broadcast. The more he watched, the more wrong he became. Wasn't this kind of operation that these people were talking about exactly the same as what the big brother on their side was asking for? This person almost let the man machine get killed with 2 mines, and he saw that the gun god inside the live broadcast room was about to find the big brother's live broadcast. He snapped a jolt. The god of guns is faith. That big brother is life. He hurriedly returned to his senses and later shouted in the group, "The god of guns has gone over. The god of guns has gone to Big Brother's place. Whoever is in the vicinity of Big Brother should hurry over. Forget it, let's all go over there. Hurry up." Such a sentence caused everyone to freeze, and then desperately ran madly towards where Anjing was. Anjing's heart froze as he listened to the footsteps upstairs. This didn't seem like a human machine. Instead, it was still a very powerful real person. Listening to the footsteps, it looked like he was determining Anjing's location. Could it be that the people who had messed up the last couple of games were here again this time? Anjing immediately started shouting for people inside the group. This was already his 4th mission, and it looked like Townsend would be able to get his hands on it soon. No matter what, he couldn't get killed here at this time. The gun god had already gone up to the 2nd floor, and he was holding a pan in his hand. The people inside the group ran towards this side in a mad rush. Gun god had already reached the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor. In less than half a minute, he would be able to reach the 3rd floor and see Anjing. He weighed the pan, looked at his rapidly rising numbers, and brought a bad smile to the corner of his mouth. It's almost here. I wonder what this person surrounded by so many people looks like. The people inside the live streaming room all expressed their great anticipation, thinking of hurrying up and letting Gun God teach this person up there a good lesson to open their eyes. The god of guns returned in no problem, and then ran straight up. Anjing hid behind a cabinet. which was a bug he had unintentionally discovered. Feeling Gun God's footsteps getting closer and closer to him, the man in front of the screen subconsciously eased his breathing. The Gun God looked around for a few moments and found nothing, which made him a bit confused. Someone inside the live room swiped the screen. See that cabinet in the back? Yeah, that's the one. I just tried out the bug the other day. Do you want to go over there and take a look? Chapter 9, Professional Waterloo. The Gun God nodded and walked towards the back of the cabinet. Anjing held his own sprayer without letting go, aiming at the only place that showed a gap, ready for him to directly shoot this person in the head as soon as he showed his head. Of course, he wasn't 100% sure, but in order for his mission not to fail, he always had to be awesome for once. In the expectation of the people inside the live broadcast room, the God of Guns walked to the side of the cabinet, and before he had time to take a look at that legendary bug, he heard all kinds of footsteps coming from downstairs, and listening to this sound, there had to be at least a dozen or so people. He froze and was ready to leave the place, waiting for these people to leave before coming over. As soon as the people inside the group met, they directly stopped and didn't dare to stop and ran to the third floor. Brothers, it's him. He's the one who wanted to touch our big brother. Hurry up. Get him killed for me. I don't know who chimed in. More than 40 people all ran to the third floor in unison, pointing their guns at the lone green-clothed Gun God with a pan in his hand. An unusually strong feeling of contrast. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, and Anjing also walked out from inside the cabinet. Although the process wasn't that pretty, fortunately, this current result was still very stunning. Anjing was immediately shielded as he stood towards the center of these people. No matter how powerful Gun God was, it was impossible for him to fight so many people with his bare hands. He opened his entire mic and said to Anjing, "Brother, you can't do this. How can you show your skills in this way? Or else you come out from the crowd, and the two of us will PK alone." Dumb girl in the middle of it listening to his voice heart said how so familiar. Some of the people who were following both anchors also froze for a moment. Gun God was actually in this place as well. The people inside the pop-up screen had exploded. Dumb sister, quick, get Gun God. Look at the fact that he only has a pan inside his hand. Is this a duel between two major anchors? It's so exciting. I have to hurry and go to the Gun God's live room to take a look. Doesn't anyone know what this bigot's identity is? I want to be friends with this kind of bigot so badly. The chatter inside the live room sent Gun God's live room to the second place in terms of traffic. Anjing immediately knew who this person standing next to him was when he read these messages inside the group. He laughed twice at the computer. A great anchor? In front of his divine magnificence, all anchors were floating clouds. He said to the people inside the group, "Go, all put away your guns and fight for me. Use your fists to fight. How dare you try to kill me? Brothers, show him some color." Anjing's words gave these people inspiration. Those inside the group who knew the Gun God's name went crazy with excitement. "Brothers, hurry up and listen to Big Brother. This is the God of Guns, the professional Gun God. That's a once-in-a-century occurrence. Quickly, do it." The God of Guns couldn't hear what they were saying in their group mics, so he could only watch as these people suddenly put their guns away and looked at him with eyes like wolves and tigers. A hint of a bad feeling flashed through his heart. Then not long after, this premonition directly became reality. Charge! Anjing's words caused everyone to follow and charge. More than 40 people dressed in red ran towards the Gun God with their bare hands. One by one, they directly squeezed the God of Guns inside the corner is a severe beating. This is the God of Guns. Quickly, 2 more hits. In the future, I'll be able to go out and pretend with others that I'm also the man who beat the God of Guns. All of you, make way. I'll take a screenshot and send it to you later. Come on, reveal the IDs of each and every one of you. Come on. All take turns to fight once. Don't miss this opportunity. The pan inside the Gun God's hand was now like a piece of trash. A left punch and a right slap pressed him to the point where he couldn't see what was going on, and in front of his eyes was an ominous red color. The people inside the live broadcast room instantly exploded. My God, did I see it right? This is the God of Guns. The God of Guns can be squeezed inside a small corner to fight. This one is too exciting. I see so many people protecting this black-clothed one. What kind of status does this have to be able to have this kind of treatment? They're too bullying. Right, but I don't know what's going on. I'm looking a bit itchy too. Gun God felt like he had never experienced this kind of insult in his life. This was simply a tragic black spot Waterloo for him as a professional player, and it was still in front of so many people. After beating the Gun God to the point where he only had a mouthful of blood, Anjing finally told the 40 or so people to stop. Alright, enough fighting. He's letting me have this last hit. How about each of you hand out $50? When the little brothers heard this, inexplicably there was also a feeling of disliking the Gun God for being so worthless. They consciously made way, and then let Anjing stand in the center. Anjing crawled everywhere hoping that he could escape. Bro, I'm really the anchor. The muzzle of the sprayer was already aimed at the Gun God's head, and Anjing so gently pointed. directly turning this person who was still talking into a green box. At this time, Anjing also opened all the mics and said, "Want to sneak attack? Don't even look at how many people I have here. Brother, next time be smart. This head of yours, I'll take it for you first. Thank you for specially sending the head to the door." He laughed as he spoke, with a particularly proud and self-satisfied feeling. The gun god's entire being was about to be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. On the other hand, the system on Anjing's side spoke out once more. Killing a professional player once. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $50,000. Chapter 10, earn another $50,000. Anjing slammed the table and jumped up from his chair. The people inside were only able to hear the sound and didn't realize what was happening. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? One by one, they all typed out a question mark, wanting to know what had happened. Anjing shook off his hand. The entire person's eyes had a bright look inside. A professional player is worth $50,000, so I have a bold idea when I say it like that. So one professional player was $50,000, then two would be $100,000. All he had to do was explode their heads inside this game, and it wouldn't take long for him to be able to get millions. Doing the math like that, Anjing felt that there was money everywhere. He filtered through his thoughts in his mind, and in his heart, he had already determined that he would find some professional players to come over after he finished this mission. He opened his own wheat explained. A group of people in the hands have weapons, right now also do not need to be afraid of what? Directly voluminous towards the various locations will begin the road of sweeping. Gun God looked at his game screen. The whole person was stunned. He did not think that he would one day, not die in a firefight of guns, or die under the enemy's grenades or sniper rifles. He was humiliated to death by so many 40 to 50 people. One person, one punch, and each of them taking a screenshot of him in a group photo. Gun God's face was as black as coal. However, after taking a look at the proceeds from this live broadcast, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that it looked like he would be able to increase his fans by taking this route. But on the surface he wasn't able to show it. Gun God cursed at the people inside the live broadcast room. I don't think this person can do it. He's just a piece of trash. What kind of game is this person playing? He should just quit the game. Don't you guys think so? Looking at the pop-up screen full of support inside, Gun God was satisfied and retracted his acting. However, since we're already dead, let's take a good look at how they operate next. There are all sorts of playstyles within this game, and it's the first time I've seen such a rustic one. He clicked the mouse next to himself and directly opened the tracking live mode. Dull Sister placed her own level 3 head, level 3 armor and M416 in front of Anjing. Anjing remembered this young lady and casually thanked her. Dull Girl Air quickly closed her own mic. The whole person looked a little flushed in the cheeks. She cupped her face and said, "My God, Big Brother is so rich and so polite. It's so heartwarming, right? And his voice is so nice. I want to marry, want to marry." The people inside the live room pop-up screen instantly exploded. One by one, they all shouted begging to be married. There is no lack of particularly many male audience. Dull Sister looked at them so active, waved his hand and said, "Wait I ask our Big Brother now is not single. If single, brothers, you understand what I mean." The pop-up screen was also very cooperative and neatly brushed a slip of understanding. Back in the game, Anjing had already swept through quite a few people under the protection of these 40 to 50 people. Some of them looked at them, so many people directly chose to defect and followed them to sneak up. The people inside Chicken now knew that they had a Big Brother inside. One by one, they all hid on the side and shivered. At this time, the role of propaganda once again came into play. Anjing had all of these little brothers of his open up all of their mics, shouting everywhere about the benefits that his side was giving out. Some people were heartened and others weren't too convinced. Gun God followed them all the way and listened to what these people were publicizing as well. He said to the people inside his live room, "Look, this is a scam. Which person is so rich that killing a person gives $100? I don't believe it. I guess these people are all fooled by him. Friends, let's continue to look around. What's wrong with the situation? Let's immediately seek justice." Anjing also knew that some people might not believe it. He directly read out his group number. "Come on, all those who believe in me add in, and later on, I'll settle everyone's accounts inside this group as well." Gun God listened to this group number and added in without hesitation. Those who had hidden inside the corners were also a bit moved by this and came out from the side. So one after another, basically all the people in this piece of the map were here except for the human machine. For Anjing, it really wasn't challenging at all. "Friends, line up. Let's settle the bill after collecting the heads." Some new brothers also, "Don't panic. You died again, got $100. This wave is not a loss." After he said this, those little brothers who came in earlier all quickly lined up, like a neat procession, generally sending one after another to their deaths. Some of those who were still hesitant looked at this image and couldn't help but follow suit and send in their own heads. Anjing fired 2 more shots to look at his kill count, which was now up to over 40, basically reaching his requirements. But there were still a dozen or so people standing in front of him. so he thought about it and harvested all the heads as well. Anyway, no matter how many people were here, he wouldn't lose any money. Instead he was able to make a big profit. Anjing directly ate the chicken this hand, and after getting the trophy, he immediately retreated. Inside his head was now the sound of the systems report that was being refreshed line by line. He happily sat on top of his chair and listened to the system finish reporting the accounts. He counted with his fingers. He had already earned $50,000 to $60,000 in just one game. Together with the income from the last game, he had earned over $100,000 from the 2 games today. So converted down, in a short time he is afraid to be able to exceed the world's richest man. Anjing's heart inside child, this is gorgeous. Outside suddenly came knocking on the door sound. He froze for a moment, and then opened his door. Outside came the person in charge of the restaurant, followed by 10 people, each holding a king crab in their hands, showing a standard smile to Anjing. Hello sir, these are the 10 king crabs you ordered. Your amount has reached our hotel's delivery level, so we have sent someone to deliver them to your door. We hope you like them. Anjing almost forgot about this matter as he nodded and let these people put the crabs inside his home. The voice of the person in charge was revealed inside the mic that wasn't turned off. Just a moment ago, still in a mess thinking about how not yet paid all froze. Who can afford to eat 10 king crabs casually? They were right. It must be some rich kid who came to experience life. Chapter 11 It's me. After Anjing finished the crabs, that person in charge left his cell phone number again very politely before politely leaving his doorstep. He returned to his computer desk before remembering that he hadn't paid those juniors yet. Sorry for the long wait. I'll send the money to everyone right away. Come on, send all the PayPal over. Then, all the mic inside from time to time came the sound of transferring money. A sound to listen to. These people are convinced. Gungod's live room inside the quiet for a few seconds, and then Gungod violently stared at his eyes. Asterisk. This is the real God's hero 10 king crabs. With Gungod's exclamation, quite a few people began to pay attention to this person Anjing and his team. After handing out this money, Anjing looked at these people he had collected and emphasized his rules once again. There were too many people for him to use right now. It was safer to just split them into 2 groups. The new ones have all received their money, right? Come on, follow me this time. Let's have another round, and I'll transfer the money to you again. After Anjing finished speaking, those people very consciously changed their clothes into the same red clothes as the team. 50 to 60 people stood together looking joyful. Anjing looked at the map, this time coming with a desert map. Ready, go! After setting the landing direction, Anjing changed into a golden outfit looking especially conspicuous. Jump! In an instant, the sky looked like it was blossoming, especially Anjing in the center, which looked even more appealing to the eyes. This time when he jumped at the dump, Anjing felt that there weren't many people coming, but when he waited until after the actual fall he saw that there were really 3 squads jumping this way. Anjing moved his wrists and said, "Come on, we've been harboring a shame for so long, this time we're going to make a clean breast of it. Brothers, protect me, I'll go collect your heads." Yes, the people inside the group happily responded, and then quickly found their guns before protecting Anjing in the center. The 3 squad members observed for a moment, and then chose to join forces. There was no comparison between these few people and Anjing's large army, but at least it was much better than fighting alone. Someone turned on the mic and said to his teammates, "This way, we in this squad will charge over from the front. You in that squad will split into 2 people. One team will go over from the side, and another team, the 4 of you will be tasked with assaulting from the back, and aim directly at the one in the center in the golden clothes." Got it. The 12 people geared up and headed towards Anjing's side. Anjing narrowed his eyes as he looked at them, not expecting that there would still be people with the guts to come here to provoke him in this situation. He weighed the gun inside his hand and hooked up a smile. "Brothers, coming!" The squad of 12 men stormed over after the tiger's eye, and the 40 to 50 people were all on alert in an instant. Attention, attention! Protect Big Brother from the front and back. Don't let these people get Big Brother killed. Quickly get your guns. Hurry up and finish them off. Pay attention. Okay, I'm coming. Big Brother in the center. Big Brother in the center. A group of people rushed to protect Anjing in the center. The sound of gunfire from outside kept coming. The team that originally still had 40 to 50 people had already sacrificed 4 or 5 people. The moment Anjing saw this kind of scene his entire face was gloomy. He had wanted to have a good chat with these people. He couldn't believe that there was still something that couldn't be accomplished by throwing money at them. But these people simply didn't give him this opportunity and were clearly filled with malice towards him, so he didn't need to be polite to these people. All give me a punch. Use your fists if you don't have anything. Put these few people there after they've been seriously injured. Let me finish them off. When we get out later, we'll add $50 more for each of them. The power of money is incalculable. At least his words were much more powerful than the deployment of those people across the street. Dozens of people rushed over as if they were pumped with chicken blood. These 12 people had been more arrogant than one by virtue of having guns in their hands, but when so many people ran over against them, they were still subconsciously a little scared in their hearts. So bang 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 a few times, directly to the bullet is gone. Anjing's group of juniors inside really do not lack skilled players. After a few rounds, they directly subdued 2 of the squad members. Now there were still 4 more to go, and this extra $50 of theirs was about to arrive. Dull girl was mixed in. The whole person had already gone from being uncomfortable at the beginning to having fun at the back. Charge brothers, there is a person over there. Come on, hurry up and follow me. Let's injure him together and hand him over to big brother. Hey, there's someone over there too brothers. Let's go over there together. You guys protect me, I'll seduce him. Next to the side. Watch a little. Be careful. She was usually never this excited to play the game. And today, driven by Anjing, the whole person had been immersed. This feeling of finding people to bully all over the world was just too good. It was quite a bit more fun than playing hide and seek with these people everywhere. The interaction between her and the pop-ups could no longer be heard inside the live broadcast room. It was full of dull sisters' coordinated command with the people inside the team next to her. She was a girl who spoke well and listened well, but also looked at people especially accurate, every time to see the location of the remaining people. So the people in the team are willing to listen to her command, and from time to time will also send her over some medicine and straps and so on. Harmony and love. The 12 people had all been subdued and placed in front of Anjing. After determining that there was no danger, these people stood on both sides, making way for the unharmed Anjing in the center, and Chang walked to their side and opened all the mics. Brothers, I appreciate your pride, but I dislike your recklessness. Now that you've landed inside my hands, do you have anything to say? How merciful he was as a person, and gave these people the opportunity to leave their last words. Thinking about it was moving. Those 12 people hesitated for a moment, and in the end, only 3 of them took away their mics. Someone turned to Anjing and asked, You're that legendary divine magnificent big brother, aren't you? Anjing hadn't thought at all that his reputation was so big now. He gave a light laugh and said, That's right, it's me. Chapter 12, Directly Confused. The man who opened the mic instantly became excited and stammered that he also wanted to join Anjing's team. Upon hearing this, Anjing immediately said that there was no problem, and with a wave of his hand, he absorbed the person and expressed his friendship. Once again, the army once again swept towards the distance. A group of singles trying to go up against their 40 or 50 is like digging their own grave and filling it with 2 handfuls of dirt, isn't it? Without much surprise, Anjing had eaten another chicken this time, and all these little brothers of his were genuinely happy for him. Boss, take me in the next game. I'm a great head delivery thief. I'll block the wall for the boss. I'm going to give boss a monkey. Boss is so handsome. Boss, look at me. I've been with you for 3 games now. I'm dead set on you. Pay attention. I just looked at Gun God's livestream and he said that anyone who wants to deal with our boss should be careful. Roger that. The God of Guns is here again? Let's have another good game. Anjing took a sip of water and laughed out loud as he listened to all the people talking inside the mic. This God of Guns was really fun to watch, and after being beaten for a round, he still didn't die and actually came to challenge him. Then he will give him a show this time. Let him see what is called high-end operation. Gun God's side of the live room had also exploded. Because of Gun God's death in the last game, it caused many people to post gloating pop-ups inside the live room. Some of the black fans even directly said, "Is this the strength of professional player God of Guns?" What a laugh! Such words, in the Gun God's eyes, it was no different than a slap in the face. The God of Guns slammed the table and said, "Brothers, all watch out for me. I have to take this person down in this round, or else I'll have a hard time with him today." The pop-up screen was filled with ha 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 laughter, and each one of them couldn't wait to see how the God of Guns was going to battle the God Ho this time. The God of Guns exited the battle and waited for information inside the group. When he heard Anjing's call to open, he didn't hesitate to match the button, and smoothly matched with Anjing and these people. He summarized his mistake to the live broadcast. "Just now I was too eager, so I wasn't able to eat hot tofu, but I'm taking this game very seriously. So everyone just wait and see how I'm going to wipe the slate clean." The God of Guns had a very determined look on his face, and the people inside the live broadcast room were all old fans who spoke to give him special face. "Come on brothers, all take a look. Our God of Guns has gotten serious this time. I'm afraid this divine hero will have to cool off." That's right, they were the bullies in the last game. This time the God of Guns will definitely win. I'll always support the God of Guns. Come on, you're still competing with others with your little skill. It's really laughable. God of Guns, go ahead. If you can kill this godly man, I'll give you a Maserati. Among the people praising him, there were occasionally 1 or 2 people who spoke harshly, and when the God of Guns made his move, he thought about it and simply cut the screen, so that these people could only see him but not the game screen. He explained to the audience, This is more fair. Otherwise maybe this Tycoon's fans are also watching my live stream and will leak my location. I will record this game and show you guys then. After saying this, the God of Guns directly tapped the jump down button and danced out of the air. Anjing, on the other hand, kept his eyes on the spot where Gun God jumped down. After seeing the Gun God jump, and Chang arranged in the group, brothers, jump down without picking up anything. Let's use our fists to teach this Gun God another lesson today. His voice was resounding, directly bringing out the sense of fervor in these people. Charge brothers, the Gun God is down there. The God of Guns was slowly hanging around in the air preparing to find a small place to start fielding first. As a result, he casually took all the viewpoints and realized that his head was full of red people floating around. The scene was as enthusiastic as a dumpling, and he was the poor little guy who was being targeted. The Gun God's hand that was moving paused for a moment, and his whole body was a bit confused. What's going on here? Why are these people jumping with me? He quickly jumped down trying to find a gun to grab a head start, but he didn't realize that his luck was so bad that he found a pan after running around. The Gun God held his pan, his eyes filled with despair. What could he do? Could he still use this pan to whip these 40 to 50 people to death? Even if he was the God of Heaven, he wasn't so powerful that he couldn't reach this level. The Gun God's brain was full of vomit as he gritted his teeth and walked out with his pan. As soon as he pushed open the door, his entire body was completely frozen. The people outside had no idea when they were neatly arranged like an army, and the center of the army was Anjing. These people were standing at his door waiting for him, and as soon as they saw him come out they were all greeting him. Coming my friend, we've been waiting here for you for quite some time. Come and have some fun. Gun God, long time no see ah. Brothers, charge, Gun God is here. Let's take another screenshot. Quickly, don't let the God of Guns run away. Pick up your sandbag-sized fists and let the God of Guns feel our warmth. No gameplay could be seen inside the live broadcast room, but Gun God's obviously dumbfounded appearance was clear to everyone. These people really couldn't hold back their curiosity and had already started making bets. I'm sure, the God of Guns must have already met the divine great man. Look at Gun God's lifeless look, it's really making me die of laughter. That's right, I believe it too. God of Guns, hurry up and release the footage, I can't help but laugh already. Godly big brother is awesome. God of Guns, why are you staying? God of Guns, you talk. God of Guns, are you autistic? The pop-ups were swiping madly, while on the other side, Gun God was also being beaten in a sorry state. His lips trembled as he watched his character once again being whacked to death by these people dressed in red and yellow with their little fists, and his entire heart was filled with a wave of despair. Goodness, where the hell is this dirtbag from? My reputation as the God of Guns is about to be ruined. He crawled and wanted to get out of here. These people didn't give him any face at all. After dragging him back, there was another burst of small fist attacks. Nerd Girl was having the most fun fighting in the mix. Friends, this is a professional player Gun God all hurry up and come over here for 2 more hits and 2 more hits. In the midst of a heated atmosphere, the God of Guns still didn't survive 5 minutes after all. The Gun God who turned into a box stayed for a second and hammered his fist hard on top of the table. Chapter 13 Camouflage Trumpet. It is said that the messy fist killed the teacher master, but there is no such humiliation. A group of KD without a little zero hard to kill him with his fists several times, but also non-stop screenshots and so on. This let his face where to put. No way. He had to come up with a plan that could completely screw someone over to get revenge. Anjing's minions were all ha expressions. It was great to play with a godly hero. What happened to the pros? They are still being beaten by them to make them doubt their lives. Anjing had met someone who was quite persistent in trying to kill him this time. As a result, all of his minions had gotten carried away with the Gun God, and once again swarmed over to beat the person to death. This game down Anjing could be said to be refreshed. Listening to the settlement of the system, the whole person is floating up. Money could make the devil work, and professional players still had their hands full. With this experience, Anjing was even more reckless. It seems that it's a matter of time before he sweeps the battlefield. On the other side, the God of Guns released the recording screen with a black face at the request of the audience in the live broadcast room. See, those viewers really one by one are laughing, not be able to take care of themselves. I did not expect to have been high above the God of Guns in this lousy side, so that they look at the heart of the heart or a little bit of dark pleasure. He had already realized that if he relied on himself to go on a rampage like this, he was afraid that he would never be able to get Anjing's head in this lifetime. At this time, he had to think of something special. After the God of Guns spoke out this idea, the people in the live broadcast room enthusiastically participated. I'd say you should just surrender. What's the point of being in a dead heat with this kind of tycoon? You won't be able to defeat a tycoon in this lifetime. Otherwise, you're still like the first game, hiding on the side. Waiting for the time is about to take the gun is a burst of sweeping. You lie down in the bushes, and when you watch them come over, you come out and scare them so that they are caught off guard. Let's do it this way. You directly blend into them, first to obtain their trust, and then slowly enter into the interior. And finally a shot to the Tycoon to shoot. Upstairs is really absolute, this thought. Gun God quickly take a look at it. After reading too many of these unreliable methods, Gun God felt his temples and his head start to ache with each beat. That was until that well-planned idea came out, and it really brightened up his entire being. He directly clapped his hands and used this method to infiltrate into the enemy's inner circle without anyone realizing it, and then eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes in one fell swoop. What a seamless idea! As soon as he said he would do it, Gun God directly cut himself a small number and then ran over after calling out for a mission in the Anjia group. His guess was right. The innermost layer of Anjing was protected by that group of acquaintances. He wore his own small vest and approached towards Anjing little by little. Anjing didn't get any hints this round, and thought that this time it was Gun God's bad luck that he didn't match in. The minions inside the group were also feeling very sorry for not being able to take another photo and screenshot with the God of Guns, not having enough for a triple. The God of Guns was listening to his entire face turn green, and the people inside the pop-up screen were all happy and about to fly. This is the first time I've seen this face of the God of Guns. Previously, the God of Guns was all about the high and cold route. This time it's actually so funny, oh gosh. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Just by listening to these people I'm able to guess the Gun God's anger and embarrassment right now. How can it be so funny? Right. You guys look at Gun God's eating face, it's so funny. I'm going to make my friends come and take a look, ha 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 ha. The entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room was one of joy. The God of Guns, on the other hand, gathered himself and then charged straight in to charge inside Anjing's team. Dull Girl was originally protecting Anjing outside. Suddenly seeing such a hard-working lad, the entire group was extremely happy. Bro over there, hey bro, hurry up and come over here. You come over here to fill in the gaps, or else the boss will easily get hit. Dull Girl directly arranged a position for him that was right next to Anjing, only a few people away from Anjing himself. The Gun God's entire body was trembling with excitement. He didn't realize that this opportunity was really a win-win situation. He lurked amongst these people, getting closer towards Anjing little by little. When he was sure that he was close to Anjing's face, he took out the pan from his bag that he had just picked up from the ground while he was in a mess, wanting to use it to give himself a clean slate. Anjing was fighting with a man next to him. He was unharmed with so many people protecting him. The other person was not so lucky at all and was beaten to death. Anjing walked towards that side, and before he took 2 steps, he felt like he was being watched. He snapped his head back to see that the place was full of people dressed in red, and there was no one else. He felt that he was being too cautious and thought of hurrying to patch up this man's gun. The Gun God felt that this was his time. He approached towards Anjing with the pan in his hand. After Anjing finished mending the gun, he was trying to take the gun back for a moment, but his arm hit the top of a teacup on the side of the numbness, and his fingers turned a corner, and he killed the man with a burst of gunfire at the Gun God. So the whole audience froze, especially Anjing and the God of Guns. 2 people looking at the screen, 2 eyes confused. The God of Guns had never thought that he would die from a gunshot. Anjing also didn't expect his little brother to be killed by himself for no reason. For a moment, the entire field went quiet. The pop-ups all stopped for a split second. Then, all the pop-ups were brushed with various ha 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 and 666 signs. Gun God's face wasn't even green this time. It was flesh bubbling black. He gritted his teeth and looked at his screen and asked, I'm dying like this? I'm going to die just like this. Anjing opened all his mics and prepared to comfort this little brother who had been killed by his own mistake. Before he could open his mouth, a sound came from inside his head. Ding dong! It was detected that the host ended the hidden professional player. An additional $10,000 was added for this game. The reward has been issued to the bank card. Please continue to cheer up the host. Anjing didn't understand what the system meant at first. Then after pondering for a while, he slammed the table and laughed out loud. Wonderful! It's wonderful! A professional player who wanted revenge was only one step away when he was killed by an oops. This matter could have killed people with laughter wherever it was placed. Chapter 14, Plotting to Get What You Want. Anjing didn't dismantle the Gun God's disguise inside the group in the first place. He calculated and suddenly had a good idea. Brothers, come on. Let's quickly end this game and move on to the next. Give me all the heads. With this order from Anjing, everyone ran over from everywhere to offer their heads. Looking at the number of 52 kills displayed on his head, Anjing nodded with satisfaction. Alright, hard work brothers. Let's not rest this time. Let's go straight to the next game. On the other side, Gun God was being mocked by the people inside his live room. Look, really laugh me to death. The God of Guns claimed to be the #1 in marksmanship. I didn't expect to be accidentally killed one day. What else is this called the God of Guns? Just change his name to Garbage. Upstairs said really right. On such a technology also perform revenge it directly into their own are acting really powerful. Hurry up and brush 666 for the anchor. It's really funny. It's been a long time since I've seen such a funny video. Thanks for the Gun God's contribution. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to call my friend over to see this so-called gun god this technique too. The god of guns held back and held back, but in the end, he slapped the top of the table. It was so humiliating. To think that whoever saw him when he was playing a match didn't look like they were trembling in fear. He had to get this face today. The god of guns quickly adjusted his state and entered the battlefield, mixing in with Anqing's group of minions. Anqing had just noticed the name of Gun God's trumpet because of the system. He hooked the corner of his mouth after watching him come in. Gun God has taken such pains to deal with me, so I'll show you a trick that will be a trick. After saying this, he directly pressed the keyboard and jumped down. Some people saw so many people jumping down from this side of the oubliette thought nothing of running far away from them, lest they would provoke them. Anqing knew this time that the gun god was inside the team, so he directly told the people inside his team to spread out to look for the gun. Only if the gun god had more equipment would he be worth more when he died inside his own hands. Sure enough, the gun god rubbed his hands together happily as soon as he heard this instruction. Isn't this a special opportunity for me to take revenge? He searched with a seriousness that put all sorts of level 3 heads and level 3 armor on himself, while later looking for the brother next to himself to take AM416. These people followed Anqing as brothers to each other, and as soon as they heard that gun god needed a gun, they directly threw their own guns to him. The god of guns nodded and said, "These people are really good. The ability of money is really invincible. But brothers, take a look at this equipment of mine. This time, I can definitely take revenge. Those who say I can't do it, all of them give me their eyes wide open and watch." After saying this, those people on the pop-up screen full of ha 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 swipes made the gun god's face green. Anqing saw that it was almost time and told everyone to gather back to start the massacre. Everywhere they went there were green boxes lying on the ground. Anqing looked at the fact that he had already killed 3 people and opened all the mics and said to Gun God, "Come over here. I think you're a good shot. Come here and protect me." Gun God was happy in his heart and ran his ass over. Having been abused by Anqing for so long, he saw that he was about to get his revenge, but he didn't think that this person would be able to take the initiative to come to his door. He stood with his stuff towards the side of Anqing, drawing a burst of compliments. "Brother, you're really good. Your skills are so good, and you've even been recognized by the boss. You must follow the boss well in the future." "Yeah, you actually killed 7 people. That's awesome. Your marksmanship is really good, but I don't know what's going on. I always feel a bit familiar. Big Brother's sense might all be this great. Congratulations, we have another great general." Anqing was sitting next to the computer laughing so hard that he felt like he was about to twitch over. These people had such a variety of ways of praising. If they knew this person's true identity, I'm afraid that it would still cause a ripple. Thinking of how the gun god had been abused in the last few rounds, Anqing's entire body waited to see what the gun god's reaction would be after he was beaten to death. It wasn't the first time gun god had been so complimented, but hearing such words after being abused so many times, he was actually strangely touched. The people inside his live room had obviously sensed his emotions. They directly started brushing up again. "Look at the god of guns this way, like a shy and timid big girl. This won't turn into a script of loving each other. The god of guns is also a disgrace. Now it's just being complimented and being so touched. It's really nothing at all. Look at you that way. Those who know, are you playing the game? Those who don't know still think you're on a blind date. Hurry up and play the game. Don't organize this. We don't want to see you. We just want to see the game." Gun God took a look at these pop-ups and immediately calmed down again. He sighed. It seems that people really do become less normal after being abused too much. He got his spirits up and stood next to Anqing, always waiting for the time to make a clean break. "Let's go, brothers. There's no one left over here. There are still 8 people left. Let's go and settle it together." After Anqing said this, he aggressively led so many of his minions towards the map to search one place after another. I didn't expect these 8 people to hide quite well. Dozens of people froze and didn't find all of them. Dull girl in the live broadcast room, one by one, thinking of this game, can hide inside the place, ready to find out the people. The god of guns, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that these people were searching, and sneakily used his M416 to aim at Anqing's head and prepare to shoot. The moment he pressed fire, a bullet flew over and directly pierced Gun God's head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Holy, what's going on? Pay attention. There's an enemy. Protect the boss. The entire mic inside the team was too chaotic to imagine, but everyone's first reaction was to protect Anqing. The gun god, on the other hand, directly slumped to the ground, the gun in his hand no longer being of much use. The gun god in front of the screen was also in a daze, completely unaware of what was going on, as if he didn't know what was going on. As soon as the team saw that he had been sniped, they hurriedly put Anqing in the center to protect him, lest he be taken out as well. On the other hand, Anqing was relaxed as he walked up to the gun god with a smile on his face and said, "Gun god, how does it feel to have your head blown off by such a shot?" When he said this, the people above the field had a confused look on their faces, and when they reacted, everyone had a look on their faces. This little soldier is actually a Ing gun god. Chapter 15 Obtaining Rewards. The inside of the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Quick look, quick look. The god of guns has been killed again. What god of guns? I think it's just a piece of trash. Originally, I kinda believed in him. I didn't realize that he was such a dish. He's taken it off. Once or twice was an accident. Can you still say it was an accident this time? You've let me down. Let's all go, brothers. This is a liar. What gun god? Unlucky bastard is more like it. Let's go. Let's go. Don't look at him here. The god of guns stared tightly at the screen, completely unaware of why this was happening. After he glanced at the pop-up screen, he directly averted his eyes. Of course he knew exactly how bad his performance was today. I'm afraid he had never been in such a sorry state in his life. He opened his own mic and asked, "How did you know that I'm gun god?" The people on Anjing's side originally didn't quite believe this. Now after hearing the gun god's voice, every one of them had a look on their face. Is this really the gun god? The gun god is here again. The gun god has been killed by someone again. Boss, this is too awesome. Boss is awesome 666. There was no way Anjing could tell gun god that this was what the system had told him. He didn't say anything, kept a cool and mysterious look, and shot gun god in the head, kicking him out in passing after turning him into a green box. The whole process did not have the slightest bit of procrastination, incomparably decisive and dry. The god of guns looked at the message that he had been kicked out and froze in front of the screen. This stifled and aggravated feeling rushed directly to his head, making him actually somewhat unable to fight for a moment. For the first time in front of so many viewers, he did not control himself and directly lost his temper and punched the computer screen. The screen should be sound and broken. The people inside the live broadcast room talked but did not stop. This little thing also smashed the screen. Violent anchor stone hammer. Really let people afraid. Look at him that way. Obviously can't afford to lose. Don't look at it, don't look at it. Bad luck. No good show to watch. Let's all hurry up and quit. Dumb girl is live. Seems to be that Big Brother's team. All quickly go and take a look. In such a short amount of time, more than half of the people inside Gun God's live room left at once. Right now, Gun God didn't have the time to continue to care about this. The whole person was immersed in the emotions of his failure. He grabbed his scalp and viciously pulled his hair. This matter has become a shadow in his heart. Probably this period of time will never have the urge to open this game. The God of Guns directly went off the air with his mind broken and his hands in a mess. It seems that Anjing's damage to him is too great, and he is afraid that he won't be broadcasting live in a short period of time. Anjing didn't have the time to understand Gun God's emotional state of mind. After all, the God of Guns had followed him but was prepared to try to finish him off, and he had merely stepped in early to eliminate the hidden dangers. He had been following him to stir up trouble, and kicking him out so suddenly was a good thing for Anjing. The moment he kicked the Gun God out, the system burst out a firework inside his head. Congratulations to the host for killing a fully equipped professional player. Received 5 times the reward. It's still a little bit short of accomplishing the goal. Please continue to work hard. Host. Anjing was stunned at first. He had thought that according to the Gun God's appearance, at most he would be able to get a few $100 more. He didn't realize that these professional players were just different. In one go, they quintupled the amount. This meant that he himself had pushed forward quite a bit more progress in this one go. Anjing's entire body was about to go crazy with joy when he heard this sound, and violently jumped down from the top of his own chair. Immediately I'll be able to get the Thompson's house. His voice stuttered, like he hadn't expected things to come so unexpectedly, giving him a big surprise. Glancing at his progress, he opened his mic and said to his minions, "Come on, don't worry about those people in this round. Just give me the heads to collect the money. Claim the money for both rounds together." The minions immediately stood in a line and gave their heads to Anjing. Those 8 people looked at this scene with blank stares, suddenly not knowing what the point of hiding here was. Looking at the way the others looked, it seemed like they didn't even have the intention of hitching a ride with them anymore. But having already hidden until this point, it was still most sensible to wait and see what happens. As a result, so many people just watched Anjing collect 50 heads by himself. From the shock of just arriving to the numbness that followed. Rich people are really great. Even playing a game is able to have people lining up to come over and give away their heads. Anjing couldn't hear them. He was doing 2 things at once. Listening to the system's incessant broadcast inside his head while collecting heads again. Looking at the rising completion value, the corners of Anjing's mouth were about to hook to the sky. After collecting the last head, Anjing didn't even hesitate for a second and directly used a bomb to blow himself up and left the place. The remaining 8 people looked at each other in dismay, and realized that Big Brother Rich was just enjoying the thrill of collecting heads here. Sure enough, they really couldn't understand the world of the rich. Anjing sat on top of his chair and counted how much he was still missing from the progress bar. After he was almost done counting, he called more than 30 people to start the next game. This was his 10th game, and after this game, he would be able to obtain the reward that the system had promised him. A villa in Thompson. That was a place that many people had to work hard for their entire lives to get. It was the kind of house that only those who were on top of the people were able to get people to live in. Just thinking about this name made Anjing feel his blood boil. As long as he successfully completed this game again, Tomson Yip would immediately have a house that belonged to him. Anjing. And Qing didn't even think about it and directly opened the game. Looking at his completion level, he didn't continue to engage in any fancy stuff. This game he only wanted to develop smoothly, so he took his gun and directly started collecting heads, without other people messing around. Anjing watched with great pleasure as his completion value became fuller and fuller. Still missing the last one, Anjing pressed back the excitement in his heart and tremblingly pressed his keyboard. Bang! The sound of a gunshot came from inside the screen, and the last person standing instantly became a small green box. Right after Anjing finished collecting the last head, the system appeared once again very punctually. Congratulations to the host for completing the quiz, and will soon be awarding the host with a reward. A villa in Thompson. Please also ask the host to move in as soon as possible to facilitate better completion of the quest. Chapter 16, Thompson's first product, to the hand. Anjing first froze for a moment, and after digesting the content directly jumped up from the top of his own chair. My god, this divine hero system is actually real. It actually really gave me a house. A godly man is a godly man. It's different when it comes out like this. What kind of place is Thompson's? The people who live in it are worth tens of billions of dollars, but also billions of dollars. The real land of gold place. He took a look at his income today. The whole 93 million. This was only the money he had earned from playing a few games. Anjing couldn't help but laugh up in the air. He was very confident that with this system, he would definitely be able to create an era that could belong to him. And Shang, before long, when he thought of that time, and Shang was so happy that he could not wait to fly. While he was happy, the system once again spoke out. Please ask the host to move into Townsend as soon as possible in order to open the next stage of the mission. After saying this, the system directly closed its mic and no longer made any sound. Anjing pondered that this thing was quite humanized, knowing to let him play well for 2 days to rest in rest. Many people on the top of the cell phone were looking for Anjing, not knowing how this person ran away after talking. Anjing looked at the frantically flashing screen instantly back to his senses. It's better to pay everyone first, and then have a good sleep. Never worry about earning money again, he replied inside the group while quickly sending everyone their money. Inside the mic were all the alert sounds of various people's collection information. Anjing's mood got better just listening to this. Alright brothers, I've had enough fun for today. Let's get together again sometime. I'm leaving first. After he said this, the people inside the mic were like flocking to the emperor. One by one, they opened their mouths to speak. Take care, big brother. Good night, big brother. Big brother, have a good dream. See you later, boss. Boss, get online earlier. Boss, rest early. After Anjing gave a he directly turned off his cell phone and threw it to the side. But it's time for me to have a good rest and rest. This time I will definitely sleep until I wake up naturally. The mission isn't that urgent yet. I'm going to go ahead and be happy by myself tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. With these thoughts, Anjing slept peacefully. Even when he fell asleep, the corners of his mouth were with a smile. At 8 o'clock the next day, Anjing's cell phone started ringing. The one who called was one of his co-workers inside the company. Seeing that he was about to go to work and Anjing had yet to come, he specifically gave him a call. Anjing took the phone and said that it didn't matter that he didn't want to go to work today. Unexpectedly, the leader passed by here and heard his words and directly snatched the cell phone from his friend's hand. You think the company is your home? Do not come when you want. I tell you, Anjing, hurry up and come here, or I'll deduct all your money this month. You are just a dog of the company. You don't have much choice. Such a call directly woke Anjing up. He glanced at the money inside his system, and the whole person was filled with bottom energy again. Asterisk Ubaldi. What the hell do you think you are talking to me like that? I'm telling you, with your kind of Thai company, I'm really not happy to do it anymore. Listen, you're not firing me, I'm firing you. After yelling these words he directly hung up the phone, sharply exiting those groups inside the company. Anjing felt that his entire body was refreshed. What kind of? I still don't serve. I have so much money. I still need to be so aggravated? He picked out a piece of clothing from within his own clothes and washed his hair. In the meantime took his bank card and walked out towards the outside. In the past, he didn't have any money, so he didn't have the means to buy things for himself. Now that he had money, he had to work hard to clean up his body. Anjing looked at his own small broken electric car, directly very boldly called a cab, said he was very not bad money, let the driver to bring him to the previous dare not set foot inside the high-grade shopping mall. With money this person has a bottom line. Anjing used to think that this place was unattainable, but now he felt that it was just like that. After paying for the car, he walked directly toward a luxury brand clothing store. As soon as he entered the door, the attendants sized up Anjing once again, and after determining that Anjing was a beggar, no one was willing to come up and take him to introduce things. Anjing looked at these people indifferently, and began to pick and choose up. He took a piece of clothing himself and went to swipe his card. The person at the front desk looked at him and couldn't help but say, "Sir, this dress is 25,000. You probably can't afford it." And Qing casually waved his hand and handed over the bank card in his hand and said, "It's fine. Swipe it." The receptionist didn't say anything more when she saw him like this and directly swiped the card and took the dress. The waiter looked at his eyes changed. Unexpectedly, they also had times when they looked away. Anjing took the dress once again when he started to choose something. The waitresses one by one scrambled over to him and wanted to introduce him. Anjing didn't refuse, enjoying this feeling of being surrounded by others to please him. By the time he left the store, he was accompanied by a person who was specially carrying bags for him, and had successfully become a valued VIP in this store. Anjing felt very good in his heart after he finished buying one thing. Without stopping, he entered the next one. "Take this pair of shoes. Swipe your card. This shirt is nice. Swipe your card. This bed is quite big. Send it to Thompson's. This sofa is okay. Swipe your card. This keyboard." There were more and more people following behind Anjing carrying things. The people inside the mall were all respectful and especially fawning once they saw him come in. Anjing put up a cold front and the whole person's heart was about to laugh a flower out. After buying like this for not too long, the people inside the entire mall knew that a big tycoon had come. Each and every one of the most powerful salesmen in their own family called out, "Must seize the heart of this tycoon." All kinds of tricks dazzled Anjing. In the end, he bought quite a few more things with great bravado. Anjing came out of the mall with a completely domineering and noble look. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that a few hours ago he was a beggar who was disliked by people. Looking at so many things, Anjing didn't intend to return to his own broken house. He specifically called a cab to put the things in and said to the driver master, loud and clear, "Thompson." Chapter 17. The cab master was afraid that it was the first time he had ever given someone a ride to that place that made people yearn for more than they could ever hope for when it was all said and done. His gaze became respectful as he looked at Anjing. On the other hand, Anjing was sitting in the back row, looking at the various reflections displayed on the car windows along the way. His whole heart was filled with mixed feelings. He also didn't know what his villa would look like. As he fumed, the driver had already stopped outside the villa. "Sir, it's here." The driver tried to look as calm as possible, but looking at the house inside, it was obvious that he was already a bit pressed. Later on, when he went out, he was definitely going to show it off to others. Anjing nodded and paid for the car. Before he even opened his mouth, the security guard came over and took the things in his car and put them in his own hands, and bowed towards Anjing and said, "Good day, Mr. Un." It was the first time Anjing had enjoyed this kind of treatment, and his entire body was floating, especially since there were people watching beside him. It made his vanity swell directly. This expensive really had its reasons. Just such a service made Anjing very satisfied. "Okay, take me over." He pretended to speak calmly, and the security guard immediately and respectfully led him to the top to get the key. As Anjing walked and looked at the scenic arrangements, he nodded secretly in his heart. After arriving at the place, the security guard handed him over to a young lady. The young lady smiled after seeing Anjing and said, "Mr. N is here to get the key. Right, please follow me." She led Anjing towards a safe, and then opened the safe in front of Anjing, taking out the key inside and offering it with both hands. "Mr. Un, this is the key to your villa. Please keep it." Anjing nodded after receiving the key. This time the young lady handed him over to another person who took him over to open the door. The people he encountered on this journey above, no matter if it was the security guard or the young lady who took the key, all of them had a very outstanding temperament, and when placed outside, they were also at the level of a male god and goddess. When he arrived at the person who opened the door for him, Anjing always felt that this person was a bit out of place. It wasn't that the face wasn't good looking, but this temperament couldn't keep up. But he didn't say anything and followed this woman towards his house. The woman looked up and smiled as she introduced herself to Anjing. "Hello, Mr. Un, my last name is Bai Ling." She extended her hand, wanting to shake Anjing's hand. Anjing didn't reject her gesture of goodwill and extended her hand to exchange a handshake. Bai Ling looked at him as if she had received some permission, looking at him with something different in her eyes. Before Anjing had time to think about it, he followed her towards the villa. After Bai Ling opened the door for him, she asked, "Sir, do you need me to introduce you?" As she spoke, she leaned closer and closer towards Anjing, her hands also slowly brushing her hair, looking particularly seductive. Anjing gave her a look and directly refused. After all, this was the first time he had come to this kind of place. How embarrassing if he was recognized. Besides, it wasn't just a house. How could he still need her to introduce him? Anyway, he would live in this place every day in the future, and would one day familiarize himself with it. Bai Ling paused for a moment once she heard Qing's words, and then continued to smile as she approached towards him. Mr. You must have spent quite a bit of money on this outfit. It looks like it really matches you. You are so handsome. She raised her head and looked at Qing with a look of sincere compliments, her eyes shining brightly. Any waitress who could be this place would definitely not have a bad face value. So this Bai Ling is also a very pure and seductive looks extraordinarily beautiful. Anjing, a small beggar, cannot have such an experience. By the white spirit, so T's only feel that their entire body is uncomfortable. He somewhat stammered. Yes, is it? Bai Ling this time walked directly to the side of him and looked at him with adoring eyes and said, yes, you can be really handsome. Is the most handsome person I have seen? Anjing blushed and lowered his head in a very shy and embarrassed manner. Bai Ling's eyes flashed with a fine light inside. Such a man, she could tell at a glance, must not have much experience. As long as she seduced him more, she would surely be able to make him fall in no time. Unexpectedly, after Anjing finished being shy, he directly raised his head and said to Bai Ling, okay, don't bother you. I'll just look at it myself. You go out. For a game fan, the temptation of women is only temporary. Only the game is long-lasting. Bai Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise once she heard his words. Unexpectedly, Anjing really wasn't good at fooling people at all. She was still thinking of saying something more when Anjing directly waved his hand and told her to get out. Seeing that Anjing had already started to kick people out, she had to go out even if she didn't want to. After Bai Ling left, Qing stood inside the house for a while. This was the Townsend. He had never thought that he, Qing, would one day be able to stand on this land and own his own house. He was a little excited when he first came in, but he had to keep his image intact with others around. Now that the people were gone, Anjing let his ego fly directly. My God, this window is so cleanly scrubbed, and there's actually a sea outside. This is too beautiful. Anjing stuck his head on top of the glass looking at the distant scenery, and the whole person felt cozy. After looking at these landscapes, Anjing was even more curious about what was inside. He rushed towards the inside without stopping. Before even entering the door, just looking at the designs gave Anjing a feeling that he was very noble. Everywhere inside this house was very skillfully designed. All kinds of decorations and other flowers and plants were taken care of by specialized people. To summarize, it was just a few words. High-end, atmosphere, upscale. Anjing walked towards his bedroom. The space inside was able to fit 2 double beds. No wonder the beds inside the president's text were so big. It turned out that people really did have this strength. Now he, Anjing, was also able to enjoy this treatment. Further inside was a separate bathroom. Everything has been prepared properly, all neatly and without a bit of dust on top of the shelf. What surprised Anjing the most was that there was a super large bathtub inside. He was able to swim 2 laps while lying in it. Thinking about it, he felt that the future life is very happy. After wandering around so many times, Anjing finally sat on top of the sofa. The feeling of today's day was not as shocking as wandering around in this house. Still, there was a reason why it was expensive. From now on, this would be his house. Chapter 18, House for Rent. Anjing took a quick nap inside his house. After waking up, his entire body still had a feeling of not being quite awake. Goodness gracious, I actually really have already lived in this kind of inch of house. It's really mine. Anjing was playing like a fish in water inside his villa. All the various things he bought yesterday were also delivered. After setting up his bedroom, Anjing sat on his own sofa feeling a bit idle. The house he got was huge. It was all empty except for his bedroom, and he was a loner with so much house here. It was idle at best, which was a bit of a waste when he thought about it that way. Anjing dragged his own chin to think about it, and suddenly brightened up and slapped his hand. Right, I can rent out the house. It's a Townsend. There must be people willing to come in and live here, charging $50,000 a month for rent. So if I rent out all of these houses, I'll be making several $1 million in these 12 months. Doing so, Anjing took out his computer and started a crackling burst to make an advertisement and sent it up. It didn't take long to usher in the first person who wanted to rent a house. Anjing put his cell phone number to him only to find that it is actually a cute girl. This person's speaking voice was soft and cuddly, and once he heard it, he knew that it must be very lowly. Okay, then let's just make a deal. Tomorrow I'll come over to take a look at the house. If it's okay, I'll just rent it. This person on the opposite side was quick. Anjing, a man, was naturally even more quick. Let me know when you come tomorrow. I'll take you for a good stroll. After making sure, Anjing's entire body revealed excitement. He pulled out his own cell phone and did some math. This house of his was rented from December of a year. 12 months times 50,000. Anjing looked at the number that appeared on the computer and directly jumped up from his sofa. When he was a penniless beggar. This is only a few days' time he has changed into a landlord. Just by collecting rent, he was able to obtain money that he could not get in half a lifetime before. In comparison, Anjing really felt more and more lucky. The person renting the room was a cute girl. Anjing was a young man who had only had one crush on a girl for so many years, and after so many years, he had never held her hand. I didn't expect that this time also made good, actually can share the rent with the cute girl. As soon as he thought of this, Anjing secretly poked and prodded himself to dress up. Doesn't this suit look a little bit serious? Why is this dress so ugly? Beggars must. He muttered to himself for a while, and in the end, he didn't settle on what to wear, has not waited until he wants to find some other clothes to wear. He put aside the cell phone ding bell ring up. Listening to this sound, Anjing's heart was particularly tired of it. This was the cell phone ringtone that he had set up especially for that tricky leader of his. He usually didn't pay much attention to him, but he didn't expect that he would still call him at this time. After thinking about it, Qing took the phone and sat on his butt on top of the sofa to take a look at it, but still answered the phone. Before he even opened his mouth, his leader's tirade came from the opposite side. Anjing, you trashy punk, don't hurry back and apologize to your director. Let me tell you, don't think you're so powerful that you dare to scold your director. Do you want to die? This month's paycheck is all docked for you to remember. You're just a piece of trash. The director felt like he was getting more and more angry throughout yesterday after being scolded by Anjing. He was a serious director, but now he was scolded by a small employee in front of so many people. How could he end up like this? He had been waiting for Anjing to come over to give him a good dig. Did not expect this. Anjing is quite powerful. Said not to come to work this day, did not come, so that he stood outside the whole person are sore back. Today he still came early. Did not think that Anjing has not come. He eyeballs drip drip turn a bit finally smart a lot. Directly to Anjing on the charge to the leadership of the office inside. Listening to the leader scolding Anjing, the director's heart is very comfortable. Of course, if he could scold him personally, his heart would definitely be more familiar. Anjing casually listened to 2 sentences and threw his phone aside. He is now so rich, it is not necessary to get angry with this kind of person. Originally, he thought that this leader would not continue to speak when he saw that no one was paying attention to him. Who knew that this person was still fooling around? And the more he said, the more unpleasant it was. Originally, Anjing was able to tolerate this person's speech, but as soon as he heard this leader talk about his own family, Anjing's face suddenly turned cold. Anyone with a bit of bloodlust couldn't listen to this kind of abusive words about their own family members, and Anjing was certainly no exception. He picked up his cell phone and said, "What the hell are you? You can't stop pussyfooting around in front of me. What's the matter? Does your wife know about you keeping a mistress? You embezzled public funds when the heart is weak? Or that you pressed other people's money not to give the matter of willful embezzlement? These are not you have forgotten?" Anjing spoke very coldly and eloquently. That leader at first wanted to open his mouth, but later directly covered his cell phone. How do you know these things? What else do you know? Anjing, a small employee, originally did not know these things, but the moment of rest was different. He was the one who had the system. Anything he wanted to know, the system would help tell him. In such a short while, the heartbreaking things that the leader had done had appeared in full before him. Listening to him, Anjing intentionally said in a voice that was like a smile, not a laugh, "Don't you care how much I know? If you let me hear one more sentence that I don't want to hear, do you believe that I'll immediately tell your wife about all those glorious deeds that you've done?" The leader over there was silent for a moment. He was just a phoenix man, and had come this far completely relying on his wife to support him. If he let his wife know about these things, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a good life anymore. The leader thought twice and finally apologized to Anjing. Anjing listened to his lowly tone of voice and was very flattered. He poured himself a glass of water and held it in his hand as he said to the person on the other side of the phone, "I'm a generous person, so I'll reluctantly accept this apology of yours. Where's the director?" In nodding your side. Yesterday he but also said if I this unhappy. The rest of the words he did not say out, but the meaning of which is very clear. Chapter 19 Female Anchor. The leader's face was green, holding back his anger and calling the director over to apologize with Anjing. The director was still a bit uncertain at first, until he heard the whole person exploded after he was told to apologize. Why should I apologize to him? What kind of is he? A small employee? He's not even as good as a piece of leader. You can't be crazy. The leader listened to him speak lest he offend Anjing, and slapped the director's chattering mouth over. If you're told to apologize, you just apologize. Where did all this talk come from? You know what you've done yourself. Hurry up and apologize, or else pack up your things and get out. The director was still thinking of saying something, but listening to the leader's threat in the end he still compromised. He had worked so hard to get promoted to this position and had offended many people. If he was removed now, he obviously couldn't make it in this place anymore. Anjing was in a very good mood as he listened to the director's apology to himself and the quarrel between the two men. It was awesome. He used to be the one being lectured like a grandson. This time he finally raised his eyebrows. In the future, he, and Chang, would never have to suffer this kind of anger again, and just thinking about it made him feel refreshed. He casually hung up the phone after stretching his waist and called for a takeaway to eat directly after sleeping. In the end, Tangchen Ipin is a big place, and the configuration inside is also top-notch. After sleeping like this, Anjing directly slept until the next morning. He was a bit confused and touched his head to pick up his cell phone to look at the time. Luckily, I almost missed the time to meet with Missy. After Anjing hurriedly packed himself up, he walked out with his keys. When they arrived at the place where the two had agreed upon, there was indeed a girl standing with a double ponytail wearing a small skirt that just looked very cute. She was on the phone with her cell phone when a ringtone sounded behind herself. She jerked her head back to see that Anjing was standing right behind her. He secretly forced himself to pretend to be calm and said, "Sorry, the house is a bit big. I stopped for a while when I went downstairs today, and I didn't realize that the time had already passed." And Qing didn't move and pretended. It had to be said that pretending in front of a woman was a talent that every man had. Lin Ai looked up and glanced at Qing smiling sweetly. "You're the landlord, right? It's okay, I'm the one who came early. Let's go look at the house piece by piece." Anjing nodded and led Lin Ai towards his villa. Lin Ai was walking behind Anjing. On the surface she looked very calm, but in fact her heart was also a little bit vaguely nervous. This was the first time she had come to such a lofty place, and just looking at the scenery inside made her feel that it was different from the outside. If she was able to broadcast live in this place, her rich persona would already be established. When she thought about the $50,000 of rent, Lin Ai's heart was filled with heartache. She glanced at Anjing again, estimating in her heart whether this landlord was good at bargaining or not. Anjing felt her gaze and walked with his head held high. After arriving at the door, before he could say anything, the security guard outside had already come forward to take the key and open the door for him. Anjing and Lin Ai both froze for a moment, coincidentally sighing in their hearts that this rich man's house was different. After Anjing led Lin Ai inside, Lin Ai was completely dumbfounded. She had always known that this was a rich area, but had never set foot in it, and this time it was still because the people inside the live broadcast room were already saturated, and she needed to set up some other personas to stimulate the increase in powder. Originally these places she also in the video above the brush to a lot, but until today saw after she was able to completely understand the impact of this place. Everywhere she looked, there were things that could be called high class. Just this sofa she once saw on her cell phone, so a set is 200,000. I heard is a very famous designer specially designed to collect. There is also next to the set of crystal clear cup price is not expensive. Just that single one will be able to sell to the high price of $50,000. This place, it is really with gold to pave out of the Tangchen Ipin. When she thought about the reaction that the audience would have in the live broadcast room after she started broadcasting, her whole body was so excited that she could hardly jump up. After Anjing showed her the room, Lin Ai directly nodded her head and agreed to live in this place. On the other hand, Anjing froze for a moment and didn't think that this girl was actually so dry. He hadn't even prepared anything before she had already decided. He said to Lin Ai, "Go in and sit by yourself for a while. I'll go print the contract for you now." "Wait a moment." Saying that, Anjing twisted his head in a very reassuring manner and left the place. Lin Ai didn't expect him to be so decisive, and sat on top of the chair with some apprehension. After a while, seeing that Anjing had really left, he took out his own cell phone and directly opened the live broadcast software. "Friends, long time no see. Didn't I say I was moving recently? Now I've moved inside the house in Townsend. This is the new one my father bought for me. Come, I'll show you all a good look," she said as she rotated her cell phone and inadvertently aimed it at her sofa. "Oh my god, this sofa is hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've seen it on shopping apps. What kind of rich lady is this, my god? Did you guys see that cup? It's $50,000 to $60,000. This lady seems to have a set. That's $500,000 to $600,000. And also, see that table? It's a limited edition top of the line, only available in Thompson. I didn't realize you were still a rich woman," as Lin Ai expected. It didn't take long for her to get several times more fans than usual in this mansion live broadcasting room. With these fans, Lin Ai thought that she would soon be able to earn back the money she had spent on renting the house. She blinked her eyes and said, "Aya, don't be in a hurry. I'll show you slowly. Thanks for finding the Maserati that was sent to me." Thanks. She counted this gain in her mind and was directly happy. Lin Ai was about to fly up here live. Anjing came over towards the side with the rental contract. When Lin Ai heard the security guard's respectful address, she immediately shut down the sound of her live broadcast and threw her cell phone onto the sofa. At this moment, Anjing was holding the paper contract in his hand and walked towards her, and Ai's whole body is a little weak. Chapter 20, that's all there is. Only after looking at Anjing and not seeing her cell phone did she slowly let out a sigh of relief. Anjing handed over all the materials in her hand. "This is my real estate license, ID card, and all sorts of information. Take a good look at it yourself, lest I'll screw you over." Living with a woman for the first time, he was more or less looking forward to it in his heart. After Lin Ai received the information, she didn't take a serious look at the ID card or anything else, but that real estate license. She was exceptionally concerned. Thompson's owner Anjia, a whole villa, $50,000 a month. She herself was gently reading silently, but her entire heart was directly brushed by. Looking at Anjing's young age actually already had such a whole villa in Tomson Yip. Needless to say, looking at his worth must not be an ordinary person. Obviously everyone is the same age. How come some people are just so powerful? But now that she had rented this house, this look of her own was not bad, so maybe she could get close to the water? Her eyes dribbled around, and she already had some plans in her mind. She didn't move and glanced at Anjing. In her heart she was still thinking about how to seduce someone into her hand. Anjing looked at Lin Ai and said, "Yes, this is the contract. Pay 1 year's rent if you start renting." Such a sentence directly brought Lin Ai from fantasy to reality. Anjing continued, "See if it's WeChat or Alipay on your side. Bank card transfer is also possible. I support all of them here." In order to be able to rent a room successfully this time, Anjing had gone through some effort. Lin Ai reluctantly smiled, glanced at the contract above that amazing number, heart a little hard. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for such a year. When would she have to earn that kind of money? But thinking about the money she had earned from a live broadcast in Tomson Yip, Lin Ai's heart was not willing to give up such a good resource. Anjing had been waiting for her to speak. Unexpectedly, after Lin Ai glanced at him, she directly came to the side of him and said in a delicate voice, "Brother, I'm just a little girl. There's only so much money on my body. If you see that I'm so pitiful, can you cut me some slack? At that time, I'll surely serve you well." She deliberately rubbed her fingertips on Anjing's body as she spoke, hinting with a full meaning. If she had met someone else it would have been fine. Maybe she could have really taken the bait, but it so happened that the person she had met was an Anjing who hadn't been in love even once, and for her hints Anjing had a confused look on his face. "No need. I can find my own aunt to cook and clean, and you don't need to haggle for me. This is already the lowest price. If you're still not too satisfied, you can look around to see if there's a better deal than the one I've got, and if there is, I don't have any problem with you moving out." The words coming from a straight man of steel must have disappointed Lin Ai. She stomped her foot, not realizing that Anjing simply didn't eat her so much money, but it had directly emptied out all the money she had earned the previous year. How about it? Do you want to reconsider otherwise? Anjing thought he was being very considerate. Lin Ai's face changed in anger but still had to keep up his image. As he spoke, he thought about going to the sofa to sit down for a while. Running around like this was really making him feel a bit overwhelmed as a geek. As soon as Lin Ai saw his movements, the whole person went crazy and hurriedly ran to Anjing's front to stop him. "I see that there are other rooms. Otherwise you can introduce me to them. After all, I was the first to come. You have to let me have the power to pick anyhow." Listening to her words, Anjing raised an eyebrow, thinking that his first time doing business like this was indeed a bit less thorough. He nodded and led Lin Ai towards the upstairs. Lin Ai let out a sigh of relief and immediately took her cell phone and looked at it. Unexpectedly, in such a short while, several Maseratis had been swiped inside her live broadcast room. This one Maserati was $5,000, and she was able to share half of it herself, which was already several tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Ai, who had decided to shut down the live broadcast immediately, suddenly became bold. She was going to rent this house anyway, and there was nothing wrong with stirring up the heat first at this time. So she held up her cell phone and talked as she walked. Anjing looked back at her suspiciously from the front and said, "What are you doing?" He still didn't know about Lin Ai being an anchor. Lin Ai immediately turned off her voice and replied, "I'm doing a live broadcast. Now it's time. I have to start or the company that will find me." Anjing didn't say anything once he heard that. Although he had money now, he also knew more about the importance of having money. He didn't say anything and let Lin Ai continue the live broadcast. Lin Ai breathed a sigh of relief and continued to walk and talk towards the upper floors. Anjing introduced her one by one, took out his cell phone and said, "Come on, tell me what anchor you are. I'll search for attention to focus on you. After all, after the two of us, even if we live in a house, it's also considered that I'm supporting you." He thought very purely in his heart, but immediately revoked this idea after entering Lin Ai's live room. Just such a Maserati, actually $5,000. Anjing didn't say it out loud, but just spat it out in his heart, originally thinking that this in front of him was a small anchor. Looking at this gift list, he knew that he must have thought wrong. Luckily, he had been thinking of exempting a little bit of money for her because it was a girl. Now it seemed that the money that people earned in a while was afraid to be a lot more than what he had earned in his life. Anjing had some thoughts in his mind, and then brought Lin Ai back to sign the contract. "Don't violate the regulations above, or I'm not sure if anything will happen. By the way, just give the rent directly to me." He didn't have much money on hand after the squandering the day before yesterday. Seeing that it was a large sum of money in his hands, His entire body looked a little excited. It had to be said that he had never experienced the feeling of receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars directly in his life. In the past, he really didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Lin Ai got a lot of gifts to taste a little sweet after also did not hesitate. Directly out of the bank card to Anjing, she asked, "Is it really not possible to get any less handsome?" Thinking about the picture inside her live broadcast room, Anjing directly said with a cold face, "No, it's impossible to have less rent in this life." Chapter 21, The Overbearing Spirit of a Landlord Father. Hearing Lin Ai haggle, Anjing was speechless and secretly rolled his eyes. "How easy it is for you, an anchor, to earn money. It shouldn't be bad for this small amount of money." And he directly and mercilessly refused the other party's request. Hearing Anjing's reply, Lin Ai was flabbergasted for a moment. She had really expected the other party to have this attitude. However, soon Lin Ai blinked her eyes delicately. "Good brother, you accommodate. This little bit of money, it's nothing to you, right? Alright, stop talking. At most I'll give you a 1,000 reduction." For Anjing, a straight man, he really couldn't stand the way women whined. He thought to himself, this is the first house he rented out anyway, so less is less. Lin Ai was very hurt. When she was on the air, a little bit of pettiness could solve a lot of problems, but now it didn't work well? This Anjing was really a log. "What? Just reduce it by 1,000. I don't need half an hour in the live room to earn more than this," Lin Ai shouted in exasperation. "You still have the nerve to say that it's not easy for you, doing anchor, spreading pampering and selling cute on the internet. The gifts you collect in an hour of broadcasting is more than what I earn in a month of working." When Anjing heard Lin Ai shouting, he thought of the treatment he received when he went to work. A moment of sadness came from his heart. Dropping the price by 1,000 was definitely his last bottom line. Two people for a little bit of rent, grinding and talking for half a day. In the end, Lin Ai lost to the straight man. She is considered to be convinced. Anjing looked at the bank collection text message and revealed a satisfied smile. The feeling of having money is really cool. He nimbly packed up the documents and materials, and did not look back. Lin Ai was angry, but there was nothing she could do. The landlord was just bull. She turned around and sat down in front of the computer, organized her makeup, opened the computer and suddenly dumbfounded. She herself had just forgotten to turn off the computer. "Come on, look, anything to reduce the rent." The love-hate relationship between the tenant and the landlord. Are all anchors so rich now? Beauty. Lin Ai, don't be angry. The rent is not enough. Brother, to help you. Seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Lin Ai smiled happily as the fans had just brushed themselves with a lot of gifts. Over here, Anjing happily walked out of the house. The brain prompt message came again. "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a task and obtaining 30% of the shares of Full Pocket Company." What's the situation? Anjing was filled with doubt. This company, he knew. It seemed to be one of the top live streaming platforms in the country. It was very bullish, and that female live streamer seemed to be from this company. What was the concept of a 30% share? He had to check. Anjing hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and checked. My God, 12 billion. What is this? It was too unexpected. I didn't realize that the matching system had this method of operation, renting out a house and being able to obtain 12 billion. This treatment is against the heavens. Beauty. Other than beauty, Anjing had no other feelings. At this time, Wang Bo, the boss of Full Pocket Company, looked at the secretary who broke into the room with a confused face. "Boss, someone is now frantically acquiring our company's shares and is already the second largest shareholder." Wang Bo stood up in shock. "It's impossible. The company invested $20 billion a few days ago, and the company is still showing an upward trend. It's impossible for those few old foxes to sell the shares in their hands." "Hey, is Mr. Lin, you?" Looking at the address book in his hand, Wang Bo hurriedly dialed the first number. Unfortunately, even before he could finish his greeting, the other party abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, he also had a moment of confusion. Maybe the other party has something to do. However, the second call that was dialed once again interrupted his fantasy, and the other party gave him a shocking reply. "The price is very attractive. There is no way to refuse, so the shares must be sold." What? The new shareholders were actually using $30 to $40 billion to buy this measly 30% of the shares? Then what was this young man called Anjing, and what was his worth? Will the company continue to operate according to his own ideas in the future? Thinking of these, Wang Bo was very worried, because Manta Company was like his own child. If this young man continued to buy shares like this, what should he do then? He dialed the phone number of the new shareholder, Anjing, but the other party has always been unanswered, which made Wang Bo's head ache. What can be done about this? One must contact the person no matter what. Words split into two. At this time, Anjing, who was already sitting leisurely on the sofa, logged into the man-to-live broadcasting platform with his own name, and found that there was no difference. He suddenly found a familiar avatar, which seemed to be Lin AI, the tenant who had just arrived. Clicking into the live streaming room to take a look, what was happening inside made Anjing helpless. Beauty, is that landlord of yours a log? Doesn't even have any feelings for a big beauty like you? Isn't he someone who is worth over $100 million? The stingy one is quite good at getting by. Lin AI's live broadcast screen was filled with similar messages. In fact, these messages surprised Lin AI as well. It turned out that her original intention was to let her fans see that she was not easy, and to give her some more support. But she really didn't expect things to turn out like this. The pop-ups were clear of words trolling the homeowner, Anjing, and she hurriedly explained. You guys stop talking. The landlord itself has the right to decide how much the rent is, and also has the right not to reduce the rent. This is all normal. Everyone stop talking about it. Although the reduction is a bit less, but it's better than not reducing it by a single point, right? Lin AI's 3 views were very positive, and what she said was also very pertinent. When Anjing saw this, he suddenly also felt as if he was a little less compassionate. His own straight male thinking, sometimes he really wasn't too friendly in the face of beautiful women. Thinking about this, he silently swiped a few sports cars. Self-defense on the pop-up screen. I'll say less, otherwise, I'll raise the rent. Oops, is the landlord you? Lin AI let out a scream. Homeowner? He's here? Welcome homeowner. The live broadcast room at this time was even more lively because of Anjing's arrival. One of the pop-ups was abrupt. It's just brushing a few sports cars. Who is this kowtowing to? AI, I'll pay your rent. The person who sent the pop-up screen was an emperor-level character, the famous cat-eating fish. As the words fell, he sent out a string of rockets one after another, and in a few minutes it was more than 100,000 gifts. Overbearing, mighty, calling the house owner. Someone is provoking. Little White House owner, your stingy gifts are a bit shabby. Looking at the pop-up messages, Anjing was heartbroken. Who was he inviting and pissing off? What little white boy? What stingy gift? What is this all about? The more he thought about it, the more he felt bad, and he couldn't help but send another message on his cell phone. All honestly rest. Does it have anything to do with you guys? Unexpectedly, the cat ate the fish back even more vigorously. Just can't see you. What's wrong with it? This person is a dog. He bites everyone he sees. Anjing was so angry that he wanted to spit out his fragrance and kill everyone. Cat eat fish might have looked at Anjing's number, which was not registered at a high level, so he was incredibly arrogant and continued to provoke. You're just a little white boy. What are you pretending to be? Anjing looked at this big tycoon in Lin AI's livestream and felt that he couldn't continue like this. His IQ would be lowered along with the other party. Master won't play with you anymore. After typing this message, Anjing was about to exit the live room, but realized that he had been banned. It was important to realize that the room managers in Lin AI's live room were all masters who put their interests at the forefront. For the house managers, how could a stingy house owner be compared to a tycoon father who swiped hundreds of thousands of dollars every now and then? For such a result, the cat-eating fish big landlord was still satisfied. He didn't care if that Anjing was a white boy or not, nor did he care what the other party was from. As long as he was able to trample everyone under his feet, cat-eat-fish would gain unrivaled pleasure, and the pleasure would be over. The cat ate the fish as bold and dry clouds. Ow, and brush a wave of gifts. 4 or 500,000 squandered. He was satisfied with the hand. At this time, Lin AI's live room is considered to have exploded. Pop-ups flying all over the sky. Say what have Lin AI for this phenomenon. Really laugh and cry. Chapter 22, a great pleasure. Lin AI received so many gifts tonight. The money to withdraw the future rent is definitely there. However, it seemed like she had invariably offended the landlord. It was really a blessing and a curse. So helpless. Not waiting for her to finish lamenting, the live broadcast room suddenly came in another big figure, and the arrival of this character instantly brought the atmosphere of the live broadcast room to a climax. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wow, why is he here? Mr. Wang wouldn't have anything to do with Lin AI. The anchor wouldn't be in trouble, right? Even the big boss is personally coming down? No, I don't feel right. The old boss should have been attracted here after seeing so many gifts. This matter reeks of weirdness. There's something fishy. Sit and wait for the live broadcast to read the post. Originally, this Wang Bo's live account was Big Boss, who was almost unknown to everyone in the Man-to-Live platform. Only he does not often appear. Every time he appears, there is bound to be a big event. The crowd's interest is mobilized, excitedly waiting for Mr. Wang to open the golden mouth. However, the content of the pop-ups Wang Bo did not care at all. He directly posted, "Excuse me, are you still there, Mr. And from earlier?" Originally, Wang Bo was attracted to Anjing, and he really couldn't get through to the other party when he was helpless. The secretary suddenly realized that Anjing even appeared in Lin AI's live broadcast. So then, Wang Bo directly killed over and politely came to the opening speech. When these words came out, the people in the live broadcast room were confused. What's the meaning, Mr. Could it be the landlord who just gouged and swiped rockets? The big boss of the live broadcast platform used you to address the other party? Did he read it right? Is the plot about to flip? Wang Bo looked at the heated discussion on the pop-up screen and was a bit puzzled for a moment. When he entered the scene just now, that Anjing was obviously still there. Why didn't the other party say anything? Could it be that he was not willing to take care of himself? Or was there some special reason? Wang Bo, who had been thinking wildly, finally decided to send a private message to the other party. However, the private message was similarly stone silent. Waiting for a while, Wang Bo gritted his teeth and sent another pop-up in the live broadcast. Mr. Anqing, your phone hasn't been able to get through. May I ask if we can talk alone? Anqing, who had just finished taking a shower, finally saw the phone at this time, and he was surprised as he looked at the pop-up message. Chat alone? Talk about what? It turned out that his cell phone had been inadvertently set to not receive unfamiliar calls, so it was no wonder that the other party couldn't contact him and even came to the live broadcast room to arrest him. My mom, what did I see? Big Boss is so polite to talk to the homeowner in detail. I want to know what the two of them are going to say. Upstairs +1. I also want to know, does Big Boss know the landlord? And what kind of love-hate relationship are they going to have? I'm looking forward to it. TSK. This is a bit interesting. Why didn't the landlord say anything? Anchor, can you explain? The pop-up screen was very lively, with many different opinions. Explain what? Anchor Lin AI was in a dilemma. What's going on? What's going on here? She's at a loss too. Okay? Not only is Lin AI confused, but the platform house manager has his heart in his throat. Is he in trouble? The cat that has been watching is not concerned, even if that Anqing knows the big boss. So what? He is the father of the platform's gold master. Brushing gifts never hurt. Rich is arbitrary. He does not believe that Big Boss will stand on the same line as the homeowner. After all, always the golden father is God. Wang Bo, who waited for half a day, never saw Anqing's response. Just as he was about to leave, several messages appeared on the pop-up screen one after another. It's not that I'm not replying, I've been banned. What is it that Mr. Wang is looking for me for? Let's chat privately. Seeing Anqing's reply, Wang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to find someone. He hurriedly typed OK. Seeing that the matter was resolved, and Qing directly flashed away, he opened his cell phone and looked through the messages, only to realize that Wang Bo had already sent several private messages. Following the other party's contact number, Anqing dialed the phone. The two people who flashed back had no idea that Lin AI's live broadcast was climaxing with a crowd of brainstormers. *******. The landlord is definitely a bull. Invisible tycoon proper. Such a young tycoon. I wonder if he has a date. Why isn't this total cat talking? Is he a wimp? What a great show. Anchor, give us a chat. It's fun. Just one word. Lin AI, who was watching the pop-up messages, sighed. Before knowing the truth, it was best for her not to say anything about this. Whether it was the big boss, the landlord, or the gold master's father, cat eats fish, none of them were something she could offend. However, Lin AI was in the throes of spring at this time. Should she get close to the water? That Anqing much gold and handsome. One should be prepared to get on the hand. It is time to take it down. I just don't know if the other party has a girlfriend. This matter still need to inquire clearly. Unlike Lin AI's calmness, the platform house manager is going crazy at this time. His mood is in deep water. It's all over. Big Boss even knows the landlord. He just banned Anqing abruptly. Will the other party retaliate? Is it possible that this job will not be saved? Is it time for you to get out? At this time, the most devastated was not the house manager, but the golden master father cat eating fish. He suddenly realized that he was permanently blocked. He was just trying to play hard to get, but he ended up playing a big game. Not only did he lose face, but he was also directly blocked by the platform's big boss. This wave of operation is really tearful. However, what can he do? That full of pockets platform big boss is worth tens of billions of billionaires. All have to be polite in front of the homeowner. He himself can be good. A fool, even dared to spend money to hit each other's face. The result was to spend money to buy a crime. This face was beaten really painful. TSK. Cat eating fish is probably home to cry. My God, hundreds of thousands of gifts, right? Such a result is saddening. These days, there are so many strange things. The live stream watchers, sharp mouths like knives. They don't care who the other party is. They want to say whatever they want to say. Looking at the pop-up comments, the cat eats fish and wants to die. He or she should withdraw. The world of the rich and powerful is too complicated. Cannot afford to mess with it, can always hide. The cost of pretending to be too painful. At this time Anqing does not know. Because of his relationship, A platform and the full pockets of a prosperous mix of gold master dad just disappeared. Wang Bo answered the phone in seconds and greeted Ching very politely. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, and Cheng went straight to the point. May I ask what Mr. Wang is looking for me for? It's like this, Mr. You are now the majority shareholder of Manta Platform. I don't know what you have to say about the company's development. Wang Bo asked apprehensively. He was most concerned about this issue. I won't be involved in the company's operation and management. Don't worry about that. Anjing interrupted the other party and answered dryly. Hearing this answer, Wang Bo's heart was finally placed in his stomach. Thank you very much for your trust in me. 3 days later, the company will hold an award party in Yinhai City. I really hope you can be there. Wang Bo was actually very curious about this young man and couldn't help but want to meet each other. Anjing thought a little and accepted the invitation painfully. After hanging up the phone, Anjing started to busy himself with the rental business again. He still had to make money. At this moment, his phone rang again. Hello, are you the homeowner? An unfamiliar male voice rang out. The corner of Anjing's mouth curled slightly. Business came to his door. Chapter 23, The Big Anchor Who Takes the Initiative. Unexpectedly, this caller had already arrived at the doorstep. Anjing changed his shoes and went out the door to meet a middle-aged man with a yellowish face. The middle-aged man was wearing a designer suit, a large gold watch on his hand, and a pair of clanking leather shoes on his feet. If he wasn't bald, he would be a complete representative of a successful man. Anjing went forward and asked, "Were you the one who called me just now?" The man raised his head to look at him, and eyeing the cheap clothes Anjing was wearing, he thought that he was a petty employee hired by his landlord. He spat crudely before saying with great disdain, "What? You're the reception? Where's the landlord?" Being made to feel this way by him, Anjing's good mood became very uncomfortable. However, he still politely extended his right hand while replying, "Hello, I'm the homeowner, and Cheng, you're planning to rent the house, right?" And Qing deliberately stretched out the words rent an apartment in order to remind the other party of his identity. No matter what, he himself was the homeowner, and if the other party came to rent the house, it was best not to be too pretentious. The middle-aged man glanced at Anjing incredulously, his heart puzzled. A young man dressed so casually could own a villa that others wouldn't even dare to think about? However, he was only slightly stunned and quickly said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Zhang Lin, please take care of me in the future." Faced with the other party's 180-degree attitude turnaround, Anjing didn't think much of it. He was there to make money. It wasn't like he was opening a school of etiquette and morality. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while and quickly signed the contract. However, Anjing silently raised the rent by 2 times the price. He really didn't expect that Zhang Lin would sign the contract painfully, so it could be like this? Then the rate he gave Lin Ai must have been too low. TSK. Not making money was losing money. Anjing was a bit chagrined, but he also persuaded himself to be content with what he had. The way Zhang Lin looked down on himself just now made Anjing realize a problem. That was that people depended on their clothes and horses depended on their saddles, so he should also put together a set of clothes that he could hold up. Otherwise, even if he became a landlord, he would still be looked at by others with colored glasses, which was also very depressing. Just after having the idea of shopping for clothes, Anjing saw Lin Ai walking over with small broken steps. Could it be that today is a strange encounter at the door? Seeing a beautiful woman again? At this time, Lin Ai was still nervous when she saw the house owner, Anjing, and with what had just happened in the live broadcast room, she didn't know if the house owner would have other ideas. "House owner, you're not busy, ah? You're not angry about what just happened, are you?" Lin Ai asked apprehensively. What is it? Anjing was a bit confused. Great, the homeowner wasn't angry. Didn't that mean that his attempt to become the homeowner's girlfriend would go a little smoother? Hey, nothing, where are you going? Lin Ai asked with blinking eyes, thinking about what she had just thought, and then seeing the handsome and golden homeowner standing right in front of her, she couldn't help but have her heart beat much faster. Was this what it felt like to be in love? Spring heartbeat peach blossom? It turned out that since Qing had money, he was very calm and collected in everything he did, which invariably added to the male charisma. Today's Anjing, in Lin Ai's eyes that is a proper big male god, is simply tailored for their own lifelong partner. In a few seconds' time, Anjing had no idea that Lin Ai's heart was thinking so many thoughts. He somewhat inexplicably looked at the shy Lin Ai and said, "I'm going to go to the mall to get a line of clothes. These clothes are too casual." As the words fell, he turned around and walked forward handsomely. "Oh my god, shopping? I'm good at shopping. Big brother, how about I accompany you? I'm good at picking out clothes." Lin Ai quickly caught up with Anjing and said with a smile on her face, not realizing that she had changed her name. Always speaking politely like homeowner Anju, when would she be able to cut the male god down? "You're going too? Are you going to buy something too?" Anjing asked in surprise. Lin Ai nodded shyly. "Yeah, I also happen to be going shopping." let's go together. This would, alas, Lin Ai sighed in her heart. She couldn't tell Anjing now that she had planned to come out for dinner and then changed her mind temporarily when she saw that he was going shopping at the mall, right? Well then, let's go together. Anjing smiled. He realized that this girl was, in fact, still very cute, and the more he looked at her, the prettier she became. The mall wasn't too far away, and Anjing himself didn't have a car, so the two of them decided to walk there, and they didn't have much to say along the way. Lin Ai is the first time to take the initiative. Business is not familiar with facing Anjing or a little constrained. This is not like her original style. Silence for half a day. The atmosphere is slightly awkward. Anjing could only break the deadlock by himself, choosing a topic to ask while walking. What are you going to buy? Ha! Lin Ai's face instantly reddened. She hadn't thought about it yet. Sorry, I won't ask. When Anjing saw the other's reaction, he thought Lin Ai was going to buy something private, and he was a little embarrassed, so he hurriedly shut up and didn't say anything. After walking for a few minutes, the two of them saw the mall's main entrance, and both of them silently breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the entrance of the mall stood a woman in a revealing dress, as if she was anxiously waiting for someone. A whole face of Netflix, looking like a goblin after makeup, beautifully weird and scary. Xiang, why is she here? Lin Ai was surprised to meet this woman here. The female netizen, Xiang, was also surprised to see Lin Ai and Anjing walking together. She and Lin Ai both worked on a live streaming platform, but she didn't have as much popularity as Lin Ai, and she couldn't compare to the other's fan base. Therefore, Xiang could only rely on her beauty and saying some revealing topics to become the second place of the platform's beauty live streaming, and she was a head shorter than Lin Ai in every evaluation, so she was very jealous of Lin Ai, and in her heart she couldn't wait for big anchor Lin to die. All are adults. The heart is again hate, the surface of the work or to do some. After all, the too low head to see, cannot make too stiff. Seeing Lin Ai and a handsome man shopping side by side, Xiang had an idea in her heart for a split second, and quickly opened her cell phone camera and walked towards Lin Ai. Isn't this the great beauty of our platform? Why are you free to go shopping today? Xiang said as she adjusted the angle of the camera, making sure to take a clearer picture of Lin Ai and Anjing. The pungent perfume odor from Netflix fragrance made Anjing and Lin Ai involuntarily cover their noses and lower their hands at the same time. After all, this action was still impolite. The two people's neat and tidy movements, the same micro-expressions, made Xiang feel annoyed in her heart. Showing love, right? What are you pretending? Ai, is this your boyfriend? Although Xiang was annoyed in her heart, she didn't forget her purpose, not giving Lin Ai any time to react at all. She directly put the big hat of Lin Ai's boyfriend on Anjing. I say Xiao Ai, when did you find such a handsome boyfriend? I understand it all and won't tell anyone. Chapter 24, the scene of hitting the face. Netflix fragrance looked at Anjing's long appearance, but her eyes were poisonous and realized that this handsome man was dressed in a dress that was definitely a poor man who ate soft food. Sister, listen to me. It's not good for this person to just have a face. Face cannot be eaten. We make money is not easy. Cannot find a white boy. If you want to find a rich man, you can enjoy some happiness in the future, right? Xiang's nonsense made Lin Ai sweat anxiously. She shook her head and hurriedly clarified. No, Sister Xiang, you thought wrong. We are just friends. He is my friend. Although, Lin Ai had the intention to develop Qing into a boyfriend, but this matter was not even a single step yet, so she couldn't be too hasty. Okay, I know. You don't need to be embarrassed. Sister, I understand. There's no shame in liking a handsome guy, but this outfit of his, he needs to change. Otherwise he really doesn't match our great anchor Lin. The Netflix girl Xiang deliberately interrupted Lin Ai's words with an air of understanding, looking Anjing up and down. The corner of her mouth skimmed in disdain. Anjing, who was standing on the side, was angry. Today was the second time he had been treated as a gigolo. Could it be that he really did have the potential to eat soft food? Was this a blessing or a curse? Big sister, can you speak properly? Anjing reminded Xiang to be careful with her words and not to say everything out of order. However, Xiang didn't think so and said disdainfully, I'm right. This is the truth. You rely on your good looks. You don't work, so you think about pie in the sky every day. It's not easy for our Xiao Ai to make money, so you can have some conscience. Seeing the more black, Lin Ai hurriedly exported to explain. He is not that kind of person. Xiang sister, you don't say it. Besides, we are just ordinary friends. You said wrong. Am I wrong? What does he do? How much does he earn a month? Ai, don't be fooled by him. Maybe he's being kept by someone else right now, and now you're willing to pay for his clothes? Oh, maybe someone will buy him underwear tomorrow. Don't let this kid take advantage of you. Xiang was now completely mad, and in order to get back at Lin Ai, she dared to say anything, and was particularly loud, completely forgetting that she was in a public place. Her loud voice soon caused a large group of people to crowd around her. The melon eaters heard her talking with a nose for a reason. They couldn't help but point at Lin Ai and Anjing. Some good people had already taken out their cell phones intending to videotape it. Young lasses nowadays just don't know any better. It's good to be careful. A bejeweled older woman, looking at Anjing's clothing, immediately stood in Xiang's camp. What kind of people are in this society? They all want ready-made men as little white girls. They don't mind being ashamed. Alas, people's hearts are not ancient. This girl is really stupid. What the onlookers said made Lin Ai and Anjing furious. But for this status quo, Xiang was very satisfied, and she looked at the duo smugly with a smile on her face. At this time, a bald middle-aged man just came out from the parking lot. Seeing a large group of people in front of the mall, he also walked over quickly. Watching the crowd is one of his major hobbies. Since his back was turned, he only saw 3 people being mobbed, and the one opposite was the one he just met a few days ago. Ha! Isn't this his own little sister Xiang? The opponent was 2 against 1? He had spent a lot of money recently for Xiang, and it was just the right time to get hot, so he couldn't let Xiang be bullied by others. The bald man quickly squeezed in the encirclement. What's going on here? I will help you. Who doesn't want to live? Dare to bully my woman? My God? How did he come? The netizen woman, Xiang, had an unnatural expression when she saw this bald man. Wasn't this the dirt-rich man she had met a few days ago? After waiting for half a day at the entrance of the mall and he didn't come, he thought he had been stood up. Now even at this juncture to come, not to add to my jammet? I just said that other people have a little white boy, and now this man appeared. No need to guess that they are in the evening of the big money. When Lin Ai saw this bald man, she did feel a little impressed, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Anqing's eyes lit up and he took a step forward and said, Zhang Lin, you know her? This can't be your daughter. This bald man was in Qing's second tenant, Zhang Lin, and he did not expect to meet her here. Zhang Lin, who was still in anger, heard this voice. His face was very stinky and turned back to his head, gruffly drinking. Who speaks so stinky? See me not. Gu, homeowner little brother, how will you be here? Zhang Lin words cursed half, then saw Anqing. He just focused on looking at Xiang, did not even carefully understand the situation. He instantly swallowed back the words he was about to say and squeezed out an ugly smile to exchange pleasantries with Anqing. Hearing this, Xiang couldn't help but look up at Anqing. What landlord? What is this all about? Did the 2 people know each other? Seeing that Anqing didn't say anything, Zhang Lin couldn't wait to slap himself. Why should he be nosy? Looking at this situation, Xiang must have had a conflict with the landlord, making himself in a dilemma now. One was a beautiful woman that he had spent a lot of money to ask out, and the other was his landlord, Anqing, who could have his own house in Thompson Yip. No matter what, this landlord was definitely not to be offended. The current Zhang Lin was really helpless, so he could only smile and round up the situation. This must be a misunderstanding. Don't you think so, landlord boy? Yes, a misunderstanding. After Anqing finished speaking, he didn't care about the crowd's reaction and pulled Lin Ai into the mall. Are you kidding me? Don't you live in Townsend? How could he be your landlord? How could someone who lives there come shopping in rags? The netizen woman, Xiang, screamed incredulously. That Zhang Lin also felt humiliated and fiercely slapped Xiang. Could it be that old me's hundreds of thousands of dollars of rent a year is fake? It's not fake that I live in Townsend. You hurry up and shut up. After hitting the person, Zhang Lin angrily turned around and walked away. At this moment, Zhang Lin was not at all angry that Xiang had offended Anqing, but rather he resented the fact that Xiang had lost face by telling the truth about his rental in public. This matter was originally not known by a few people. By Xiang so shouted, all the people around him knew. That's why he hurriedly said hundreds of thousands of dollars of rent a year to save face. Covering her swollen face, the Netflix girl Xiang gritted her teeth and thought for a split second, but still stomped her feet and hurriedly chased after Zhang Lin in the direction he left. The Gold Master father could not afford to offend himself. After all, this bald head was still considered generous. For 5 buckets of rice to bend over and be aggrieved, Xiang does not feel embarrassed. Several people left one after another, and the crowd of onlookers exploded like a pot. Oh my God, just now I said that people are little white boys. This time it's a slap in the face. Yes, this is what I call handsome and gold. We won't be able to live in the house of Thompson first class in this lifetime. At this time, a few Amazons in the crowd, looking at Anqing's departing back, said in shame, in the future, we can't judge people by their appearance, and it's better to see less of the hustle and bustle. Almost wronged the young man. Chapter 25 Unexplained Wood, Casual, Sports, Suits, including underwear, pajamas, international, domestic brands of all kinds of men's clothing. Anqing, accompanied by Lin Ai's enthusiasm, had basically already shopped all the men's clothing departments in the mall. After shopping for 4 or 5 hours, he felt that his legs were no longer his own. Anjing also deeply realized that men were always the weaker ones when it came to things like shopping. Compared to Anjing's exhaustion, Lin Ai was in high spirits. She was completely immersed in the shopping enjoyment of picking out various supplies for Anjing, as if she was really choosing something for her boyfriend. It was getting more and more into the scene. It was very late in the day when the two finally came out of the mall. By this time, Anjing had already been refreshed. From head to toe had been changed into a famous brand. The already handsome Anjing, after Lin Ai's packaging, became even more attractive. However, other people can't see Anjing, because the two of them picked too many things, and a handsome boy has already been buried in his hands and arms, big and small bags in the bag. Lin Ai turned around and couldn't help but laugh. She hurriedly took a few bags in Anjing's hands and rescued him from the circle of bags. Anjing coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, looked up at the sky and said, "It's so late in the day. In order to accompany me to choose something, you didn't buy anything for yourself, right? It's really embarrassing." Lin Ai said sheepishly, "This should be me saying I'm sorry for bumping into a coworker today and making you feel less than thrilled, right?" Anjing recalled what happened today. He couldn't help but smile. A little bit of small things. This girl is quite cute. Looking at Anjing laughing, Lin Ai also inexplicably laughed along. The two people laughed at each other for a while. You looked at me and I looked at you, suddenly not knowing what to say. In order to alleviate the sudden awkward atmosphere, Lin Ai hurriedly said, "Why don't we have a meal together? I'll treat you." As an atonement for what happened today, after strolling around Anjing for a day, he was really tired and hungry. Letting a woman spend money was not his usual style. My treat? Spend a woman's money? That's not really a little white boy? Anjing laughed. Don't listen to Xiang Xian's nonsense. I'll treat you to dinner as an atonement for your sins. You won't really be angry, right? Lin Ai pouted, looking like she was going to cry to him if Anjing didn't agree. If that's the case, then respectfully. Anjing replied awkwardly. He just couldn't deal with this kind of scene. Then let's hurry up and go. I know a very good restaurant nearby. Okay, you lead the way in front. Anjing held the bag and walked behind Lin Ai towards the restaurant. Why don't you put the stuff in the car? How troublesome to carry it like this. How much better to drive here. Lin Ai was a bit strange, even though she was close to where she lived. If she was shopping it would be more convenient to drive a car. When she came here, she was attracted by Anjing, so she forgot about driving, and it was only then that she remembered. I don't have a car, how can I drive? What? You live in a multi-billion-dollar mansion and don't have a car. Ghosts will believe you. Lin Ai shook her head not believing a single word. Anjing said hopelessly, that's the truth. There's nothing I can do if I don't believe you. When they arrived at the restaurant, Lin Ai specially ordered a bottle of red wine, and Qing raised his wineglass with a bad smile and said to Lin Ai, this little white boy of mine, thank you for dinner. You're welcome. I'll ask the landlord to take care of me in the future. The two smiled at each other and dried their glasses of red wine. Under the beautiful atmosphere, an abrupt cell phone rang, and Qing picked up the phone, only to hear the other party say politely, hello, Mr. This is Zhang Lin. Don't think too much about what happened just now. It was really a misunderstanding. Good, I know, and Cheng responded bashfully. Thanks, I'm really sorry, I won't bother you anymore then. Getting the landlord's reply, Zhang Lin was really relieved at this point. Anjing, who had hung up the phone, realized that Lin Ai was looking at herself curiously. Lin Ai was very emotional at this time. So that middle-aged bald man was really just a tenant like me. The gold master that the netizen woman Xiang Xiang had used all her skills to find. She didn't realize that she was living in a rented mansion. Although the rent for a year is not expensive, but that is not an unaffordable price. One can afford it even if one earns money with one's own ability. Lin Ai thought proudly. The owner of the Thompson mansion was having dinner with himself. This should be something to be proud of. Anjing, do you own all these dozens of houses? Lin Ai tried to make her tone seem calmer. I think so. I can't quite remember. Anjing replied with a carelessness. It was the truth, and he had nothing to hide. Lin Ai listened to Anjing's answer, looked at his handsome face and was captivated again. See what it means to be really rich? The house is not even a concern. How yuck. After dinner, Lin Ai took the initiative to settle the bill and enthusiastically took over a few more bags. Anjing watched in confusion as Lin Ai helped out. He knew that the bags were still heavy, and it was great to have someone to help out. The two of them walked very quietly all the way to the front door of the house. Lin Ai reluctantly said to Anjing, isn't there anything you want to say to me, Lord Landlord? Looking at Lin Ai's expectant eyes, Anjing was puzzled. Say something? Say what? He uttered half a day before saying, then, thank you for today, goodbye. Lin Ai was speechless. How could there be such a stupid man in the world? Not understanding. Was he a log? A magical wooden man with money? How strange. With a small emotion, Lin Ai returned to her room angrily. She was a bit depressed, thinking about how she had worked so hard for so many years and still didn't have anything that really belonged to her. Although this mansion was nice, it didn't really belong to her, and she had always often fantasized about living the life of a rich person. The distance to that life was now just one Anjing away. What should one do when the life of one's dreams was so close? The main point was that Anjing was really her favorite type. Should she try a little harder? After a while of thought struggle, Lin Ai didn't hesitate to take the red wine and walk out of the bedroom, knocking on the door of Anjing's room. Looking at Cheng, who opened the door, she elegantly leaned against the door and looked at the big landlord with winks and said, "Do you want to proceed to drink a little bit more?" "No need. I drank quite a lot just now." Anjing refused. Lin Ai said angrily, "It's fine if you don't drink. Then I'm going to your room to drink some water." "I need to drink now." "Fine," Anjing said reluctantly. He really didn't know what this woman was mad about. He was helpless. Early in the morning, in the room of 1402, the netizen woman Xiang was carefully dressing herself. After what happened yesterday, she had used all her strength to appease Zhang Lin. Chapter 26, Endless Sexy Encounters. Xiang stayed at Thompson's last night, and after calming down Jin Zaolin, she spent almost the whole night figuring out how to solve yesterday's misunderstanding. As a senior gold-digging woman, Xiang naturally used her brain after yesterday's scene. She had to have an in-depth understanding of the mansions in Thompson, to distinguish which one was richer and which one was more powerful, so that she could catch a bigger fish. Obviously, Anjing, who owned a mansion, was more attractive than Zhang Lin, who rented a house. However, yesterday she said that Anjing was a white boy, so she had to gain Anjing's understanding, or else she wouldn't be able to catch a kaiju at all. Offending a rich man was definitely not a wise move, and Xiang's mind was now filled with thoughts of how to get in touch with Anjing. For men like Zhang Lin who were shallow, she could handle them without much effort, but when dealing with a rich man like Anjing, Xiang decided that she had to use a little ingenuity. Otherwise, if Lin Ai, that little vixen, were to add fuel to the fire and say bad things about herself in front of Anjing, wouldn't that be the end of it? So early in the morning, the netizen female fragrance in the day before dawn to get up and dress up. To dress up they're very weak. Seeing herself in the mirror in a pitiful and charming manner, Xiang was very satisfied. Then she went out the door before Zhang Lin woke up, came to the top floor, screwed herself hard to look like she was sincerely repentant, and knocked on the door of her room with tears in her eyes. For the next plan, Xiang had already thought about it. She absolutely could not give Anjing any time to react. She had to make this man feel pity in the first place, and with her own beauty and acting skills, she would definitely make Anjing forgive yesterday's matter. Hearing the knock on the door, just woke up from sleep, Anjing in a daze wearing shoes down to the ground, slowly walking to the door. He found that the netizen woman Xiang was actually standing outside the door. Xiang leaned weakly against the wall the moment Anjing opened the door, and inexplicably had a few moments of excitement in her heart. So nervous, this scene today absolutely cannot be staged badly. As long as she took Anjing off her horse, she would become the mistress of this new mansion. Thinking about how powerful and domineering she would be at that time, Xiang simply couldn't control her happy mood. Anjing looked at Xiang at the door and felt puzzled. This woman was scratching her head in front of someone else's house early in the morning. Could she be mentally ill? Seeing Anjing, Xiang was so excited that she was about to jump up. She was ready to throw her arms around her and then kneel down to beg for forgiveness. A set of drama played down, was bound to be able to successfully hook up with Anjing. But who would have thought that Anjing just revealed half of his face? The doorway of his house opened a crack. Very impatiently said, "Come knocking on the door early in the morning, annoying or not? Zhang Lin is downstairs. You have a disease, remember to cure it earlier." As the words fell, Anjing closed the door forcefully, and Xiang, who had already started to throw her arms around him, was unable to collect her momentum, and under the effect of inertia, she hit the door heavily, and looked at the tightly closed door with a dumbfounded face. What is the situation now? A big beautiful woman like herself was said to be mentally ill? Anjing, who closed the door of his room, was also helpless. Did he have a face that could be easily seduced? It's not like he was stupid. Anjing thought about it and opened the door again. The netizen woman, Xiang, who was in a daze, looked at Anjing, who suddenly appeared again, and the expectations in her heart began to stir again. Humph, man, mouthy thing, this homeowner must have just figured out that he himself missed something, right? Before Xiang could finish her brainstorming, she heard Anjing's unruffled voice. "Please don't come here in the future. This perfume smell of yours really stinks. It makes one's head hurt from smelling it." After saying this, Anjing closed the door to the room once again, his heart much relieved. Xiang was simply about to be infuriated by Anjing. Was this man made of stone? Doesn't understand a woman's heart at all. What do you mean perfume stinks? How can perfume stink? It was obvious that this man was disliking himself. What a careful guy. Who is it? Who's coming to the door so early in the morning? Lin Ai, who slept in the side bedroom last night, walked out in a daze. Last night she had originally saved the idea of spending the night with Anjing, but she didn't expect to see Anjing do anything special even after the bottle of wine had been drunk, which was so disappointing. Lin Ai did not leave, through the wine sleep in the side bedroom, waiting for the second half of the night below. As a result, she slept until dawn, when she was awakened by a knock on the door outside. Nothing, just a psycho. Good morning. Anjing smiled faintly and went straight into the bathroom to wash up. Looking at Anjing's back, Lin Ai was really helpless. She had taken the initiative to this extent, and the other party was not moved. This man was too difficult to deal with. After finishing washing up, seeing that Anjing did not have the idea to stay for breakfast, Lin Ai said goodbye and left in a somewhat depressed manner, sending Lin Ai away. Anjing closed the door, and he couldn't help but sigh. This Lin Ai big anchor, right? She was quite pretty even if she said she was pretty, and she was also considered smart even if she said she knew what she was doing, but for some reason, he was never too attracted to her. Although Anjing was a straight male thinking, but in the face of Lin Ai such a naked display of love, it was of course he also understood the other party's meaning. Unfortunately, Lin Ai is not his own dish, always cannot eat indiscriminately, in case to be relying on, that would be bad. Lin Ai's front foot just left Anjing's house again someone to knock on the door. It turned out to be Zhang Lin, who came to the door to apologize for his girlfriend's pugilistic behavior yesterday, which offended in Chang. In addition to apologizing, Zhang Lin had other things on his mind. He felt that if he could take this opportunity to climb into friendship with Chang, then he might have his back against a big tree in the future. You don't need to take that incident yesterday to heart. I don't really care. Anjing heard the other party's intention and said directly. He wasn't so careful as to be calculating with a short-sighted woman. Seeing that Qing indeed had no hard feelings, Zhang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't leave, instead finding a topic to chat with Anjing. I don't know where little brother is in his senior position? Zhang Lin asked politely. Hobo, no job. And Qing honestly said that although he now had the resources of the building in his hands, the matter of a job had indeed never materialized. Hearing Anqing's words, Zhang Lin was playing a small game in his heart. The other party had such a huge property at such a young age, and since he didn't have a job, he must be a rich second generation. I don't know your father. Which industry is he in? Since you and I are destined to be together and live in this same house, I still hope to have more dealings with little brother in the future, Zhang Lin said with a smile and a sincere look. At this moment, Qing was a bit impatient in his heart, but seeing as the other party had renewed his contract for 2 years, he still nodded patiently and said, My father is just an ordinary man. There's nothing to say. Chapter 27, System Double Reward. Ha ha. Zhang Lin gave a dry laugh, feeling a bit embarrassed, but leaving this, he felt a bit unwilling. I run a 4S store. In the future, if little brother wants to buy a car, despite coming to me, I will definitely give you the lowest price in the city. Anjing was very motivated to buy a car. Now he relied on his legs to go out. It was really inconvenient. Seeing that Qing had some desire to speak, Zhang Lin's heart was happy and hurriedly said, I drive a Maserati store. I don't know which car my little brother likes. Why don't you follow me to the store today? Whether it's the selling price or after sales, I will give you the best price and guarantee. Zhang Lin was enthusiastic. He felt that there was a door for this deal today. Anjing couldn't help but frown when he heard the car brand. He had the intention to buy a good car to drive, but the cash in his hand wasn't generous right now. With these 2 rents received, he was afraid that he really couldn't afford a Maserati. Unable to do so, Anjing could only shrug it off. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your kind words. Let's talk about it later when we have the chance. Although he felt disappointed, Zhang Lin always felt that there was a long way to go, and there might be a chance that he could really make a deal with Qing in the future. He was a good judge of character, and it was clear that Qing's eyes lit up when he heard the words Maserati just now, so there was definitely a door for this. After sending Zhang Lin away, Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 waves of guests this early in the morning was really enough. The moment he closed the door, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Anqing's mind. Congratulations to the host for signing a successful contract. 2-year lease with a double gift package. The 60 million limited edition Maserati is on its way by air. Please pay attention to receiving it. Obtained 51% of the shares of Xingfa Health Company, Ltd., to capitalize on the reward. What? You can get double rewards for signing up for 2 years? This system is really humanized. Anjing was pleasantly surprised. He counted the remaining houses in his hand that hadn't been rented out yet and was overjoyed. According to this calculation, his chances of obtaining the system's rewards would be too many, and he was looking forward to the subsequent development of the rental business. Hunger growls came from his stomach. Looking at the time, it was almost close to noon. No wonder he was hungry. Anjing was now a big spender. Rich people were eating whatever they wanted. He decided to treat himself. Using his cell phone, he searched through the nearby high-end restaurants and finally selected a place that wasn't too far away. Carrying a duffel bag, Anjing slipped out of the house, talking in two directions. Zhang Lin left Anqing's home, and just after arriving at the company, he received a notice from above. It said that there was a super rich man in the city who had ordered a limited edition Maserati, and it was now on its way to be airlifted. Zhang Lin looked at the address given above and smiled somewhat helplessly. No wonder that homeowner, and Chang, couldn't even fancy the car in his store today, and didn't even have the idea of coming to take a look at it. It turned out that the person was driving this kind of global limited edition luxury car, which emphasized wealth and status. You know, this kind of car is not something you can buy just because you have money. One had better take this opportunity to give Anqing a car and properly climb into a conversation with the other party again. The other party was definitely a rich second generation with a huge family power, or else he would not be able to afford this limited edition Maserati that was being airlifted. At this time, at the entrance of the Thompson Yip neighborhood, Cao Jiawang is opening a live broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, behind me is the famous Thompson Yip. Today we'll take you to take a look at the legendary 600 square foot house with an indoor swimming pool and all modern equipment. Follow Brother Wang to see the life of the rich and powerful. Over the eyes to find motivation. In fact, normally, if you want to see the mansion inside this neighborhood, you need to make an appointment a week in advance, and you also need to show proof of deposit before you can do so. But as Brother Wang, who has many fans, I have my ways, so please wait and see. After saying these words, Gao Jiawang turned off his cell phone, took the initiative to pull his girlfriend's hand, and went straight to the security room of. Gao Jiawang was a well-known network anchor, and his screen name was just called Brother Wang. Usually he would post a lot of videos and introductions about mansions, and his fans have a few million, so he is considered a big anchor. In the past, when he went to shoot the house video, he had to take care of the security guards and doormen, and almost never met any inconvenience. But today it was meeting his Waterloo. The security guard of Townsend 1 frowned at the red envelope handed over by Wang and said impatiently, "Sir, sorry, can't let you through, unless it is booked a week in advance and you have to show proof of deposit. If you follow the process, I will release you right away." The security guard said with an iron face, "Little brother, accommodation. It's nothing more than a show of hands for you." Brother Wang was somewhat helpless as he pulled out another red packet and handed it over. "I'm a big network anchor. I have millions of followers. If I can make some videos for Townsend, it's also a good publicity nah." Hearing this, the security guard directly rolled his eyes. "I'm sorry, I can't risk losing my job for this red packet of yours, right? It's not cost effective. Besides, the property here doesn't even need publicity. Who in the whole country doesn't know about it?" The security guard was unmoved and said in a domineering manner. The red packet sent by the other party was indeed tempting, but the benefits and treatment of being a security guard in Townsend First is also good, and the old folks who work with him are very envious of him, so he can't lose this job. Want to say good and bad to no avail. The heart scolded the security guard is not open-minded. He has done a lot of preparation for this live broadcast, and now millions of fans are waiting for him to go into the Townsend to shoot a video of the mansion. What should we do now? Just when he was scratching his head, his back was suddenly slapped by someone. "Xiao Wang, why are you here?" Anqing, who had returned from dinner, asked in surprise. One was his roommate during his college days, and the two were really close. "Ha, how come it's you? Long time no see." Brother Wang was also surprised to see Anqing. "It's really been a long time. What are you doing here?" Anqing asked. "Just here to do some business." "Are you?" Wang said vaguely. He was also a bit surprised that Anqing could appear here. He thought that Anqing was working here. "Yeah, I'm right here. Want to go in and have a seat?" Anqing thought that the other party asked if he was staying here. The promise was very painful, inviting Brother Wang in the meantime. Hearing this, Brother Wang shook his head. Just now that security guard said very clearly that if he casually let in, it would bring trouble to the staff. He couldn't pit his good roommate. No, you go ahead and get busy. We'll get together another day." Wang waved his hand. Anqing didn't think much about it and nodded his head and directly entered the neighborhood. Chapter 28 News from an ex-girlfriend. As he passed by the door guard booth, the security guard stood straight and saluted very respectfully. "May I ask if you and Mr. Anqing are familiar with each other?" Seeing that Anqing was walking away, the security guard hurried over and looked at Wang and asked. He had just seen these two people talking happily with each other and felt something bad in his heart. He was afraid that he hadn't offended someone he shouldn't have. "Right? Of course I'm familiar. He's my college roommate," Wang inexplicably responded. "Oops, sir, why didn't you say so earlier just now?" The security guard slapped his thigh in chagrin and accompanied a careful smile. If I had known that you and Mr. Anjing were so familiar, I would have let you through just now. Both of you. Inside please. At this moment, the security guard greeted enthusiastically, afraid that Brother Wang would not give face and not go in. That Anjing was the biggest owner here. Was he eating his heart out, daring to offend an acquaintance of the other party? I kind of don't quite understand. What do you mean by this? Brother Wang and his girlfriend looked at each other and stood still. Mr. Anjing is our property owner here, and since he is his friend, he certainly has the right to enter the district to visit. The security guard gave an awkward smile and patiently explained. What? You're saying that Anjing just now is your property owner? How is that possible? Brother Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. After 4 years of college, he knew Anjing very well, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the other party was a pauper. And at the end of every month, Anjing had to borrow money to get by. How was it possible to buy a house in Townsend? And he hadn't heard it said that Qing had won the lottery when? How is it impossible? Mr. Anjing is our biggest property owner here. All the houses in this area are his. The security guard swore and spoke with conviction. All the houses in this area are his? One wondered if there was something wrong with his ears as he double-checked with the security guard to make sure of the information. He cheered and took his girlfriend's hand and ran straight into the neighborhood, heading straight for Anjing's back. Anjing stood still as he heard the shouting behind him. What's wrong? Running like this? What's the hurry? Anjing, are you really the owner of this place? The security guard said that all the houses in this area are yours. Wang asked with a huff and a puff. Yes, just now. Didn't I say to invite you to come in and have a seat? Anjing laughed, able to understand the other party's shock. After all, the property here wasn't something that could be bought with just any money. A mansion worth a few $100 million was something that he hadn't even dared to think about himself before he was rewarded by the system. My goodness, when did you get rich? Brother Wang lamented aloud, amazed, since this was his old classmate's territory. What else did Brother Wang have to say? Immediately, he discussed a video shoot with Anjing, and naturally, he was given the go-ahead. Not only that, Brother Wang was also allowed to be able to follow Qing to his home to shoot the frequency. After all, Qing's home was the most luxurious set in this entire Thompson mansion. It was nearly 2,000 square feet, and Brother Wang's set of videos took nearly more than an hour to finish. Dude, thanks. Brother Wang collected his cell phone. Facing Anjing, he actually felt more or less unnatural. Originally standing on the same starting line, the other party suddenly changed their guns and shifted into a godly tycoon. He was really a bit uncomfortable. What's the point of being polite? In the future, if you want to come here to shoot a video, just say hello to the security guard. Anjing laughed. You brat. Surprisingly, you're a real rich second generation. You used to hide deep enough. Brother Wang lamented. In the face of this topic, Anjing didn't know what to do except acquiesce and laugh bitterly. Brother Wang looked at his girlfriend, who had been circling around the mansion with green eyes, and was helpless in his heart. Just now he did have a moment where he was very jealous of Anjing, but on second thought, who let the other party have a rich family? This kind of thing is fate. Others can't envy it. But Wang also swore that he would never let his girlfriend appear here again. After all, Anjing's face value from the time of the university is the school grass level characters, and now more gold and luxury cross. The girlfriend cannot hold, is also considered normal. Although normal, but Wang's still very disturbed. He is really afraid of letting his friends and Anjing more contact after. He will be cuckolded. Although Anjing wasn't that kind of person, but a woman's heart is a needle under the sea. He didn't have much confidence in his girlfriend. By the way, have you heard? Su Shani is getting married. Brother Wang suddenly remembered something and looked at Anjing's face and said, Su Shani? Getting married? When was that? Anjing felt very sudden, remembering that his ex-girlfriend used to have a bittersweet love affair with him. Su Shani posted the information in the class group. When the time comes, will you be there? Wang asked. A bitter smile floated up at the corner of Anjing's mouth. Class group? He had been so busy lately that he hadn't even checked the messages in the group. He was forced to break up with his girlfriend. Once Qing thought that he would go on with Su Shani for a long time. Who knows that things are unpredictable? Women are fickle animals. Looking at Qing not saying anything, Wang also sighed. There was a reason why Sunny broke up with you in the first place. It's not that my buddy didn't tell you, but it's really so helpless. Her father suddenly suffered from a rare disease, and her monthly medical bills cost millions. If it's a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars, we classmates can help if we get together. But in the face of millions of dollars in medical bills, what can we do even if we talk to you? Besides, all the medicines that uncle is taking are imported, and you are deeply in love with Suzanne. We are all afraid that you will do something drastic in order to make money. Fate always plays tricks on people like this, without getting the system rewards, not to mention tens of thousands of dollars. Even if it was a few $1,000s, Anjing didn't have it in his hand. Brother Wang was right. Even if they told themselves the truth, what could they do? Now that Su Shani was getting married, everything couldn't go back to the original point. One should just look forward. I'll go to her wedding. It's quite rare to be able to get together with classmates, Anjing said, although there is still a trace of hard feelings in his heart. But time has changed. He has long been different. His mindset and condition are different from the past. Alright, I'm relieved to see you walk out. Then the two of us will leave first, and we will contact each other often in the future. Up until this point, Brother Wang had taken his girlfriend in his arms, without the slightest intention of introducing her to Anjing. Buddy, now I'm not short of women. What's there to walk away from? I'll give you guys a ride then. Anjing ignored the ambiguous gaze cast by Wang's girlfriend and patted his good buddy's shoulder. The other party's worries Anjing understood. Today's women worshipped gold. It was assumed that Brother Wang's girlfriend had been dazzled by the sudden wealth and fortune, and had gotten into a mine she shouldn't have gotten into, right? Chapter 29 The Reward of Top Luxury. After sending off his old classmates, Anjing took a look at the time and decided to collect the accounts first. There were a lot of empty houses in this Thompson one, but there were also a few households that had been inhabited before, and it was time to renew their contracts. Anjing decided to start with household 3308 first, as the other party's housing contract was about to expire. Calling the phone went unanswered, and Anjing slipped away and prepared to take a look in person himself. It wasn't troublesome anyway, it was just a matter of taking one more trip to the elevator. After knocking on the door for a while, surprisingly no one answered, but Anjing could vaguely hear what seemed to be a voice inside. He persevered and knocked for a while longer, and suddenly the door was vigorously opened. A balding man with a big belly frowned and glared at Anjing, looking very impatient. Hello, annoying or not, I'm not buying anything. The grumpy man didn't wait for Anjing to finish his sentence and directly closed the door. What was this situation? Thinking of himself as a salesman? Anjing smiled bitterly and shook his head as he knocked on the door again. Can't understand human language, can you? The cranky man opened the door with a fury on his face, pointing at Anjing and immediately about to break into a rage. TSK, is this middle-aged man's fire so strong? Anjing rolled his eyes and introduced himself. I'm the landlord here to collect the rent. Ah, the grumpy man swallowed the words in his mouth, holding his tongue. He looked at Anjing awkwardly. The phone in his hand was still ringing with the voice of the security guard. Sir, we're going to clean up the harassers. May I ask which building are you in? Which household? No need to come. I was the one who made a mistake. The grumpy man hung up the phone and explained with a red face. It's really a misunderstanding. I just woke up from a nap, so my temper is a bit bad. Little brother, don't be general with me. Let's go inside and talk. Of course Anjing would not take it personally. After all, the other party did not do it on purpose. The grumpy man was actually a bit skeptical about the identity of Anjing's homeowner, until Anjing placed the real estate certificate in front of him. Only then did the man rub his hands together and sweatily said, Little brother is really young and talented. Have a seat. Can I get you something to drink? No need to be polite. Mr. Xian Debao, right? Your rent is going to expire on the 1st of next month. If you want to renew it, you should sign the contract now, Anjing said in a businesslike manner. Of course I want to renew the rent, or sign a 1-year contract. I'll transfer the fee to you. Xian Debao nodded and painfully signed the rental contract. Seeing the message alert, the corner of Anjing's mouth curled slightly, turning his eyes and scoring nearly $2 million. He excused himself and left Xian Debao's house. Before he could reach the stairway, Anjing heard the system prompt in his mind. Another reward. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the lease renewal contract, rewarding 100% of the shares of Patek Philippe Watch Company. What? Patek Philippe? A watch seller? Anjing was not very proficient in these luxury brands, so he had simply heard of this name. Just when he wanted to go home and look it up on the internet, he suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. The other party was asking in English if he was Anjing himself, but fortunately Anjing's English was good and he was able to respond quickly. It turned out that the other party was the general manager of Patek Philippe, Mr. Richard. He asked Anjing if the big boss was dissatisfied with the company's personnel arrangements. After receiving the other party's business as usual answer, Richard finally breathed a sigh of relief. May I ask, boss, do you have any orders? Richard asked carefully. Anjing thought about the fact that as a big boss, he didn't even have a famous watch. It really couldn't be said. Send me a watch over. The address is Townsend, Anjing faintly ordered. Hanging up the phone, Richard cried out for luck. The boss had changed all of a sudden, and fortunately, his position as the general manager hadn't changed, since the leader had commanded. Naturally, he could not be slow. Richard he immediately asked his secretary to take a piece of each of the company's limited edition watches and send them together to Thompson. Hearing the general manager's command, the secretary had a moment of confusion. Take one of each? Yes, do as I instructed. Richard responded without hesitation. He was not a youngster who had just joined the workforce, and would naturally carry out his boss's orders to the best of his ability. Sending all the samples of the watches over would allow the boss to take his own time in choosing. Half an hour later, Anjing received a call from the doorman, saying that 2 people who claimed to be his employees had come to give deliveries. Let them come straight in. Anjing hung up the phone, thinking that Richard was working pretty efficiently, but he was indeed dumbfounded when he saw the 2 big boxes full of stuff. To start from the beginning, there were a total of 202 watches in the 2 boxes, which could open a small exhibition. Luckily the house was big enough. Anjing neatly yards each watch on the display shelf. After half a day's work, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that being too rich is not a good thing. For the dyslexic, it was really hard to pick out a favorite watch. Before Anjing could finish lamenting, he heard another knock on the door. The person who came this time was surprisingly Lin Ai, who walked in with a large bag of lunchboxes and made herself at home. I guess that you haven't eaten lunch yet, so I took the liberty of ordering a few small dishes. You shouldn't refuse, right? Lin Ai said with a smile, looking at such a delicate and moving beauty. And Cheng was also too embarrassed to directly say that he had eaten. He kindly came to the table, ready to reluctantly eat another meal. Unfortunately, seeing the few dishes laid out on the table, none of them were his favorite. It wasn't like Anjing was short on money right now, so not wanting to compromise his own appetite, he directly and straightforwardly invited Lin Ai to go out for dinner. Hearing Anjing's words, Lin Ai didn't make a show of refusing and agreed very quickly. The 2 people went out of the elevator side by side, and met Zhang Lin, who had just come back to deliver a car to Anjing. Looking at Zhang Lin's fawning face, and Qing felt a little annoyed for no reason. Little brother, we meet again, Zhang Lin said enthusiastically. His eyes couldn't help but glance at Lin Ai, wondering if this woman had really hooked up with Anjing. Yesterday, Zhang Lin had already heard Xiang Xiang add fuel to the fire by saying that this Lin Ai and Xiang Xiang were considered competitors in the same company, and that the 2 were not on good terms, and that the other party was a green tea whore. Do you have something to do? Anjing asked with a cold nod. Anjing's indifferent attitude couldn't dampen Zhang Lin's compliments and enthusiasm in the slightest. I'm here this time to deliver a car especially for you. The Maserati that just arrived by air is already parked at the door. Please check it out. Facing his big customer and big landlord, Zhang Lin didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, running to the door in a trot and introducing himself. Hearing this, Anjing's eyes lit up, quickening his pace. He also followed to the door. A black supercar was parked squarely there. Its sharp curves and domineering appearance made Qing fall in love with it at a glance. This was the kind of car that rich people drove. Kudos. Chapter 30, Turning Hand to Cloud and Hand to Rain. Lin Ai was also shocked enough. She looked at Anjing in a daze and asked, didn't you say you don't have a car? There's no car. That's why I want to buy it. Didn't I hear Zhang Lin say just now that this car just arrived in stock? Anjing smiled lightly and directly sat on the driver's seat. Comfortable. It was too comfortable. This seat, this feeling, beyond imagination. What are you waiting for? Come up and let's eat. Anjing greeted Lin Ai, and nodded at Zhang Lin, stepped on the gas, and the $60 million supercar whizzed away, leaving the car behind with a pensive face. Zhang Lin constantly pondered. This Lin Ai green tea in the end when and the homeowner get together. It seems to be very intimate look, really have means. At this moment, Zhang Lin is just pondering, while Xiang Xiang who got the news is about to die of anger. She had gone through a lot of trouble, but she could only get together with a small boss who rented an apartment. That Lin Ai wasn't as good looking as herself, and she wasn't as good at things, but she was able to hook up with such a young tycoon. It was too enviable. After half a day of thinking, Xiang Xiang gritted her teeth and turned on her computer, re-edited the video she recorded yesterday, and used her own trumpet to send it directly to the internet. The video didn't have sound, but it didn't delay the text and eye-catching caption that Xiang Xiang put on the video. Shocked, full-pocket anchor Lin Ai lied to her fans. Not only was she not single, but she also backed up to support her gigolo. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. As a big anchor with many fans, in an instant this video set off a climax on the internet, and Lin Ai, who had just finished dinner with Anjing, was merrily calculating her own little plans. She really wanted to become boyfriend and girlfriend with Qing, but this always felt like it was going badly. The other party's attitude was nonchalant, making it difficult to get started. Before she could figure out any good solutions, she suddenly received a call from the platform supervisor. Chopping his head against his face and questioning himself, Lin Ai fell down and agreed in succession that this was a problem. It must be that little goblin, Xiang Xiang, who secretly recorded the video yesterday. Now it's good. The whole network of fans are concerned about this matter. Their live broadcasting career will definitely be greatly affected. Lin Ai gritted her teeth in anger and hated Xiang Xiang in her heart, because Lin Ai has never admitted that she has a boyfriend. As a single pretty anchor woman, so her male fans are far more than female fans are. regardless of how she responded this time. The phenomenon of falling fans and defanning definitely couldn't run away, because her male fans couldn't accept that she was deceiving everyone. Under the banner of being single and attracting many flower pickers, this kind of behavior was actually very bad. What's wrong? What happened? Anjing asked with concern. Nothing. Lin Ai forced a smile, that really wanted to make peace with Anjing about this matter. However, after thinking it over, she always felt that it was very inappropriate to tell the other person. After all, the two of them were only landlord and tenant nowadays, and it was indeed inappropriate to involve others for no reason. Anjing smiled blankly and did not pursue the matter. Just now, Lin Ai's voice on the other end of the phone so loud, he heard clearly. But see this stubborn girl, do not want to say anything. Anjing also do not have the heart to meddle in the matter. Lin Ai returned home and hurriedly made up her makeup, sat down in front of the computer and entered the live broadcast hall. At this time, her live hall was already overcrowded, and the screen was full of all kinds of questions. There were also a lot of black fans who were leading the rhythm, cursing words that were unpleasant to the ears. Finally came out? Are you going to give us fans an explanation? How disgusting, to harbor a white boy and still have the nerve to pretend you're single. The green tea whore is talking about you. Don't pretend to be innocent there. Hurry up and speak. Weakly, it seems that the so-called white boy on the video is still a tycoon. Upstairs. So what if he's a tycoon? The behavior of a green tea whore deceiving all of our fans is not worthy of forgiveness. Watching the live broadcast room explode into a pot of porridge, Lin Ai could not cry. She organized her wording and explained with a forced smile. Don't be anxious everyone, this matter is actually a misunderstanding. I don't want to hide it from you. It's just that things happened too suddenly. Lin Ai felt that it was inappropriate how she said it now. She did have another heart for Anjing, but she didn't get a response from the other party. So at this time, she was in a dilemma. Neither could she deny the matter, nor could she simply admit it. The way she was stammering caused a lot of people's anger. Many male fans in the live broadcast room were there because they had fantasies about the goddess. Since the goddess is single and has no owner, they always feel that they still have a chance. But after this incident, their fantasies were shattered, and they immediately chose to take off their fans. Wasted old man spent so much money on you. Gone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you be vague at this time, when dad is good at cheating. You perform here by yourself. I can't be a cutie anymore. Maybe there's something else going on. Let's hear what she has to say. What's the point? Sad. The pop-ups were red and green, one after another, making Lin Ai sad. The popularity of her live broadcast room plummeted, and the numbers dropped alarmingly. Wang Bo, who was at the company, heard the report from his men and directly entered Lin Ai's live room. He frowned and ordered, "Go check and proliferate the source of this video." 5 minutes later, Wang Bo looked at the material handed up by his men and said with a sneer, "Turn off all the pop-ups in Lin Ai's live room, and boost her fan count up, keeping it floating around 6 million. Redraft a signing contract, use the highest level of treatment to re-sign with Lin Ai, as well as shut down Xiang Xian's live room permanently. I don't need to tell you the reason, right?" Looking at his boss with a gloomy face, the platform operations supervisor nodded repeatedly. "I know, I'll get right on it." In just a minute's time before and after, Lin Ai suddenly realized that the fans in his live room had suddenly risen again. Surprisingly, it reached an unprecedented 6 million. What was this? Without waiting for her to figure it out, she suddenly received another invitation from the head of operations, saying that she was going to re-sign a cooperation contract and give herself A-level treatment. That was a heavenly reward. Lin Ai thought about it and finally came up with the most reliable answer. It must be Qing helping herself with the aftermath, because in his own live room, the boss of the Manchurian platform also had to speak politely with Anjing, and since he didn't know any other powerful characters at all, he really had to thank Anjing for backing him up this time. Smugly, Xiang Xian opened her own live broadcasting room and prepared to start today's work, still looking at the notice in white letters on a black background on her computer screen. She was dumbfounded. "Your account has been blocked due to spreading bad videos." Why? Could it be that she broke the scale again when she opened the live broadcast yesterday? Fragrance was puzzled and directly dialed the phone number of the platform's operations supervisor, wanting to consult. Chapter 31, Famous Watches Match Good-Looking Women. In fact, what awaited Xiang Xiang wasn't even a temporary ban, but a permanent ban. It was important to realize that Xiang Xiang had signed a 5-year long-term contract with the platform, which meant that she couldn't jump ship to another company within 5 years. Snowing an artist couldn't be easier for an entertainment company, and what awaited Xiang Xiang would be endless setbacks in the future. "You can't do this. It's too much." Hearing the platform operations supervisor's unforgiving notice and reply, Xiang Xian was very unconvinced. Even if that video was spread by herself using a trumpet, it wouldn't be as bad as this, right? The same artists and anchors. Their own popularity is only slightly lower than Lin Ai's. and their contribution to the platform is not small. Even if there was slightly out of character behavior, it couldn't be punished so harshly. This is a direct instruction from the company's boss. If you're not convinced, you can go and debate with the boss. The platform supervisor directly hung up the phone and said nonchalantly. Compared to Xiang, who was on the verge of breaking down at this point, Lin Ai's mood had turned cloudy. She leapt to Anqing's door and knocked on it. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'll definitely repay you well. Looking at the tearful Lin Ai, Anqing was bewildered. What's all this? What did he do? It was worth the other party being so moved. As he listened to Lin Ai's incoherent thanks, he gradually understood what had happened. It should be Wang Bo, the boss of the Manta platform, who had presided over justice. This was just a small matter to Qing, because his status was here. Naturally he would not call Wang Bo to inquire about this small matter. Watching Qing acquiesce, Lin Ai couldn't wait to give her body to him immediately. She followed behind the other party, blah blah blah, but when she followed Qing into the house, and then followed into the innermost small living room, she saw an entire wall of name lists, and her entire body was dumbfounded. Is this an exhibition? Lin Ai sleepwalked through the more than 200 famous watches in front of her, looking dazzled. It turned out that before she came, Anqing was picking out watches. He had chosen for half a day and finally fell in love with a silver-colored men's watch. Wearing it on his hand really showed off his status and looked classy. After putting on the watch, Qing looked at Lin Ai, who was glowing with gold, and found it very interesting. Do you like it? I'll give you a piece to pick for yourself. Really? Then I won't be polite. Lin Ai asked happily. Of course it's true. There are so many watches. I can't wear them all. Besides there are so many ladies' watches. Anqing laughed. What brand is this? It looks familiar. Lin Ai hadn't come into contact with any real tycoons, and the upper-class circle was also very far away from her, so she was also unfamiliar with the brand Jade Bell. This question was really difficult for Anqing. He hadn't had time to do his homework just now and went out to eat. At this time cannot say, they do not recognize what brand. He could only vaguely say, wearing a watch is just for pleasure. Isn't it the same for any brand? That's true. Lin Ai thought deeply. She wavered between a pink and another white watch, liking either one very much. These two colors do match you. Take them both, Anqing said with amusement. I'll be polite then. Lin Ai smiled like a flower as she put one watch on her wrist and put the other one away in her bag. In her opinion, these two watches were no more than $50,000. Besides, she was bent on having a good relationship with Anqing, so a proper gift and courtesy would be beneficial to the subsequent development of a romantic relationship. And Anqing pleasantries for a while. Lin Ai reluctant to return home. She couldn't wait to take a picture of the watch on her wrist. Wanting to find out what brand these two watches were? She wanted to find out what brand these watches were so she could show them off later. After some searching, Lin Ai saw the same brand of watch on the page of luxury goods. Exactly the same as the one on her wrist. Patek Philippe. Limited edition ladies' diamond watch. 18 million. Undeterred, she looked again, and sure enough, she hadn't been mistaken. It wasn't a blur. Then how much was the other piece? Lin Ai blankly continued her search. 8 million. Gosh, this was too expensive. No wonder she had just felt that the brand logo on the watch looked a bit familiar. She had seen it on an advertisement before. It was definitely an existence that she couldn't afford. Although there are watches of this brand that start at more than $1 million, the two pieces on her hands are clearly nearly $28 million. Should she say she has a good eye? Or should she say she is too bold? Dare to accept such an expensive gift? Simply some shameless. It was too late to give it much thought. She directly dialed Anqing's number. I'll send the watch back to you now. I'm really sorry. I didn't know their value just now. This kind of luxury is not something I can afford to consume. I'm really not the kind of woman who loves vanity. You mustn't misunderstand. I won't take advantage of this kind of cheapness. Listening to the girl's chirpy defense on the other end of the phone, Anqing smiled faintly. Just now he had also already learned from the computer page about the price of this brand of watches. But now these luxury watches were no different from ordinary watches in his own eyes, and were not worth making a fuss about. What's your hurry? There's no reason to ask for things back when they've been given away. You take it all with you? It's okay. Anqing spoke in a gentle voice, soothing Lin Ai's anxious heart. How can that be good? Such an expensive thing? Wouldn't it be a pity to give it to me? There's nothing to pity. It looks good on you. Nothing else? Hang up. Anqing put away the phone and started to go online to play the game. He didn't have to do game quests now, but for a senior player, not playing games was simply itchy all over. What could relieve his worries? The only way was to play the game. At this time, Anqing didn't have any worries, so starting a group was a pure enjoyment for him. After 2 days of playing at home in the dark, on the third day, Anqing finally remembered the main event. Today was the day that the Manta platform was having an event, and he had already promised Wang Bo that he would attend, so naturally he wouldn't be late. changing into a decent suit and shoes, and wearing that one silver and white jade bell watch. Anjing knocked on Lin Ai's door. As a big anchor of the Manchurian platform, the other party would naturally attend the event today, so Anjing wanted to give her a ride on the way, which was not troublesome anyway, but this idea of not being troublesome was quickly dispelled. Anjing watched the time pass by minute, Lin Ai putting on makeup and changing clothes, then putting on makeup and changing clothes again, tossing and turning. 2 hours had already passed. Women were truly a troublesome animal, and they could never attend an event with her again. Anjing shook his head speechlessly, and boredly opened his cell phone to play a small game to pass the time. Chapter 32, the platform engages in activities. Although Anjing was all about playing the game, Lin Ai didn't give him a chance to play in peace and quiet. She asked for Anjing's opinion as she changed her clothes. The helpless Anjing had no choice but to use two minds at once, using his past experience of accompanying his girlfriend on shopping trips to deal with Lin Ai. The first and second sets of gowns were absolutely unwearable, and they had to be picked out a little bit before they could be worn. By the time Lin Ai changed to the third set of gowns, Anjing stated that this dress set off Lin Ai's beauty without equal and was appropriate. Hearing Anjing's unrelenting complimentary comments, Lin Ai was very satisfied and felt that this man was really getting better and better. In fact, she didn't understand Anjing at all. For all the comments about her change of clothes, Anjing was just walking his mouth and not his heart, but just making a superficial statement. 2 hours later, finally Lin Ai's big anchor finished tossing and could go out with Anjing. The two sat in a $60 million Maserati luxury sports car, and went straight to the 6-star hotel address given by Wang Bo. Today's celebration of the Full Doodle platform company was held here, and it was rumored that there were other arrangements such as award ceremonies and whatnot. For these arrangements and activities, in fact, Qing did not care. The main purpose of his attendance was to meet Wang Bo. After all, they were from the same company, and it was not good for himself, the major shareholder, to not show up, for fear. At the entrance of the hotel, many fans couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the duo of Lin Ai and Qing coming down from the Maserati luxury sports car. Could it be the real deal? Is it going public? Yesterday's video was still fresh in our minds. I really didn't think that these two would have the audacity to show up here together today. Manhwa, who was opening a live broadcast in front of the hotel, looked at these two people and hesitated a little. She wasn't too familiar with Lin Ai. She had only had a few short exchanges on occasion, and that was still because of work. At this time, if she went up to say hello, wasn't she suspected of rubbing off on the traffic heat? Although she was also a big anchor on an anime platform, she wasn't as unqualified as Xiang. It was inappropriate for herself to greet Lin Ai at this time, so it would be even more inappropriate to greet Anjing, two people who had no interactions at all. If one took too much initiative, would it look like one was kneeling to big money in the eyes of the fans? I was afraid that it would fall into a bad reputation. She stood in front of the hotel door in a dilemma, because it's not polite to go directly without greeting. What should she do now? Fortunately, Lin Ai is also a human spirit. She saw Manhwa's embarrassment, smiled and took the initiative to walk forward to take the other party's arm, enthusiastically said, "Sister Manhwa, you came really early today? Is it being broadcast live right now? Hello everyone, I'm Lin Ai, also a fan of our sister Manhwa." Potato saw the live-streaming cell phone in Manhwa's hand and fell to greeting her graciously. This behavior of hers directly dissolved Manhwa's embarrassment, and she also very knowingly pulled Manhwa to Qing. "Bosson, this is our platform's most popular and beautiful sister Manhwa. Hello, I'm Anjing." Anjing was full of aura as he took the initiative to reach out his hand in greeting, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, looking gentle and elegant. He was already handsome, and at this moment, Manhwa's live broadcast pop-up screen was on the verge of exploding. Asterisk. This man looks even more handsome up close. Don't say that the big anchors are springing to life. Even I feel moved. Uncontrollable jealousy. Sister Manhwa, don't look at this little white boy. Look at me. Nice to meet you. First time meeting, please take care of me. Manhwa barely managed to hold back some of her nervousness and tried to act as decent as possible, trying to look like she had seen the world before. Fortunately, Anjing did not want to communicate too much. Lin Ai pulled the nervous Manhwa to walk in front of him, chattering and whispering, as if they were on good terms. Anjing walked towards the VIP room on his own, and along the way, there were many anchors who took the initiative to greet him. Although he did not recognize any of them, he still nodded his head in a graceful manner. Qing had just arrived at the entrance of the VIP room when Wang Bo, who had gotten the news, directly greeted him. "Mr. You're finally here." The man in front of him was just over 30 years old, with a slightly blonde figure, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, smilingly looking at Qing. "Mr. Wang, sorry, I'm a bit late," Qing said politely. "Where are the words? It's still early for the event to kick off, and I feel very honored that you're able to come." This place is fluffy." With these words, Wang Bo spoke from the bottom of his heart. He really wanted to meet this major shareholder. These days he hadn't inquired about news about Qing, but hadn't gotten much news. He only knew that the young man in front of him was well-funded and had easily bought 30% of his platform's shares. According to Wang Bo's own projections, this 30% of shares could not come down without tens of billions of dollars. Could it be that the other party was a rich second generation? Especially when he knew that Qing was actually the owner of a slice of mansions in Thompson Yip. He was even more convinced of this conclusion. He hadn't heard of such a young tycoon in the country who started from nothing. Moreover, according to the reports from his men, Anjia had just driven over in a Maserati worth $60 million. This kind of car was not something that could be bought with money. It also required a certain social background and status. Wang Bo welcomed Qing into the VIP room and the two sat on the sofa and chatted. Big Boss Wang tried to inquire about Qing's identity 3 times, but was sidetracked by the other party with other topics. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Qing frowned as he wanted to speak. This expression made Wang Bo's heart move slightly. If he was right, the other party might have something to say. I'm afraid that this matter is not too good to open. With this in mind, Wang Bo took the initiative to ask, Mr. Did you want to talk about Lin Ai just now? Don't worry, I'm used to this kind of tricks and won't let her suffer. If in the future, Lin Ai still wants to have greater development on the platform, when this event is over, I'll contact a few other platforms with big anchors and relevant personnel resources to get together and get to know each other. Do you think this is a proper arrangement? Listening to Wang Bo's words, Anjia smiled somewhat helplessly. What he actually wanted to say was not this, but since the other party took the initiative to mention it, he always had to appreciate it. I'll take the liberty of asking, with your status and position, you actually don't need Lin Ai to throw her head out and do a live broadcast at all. I don't know if this. Wang Bo rubbed his hands together and then asked, although the words did not finish, but Anjia already understand the meaning of the other side. He haha a smile perfunctory said, women should also have their own career. Always idle is not good. Hearing this, Wang Bo smiled in realization and seemed to be certain of Lin Ai and Qing's relationship. The whole event from the beginning made Qing feel bored. He was a straight man thinking, he really couldn't watch this kind of so-called award ceremony that complemented each other. Chapter 33 Gold Master Dad is really rich. Anjia had been sitting listlessly and lazily. This kind of boring activity was frankly meant for the fans. If there was another purpose, it was probably to comfort the shareholders, to have all the shareholders look at the company's future prospects. Although it was a grand event, it still didn't make Anjia feel interesting. He thought it was wise for him not to interfere in any of the company's business, and it was already good enough to only distribute dividends and collect dry shares. The lively and extraordinary venue. It wasn't until Lin Ai went up to the stage to receive the award that Anjia perked up and smiled as he applauded. No matter what, this was also his own tenant. And although he felt that it was still almost interesting for this woman to be his girlfriend, the other party wasn't obnoxious, and was also a little bit cute. When we enter the banquet in a while, do we want to bring our big beautiful anchor woman with us? Wang Bo flirted. It's better to let her play by herself. Anjia shook his head and refused with a smile. After the event, in the VIP seats private room, those who could sit at a table with Qing were all dignitaries. There were also a few of the top traffic anchors of the full pocket platform, which of course did not include Lin Ai. If Qing had just asked for Lin Ai to come to this table for dinner, Wang Bo naturally wouldn't have refused, but Qing didn't have that intention at all, and Wang Bo could become the big boss of the full pocket platform. Of course he wasn't a vegetarian. He knew that if he wanted to compliment the other party, he also had to grasp the scale. Let me introduce to everyone. This is our platform's major shareholder, Mr. With 30% of the shares. Wang Bo introduced Qing to the crowd. The implication was self-evident. Those present were all human savants. They couldn't help but exchange glances with each other, and they all had their own little calculations in their hearts, especially those few who were able to sit and eat at this table as big anchors, got up to make a toast. You spoke and I spoke politely, but they were all rejected by Anjia with the excuse of not being able to drink. He had a gentle attitude, but from start to finish, he had never served a glass of wine, and the dishes were only eaten in a few bites. It wasn't that Qing was being pretentious or deliberately pretending, but this kind of occasion was something that he really wasn't too comfortable with. Inside the private room, the atmosphere was cordial. In the other VIP seat, the platform's major anchors, all of their minds were not focused on the delicious food, but each had their own agenda. There was only so much traffic in the company, and the resources were limited. It was a well-known fact that whoever had the backstage would go farther and faster, and Lin Ai, who came to the hotel with Anjia today, had already caught everyone's attention. Although she wasn't a flamboyant nature, at this moment, there was no way for her to keep a low profile, especially the female anchors, who had already locked their sights on Lin Ai if nothing else. gathering together in twos and threes, muttering something in whispers. Lin Ai didn't need to ask, but she knew that nothing good could come out of their mouths. But this was how it was in the anchor business. It was not uncommon to see smiling faces on the surface and stabbing things in the back. Lin Ai, you're now the celebrity of our platform. Even though your fans are dropping hard, but the heat is rising. It really makes us envious, Yu Fei said in a gloomy tone. Although her hotness was not comparable to Lin Ai's, she was also considered a numbered figure among the platform's pretty female anchors. That's right. I wonder if that rich boss and you are a couple or not. Yesterday, the internet was in an uproar, and today you two came to the event in pairs. Are you showing off something to us? Pao Nana's words were also very nonchalant. How far have you two progressed? First base, second base, third base? Which level? Facing these not-so-friendly questions in full view of everyone, Lin Ai was more or less a little uncomfortable in her heart, but she barely suppressed her depressed mood and smilingly tried to change the topic. But she was suddenly startled by Pao Nana's exaggerated scream. Am I blind? How does this watch on your hand look familiar? Pao Nana propped Lin Ai's wrist up on the tabletop and said in a sharp voice, do any of you recognize this watch? It can't be a fake, right? No way. This watch is at least 15 million, a limited edition of Patek Philippe. There's absolutely no way there's a knockoff. Could it be a gift from your boyfriend? It's too generous, the crowd of female anchors said in a chorus, looking at Lin Ai with increasingly complicated eyes. With the value of these people, if she were to buy a multi-million-dollar watch, she might be able to afford it. But being able to afford it and actually being able to buy it were two different things. All the female anchors here, who didn't want to find a boyfriend who was rich and talented, handsome and considerate? It was a good thing that Lin Ai had gotten herself into this situation, and it was infuriating to think about it. Goo, my god, I also want to change my sex to a woman. It's so hard to find such a bold gold master. The commotion on the female anchor's side was too big, and it also startled the male anchor's table. Crowds of people gathered around, discussing with each other. Envy and jealousy were naturally the most normal emotions of the crowd at this time. A meal that Anjing ate was tasteless. He put down his chopsticks and got up to say goodbye, and when he passed by the anchor woman's table, he saw Lin Ai, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center. After thinking about it, he still couldn't bear to come over and relieve himself. Are you done eating? Do you want to go back with me? Or are you planning to play a little longer? Seeing Anjing come over, Lin Ai's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to hurry up and call it a day and flash. Sitting here and being surrounded by people like monkeys was indeed too unbearable. I'll go with you. I'm already full. Lin Ai smiled faintly and stood up with her bag. Nodding to her colleagues present, she followed behind in Chang and left the restaurant in a bird-like manner. The crowd looked at her back with emotion in their hearts, and even Sherman's eyes became flickering and uncertain. The other party was the big gold owner of Townsend? Then should one rent an apartment in that neighborhood? As the saying goes, near the water, one's own sleight of hand and heart are not inferior to Lin Ai. In the next few days, Anjing had a smooth life, and from time to time Lin Ai came to accompany himself to go out for dinner, which wasn't really lonely. After a night of playing games, Anjing lay on his bed and huffed and puffed, and in a daze he received a call from his old classmate Gao Jiawang. You shouldn't have forgotten about business today, right? Su Shani is getting married today. Are you coming or not? But we are all here. Hearing this, and Cheng woke up with a jolt. He almost forgot about this matter. He got up and washed up, using the fastest time to clean himself up, carrying the box that had already been prepared on the table out the door. Today he wants to give Su Shani a meeting gift. The feelings of a few years of college, is not to say forget it. He has always been a very nostalgic person, whether rich or poor. The figure of his girlfriend Su Shani, Anjing has never forgotten for a moment. The Maserati let out a roar and sped away, quickly arriving at the downstairs of the Juanhao Hotel. Today Su Shani's wedding was held here, and Cheng looked at the big red archway in front of the hotel with lights and colors, skimmed his lips and shook his head. Chapter 34, The Wedding Banquet begins. Wow, your brat really has gotten rich. I thought Gao Jiawang was bull ting. Kitten's eyes widened as she watched Qing get down from the luxury car. As soon as he heard this, Anjing knew that loudmouth Gao Jiawang had already told his good buddy about himself. He grinned, didn't deny it, and stepped forward to dislike Kitten's chest with a punch. What have you been busy with lately? Don't see contacting me either. Anjing's natural attitude made the few buddies, who were originally still a bit rushed in the face of the tycoon, instantly warm up. Zhu Letian wrapped his arms around Qing's neck and asked mysteriously, what's up? Do you want the brothers to help you steal the bride today? A matter of words, as long as you are willing. No one can marry Su Shani. This also depends on her own will. A strong twisted melon is not sweet Anjing said ambiguously, not denying his intention of wanting to steal the marriage. A few buddies looked at each other, raised their eyebrows. It seems that there is a big show to sing today. What's in this bag of yours? There's no need to be so exaggerated to send a red packet, right? Gao Jiawang asked with a smirk. Just a little meet and greet gift. Let's go in. Anjing took the lead and walked directly towards the wedding venue. From afar he saw Su Shanny in a white bridal outfit, standing in the center of the field, chatting with a few familiar female classmates. The weird thing was that the male and female guests in the center of the field today didn't seem to be too cordial, and were actually separated by a long partition. With the naked eye, one could observe that the guests on the men's side were all dressed in suits and had an extraordinary demeanor, and appeared to be wealthy people. The female guests on this side of the partition, on the other hand, seemed to be ordinary people. Although they were also dressed up, they were obviously not comparable to the guests on the other side. This awkward situation caused Anjing to freeze, and his brows involuntarily furrowed. Ever since Suzanne took the initiative to break up and leave, he had never contacted the other party again. Anjing had always thought that the other party was doing well, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Today is your wedding day. Our group of classmates have come to support you. Where's the groom? Call out and show us, Gao Jiawang said staggeringly. Sushan and I nodded and smiled, turned around and went into the private room, not long after holding a short and ugly fat man out. This fat man looked like his age was not similar to Sushan Ni's, but there was always a lewd air in his eyebrows and eyes. Zhang Datong, they are all my classmates who want to get to know you. This is Gao Jiawang, a famous anchor on the network. Su Shanning introduced her classmates one by one to her soon-to-be husband. Compared to Sushan Ni's gentle and elegant behavior, Zhang Datong's performance was indeed poor. As he listened to Su Shanny's introduction, he felt that none of his fiancée's group of classmates could come up with anything. Who runs a security company? Those who work as anchors? Those who worked as technicians in other companies? Really mixed one more than a substandard. Su Shanny watched a few of her classmates' faces get worse and worse, and she also felt very embarrassed. But what could she do? In order to cure her father, she needed Zhang Datong's support. A penny suffocates a hero. Not to mention the fact that her father needs to renew his life, and the only way to do so is to take an imported medicine from abroad. And this kind of imported medicine must be through the Zhang Datong family agent qualification to get. Ordinary people not only cannot afford to buy, but also cannot buy. Looking at the embarrassed Su Shanny, and Shang was silent. The girl he had once held on the tip of his heart had ended up in today's situation, and he was not in a good mood. This is Qing. Now in. Introducing Shang, Su Shanny's voice suddenly stopped. The two hadn't been in contact for too long, and she had no idea what Anjing was doing right now. I don't have a job right now. I'm looking. And Qing faintly finished Su Shanny's words next. Hearing such words, Zhang Datong was not even interested in recognizing them. He nodded curtly as a greeting and turned back to entertain the guests on his side. Such impolite behavior embarrassed Su Shanny. And from a distance, her parents, who were watching her, had pale expressions. As boyfriends who had been talking to their daughter for 4 years, the two old men certainly knew each other. But at this moment, it wasn't the time to catch up on old times. Suzanne's father needed special drugs to save his life. And in front of life, everything else seemed to have to get out of the way. The wedding scene was very enthusiastic. Anjing silently sat at the table of his classmates, and in the midst of the mingling, both male and female classmates were inquiring about Anjing's current identity. It's all because you're such a big mouth, talking nonsense everywhere. Anjing slapped Gao Jiawang unsatisfactorily. What's that? Our poor buddies are being looked down upon. It's not easy to come out with you as the Golden Phoenix, but we are not allowed to show off, Gao Jiawang said uncaringly. That's right. Your identity as a second-generation rich man is hidden deeply enough. You've tricked us so hard. Zhu Letian nodded his head and agreed. The crowd ate and chatted, and Sheng occasionally responded to a few sentences, not saying much and looking preoccupied. Come on, I'll toast you all. Thank you all for coming out to support me. I'm very happy. Su Shanny curled over. Her face flushed and she seemed to have already drunk a lot of wine. Anjing knew Su Shanny very well. She was not capable of drinking at all, and for an occasion like today, she really shouldn't drink too much. Anjing, do you remember the last time we went to the movies? At that time, the movie was about a couple separating, and it occurred to me that it also foreshadowed our fate. Su Shanny looked at Anjing with teary eyes. Very sad. Stop drinking. Seeing Su Shanny dry another glass of white wine, and Qing could not sit still and reached out to snatch the other party's wine glass. No, I'm going to drink. Today is my big wedding day. I'm happy. Su Shanny's mouth said she was happy, but tears dripped down her cheeks. The crystal-like teardrops seemed to have smashed into Anjing's heart, and his frown grew tighter and tighter as he looked at Su Shanny, who was choking on her sobs and couldn't help but ask, marriage is causing you pain, so why are you still forcing yourself? What kind of thing are you? Dare to say such words? Zhang Datong, who had hurriedly arrived from another table, drank furiously. You little man, you really lost my face today. I said you were moping just now. So it's because you're here to meet your ex-boyfriend. Zhang Dei clutched Su Shan's wrist and said with a grimace, if it wasn't for the fact that you have a few moments of good looks, do you think I'm willing to marry you, relying on my few moments of sincerity? You never slept with me, so it's for your ex-boyfriend to keep your body, right? Spending old me's money, using old me's medicine. How dare you cuckold me? I think you owe me a beating. Su Shan struggled desperately, but how could her strength defeat the furious Zhang Daton? Let go of me. It hurts me. Su Shan and I said with a crying voice. Don't disgrace yourself here. Go with me to toast over there. See how I'll punish you after the banquet today. Zhang Datong said relentlessly, dragging Su Shani to the other side. Chapter 35. Who is the one who has the destiny? Looking at Su Shani, who was in tears, and Qing couldn't help but sigh again and went forward to vigorously hold Zhang Datong's arm and said, you're hurting her. Let go. What kind of thing are you? Also dare to point your finger in front of me. Zhang Datong cursed furiously. Su Shani, you'd better figure out your identity. Your family's old undebt's medical bills cost millions a month. Are you sure you want to browbeat your ex-boyfriend now? Zhang Datong shook off Su Shani's hand. Fine. I'll fulfill you too. Give you freedom. Do you dare to leave? If you dare to leave today, don't come back to me in the future. Let's see how this poor guy will buy you medicine and renew your father's life. Zhang Datong's face was full of grimace, looking fierce and vicious. Hearing this kind of words, the drunken Su Shani cried uncontrollably. On one side was the man she loved dearly, and on the other side was the gold master who could buy medicine to renew her father's life. It was difficult to choose where to go. Look at your group of classmates. None of them can make it to the top. Pointing at them, you might as well be pointing at a dog. The commotion on this side was too big, and many guests at the wedding site cast their eyes over, including the parents of both the man and the woman. And the brothers on Anqing's side were all rubbing their fists, just waiting for Anqing to give the order. They would definitely start robbing the bride. If we were talking about the past, this group of people wouldn't dare to compete or create any conflict with a rich man like Zhang Daton. But today was not the same as in the past. With a super godly tycoon like Qing in attendance, Gao Zhawang and the others were simply fearless. I'm sorry, I lost my temper today. Anqing, go away. We don't have to meet again in the future. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Shani had already sobered up half of her wine. Her own life was given by her father. She couldn't be an unfilial daughter. Anqing is a good boy, but it's not destined to be with our daughter. Mother Su sighed. At one time she was also very fond of Anqing as her prospective aunt. But the creation of the world, the old man of the family really can't die. Auntie, someone who has money and medicine is destined for sunny, right? Anqing smiled lightly and placed the box in his hand on the table and opened it directly. Inside, it was filled with more than 30 boxes of foreign imported medicines that could cure Su Shan's father's illness. Looking at the crowd in a daze, Su mother's eyes went straight. How is this possible? This kind of medicine is all in limited supply. It should be known that since Su Shan's father had gotten the malady, the Su family was pouring money into the treatment. A bottle of this special medicine on the table, which was produced by a foreign company called Giant Lixiang, was more than $200,000, and a bottle is only enough to eat a week. In front of this more than 30 boxes, enough Su Shan's father, eat small half a year. Where did you get this medicine? In the country, except for our agent who can get the special medicine. No one else can get it. Zhang Datong said nonchalantly. It can't be that in order to fool Su Shan and I, a shallow-eyed woman, you made a false pretense of making fake medicine, right? Other than that, a poor guy like you can't afford to buy even one box, let alone more than 30 boxes of medicine. Hearing Zhang Datong's words, Zhang's father, who was an agent of the domestic Jianlisheng healthcare company, his expression also suddenly became serious. As the only agent of the domestic Giant Lixiang healthcare company, I simply didn't know that there were more than 30 boxes of special effect medicines entering the market. Seeing as today is a big day, I'll give you one last chance to take these fake medicines and get out quickly. Otherwise I will take legal action to hold you accountable. My father said you're just fakes. Surely that's what they are. Get lost. Don't spoil my fun here. Security. What are you waiting for? Throw him out. Zhang Datong arrogantly pointed at Anqing and shouted. But Anqing simply ignored him and stared at Zhang Datong's father and asked lightly. No wonder. You can use drugs to restrict others to force a good girl to marry. So it's an agent. Ha! It's really shameless. What are you saying? What qualifications does a poor man have to comment on me? Zhang Datong's father's brows were furrowed as if he had already endured to the limit. Just a district agent. The spectrum is not small. And Qing sneered, directly taking out his phone and dialing an unfamiliar number. I'll give you 1 minute to cancel all the qualifications of Sun's agent, and reserve the right to pursue him for operating in violation of the law, and wait for my command at any time. Anqing's words made Zhang Datong laugh out loud. Ouch! There are still such pretenders? I've seen it all today. Why don't you talk about canceling our country's qualification to launch satellites? You didn't even ask around. How can you have access to the executives of that Kennison company? Even my father can only reach the middle-level leaders. You really think you're so powerful? It's not too shameful. I'm even ashamed of you. In the face of Zhang Datong's acerbic taunts, Qing simply did not pick up on them. This kind of small person, he did not put it in his eyes in the slightest. The role of a jumping clown was hardly elegant. Just as Zhang's father lost his patience and greeted the security guards to clean up Qing, his phone suddenly rang. The long list of phone numbers on the screen highlighted the origin. Father Zhang did not dare to slack off and hurriedly picked up the phone. Mr. Zhang Yufeng, you have violated the law, and now the company is formally canceling your agency qualification, and maintains the responsibility of pursuing you for your illegal operation. The voice on the other end of the phone was cold and icy, carrying a sharp killing aura. Mr. Smith, you listen to my explanation. Cannot be so unilaterally cancel my agency qualification. Zhang father forehead see sweat, hurriedly said, but the other party did not give him the opportunity to explain. The phone hung up without hesitation. Listening to the blind voice on the phone, Zhang's father's heart cannot stop sinking. These years he as a company agent. Deception. There are a lot of things catty. If the other party insisted on pursuing his own responsibility, then 10 years in jail would not be enough for him to sit. The disqualification of the agent happened too suddenly. Why on earth would it be like this? He stared at Qing with a gloomy gaze. Could it really be caused by a single phone call from this young man? Dad, what exactly was the meaning of that phone call just now? What does it mean by canceling the agent's qualification? Zhang father's silence and cold sweat made Zhang Datong feel a little nervous as well. The fact that their family could be so arrogant was most directly related to their father's work. If anything went wrong with the agency qualification, then the Zhang family's wealth would come to an end. Little Yakuza, were you the one who messed up just now? Let's see if I don't beat you to death today. Looking at his father's worried frown, Zhang Datong directed all his anger at Qing. You shut the hell up. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Zhang father roared, interrupting Zhang Datong's arrogance. He was well aware of what he would face if he lost his agency. Dad, don't listen to this poor bastard's nonsense. I don't believe him. Zhang Datong simply did not believe that the phone call just now was caused by Qing. He felt that it should be a coincidence. Asshole. Zhang's father couldn't bear it anymore and slapped his stupid son in the face. He was, after all, a veteran who had been in the mall. How could such a thing be a coincidence? Chapter 36, Just Robbing the Marriage. This boss, please bear with me if I have offended you much. If it's because my son's insistence on marrying Su Shani has made you feel unhappy, then this marriage contract can be voided immediately. 1,000 mistakes are all our faults. Please give me another chance to reform myself. I am grateful to Zhang. Father Zhang no longer cared about how ugly and humiliating it would be to tear up the marriage contract in front of so many people. As long as he was still qualified to act as an agent, then his son could marry any kind of woman he wanted. There was no need to hitch the family's future. Moreover, just now, he had already heard Qing said when he called, but also to pursue his own legal responsibility. Thinking about what he had done over the years, he was scared to death. Qing did not comment on Zhang father's pleas. He just looked at Su Shani and coldly uttered, I'm downstairs. I'll only wait for you for 3 minutes. It's your freedom to get married or not. In full view of the guests in the hall, Qing left. Before leaving, he patted his good buddy Gao Zhaowang's shoulder as a greeting. The crowd watched him leave, and only when Qing's back disappeared into thin air did everyone talk like a pot exploding. What does this young man do? Can he really disqualify old Zhang's family's agency? He seems to be the bride's ex-boyfriend, and I'm afraid that he came prepared today to steal the bride. That box of medicine, if it's real, it could be worth $6 or $7 million? Surprisingly, he just threw it on the table and ignored it. Too rich. Not only were the guests talking, even all of Qing's classmates came over, looking at Gao Zhaowang with burning eyes and asking, is Qing really a rich second generation? Is that true? I couldn't tell in the past. Gao Zhaowang ignored the crowd's questions and somewhat hated the frothing Su Shani as he urged her on. You can stop imagining things. Hurry up and go after them. If you miss this village, there really isn't this store anymore. After Gao Zhaowang's reminder, Su Shani woke up like a dream. She looked back at her father in the wheelchair, and then at her mother who nodded her head silently, and turned around to chase after her. Su mother actually had a lot of things she wanted to say and ask, but at this moment, it was not a good time either. She looked at the medicine on the table, collectively packed up. Other than that, these medicines can be life-saving it. Even if others call themselves shameless or take advantage of them, the old man's life she must save. If the family has money, they will not let their daughters suffer this crime. Outside the hotel sitting in the Maserati car Qing, although set only to Suzanne 3 minutes, but he did not look at the time. At this moment, Qing's mood is very complicated. Frowned and lit a cigarette, took a hard breath. All the past events were vivid in his mind. Even if Su Shani had reneged on her promise and wanted to marry someone else, it was not unforgivable because the other party did have extenuating circumstances, and he is deeply in love with Suzanne. Want to completely forget is not an easy thing. Chase out of the hotel. Su Shani looked around, did not see the shadow of Anjing, cannot help but sadness from the heart, cover the face squatting on the ground bawling. What did she miss in the end? What did she do wrong? Why is God so unfair? Anjing, who was sitting in the car, had seen Su Shani the moment she left the hotel. Seeing the girl he loved so much in such a sad and wretched state, he was very sad. Why are you crying? Didn't you say you want to break up? Didn't you say you want to marry someone else? Anjing couldn't help but get out of the car and stood in front of Su Shani, frowning as he asked. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Shani raised her head blankly, the delicate makeup on her face all spent, looking both pitiful and ridiculous. Do you hate me, or do you love me? Su Shani asked without answering, her autumn water-like gaze staring at Anjing, wanting to see through his soul. Fool, get in the car. I'm starving to death. Anjing always felt out of temper whenever he saw such Su Shani, and today was no exception. A belly full of words had melted into nothing. He took Su Shani's hand and led her in big strides towards the Maserati. Today, although the feast on the dinner table was sumptuous, Anjing did not have the slightest appetite. At this moment, he was so hungry that his front was stuck to his back, and he estimated that he could eat 3 big bowls of fried rice. Humph, bad man. Su Shani, who was still a bit aggrieved in her heart, muttered a small curse, but soon, a trace of a heartfelt smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. This car of yours isn't bad. Ha, how many beautiful women have you sat in it? Suzanne sat on the passenger side, extracting the wet wipes from the car to remove her makeup, and said a sentence with a lot of connotation. For some reason, facing this kind of questioning, Anjing always felt a hint of weakness. Hey, let's both of us one at a time. It's considered to be even. Forgetting the blame is the big heart. Being a thief, who cares to ask? Su Shani rolled her eyes and said without any goodwill, but she was happy in her heart. Anjing said this, it means that he forgave himself. The sound of the waves will continue to renew their former relationship. This is the result that Su Shani dreamed of. You offended Zhang Datong's father today. I'm afraid that the other party won't let it go. At this time, Su Shani actually still had some misgivings about Qing's identity, which was why she said in such a tentative manner, I'm not Zhang Datong. Talk to me properly. And Qing frowned and bluntly admonished. He didn't like the way his girlfriend spoke in such a vain manner. Virtuous. What the hell do your parents do? Su Shani asked in exasperation. She didn't want to talk like this either, only that she had long gotten used to it after hanging out with Zhang Datong these days. As soon as he heard this, Anjing knew that the other party must have thought of himself as a rich second generation as well, and this was really a problem that could not be explained. He said with a slightly bitter smile, it's a long story. In short, just one sentence. I'm the owner of Jianlisheng Company. Firing an agent is just a matter of words. Although this sounded stupid, Suzanne couldn't help but believe it, because the Anjing that she saw today, the aura and mannerisms as well as the broad-mindedness that he displayed, was indeed not quite the same as that boyfriend in the past. Moreover, with her understanding of Anjing, this man didn't talk big at all, and occasionally blew a little bit of bull, that was also sized. But, won't this delay your company's development? Su Shani was more or less guilty. No matter, let's go eat hot pot, buy you 2 pieces of clothes along the way, Anjing said lightly, driving straight to the nearest mall. In the specialty store for women's clothing, he didn't even look at the prices and directly picked out a few suitable clothes for Su Shani. Let her change out of the eyesore wedding dress on her body, looking really disturbing. Su Shani obediently changed into the clothes, followed in Qing to eat their once favorite hot pot, the 2 people to release the former suspicion. It's happy. Since I graduated from college until now, I haven't found a job. If you don't mind, can you let me be the agent? I will definitely be very attentive. Su Shani said bluntly. She really needed a job that could earn money to support her family. Even with Anjing paying for her father's medical bills, that wasn't a long-term solution. A woman needed to have her own career. As Anjing's girlfriend, so she was not pretentious. This kind of character. This was one of the reasons why Anjing liked Su Shani. To say what she had to say and be straightforward. An agent's job is not easy. Have you thought about it? Anjing was a bit surprised and looked up to advise. Chapter 37, Spending the Night Together. In the world of adults, where is there anything easy? I think I can do it. Bosson, give a chance to perform? Su Shani said playfully. Naughty, try it then. I just don't want you to work too hard. And Qing laughed, somewhat lovingly stroking Su Shani's hair. Silly girls were always too strong. Thanks to the boss for rewarding me with a bowl of rice. I'm a bit sleepy after I'm full. Let's find a place to sleep. Su Shani grinned. That's what you said. Go to sleep. Anjing quickly settled the bill. wrapped her arms around Su Shani and went straight to Tomson Yip. Although the two people said ambiguous words, but Su Shani these days did not have a good rest at all. She washed up and quickly lay down on the bed and fell asleep. And Anjing, although a little idea, but cannot stand his 2 days of black and white reversal of the game, almost ahead of stick to the pillow instant second sleep. This sleep directly to the evening. If it is not the shocking sound of knocking on the door, Anjing will not wake up. Who is it? He put on his slippers in a daze and went to open the door, his voice a little hoarse. I'm nobody but you. Big enough heart to still be home in bed. Everyone said they wanted to come here to take a look, so I brought them here. You won't mind, right? Gao Jiaowang said with a big grin. Is this speaking human language? Looking at the few dormitory buddies behind Gao Jiaowang, Anjing shook his head speechlessly. So much nonsense. Come in. He opened the door and turned around to enter the room. Wangzi, contact the classmates who are still on good terms and have a party at my place tonight. Who let me stir up my classmates' party today? Consider it as an atonement. You take care of whatever you need. I'll just change my clothes, Anjing said boldly, also had the intention to celebrate the fact that he and his girlfriend were back together. Who's coming? It's so noisy outside. Su Shani also woke up and asked while sitting on the edge of the bed and rubbing her eyes. She really didn't expect that she had slept until evening, and looking at Anjing in front of her, there was still a feeling of unreality. Gao Jiaowang and the others are here. Tonight I'm calling my classmates to attend to start a party. Still sleepy? Anjing laughed. Ha? This still sleepy? What sleepy? Su Shani said awkwardly, getting up in a flash and entering the washroom. It would be really humiliating to have her classmates blocking her on the bed in a while. Don't look at Anjing have been in love for 4 years, but the two people are still really icy clean, and did not go to the last step. Looking at Su Shani who looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and Qing laughed and was cheerful. Outside the bedroom, Zhu Letian and Kitten and the others were simply stunned by the luxurious interior decoration. Ouch! My god, poverty limits my imagination. This swimming pool, this movie theater, this bathing room, it's just like a palace. Zhu Letian gritted his teeth and sighed. Look at your uneducated wording. It reveals your IQ right away. The kitten bristled, her eyes glowing with gold as she stared at Anjing's entire wall of luxury watches. My grandma, this must be hundreds of millions of dollars. It's just casually displayed like that? It's really convincing. Gao Jiaowang was also attracted by the watch, and he closed the door of this room without saying a word. In a moment when the students come, there will be many people, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble, I think it's better to restrict access here, Gao Jiaowang said considerately. Also, how can you have a party without alcohol? I'll contact this. Zhu Letian nodded his head and volunteered for the job. Although Anjing was living in this house, he usually didn't have many needs and wasn't good with alcohol. So just like Zhu Letian said, there really wasn't a single bottle of wine in the house. Soon, the 24 or so classmates who had appeared at the wedding came over in a blaze of glory. This was the Thompsons. Ah, a place they normally couldn't even get into. Too bad. If I had known that there was a swimming pool here, I would have brought my bathing suit over, a female student said with chagrin. What's wrong with that? It's fine if you don't wear it. The kitten laughed. 3 or 2 stripped off the outer coat and pants, jumped into the pool with a splash. Splashes of water next to the students even dodged laughing and cursing. Hilarious. I really did not think that Anjing is actually invisible rich second generation. Today at the wedding I thought. One of the female classmates said in a sour tone. Thought what? Thought he was bluffing? Putting on airs? Can't you see that Anjing's whole temperament is different? At a glance, he's the master of much gold. The other female classmate echoed. Everyone was envious and jealous of Su Shani's good fortune. When he was in school, Anjing was handsome. It was because he didn't have any money that he wasn't the target person for most of the girls. Unfortunately, the crowd had looked away and had missed the chance to fall in love with the mysterious rich man. Listening to the girls' whispers, Gao Jiaowang shook his head. Fortunately he didn't bring his girlfriend here today. Keeping his girlfriend away from Anjing was a wise decision. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the character of these two, but because it was normal in a materialistic society for people to die for money and birds to die for food. The party that day went on until the latter part of the night before it ended, and early the next morning, the classmates left individually and returned to real life, and Anjing and Suzanne slept until the sunrise again before getting up. Looking at the mess all over the house, Anjing shook his head and laughed bitterly. It seems that he still needs to find a housekeeping auntie before he can do it. Don't clean up. It's such a mess. An auntie can fix it. And Cheng stopped Su Shani's action of wanting to work, and directly dialed the phone number of Wenyuan Home Economics. This was the largest housekeeping company in the city, and many owners of wealthy neighborhoods would choose service staff from this company. That's fine. I'll go make some porridge. Su Shani put down the work in her hands and went directly into the kitchen. She was a wise wife who entered the kitchen and came down to the hall, and after spending 4 years with Anjing, she knew his tastes very well. With 4 small dishes and rice porridge for breakfast, Anjing had a cozy and satisfying meal. I've already thought about it and will do the agent's job well, so arrange for me to be on duty today. After finishing her meal, Su Shani said with a smile. After the accident of her father's illness, her thoughts were not quite the same as her classmates of the same age. Although Anjing was rich and loving, Su Shani was not willing to be a canary. These days, no one has as much as she has. She wants to be strong. Okay, I support you. Anjing nodded his head and did not object. He appreciated independent girls and was willing to let go and let his girlfriend go ahead. Of course, he wouldn't stand by at the critical moment. Sending Su Shani out of the house, Anjing once again called to urge the cleaning staff to come to the door. Didn't they say the most professional housekeeping company? How come sending an employee is so abrasive? At this time, the general manager of Wen Yuan Home Economics was worried, looking at the young lady in front of her who did not listen to the advice. She was on the verge of tears. Chapter 38, Missy Cooks. Sister Fong, please, just let me go. Wen Yuan Home Management Company's eldest Miss Jean Shasha said in a petulant voice. My great miss, you're $1,000. How can you do these menial jobs? The chairman will never be willing. Sister Fong firmly shook her head in refusal. In her heart, she knew very well that this big miss wouldn't be able to do any housework at all. If she were to represent the company in domestic work, it would probably be a signboard smash. Daddy said that I would only enjoy myself and have no idea of the hardships of the working people, so I must go and experience life. Jean Shasha pouted and said, if you don't agree, I'll call Daddy and have him fire you immediately. Listening to Missy's unreasonable statement, Sister Fong revealed a bitter smile and had to compromise. Rich people are capricious. Anjing, who had been waiting at home for about an hour, finally heard a knock on the door. It should be the housekeeping staff arriving. He walked through the messy living room to open the door and was dumbfounded to see the mixed-race beauty standing at the door. What was this play? A parody of a drag show? Hello, is this Mr. Anjing? I'm Jean Shasha, a staff member of Wen Yuan Home Management. I'm sorry for being late. Jean Shasha said with a smile. Was this housekeeping service also fashionable and trendy now? Were all the nannies hired by rich people like this? Anjing was puzzled but didn't want to show his cowardice. He nodded his head calmly. Come in. Jean Shasha was wearing a princess dress over her housekeeping outfit, which did look unorthodox, but she came out in a hurry and didn't have time to change her clothes. Anjing was going to think that as long as he hired a domestic nanny, he could be a shirker and not have to work, but the facts proved that he was thinking too naively. Hello handsome, this sofa is too heavy, can you help me lift it? Jean Shasha gritted her teeth and said, looking at the messy garbage all over the room. Her head was in a daze. They say that men don't know how to live and can't do hygiene. This is really true. The house was so messy that there was no place to put your feet. Hearing the request of the little housekeeping beauty, Anjing was speechless for a while. He silently walked over and looked at the sofa. It did seem a bit heavy. Forget it, a favor is a favor. Cleaning up the area around the sofa, and Sheng was just about to go play a game for a while when he heard the housekeeping little beauty's voice again. Handsome guy, help! There's something behind this cabinet that I can't reach. Anjing once again gritted his teeth and walked over, looked at Jean Shasha's somewhat shorter skirt, sighed and plopped himself down on the floor, sweeping out the garbage underneath the cabinet. No sooner had he sat down for a drink of water than the call for dudes came back. A chore turned into an interaction between two people. It wasn't that Anjing took pity on the other man, but the other man's request was something he felt somewhat unable to refuse. There were indeed many places in the house that were difficult to clean up, and he himself wanted to finish cleaning the room quickly, so he looked awkward when it was dirty like this. After nearly 3 hours of labor, Anjing took out 4 large garbage bags before finally ending the cleaning. He touched his rumbling stomach and looked at Jean Shasha and said, I'm hungry, hurry up and make some dinner. What? Jean Shasha's eyes widened. Before she came here, she only knew that she needed to do the cleaning work. She hadn't thought that she would have to cook. Besides, she had just finished her work. Couldn't she rest for a while? How could this employer bear to keep the beauty busy? Jean Shasha was about to get angry, but then she thought about it. Her current status as a maid nanny. Cooking and working should be natural. Dad said, the customer is God. One can't fight with God, right? There was no way around it. She could only pout and take the money from Ancheng's hand and go outside to the supermarket to buy ingredients. In her heart, she cursed Ancheng 1,000 times, causing him to sneeze endlessly at home. He thought he had had too much fun last night and had caught a cold from the cold, and had even taken 2 cold pills. Waiting for Jean Shasha to come home after shopping was already 2 hours later, and after another 2 long hours of cooking, Anjing finally sat down at the dining table after 4 hours. Luckily, Anjing couldn't care less about time when he was playing the game, or else he would have been anxious already. He was sitting on the stool with a cozy face, and if he ignored the 2 plates of black stuff in front of him aside, the picture in front of him was also very eye-pleasing. A big mixed-race beauty in maid's clothing washing her hands and making soup. Such a nanny was indeed quite pretty. Anjing looked at the dark dishes in front of him, blinked his eyes, and asked somewhat breathlessly, "These? What the heck are these?" "Of course it's a dish. It wasn't supposed to look like this, but it's my first time doing it. It's not easy to get it cooked, okay?" Jean Shasha said with some aggravation. She really didn't think that cooking would be so difficult. Looking at the pitiful Jean Shasha, Anjing sighed. "What I hired today is not a nanny at all. It's a little ancestor." "Alright, you don't need to aggravate. I'll go out to eat." Anjing didn't want to count. He was really hungry chest to back, put on his jacket and was ready to go out to find something to eat. "Okay." Jean Shasha nodded. She also knew that what she had made was inedible, and very chagrined. She began to clean up. Anjing walked to the door, turned back and looked at Jean Shasha again. "Don't pack up first. You're also hungry for the day. Let's go out to eat." This little girl has never done any work at first glance. It is probably her first time to be a nanny. Anjing inexplicably moved with compassion. "Really? That's great. I'm about to be starving." Jean Shasha cheered and ran to the door with a bounce. There were several times today that she wanted to pick and quit, and it wasn't easy to hold out until now. Anjing found a restaurant nearby and ordered a full table. He looked at Jean Shasha, who was wolfing down the food in front of him, and was really surprised and speechless. "Are you really a nanny? It looks too unlike it." Anjing couldn't help but ask. "Of course not. I want to prove that I'm a useful person. That's why I came to work for the family company." Jean Shasha skimmed her lips and said, "So, when Yuan Home Management is run by your family?" Anjing reacted and then asked, "Yeah, I want to experience the glorious feeling of the working people." Jean Shasha nodded as she ate. "Glorious?" Anjing was puzzled. "My daddy said that the working people are the most glorious, and I also want to become glorious. But today it was just hard work and tiredness, and several times, I was on the verge of breaking down." Kim Sasha's mouth was full of stuff and she whimpered as she spoke. "Not only are you on the verge of breaking down, but I've had a few moments where I almost dismissed you, okay?" Anjing thought silently in his mind, tugging the corners of his mouth in some amusement. "It's dangerous for an okay-looking little girl like you to come out and work as a housekeeper. If you meet a bad guy, what are you going to do then?" Anjing laughed. Hearing this, Jean Shasha's eyes widened with a sense of surprise at what it meant to look okay. The more Anjing looked at her, the more adorable she felt, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Jean Shasha, who is he? What are you doing here?" A man's voice suddenly came from behind Anjing as he walked in big strides to Jean Shasha's side, looking down at Anjing with a guarded gaze. Chapter 39, Just molesting you. Anjing was puzzled by this man's stare. "What for? To fight?" Jean Shasha saw this man and suddenly frowned with a face of disgust. Her eyes rolled and she looked at Anjing and smiled. "Of course it's dinner with my boyfriend, Su Juan-hong. Can't you see this?" "What? Your boyfriend?" Su Juan-hong pointed at Qing and shouted incredulously. "I've been chasing you for 2 years. How come I didn't know you had a boyfriend? Besides, what qualifications does this kid have to be your boyfriend? It's not his turn to be ranked in terms of seniority." Hearing this, Jean Shasha raised her eyebrows. "I like handsome ones. What makes you as handsome as my boyfriend? Handsome can be a meal? How ridiculous." Su Juan-hong snorted coldly and continued. "Today I want to let you know that men who rely on looks alone are soft eaters. Without strength, he is nothing." After saying this, he coldly looked at Qing and started to shout, $100,000. "What 100,000? Anjing asked in surprise. "What is this for? Acting with himself?" "What I mean to say is that for $100,000, you are not allowed to present yourself as Jean Shasha's boyfriend," Su Juan-hong said through gritted teeth. Anjing stared at Su Juan-hong with an expression of looking at a psychopath. This man is crazy, right? Is a woman's feelings measured in terms of money? Besides, he was not Jean Shasha's boyfriend. Sitting across from him, Jean Shasha had a sly smile on her face. Other than that, she knew that Anjing was definitely rich if he could live in Townsend. Today, when Su Juan-hong bumped into the rich man in Qing, he was destined to be struck down to the point of doubting his life. She herself was about to be annoyed to death by Su Juan-hong, and if it wasn't for Daddy's insistence on forcing her to marry him, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to do so today. Anjing looked up at the smiling Jean Shasha, suddenly playful, and cooperatively sniffled with a look of being at a loss for words. Seeing that Qing was this reaction, Su Juan-hong was even more disdainful. "I'll give you $200,000. And Qing pulled the corners of his mouth and shook his head. $200,000? You're also looking down on people too much. A poor man is a poor man, only money in his eyes." Hearing this, Su Juan-hong snorted coldly. $500,000 is enough, right? Anjing held his breath as if he was in a celestial battle. Looking at Jean Shasha for a while, he was speechless. This man was really an actor. While Su Juan-hong was reacting with a look of understanding. "I'll give you one last chance. $1 million. After saying that, he directly took out the check from his pocket and signed his name. Looking at the check that was dangling in front of his eyes, Anjing suddenly smiled. Yes, I agree. Hearing this, Jean Shasha suddenly froze. Where was the imaginary rich man's counterattack? She herself had been sold out just like that? Seo Juanhan looked at Jean Shasha's reaction and said that he had made the right move. Without the slightest doubt, he handed the note to Anjing and waited for the other party to leave. Anjing collected the check, put the last 2 bites of rice from the dinner plate into his mouth, and drank the water in the cup dry before standing up without any hesitation. Looking at Jean Shasha, who had an incredulous face, he greeted, "Why are you standing there stupidly? Still not quick to go?" Jean Shasha pouted and angrily walked towards Anjing, looking like she was about to lose her temper. "Wait a moment, what did you say just now? Take my money and stay away from Jean Shasha." Seeing that things were out of control, Su Juanhong hurriedly blocked Qing's path. "Just now, you said that if you took your money, you can't claim yourself as Jean Shasha's boyfriend, is that correct?" Anjing asked in a cloudy manner. "That's right, I did say that." Su Juanhong nodded inexplicably. "Then no, I really don't call myself as her boyfriend. She's our family nanny. She's here to work today. If she doesn't go home with me, is she going to hang around outside?" Anjing nonchalantly pushed Su Juanhong away and walked forward on his own. Jean Shasha, who originally had an indignant face, suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this, bouncing and jumping as she followed behind Qing. Su Juanhong was simply unable to return to his senses. What's going on here? Watching the 2 people in front of him drift away, he hurriedly chased after them. Hearing the voice behind him, Qing stood in front of the door of the sports car and raised a check in his hand. "This amount of money? Just want to buy a beauty's heart. You're too naive." He slightly loosened his hand, and a check was blown away by the wind, leaving the dumbfounded Su Juanhong in a daze. "Maserati limited edition? It's worth 60 million, right? Could it be that he was just fooling me?" Looking at the check about to disappear, Su Juanhong reacted and went after it like a monkey. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "My money nah. You're such a bad person." Looking at the big monkey like Su Juanhong behind the car, Jean Shasha couldn't catch her breath from laughing. "It's all your own trouble. And you still have the face to laugh here. Who let you make unauthorized decisions and talk nonsense?" Anjing glared at her. Hearing this, Jean Shasha coughed lightly in embarrassment. In fact, she also knew that she had caused a lot of trouble for Anjing today, and was indeed embarrassed. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll send you the best aunt in our company tomorrow. Is that okay?" Jean Shasha pouted and said, and then, Jean Shasha's eyes widened and she looked quite cute. "There's always a trial period, right? The free kind," Anjing said rightfully. "Ha?" Jean Shasha was dumbfounded. "Forget it, I won't fool around with you. It's getting late. I'll send you home." Anjing grinned, feeling in a good mood. After 20 minutes, Anjing sent Jean Shasha to the entrance of a rich neighborhood. Unable to resist the other party's pestering, he could only leave his contact information. Jean Shasha disappeared with a bounce. Anjing shook his head. Today was quite an interesting day. The next day, sure enough, Jean Shasha was true to her word, and sent an aunt in her 40s, which should be the model standard bearer of their company. Watching Auntie Wine lift the sofa with one hand and take care of a table of food by herself, Anjing finally realized the benefits of having a nanny. Anjing, who had just wanted to play the game for a while after eating, was interrupted by the system beep in his head. "Host, a tenant's lease has expired. You can negotiate a renewal at any time." Anjing plus the prompt system panel in his head stretched and looked at it. Room number 809. The contract is about to expire. It seemed that he had been playing too much in the past 2 days, and had forgotten all about the serious matters. Anjing hurriedly cleaned up a bit, picked up the contract and relevant certificates, and walked towards the elevator. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, Anjing remembered that he had better give the tenant a call in advance. Otherwise it would be really embarrassing to be treated as a salesman by the tenant again, just like last time. After making the call, only then did Anjing set off towards 809 without any panic. "Hello, come on in." The tenant of 809 politely invited Anjing inside. He was a young man in his 20s. After a quick conversation, the young man signed the lease for 2 years. All went smoothly and Anjing received the transfer rent painfully. After collecting the money, Anjing walked toward the house. His mood is particularly comfortable. This small life lived is life. Congratulations to the host. Successful lease. Rewarded 100% of the shares of the Ballo Company. Congratulations to the host. Successful renewal of the lease for 2 years. Rewarded with 80% of the shares of Fuga Party. Wow, the double reward is not too good. Chapter 40 Information Leakage. Anjing wasn't too surprised by such a deal, as his reward was also double last time. Within the next 10 minutes, Anjing received calls from the managers of the 2 companies respectively. He said that for the time being, he would not be involved in any management or decision-making, and that everything in the company's affairs would just operate as it should. Hanging up the phone, Qing searched the internet for information on the two companies, which made him realize that Balo was the world's largest bicycle production company and the financier of the global bicycle race, and Fu Jiafang was the largest real estate agent in China. Qing shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the direction of his career was destined to be taken by the system on the path of a landlord. Now that he had not yet succeeded in leasing all of the Thompsons in his hands, here came another real estate agent. Qing sat in front of the computer and carefully read the introductions of the two companies before opening the game webpage again and playing in the dark. He almost didn't leave the house every day except for working out and playing games at home. The only human communication activities were with Auntie Wang and Lin Ai. Now Lin Ai was his female companion in bed, and would occasionally stay the night or go to her house for a spring night by himself. 2 days later, Qing suddenly received a few luxurious customized models of bicycles from Balo Corporation, which he put together with the wall of famous watches as well. For the filial piety of his subordinates, Qing was not to be denied. It felt good to be a shirker. The next day, Qing suddenly wanted to think about trying out what's different about this top-of-the-line bike. The security guard looked at Qing, who was leisurely riding his bicycle and wandering around the neighborhood, and he was envious. The environment within the small district of Tomson Yip was very beautiful, and Qing enjoyed it. After a whole big circle in the small district, he returned home happily, eating the dinner made by Auntie Wang. Qing felt that his life was full of happiness. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Qing, who was playing a game, received an unfamiliar phone call. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Qing?" the other party asked politely. "A man." "Yes, who is this?" "Hello, I'm a staff member of the fortune agency. It's like this, Mr. Qing, we've learned that you have dozens of Thompson's houses in your hands that need to be rented out and sold." "Wait, where did you get my contact information?" Qing interrupted the other party and asked directly. The other party was speechless. Qing hung up the phone, somewhat puzzled murmured. "Just now," the other party said as if it was a rich and powerful party. "This is not a company under his own name?" After thinking about it, Qing directly opened the system and asked, "If the house in my name is listed on the broker for rent, will there be a system reward?" The system's answer was very clear and understandable. No, the host himself must make the run of the Thompson's property in order to get the system rewards. Seeing this kind of answer, Qing was not surprised. There is no free lunch in the world. One still has to put in the labor. After playing the game for a while, Qing was still haunted by the leakage of his phone number. Could it be that the property gave it away? If that was the case, he really needed to clean up the staff of the property. Leaking homeowner information at will was not a small matter. He followed the phone number that had just called him and called back. "You're from the agency, right? I have a house to rent and would like to interview you." The man on the other side of the phone felt pleasantly surprised and immediately gave the address of the store. Hanging up the phone, Qing began to worry. Should he drive there or ride a bicycle? The man said the address. Not far from Tangshanipin, only less than 3 kilometers. Tangled half a day, Qing still chose to ride a bicycle. Changing into his sportswear, Qing randomly picked a bike to ride and set off. After only 10 minutes or so, Cheng arrived at the branch of Fujiai in the city. He had just parked his bike at the entrance when he heard a staff member come out to stop him. "Sir, you can't park your bike here," a young woman in a suit said. "Why?" Qing was surprised. "Those who come in and out of our place are guests with status and position. A bicycle will flatly lower the customer's grade," the young woman said nonchalantly. "I'm also a customer. Is this your attitude towards customers?" Qing asked back. Hearing this, the young woman rolled her eyes impatiently. How much money could a customer on a bicycle have? It simply couldn't afford to rent any of the properties introduced by their agency, let alone buy them. But the customer is God. She couldn't say anything more, skimmed her lips and turned around to go back to the store, no longer bothering with Qing. Seeing Qing follow her through the door, the young woman asked in a businesslike manner, "Can I help you?" "I'm here to find someone," Qing said indifferently. What a sickness, to come here not to rent an apartment or do business, but to find someone? He couldn't have gone to the wrong place, right? The young woman rolled her eyes again, twisted her slender waist and walked to the side, not wanting to receive Qing as a new customer at all. There were 7 or 8 employees in the store, and one of them took the initiative to stand up after seeing Qing. "Excuse me, sir, how can I help you? I'm Qing, here to find the person I spoke to just now." Qing opened the door and said, "Mr. So it's you who's here? I was the one who made the call in the morning. I'm Gu Moyang." Another youth standing next to the surrounding youths said in surprise, "Wu Lele, why don't you hurry up and pour tea for Mr. Gu Moyang ordered. The young woman who was impatient with Qing just now, frowned and got up to pour the tea with a reluctant look on her face. "Pouring tea is not necessary. I want to know, where did you get my phone number? And from where did you know that I am the owner of several houses in Townsend?" Qing asked indifferently. Hearing such words, Gu Moyang froze. Could it be that the other party was not here to talk business, but to ask for a favor? He couldn't afford to offend such a big customer. How to answer this kind of question was not very appropriate. The people in the room did not dare to say anything. They all felt that Anqing's words were not good to take. Gu Mo Yang eyes flickering. Do not know what Qing in the end want. This matter can be big or small. All depends on the other side want to pursue. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and Chang was very dissatisfied with the reaction of several employees. Today, he had not only come to ask for punishment, but also wanted to see the working ability of the company's employees, which now seemed to be very disappointing indeed. As dry agents, these people's on-the-spot reactions were too poor. I just want to know where you got the information from, and won't pursue responsibility. Now can you say it? Anqing sighed and eased his attitude, then asked, Sir, don't be angry. How about we go inside and talk slowly about this matter? It will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The man who received Qing at the beginning said with a smiling face. Who are you? Anqing asked. I'm Chen Fan, the salesman here. My matter, does it have anything to do with you? Anqing asked. No. Chen Fan closed his mouth and didn't dare to speak, and Cheng stared straight at Guo Yang, already a little annoyed. What are all standing here dry? Did something happen? The awkward atmosphere in the room was suddenly interrupted by a woman who had just come in. Anqing turned around to see that there was a woman in a white professional suit with a ravishing look standing there at the door carrying a suitcase. May I ask if you are? Chen Fan opened his mouth and asked. I'm your new store manager. This company transfer order. Ilya handed the document in her hand to Chen Fan. Chapter 41, The New Store Manager's Small Minds. Chen Fan took the transfer order and all the employees took turns to look at it, already recognizing Ilya's identity as the store manager. Now can you tell me what happened? Ilya asked again. Upon hearing this question, the room of people directed their gazes at Qing and Guo Yang, while Qing, however, only stared at Ilya alone, wanting to see what this new store manager was capable of. Seeing that no one was answering, Chen Fan lightly coughed and told the story. What was this matter? Ilya's expression was slightly stunned. Her attention was not on the issue of leaking any client's secrets. Rather, she was dwelling on Anqing's name. As a store manager herself, she certainly knew more than her employees. She had already heard that the big boss of the company had changed before she came here, and that his name was Anqing, and that he also lived in Thompson. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? She definitely didn't believe it. Ilya looked at Anqing with a complicated gaze and asked somewhat cautiously, Anqing, what is all this? Chen Fan and Guo Yang and the others were all surprised. Could it be that the new store manager and Qing knew each other? Qing really didn't expect that he had been recognized so quickly by this new store manager, but there was no need to hide this matter. He smiled and nodded his head. Anqing, it's really you. I just arrived today and didn't know that you came to inspect the work, so I didn't make any preparations. I hope you'll bear with me, Ilya said handily, nervous in his heart. What? Inspecting the work? Could it be that Anqing was someone sent by the company? Guo Yang and Chen Fan and the others looked at each other in dismay. Their performance just now was very poor. Don't stand here foolishly. This is the chairman of our company. Everyone come over and say hello, Ilya chided with glaring eyes. Upon hearing this, the employees in the room were even more unable to stand. Just now when Anqing came, because he was riding a bicycle, they were slow to treat each other. Especially Guo Yang. His face was even whiter. The boss personally questioned why he got his phone number. There was really no way to muddle through this matter. Chairman, I really didn't know it was you who came to visit. I'm sorry, Guo Yang said with trepidation. Now you can tell me where you got my personal information, right? Anqing was obsessed with this question. I usually watch the live streaming platform, and I'm a fan of Anchor Lin AI, so I learned from his live stream that you're the big owner of Townsend, and Zhang Lin is my former client. So your phone number I asked him for. Guo Yang blurted out without thinking. What he said could be the truth. This answer was out of Anqing's expectation. It seemed that he had overthought things and almost misunderstood the property officer. Forget it, today's matter ended here. He planned to go home. Chairman, do you have any other orders? Seeing that the big boss was about to leave, Ilya asked attentively, and Qing glanced back at her and said with meaning, train your staff well. It's important to adapt on the spot. After saying this, Qing went out and rode his bicycle slowly and leisurely. Seeing the chairman disappear into the crowd's line of sight, Guo Yang slumped on his butt on the stool. The others weren't much better. All of them had a stunned look on their faces. The new store manager, Ilya, stood in place with flickering eyes pondering something, and only after a long time had passed did she pull Guo Yang and ask about the personal information about Anqing. In response to the store manager's question, Guo Yang did not dare to be sloppy and gave a clear explanation. As far as I know, the chairman of the board has an entire mansion in Consequently that needs to be rented out, and I got his phone number for the purpose of developing customers. A whole piece of mansion? That's a big patron. Ilya smiled faintly. In her eyes, even if she was the chairman, so what? She never goes soft on the clients she should take down. He took the information that Gu Mo Yan wanted to delete and secretly cheered himself up. Having been in the real estate industry for so many years, she knew that the richer the person, the less willing they were to deal with trivial things. Since their big boss was so bold, it was assumed that a small matter like renting an apartment and signing a contract should be impatient, and she should personally handle it herself. So this was her chance. The small episode in the company's branch store didn't leave any mental ripples for Anjing at all, and he was in a good mood as he enjoyed the roadside scenery while walking slowly and leisurely towards home. Passing by an underground shopping mall, Anjing didn't see. From the exit sped up a luxury car. Inside, a pair of men and women were frolicking. The car speed was fast. When the driver looked up and saw Anjing, he was shocked and hastily slammed on the brakes, and Anjing was startled, jumping straight off his bike and running back. In a flash of lightning, Anjing's bike was crushed over by the car in a horrible way. Luckily, Anjing ran fast, or else it would be himself lying on the ground right now. Seeing this scene, Anjing was scared, gasped for a few breaths, and then glared at the person who drove the sedan with annoyance. Here is a slow lane. The other side thought it was on the highway? People come and go. Really not afraid of death? Before Anjing could question the other party, the man in the car got down. You're blind. Do you know how to ride a bicycle? The other man cursed furiously. Anjing cocked his head and looked at the unreasonable bald man. Speechless. Look at how my car's headlight has been scratched by you. Riding a bicycle can wander anywhere. Is this road your family's? The bald man scolded unforgivingly. Are you sick? I was almost run over by you. And now you dare to be preemptive and unreasonable? Anjing said impatiently. Aren't you fine? Those like you who have nothing to do but ride a bicycle out to hang around are all bumper stickers. Know how expensive Little Master's automobile is? You don't want to leave without paying compensation for my headlight today. The bald man sneered, skimming over the bike that had been crushed beyond recognition. With a righteous look. How much compensation? Anjing narrowed eyes indifferently asked. The landing price of the naked bike is 1.2 million. The headlight is at least 30,000. Not even 1 point less. The bald man said smugly, looking at Anjing with contempt. Look at your poor face. I'm afraid you won't be able to earn $1 million in your life, right? I'll kindly let you off the hook. Pay 10,000 yuan and then sincerely apologize. I won't pursue the matter of you touching the porcelain. Hear the crash of a lot of noise. There have been a lot of onlookers came over, talking about their own insights. Look at this luxury car owner is still quite generous. Otherwise $30,000 did not run. I just seem to see this car hit the young man riding a bicycle. How the young man became a bumper. This cannot be clear. Now a lot of people touch porcelain. You look at this luxury car owner is justified. It seems to be reasonable. $10,000 is also a lot of This young man riding a bicycle is not what rich people estimate. Chapter 42 Bicycle Insurance. Hearing the voices of the onlookers, the bald man's temperament went up a level. I have this car installed recorder. No compensation or apology. You certainly can't go today. The melon-eating crowd, seeing the bald man's attitude, have come up with a result. This young man must be touching porcelain did not touch. Was caught in flagrante delicto. That is, people have a recorder? What demons and monsters can be photographed clearly? This young man is afraid of being miserable. Anjing of course can hear the voices of the masses. He looked at the bald man expressionless. You still have reason, right? Don't you have a recorder? Call up the video and show it to us. Hearing Anjing say this, the melon eaters were a bit puzzled. Could it be that this young man was not a bumper car? Otherwise, he should have panicked. Why did he ask to see the evidence? Seeing that Anjing was not easy to deal with, the bald man's face looked bad. Shut up, and didn't say anything. Why are you mute? Not taking advantage of the situation and still dare to be arrogant here. I just can't stand people like you. What's wrong with riding a bicycle? Riding a bicycle is environmentally friendly. Have a car, you are great? You'll go to jail if you break the law. Anjing nonchalantly lectured. Don't play dumb here. You don't dare to take the car recorder video out, right? It's okay, I have it here too. What the hell? The crowd stared at Anjing in bewilderment. What do you mean you have a car recorder here too? A bicycle? What do you mean you have a car recorder here too? A bicycle? Facts prove that Anjing is really not funny. He will fall to the ground. Car turned over. From the handlebars near the car took out a small recorder, faintly said, this is a full angle high definition. Is not it? Think it is very surprised? The melon-eating crowd looked at the recorder in Anjing's hand and were simply speechless. There was nothing strange in the world, and they had gotten a better understanding today. This is the first time I've heard of a recorder on a bicycle. This thing looks quite compact. Really speechless. This recorder should be worth more than even a bicycle, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are young people so good at playing nowadays? The melon masses are talking a lot. Even the bald man who was arrogant just now is also confused. He himself accounted for the heart of the mirror very clear. Slow lane speed. Full responsibility did not run. Forget it, I still have something to do. I don't have time to talk to you. The bald man spat, turned around and took $1,000 from the car and threw it at Anqing's feet. Take the money and get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. I'm sick of seeing you. Anqing was all pissed off and laughed. There were still such unreasonable people in the world. How is $1,000 enough? If you want to run away now, it's too late. The bald man pointed at Anqing and suddenly stormed out. You poor bastard. You want to cheat money, right? $1,000 is not enough to pay for a broken bicycle? You still want to sell it for a sky-high price? The onlookers also spoke up. Young man, this $1,000 can buy 2 bicycles. Almost, that's right. Besides, it's a blessing that your person is fine. Anqing ignored the crowd's arguments and persuasion, dialed out the phone. While dialing the number, he said to the bald man, you don't dawdle here. Call the insurance company. After saying this, he directly explained to the cell phone, I'm Anqing. I was hit by someone on Beihua Road. The bike has been scrapped. Is there anyone to come over for a trip? Looking at Anqing's tawdry operation, the melon-eating crowd was dumbfounded. This bike is really insured? How is it possible? Is the young man not in good spirits? Interesting. Fresh enough. Although the bald man didn't understand what kind of medicine Anqing was selling in his gourd, but the other party was just a broken bike anyway. So maybe if the insurance company came, he could still lose less money. He also took out his phone and directly dialed the insurance company's number. And not long after, the staff of the 2 insurance companies were all in place. Today I'm kind of enlightened. Bicycles can also be insured. This young man is also really interesting. Even if it is to go through the insurance process, how much money can he be worth for a broken bicycle? Maybe people just want this reasoning. Money does not matter. The melons of the masses were talking loudly, but all of them were in a mocking attitude. But the development of things will often be unexpected. Soon everyone cannot laugh, and the bald man's face can be described as black as the bottom of a pot, because the insurance company on the side of the luxury car, when they saw that what was hit was just a bicycle, they didn't take it seriously. However, as the insurance company personnel on Anqing's side presented voucher bills one after another, the bald man quickly frowned. Sir, this bike pays for valuable insurance, and the paperwork is complete. The insurance company man said in a businesslike manner to the bald man, a bicycle is also considered a valuable item? The bald man was baffled. Yes, this bike is an imported customized model. Not only are the formalities complete, there is also a certificate of value. Just say it directly. How much money do you want to compensate? The bald man frowned and asked. He still didn't believe it. A bicycle could still be priced out of the sky? The insurance company's staff took a deep breath. Although they also felt that this matter was too far-fetched, they also had to face reality. This bike is fully paid for $3.8 million. It is estimated that the value of the repair is not very high. This has to be calculated later, so you have to make a preparation first. What? The bald man was anxious. A bike? $3.8 million? Are you playing with me? He thought he was hallucinating, and his eyes glazed over. At this time, not only was the bald man mad, this side of the melon-eating crowd was also mad. Did I hear it right? $3.8 million? Do rich people play like this now? There's such a bike in the world? Really never heard of it. Crazy. At this moment everyone was looking at Anqing with complicated eyes. What is the origin of this young man? A bicycle actually cost $3.8 million? It was too exaggerated. A low-profile tycoon? The invisible rich second generation? The perverted and evil boss? Which one is he? And everyone's eyes towards the bald man also made a 180-degree turn. Your broken car is only $1.2 million. This bike can buy you 3 and still have a surplus. Just clamor so wild. Now face white as paper. Is not the fight is also too painful? The melon crowd is irresponsible. Naturally, following the plot at any time to change the evaluation. Fortunately, the insurance company's people are very reliable. Anqing explained all the things, said faintly, there is nothing, I will go first. Money, not a dime more, not a dime less. I want my own share. Okay, Mr. Anqing, we understand. The insurance company man respectfully escorted Anqing away. When Anqing passed by the bald man, he couldn't help but stop and add, people, knowing your mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing, or else you'll get your comeuppance. Chapter 43, on the news. The bald man's face swelled red, did not say a word. Now he is suffering retribution. Today's events alive to him a lesson. That is called people outside the sky. The car outside the car. This is not far from the Townsend. Anqing slipped away, as a walk. Just before he arrived at the door, he received a call from his good buddy Gao Wei. I got you on the news by the way. It's on TV right now. Which station? Anjing subconsciously asked. The local channel. Watch it quickly, Gao Zhaowang said excitedly. And Qing really didn't know what was so surprising about himself that he could be on the news, and curiously entered the house and turned on the TV. The suited and booted host on the TV was playing the video content of the limousine that had just knocked down the bicycle, accompanied by commentary. Anjing watched for a while, speechless, turned off the TV. His own handsome face to see can be too clear. This is in the end which lack of virtue people do. He didn't want this kind of fame. The invisible rich man riding a $3.8 million bicycle. This title was really bad. The news had just finished airing when Anjing received another call from Gao Zhaowang. I say brother, I think you have the potential to be a big internet celebrity. People nowadays love to read this kind of news. Exposing one to a fire. Gao Zhaowang, who was a big anchor, was super passionate about this kind of traffic news, but there was absolutely no way to get an empathetic response from Anjing. Are you bored or not? That's all there is to a phone call? Then hang up. Anjing rolled his eyes, somewhat displeased. Alas, wait a while. I really have something serious to find you. Gao Zhaowang froze and hastily changed the topic. Our school counselor Lao Chen asked me to look for you, saying that the school wants you to participate in the Entrepreneurial Rising Stars meeting to be held tomorrow. Why didn't he call me himself? Anjing asked in surprise. Did you change your phone number? The counselor didn't know about this new number of yours, so he called me, Gao Zhaowang explained. Oh, right. Anjing tapped. His head suddenly realized that not many people knew about this new number he had now changed. What does the Entrepreneurial Rising Star Society do? Shouldn't we be inviting some successful person to set a good example for our younger siblings? Anjing still couldn't figure it out. There's no need to ask. You're rich. Okay. Anjing was speechless. There was really no problem with this answer. Mr. Chen said that the school has given a task to every teacher, and this entrepreneurial emerging will need financial support. Gao Zhaowang spoke eloquently. Anjing suddenly interrupted him and asked bluntly, is it true that you went around publicizing my current situation, so the teacher also knows about it? There wasn't much publicizing, was there? You snatched the bride at the wedding that day, and then you even threw a party at your home. How much did you give your classmates a face? I was just showing off a little, Gao Zhaowang said with a straight face. I'm not convinced by anyone but you with this broken mouth. You tell Mr. Chen that I will definitely be there tomorrow, contributing a little to my alma mater. That's nothing. Anjing hung up the phone, shaking his head somewhat helplessly. Donations were fine, but how much was appropriate for him to donate? After all, he used to be a poor person, never participated in this kind of feast. Donate more. It is too out of the limelight. This is not what he wants to see. Donate less it. I am afraid of being laughed at. But also to Chen teacher is not good to explain. With confused Anjing the second day early in the morning to get up. After breakfast he changed a customized version of the suit, and bring his watch worth more than 20 million. Which then sure driving a sports car straight to his alma mater, High University. The $60 million Maserati was very impressive on the road and caused a sensation at the entrance of the school. The students who came and went looked at Anjing's car with envious eyes, but at this time Anjing's mood was not beautiful, because he was stopped at the entrance of the school by the iron-faced security guard. No one can enter without an invitation. For in Qing, the security guard didn't believe that he was here to participate in the Venture Rising Star meeting at all. Because important events like this at school were all about carrots, how could they not have an invitation? The people who hated the rich gloated and looked at Anjing. Let you have a good time. So what if you drive a luxury car? We can't just say that we can enter Haida. Anjing stood in front of the school door at a loss, a little helpless and feeling a little funny. He had spent a pleasant 4 years of university time here, but today he couldn't even get in the door. This was really a bit ironic to say the least. Isn't this Anjing? Why are you standing here and not going in? Anjing, who had a complicated mind, was suddenly patted on the back, and he turned his head to see that it was none other than the teacher who had invited him here. Mr. Chen. Hello Mr. Chen. I don't have an invitation. I can't get in. And Qing poured out his grievances. When he was in school he had a good relationship with the teacher in front of him. Mr. Chen. Hey, this is my fault. I was negligent. You let go. This is our school's honored guest and scholar. Teacher Chen shouted at the security guard, and with a big grin, he directly sat in the passenger side. This car of yours isn't bad. Teacher enjoying it today. Anjing had long been used to Teacher Chen's unconventional character, and he grinned as he started the sports car. Behind him came a burst of screams from the girls. Handsome man with a sports car. This formation, too eye-pleasing. Sitting in the car. Mr. Chen silently sized up Anjing, nodding uncontrollably in his heart. Having been with Qing for 4 years, Teacher Chen was very clear about this boy's bottom line. He was definitely not some rich second generation that his classmates were talking about. Back then, when Qing had just entered the school, he still remembered very clearly. Anjing at that time is with poor people out of the child. The characteristic sensitivity and inferiority complex. He had to rely on scholarships and subsidies for poor students to complete his studies in 4 years of college. And these things were still fresh in his mind. Teacher Chen believed that Qing must be a big boss who had succeeded only through his own hard work, but had kept a low profile. Teacher Chen, you keep staring at me like this. It makes me terrified, Anjing said with amusement. Ha ha, I still need to make a report when I look at my own students? Teacher Chen laughed cheerfully. That's not necessary. Teacher, tell me about today's Entrepreneurial Rising Stars meeting. I've participated in this kind of activity before, and I don't have a clue in my heart. Anjing opened the door and asked. It's like this. Letting you come isn't just about spending money. This year's event is different from the past. It's kind of an investment event. Mr. Chen straightened his expression and narrated. The entrepreneurs are definitely our school's underclassmen, and their projects will be included in the Entrepreneurial Rising Stars activities after strict scrutiny. The funders are also investors. You can choose your own investment projects at a later stage after the event, and you will have a great advantage in the later operation and income of the project. Anjing listened attentively, nodding uncontrollably. So it's like this. This is a bit like investment promotion. Indeed a little. Pure donation dedication. The teacher will not look for you. The children are not easy to make money. Teacher Chen was very emotional. Chapter 44, Snobbish Little Man. The entrepreneurial program of the college students of his own alma mater. And Qing actually still supported it. After listening to Mr. Chen's introduction, and Qing had a new plan in his mind. Since it was a one-time investment and still an investment that had a return, he might as well put in some more money. This idea Qing did not say out loud, but rather thought silently in his heart, intending to see the situation in a while. Get out of the car. The two people stepped into the venue. It turns out that today's Entrepreneurial Rising Star activity is held in the school's auditorium. Not only are there successful people from all walks of life, there are also school leaders. In addition, there are also many of our current students will come to watch as a way of motivating students to get ahead. Today, Mr. Chen had other things to do. He guided Qing to the seating area and was about to leave when he heard someone shouting from behind. Isn't this Mr. Chen? It's been a long time. How's your health always been? Teacher Chen turned around and it turned out to be Gao Chang, a student he used to bring up. Health is still good. I heard that you kid Gao Chang has recently been promoted again. Teacher Chen smilingly exchanged pleasantries. It's not exactly a high promotion, but it's just a vice president. Gao Chang complacent said. This is. He turned his head to look at Qing. Although today is a school-organized event, but these successful people usually accumulate contacts in a subtle way. He saw that Anjing was dressed in a suit and had an extraordinary appearance, so he also wanted to get acquainted. Hello, I'm Full Pocket. Anjing smiled, ready to introduce himself, but the other party didn't give him a chance, and Gao Chang's brows furrowed when he heard the words full doodle. It turned out to be a small anchor. No wonder he cleaned up like a man. This kind of person has no social value. Befriending him pulls down his own identity. Mr. Chen, you should be busy first. I'll go over there and take a look. Gao Chang interrupted Qing's words and with a hurried look, he turned around and walked away. Looking at his back, Teacher Chen was a little embarrassed. Don't take it personally, he's always been like this. Anjing shrugged his shoulders and shook his head in disbelief. This kind of person was a typical bottle of shilly-shallying. Depending on the person, he didn't have the free time to be concerned about it. Teacher Chen, don't you think that I'm just a small anchor? Anjing looked at Teacher Chen and asked indifferently. It was reasonable to say that he should be very busy today, but he had been accompanying himself all this time, so he should be treating himself as a big anchor. I'm at least over 50 years old, and I'm still somewhat accurate in reading people. Mr. Chen shook his head and smiled. That car of yours isn't cheap, and this watch on your wrist, it's also not something an ordinary rich person can afford. Don't look at me with this kind of eyes. Teacher is knowing the world but not the world. You sit down. I'm really quite busy. Teacher Chen patted Anjing's shoulder, got up and walked towards the backstage. Mr. Why are you here? Wang Bo walked over with wide eyes, looking surprised. I really didn't expect that, Mr. Wang is also a graduate of this school. And Chang was also surprised that the visitor was no one else but Wang Bo, the old general manager of the Full Pocket live streaming platform. Looks like we are really destined to be together. I graduated in 18 years. How about you? Wang Bo cheerfully climbed up with Anjing. This scene looked in Gao Chang's eyes. It was a naked little anchor browbeating the boss of the platform. He disdainfully skimmed his mouth and sneered. A small person is a small person. Can't get on stage anywhere. The activities all started quickly. Wang Bo's seat was in the front, and the two had to be separated for the time being. Anjing looked at his own seat and shook his head with some self-deprecation. It seemed that he was usually too low profile, and was actually placed in the last row, the least valued place. Behind him were the younger siblings of high university. So this position should be considered the VIP end of the line, right? The long opening speech of the host on the stage as well as the speeches of the leaders. Listening to Anjing was drowsy. I say brother, how much are you going to pay today? Another young man sitting beside Qing gently patted him and asked in a low voice. Haven't thought about it yet, have you? And Qing said indifferently. The young man beside him was about the same age as himself. It was estimated that he really couldn't listen to the old lady's shroud-like speech on stage, couldn't hold it in, and wanted to chat with Anjing for a while. $1 million? It's useless to offer more than that. Just mean it. The young man answered painfully. I'm Chu Anjia. What's your name? Anjing, newly graduated today. Anjing laughed. The other party looked like he should be a self-starter. This kind of entrepreneurial rising star meeting, it's actually that much to put it bluntly. My dad said, as my alma mater, it's not too good not to pay out money, and it's no fun to pay out too much. $1 million for a show is fine. Chu Anjia rambled on. I don't know. His words in the ears of the younger siblings behind him how beat up. It's true that rich people don't know how expensive it is, and $1 million is used to support the show. The two people talked until the stage spoke about the various entrepreneurial projects that needed financial support today, and only then did Anjing bring his attention back. After all, it was related to how much money he contributed, and he listened very carefully. On the contrary, Chu Anjia began to drift off again. He had little interest in this kind of program, and was just here to go through the motions today, listening to the self-introductions of the projects of all the entrepreneurial students on the stage. Anjing sometimes frowned, sometimes nodded his head, constantly analyzing in his mind. Don't say, today he came to be very meaningful. College student entrepreneurship has always been a pie-in-the-sky, unique approach. At least 4 or 5 of these projects Anjing felt and had personality. He was willing to give support. Soon, more than an hour passed. The introduction speeches of all the entrepreneurs today were finished, and the host went up to the stage for the next step in the process with great excitement. I'm sure all the successful people here have already heard all the wonderful project introductions from the entrepreneurs just now. Now it's time for the investment session. Graduating alumni who are interested can go on stage and say the amount they want to support, giving the younger siblings a stage to realize their dreams. After the host's words, there was a moment of coldness on the stage. Fortunately, the school authorities had prepared for this, and 3 people in suits came up to the stage to say how much they would support, ranging from 200, 000, 1 million, and 8 million. This will give the next alumni on stage to give a sample of funds. Give less will not be too embarrassing. Someone took the lead, and the following program went smoothly. Half an hour passed. Just the amount has reached 60 million. The school organizer is still not very satisfied. Last year's donation alone amounted to $100 million, and this year all the projects are rewarding. Although the risk of investing in entrepreneurial projects is very high, but it is better than selflessness. The hosts are on stage making their best efforts to encourage the successful people invited over today to come on stage. Chapter 45, Godly Investment. However, busy half a day. The number of investment amount is still climbing very slowly, finally to the last row. At this moment, the amount is only 83 million. From the school's ultimate goal of 150 million is still far away. Anjing already know that just now that looked down on their own Gao Chang invested 800,000, and Wang Bo contribution of 3 million. He is already considered a big account. He pondered silently and gradually got an idea in his heart. Chu Anjia's turn on the stage. He is in order to invest 1 million. Interestingly, the few young men who followed him to the stage also all invested 1 million. Anjing shook his head. It seemed that this amount just couldn't meet the expectations of the school organizers. Didn't he see the big dean's frown getting tighter and tighter? Unexpectedly today, Anjing was the last one to go on stage, and the schoolmates under the stage looked at the graceful Anjing on the stage and found it very eye-pleasing. But this person was too young, and it was estimated that he would only be able to invest $1 million at most, and there wouldn't be any more surprises that were too big. Today, the enthusiasm and persistence of the alumni in starting their own businesses touched me. There are several of these projects that I am very optimistic about, so I have temporarily decided to change my investment plan. Anjing stood on the stage and said with a smile. Normally, he was an existence that could only silently look up to the speakers on the stage from the ground. But today, he didn't expect that the wind and water would turn around, and he could also stand on the stage and become a successful person to talk eloquently, which was a really good feeling. Anjing enjoyed this moment of glory, and his slow and methodical speech caused Gao Chang's dissatisfaction. What's wrong with a small platform anchor who is addicted to attracting the public's attention? Hurry up and finish the amount and get off the stage. Look at his complacent look. Does he really think he is a successful person? He's a good guy. On the contrary, Wang Bo's attitude is very cautious. He looked at Anjing, listening carefully to every word of it. This young man was not simple. and he was afraid that there would be a big action today. Seeing that he had focused everyone's attention on himself, and Chang was satisfied and continued, I am prepared to use all of my income from every year in Man 2 to support the funding of our school's entrepreneurship program. I hope that my schoolmates and siblings will be brave enough to accomplish their dreams. Hearing this, the host had a moment of confusion. How much is 1 year's income? And how much is the income for each year? As far as he knew, this alumnus seemed to be an anchor on the platform. Could his income be rockets and flowers? Anjing alumnus, I want to know how much you earn in a year? There must be at least a funding amount, the host asked politely. The leaders on the stage also looked at each other in disbelief, and Chang looked fresh-faced. How could he invest out of the ordinary? Is it not good to directly say the amount? Gao Chang sat on the stage and straightened his mouth. It's funny, who knows how much money you can make as an anchor? It doesn't look like a top stream. It would be nice to make 200,000 a year. Besides, the fans can praise you, and they can also drop you to death. Which one of the big anchors nowadays is not walking on thin ice? If you're popular today, who knows if you'll be drinking the northwest wind tomorrow? Hearing Anqing's words, Wang Bo sat up straight and became serious in his attitude. This, I haven't really counted. The host's words asked in Qing, who only knew that the full pocket platform had a generous return on profits, but the exact amount was not too clear. And Qing's answer made the host more and more puzzled. I don't know where alumnus in Qing is high up. Full doodle platform. And Chang said indifferently, although he had many identities, today he mainly wanted to take out the profits from his time at the full doodle platform. Are you an anchor, or an executive? The host asked with a frown. Why did he feel that Anqing was a bit two-dimensional? Was he even unclear about how much money he made? Neither. I'm not involved in management or running. Anqing shook his head and looked at Wang Bo on the stage. Gu, just say how much money you make a year and be done with it. Grinding and answering questions, delaying everyone's time. Gao Chang finally couldn't help himself and shouted loudly as he sat on the stool. Why was he annoyed with this kind of pretentious person? Obviously there wasn't much money. The gimmick was quite able to rectify the scene. To put it bluntly, it was just hype. In his opinion, being an anchor had fallen short, and moreover, it was still a small anchor. Anqing's behavioral gesture was too much for him to bear. Gao Chang's words also represented the voices of individuals, and quickly gained the solidarity of some of his schoolmates. Quiet everyone, please. Can you convert this all income into a specific amount and estimate it? The host was also a bit impatient, but still maintained his demeanor and asked with a smile. I'm really not sure. How about this? I'll ask. Anqing raised his chin at Wang Bo on the stage, signaling the other party to give an answer. Amidst the skittish mouths and blank stares of the crowd, Wang Bo sighed in his heart. No wonder Mr. and has the money to acquire his company's shares. He is indeed a god-level tycoon, and he has made an extraordinary move now. He stood up and opened his mouth in everyone's puzzled eyes. Mr. I am impressed by your boldness and big gesture. Estimating the profit of this year's full pocket company, your income should be around 400 million. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. What do you mean? Just now when this man called Wang Bo came on stage, the host had introduced him and said that he was the old president of the Full Doodle live streaming platform. Now with his words, was he saying that Chang was also the major shareholder of the Full Doodle platform? Otherwise where did he get such a high income? Furthermore, Wang Bo called him general manager and, look at this respectful attitude and admiring eyes. It had properly explained everyone's doubts. It's nothing to spend a bit of money when I can do something for my alma mater and support the entrepreneurial programs of alumni. And Qing laughed. At this moment, everyone's eyes had changed as they looked at Qing. That was $400 million, not $400. What kind of joke was this? It was estimated that the school's 3 years of total entrepreneurial funding program support did not amount to this much, right? The school leader took the initiative to stand up and asked excitedly, may I ask if you are a shareholder of Full Doodle Company? Facing this obvious question, Anqing smiled and nodded. Yes, 30% of the shares. Gao Chang under the stage sucked in a cold breath. He was really blind today, such a powerful big boss, but he didn't get a ride and even offended someone. Had he gone crazy? Are you sure that you want to use this 30% of the profit to support the alumni entrepreneurship program of your alma mater every year? The school leader then asked, his eyes burning. This is natural. The money is not much, but it makes sense to me to let our school's talents realize their dreams and create more value for society. Anqing pretended to say in a low-key manner, not much money? 400 million isn't much, so how much is too much? The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, as if in this instant, it seemed as if they saw that Alibaba founder who said on stage that he wasn't interested in money again. Chapter 46, Getting Rewarded Again. The thinking of rich people is really different from normal people. Today is considered to have seen it. Our full pocket company is now in the upswing of its operations, and in the future, Mr. An's income and profits will only increase. not decrease. Following Mr. An's example, I've decided to add another 7 million to the amount I just bet. Although I can't beat my horse as well as Mr. Un, but it's still a gesture of goodwill. I've been taught, Wang Bo said aloud, supporting Qing with his actions. And Qing's generosity not only moved the school leaders, but also made many business tycoons on the stage pay attention. These people were all business elites, and perhaps each of them was worth hundreds of millions of dollars as well. But for them to invest so much money at once, that was simply impossible. Everyone felt that Anjia was a befriendable alumnus, so young and strong, with an unlimited future. The host took a lot of effort to stabilize the lively scene. In fact, he was also very excited at this moment. Finally, the event moved on to the next section, which was to invite alumni with successful careers to share their success stories on stage. In addition to the speakers agreed upon in advance, there were also a few who came on stage on an impromptu basis. In the end, Anjia could not resist the crowd's expectations and was enthusiastically invited to the stage by the host in the hope that he would say something inspiring and motivating. In this regard, Anjia was really not at all psychologically prepared. He himself was indeed considered rich now. It was no exaggeration to say that he was considered to be a god-level rich man. However, there was really nothing that Anjia could say about such a thing as sharing his success. Could it be that he was lucky? He was favored by the system? Even if Anjia dared to say this, it was impossible for everyone to believe it. Standing on the stage, Anjia sighed slightly in his heart and raised his hand to stop the thunderous applause and enthusiasm of the scene. Regarding success, everyone has a different definition. People are valued for living a meaningful life, not for the amount of wealth. Realizing self-worth in the process of hard work and struggle, that's the most important. Fortunately, he hadn't read many books about inspirational as well as sense of life before, and he finally used them today. Anjia spilled out for more than 10 minutes, listening to the younger siblings under the stage nodded their heads and thought deeply. Anjia was very proud. It seems that he has the potential to be a magician. In the future, this kind of occasion may wish to practice more eloquence. Chicken soup for the soul is still quite cool. Participating in the activities of his alma mater today was a pleasant trip for Qing. After the end, he drove his sports car back to Tomson Yip. At this moment, there was one of his men standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, and that was Ilya. Miss, you really can't go in. There are rules in the neighborhood. Unless you can get the owner to call or come personally to bring you in, the security guard said politely. He really didn't understand why a woman who looked so beautiful was standing at the door like a dog's skin, not leaving. She also had to look for the biggest owner in the neighborhood. And Chang, didn't he know? Is Anjia never short of women around him? I've told you, I really know Mr. Look in my phone. Isn't this his phone number? Ilya said in a haunted voice, once again pulling up Qing's phone number in his cell phone's address book to show the security guard. No way. The security guard shook his head breathlessly, cartwheeling words that he didn't want to say over and over again. If you have a phone number, why don't you just call Anjia? It was evident that this number could be fake, but there was also a possibility that it was real. So the security guard was also hesitant and didn't dare to directly drive Ilya away. Anjia, who had returned at this time, because he didn't have a deep impression of Ilya yesterday, drove his sports car directly into the neighborhood, and didn't even notice the scene that happened at the entrance. The security guard watched Anjing's car disappear into thin air and finally frowned, looking at Ilya and said, "Why can't you woman understand human language? I definitely won't let you in. Hurry up and go." Ilya was puzzled as to why the security guard's attitude changed in an instant. Just now, although he was impatient, at least he didn't dare to blatantly kick people out like this. What kind of attitude is that? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Ilya was very unhappy. Complain about me? In what capacity are you? The security guard rolled his eyes, his patience running out. I've said it all. I know your big owner, Mr. and I'll complain about you to him, Ilya said in exasperation. Ro, don't you have his phone number? Hurry up and call? The security guard taunted. Ilya stalled. The phone number stored in her cell phone was real, but she was also really afraid to call it. It was obvious that her top boss was very sensitive about the leakage of personal information, and if she made the call easily, there was a possibility that she wouldn't be able to keep her job. Alright, don't brag here, Mr. And just drove into the neighborhood just now. You don't even recognize his car? Still have the nerve to clamor in front of me? The security guard waved his hand, unwilling to waste time with Ilya, and directly entered the security room. What? Chairman, already entered the neighborhood? Did you just go in? Ilya froze on the spot with a dumbfounded look on her face, somewhat unable to regain her senses. But she is a person who will not stop until she achieves her goal. Although she was disliked by the security guards, she still did not leave. She stood by herself at the entrance of the neighborhood and waited, hoping to block the Anjing who went out again. On that day, Anjing did not leave the house. turned on his computer and played games. Family. Early in the morning he was confused and woke up by the system in his divine consciousness. Host, a tenant's house expires today. Please renew the lease in time. This is a serious matter. Anjing rubbed his somewhat sunken head and sat up, pulling open the system panel in his divine sense to look at the specific information of the tenant, so as to have a clear picture in his mind. After breakfast, Anjing took the property certificate and the relevant information contract and went straight to 702. The person who renewed the lease today was a woman in her 50s. The renewal went well, but unfortunately, this tenant had only signed a 1-year contract. Although Anjing couldn't get the system's two-way reward, he looked at the message prompted by the system and sighed. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 70% of the equity of Hongda law firm. It was really humanized. He had just invested money yesterday for his alma mater's entrepreneurial project, and was in need of professional lawyers to supervise and manage the project, and today the system directly handed out rewards. This Hongda law firm is too famous. It is simply the leading sheep in the same industry in China. Anjing had heard about it for a long time. Like a thunderclap, unexpectedly, today this firm had also become property under his name. A perfect system with perfect rewards, and Chang was kind of convinced. After finishing his business, Anjing still planned to go out for a while today. The bike from yesterday was definitely not rideable. Fortunately, there were still several bikes of the same model at home. Anjing picked a red one. He slowly rode out of the neighborhood. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw Ilya, who was dressed in formal attire. Why is she here? At this hour? Doesn't she have to go to work? Anjing blinked in surprise. Chapter 47, The Persevering Dedicated Worker. Good morning, Chairman. The Emperor's heaven is not a burden, is what Ilya was thinking in her heart at the moment. She came at 5 o'clock this morning and really waited for Anjing. Anjing frowned slightly, a little confused as to what this woman meant. Ilya, trying to control her nervousness. Chairman is like this. Can you give me 3 minutes? I would like to talk to you for a moment. Anjing did not say anything. Of course he knew Ilya, but did not understand why the other party was waiting for him at the entrance of the neighborhood. Seeing that Anjing didn't say anything, Ilya's heart became more and more nervous, feeling a lot of pressure. Her own top boss's aura was too discreet, and for a while she didn't know how to speak, but the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Chairman, please allow me to talk to you. Half a minute has passed. You still have 150 seconds, Anjing said indifferently. Hearing this, Ilya realized that the chairman's silence was actually waiting for him to speak. It's like this. Chairman, I know that you still have dozens of towns and houses under your name that need to be rented out. This business can be completely handed over to me. At least the fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. I'm an employee under your banner, and I'll definitely do my best to complete the work. There's absolutely no need for a big shot like you to waste time maintaining tenants and other trivial rental things. Leave these small things to me, Ilya said nervously. This was what she had in mind. According to her judgment of rich people, the richer they were, the more impatient they were to deal with trivial matters in bits and pieces. But her judgment was wrong. Anjing directly interrupted Ilya's words. If you're looking for me just to talk about this matter, then we have nothing to talk about. Anjing's cold attitude and unrelenting rejection instantly blinded Ilya a little. She didn't have time to continue saying something before she watched Anjing, mounting his bicycle, fade away. Chairman, there's still a minute left. I think there's still room for negotiation in this matter. Are you worried about my ability to work? Or? Ilya rallied behind Anjing, but she forgot that what she was wearing was high heels. Anjing's physical strength is good. Riding a bicycle, very fast. Long ago while Ilya, far behind. Although early in the morning bumped into such an employee, Anjing felt puzzled, but the other party's dedication, he or she is still in favor. No wonder she was able to become a store manager at a young age. Ilya was indeed diligent and hardworking. Today, Anjing's traveling route would pass by his own agency store, and he planned to stop by to inspect the work of his employees. In fact, he had certainly considered what Ilya said just now, but the answer given by the system didn't leave any room for maneuver. Wanting to consistently obtain the system rewards, regarding the Townsend in his name, all the properties needed to be cleaned up by Anjing, slight to rent and take care of, so Anjing would not agree to Ilya's request. Anjing rode his bike to the vicinity of the store, and from afar, he saw a man in a suit at the entrance, standing in front of all the employees, pointing at something. This wasn't right. The scene in front of him looked like a leader guiding the work. It was Ilya who was still behind himself, not following. What was this man doing? Anjing cycling gradually close, very fast. The employee recognized the chairman of his company. Just wanted to say hello was interrupted by the man in a suit standing on the steps. What are you looking at here? Company business training does not allow idle spectators. Hurry up and leave. The man in the suit looked at Anjing and said nonchalantly. Anjing was speechless, his brows furrowed, and just when he wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Ilya, who had caught up behind him. Ilya had desperately run all the way over on the strength of her good physical condition, and at this point, she had already come up for air. Her head was so hot that she grabbed Anjing's arm, bent over and huffed and puffed, unable to say anything for a while. The man in the suit saw Ilya's movements and his eyes widened. He had been chasing Ilya for 2 years and had never gotten any response. This woman seemed to be a goddess on an iceberg, as if she had no mortal feelings. Now she grabbed a man on a bicycle, looking like her heart was undefended and there was a hint of intimacy. What the hell was going on? Store manager Ilya, it's already 9 in the morning, and you're not only late, but you haven't even asked for leave. Do you know what kind of punishment you will face? The man in the suit asked with a cold face. Manager Zhu, why are you here? Ilya asked in surprise. Shouldn't I come? Do I need your permission to come and inspect the work? The man in the suit sneered and said with great displeasure. As the store manager, going AWOL. Shouldn't you explain? I didn't go AWOL. I was contacting a customer. Ilya looked at Anjing, calmed his breathing and said, still dare to be sophomoric. The customer you're talking about wouldn't be him, would it? A poor bicyclist. Can he afford to rent the house of our store? This kind of customer needs you a hall store manager to personally maintain? You don't even find a suitable excuse. Funny? The man in the suit skimmed his lips and said, looking at Anjing with eyes that were filled with mockery. Hearing this, Anjing couldn't help but speak. You're the manager, right? Anjing still recognized Ilya's work attitude, and seeing that she was being made difficult by the general manager, he was ready to open his mouth to give an explanation. What's the matter with you? What are you, daring to interrupt here? The man in the suit didn't give Anjing a chance to open his mouth at all. Hurry up and leave. Our company doesn't work with poor people like you. All of the employees revealed horrified expressions and looked at the man in suit incredulously. Was this bastard crazy? The person in front of him was the chairman of the board. Ilya sucked in a mouthful of cold air, rifled his eyes and looked at him like a little cutie, like looking at the man in the suit. This bastard definitely had bad luck today. How on earth did this kind of brainless person become a general manager? Anjing shook his head speechlessly. Although he was a shirker, it was really disturbing to have such an employee under him. It seemed that he couldn't just ignore everything. It was time to improve the quality of all the executives in the real estate company. As a general manager, is this how you usually talk to customers? Anjing frowned slightly and asked indifferently. The man in the suit gave a disdainful light laugh. How do I talk to my clients? What does it have to do with you? This is the time for me to train my staff. I don't have time to waste with you. I'm telling you to leave. Do you hear me? He found Anjing's question simply inexplicable and didn't even have the desire to answer. It's true that someone is leaving, but that person is not me. Anjing didn't bother to ask any more questions, and directly fumbled for the phone and dialed a number. Chapter 48, the general manager is defeated. The other party answered the phone in seconds. It was a calm man's voice. Hello chairman, please command. I really don't know what you do as a CEO. Is the position of the company's general manager something that anyone can do? I trusted you to manage a huge company. Maybe it was a mistake. Anjing's tone was light, but his words were not merciful at all. Excuse me, chairman, may I ask if you are in Inhai City right now? The person who could sit in the position of vice president of the country's premier real estate company wasn't a fool. He immediately reacted and grasped the key question and asked, of course, I understand, chairman, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'll go out right away. I hope I can still be given another chance to change my ways. The vice president on the other end of the phone was in a cold sweat, his heart hanging in the air. Just this once. It won't happen again. Anjing dryly hung up the phone. Cut. Sticking an onion in my pig's nose and pretending to be an elephant. It's not too embarrassing. The man in the suit simply looked down on Anjing, and at this time, he was even more grim-faced and laughed maniacally. Anjing didn't even bother to pay attention to him, just indifferently rode the bike again, waiting for a good show to unfold, and also waiting for the person in front of him to roll away. As soon as the suit man's words fell, his cell phone rang. Looking at the number, the man in the suit didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly connected the call. Mr. Li, you said, Zhu Yuming, you accomplished thing. I am now solemnly informing you that you are fired. Get lost immediately. The general manager Li on the other end of the phone stormed and cursed. Why? Zhu Yuming was at a loss, not knowing what he had done wrong, having eyes and not recognizing him. Tai, how dare you offend a customer in front of the chairman? I think you really don't want to be good. Mr. Li, not waiting for Zhu Yuming to say anything else, directly hung up the phone grumpily. He cherished this current job, and today's social status, and in his heart, he was 10,000 times unwilling to make Anjing angry. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, the man in the suit looked at Anjing dumbfounded. Could this person be? Anjing shrugged his shoulders and rode his bike as he drifted away. He didn't want to waste his time on such a small person. Today was just a small episode. Ilya greeted all the employees into the store to work, and simply no longer paid attention to Zhu Yuming, who stood in the doorway as if he were a wooden chicken. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be lived. Zhu Yuming is not to do or not to die. Should. The small shopkeepers whispered. The scene just now was simply too exciting. The chairman of the board of directors, back to the flavor to Zhu Yuming's chagrin, but unfortunately the world has no regret medicine to eat. Anqing's day was a leisurely one, and he now liked the feeling of riding his bike every morning to go for a walk. The next day, he still followed his original route and passed by the entrance of the store. Surprisingly, he saw Ilya, who was the store manager, waiting in front of the store early, and when he saw Anqing coming over, he attentively presented a handkerchief. Then with a red face, she said, "Chairman, the matter I discussed with you yesterday, I still hope you'll consider it, please." Ilya bowed deeply and ran back to the store somewhat embarrassed. Are girls nowadays so desperate for work and performance? Anqing's face twitched as if a new continent had been opened. Anqing shook his head. This matter naturally didn't need to be considered. He'd better go for a walk. Ilya hid in the store and saw Anqing's back gradually disappearing, a thong in her chest, still beating very hard. I don't know why, when she saw Anqing now, she always felt that the other party was getting more and more handsome. Could it be that she was really moved? After cycling around in Qing returned home. Today he made an appointment with a gold medal lawyer from the law firm. There are too many industries and companies under his own name, including the financial support given at the school yesterday, all of which need to have a professional team of lawyers to follow up and review. Of course he didn't have the time or the ability to do this himself, but the staff under him did. At 10 o'clock in the morning exactly, the security guard of the neighborhood reported to him that there were 2 lawyers who wanted to see him and had an appointment in advance. Anqing instructed to release them and wait patiently at home. The gold medal lawyer Song Sijia and from Jinyu walked in the neighborhood of Thompson, but did not produce anything too surprising. The gold master who could let Song Sijia personally serve was either rich or noble. He had already seen it all before. He just didn't know what today's gold master was really doing, and he didn't know what he was asking for when he named himself to come to the door. Brother Song, what is the identity of today's gold master? The assistant who followed him asked from Jinyu, curious in his heart. It's not clear yet. The vice president of the company asked me to come over by name, saying that it should be treated with caution. It's probably a super rich man, lawyer Song said faintly. It seems that this super rich man is not ordinary, to be able to make our company's vice president pay so much attention. From Jinyu lamented. Yeah, we must say less and see more when we come to the door in a while. We can't be sloppy with what the vice president has ordered. Song Sijia solemnly instructed. Got it. Don't worry. From Jinyu put away a hangdog look and suddenly perked up his spirit to become serious. The 2 of them took the elevator to the top floor of Townsend, and Song Sijia politely knocked on the door. Come in, sit on the sofa. Anqing opened the door and greeted not exactly warmly. Whether it was Song Sijia or from Jinyu, neither of them had expected today's gold master to be so young and handsome. Glancing at each other and hitting the ground running, Anqing sat across from the 2 of them on the sofa, squinting his eyes and saying indifferently, I've heard that Song Sijia is the best lawyer in the industry, so I hope you guys won't let me down. The work given to you is not difficult, but it requires absolute rigor and care. Song Sijia sat up straight, his body, and said in an unassuming manner, when I came, the vice president had already said that you are an important gold master of our company, so please command. Hearing this, Anqing smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, the vice president of the law firm, Zhang Ning, was really able to keep his mouth shut and did not divulge his identity, which made him very satisfied. Yesterday, I participated in the High University's Entrepreneurship Emerging Merchants Conference, and decided to use my income from the Manta platform every year as a fund to support alumni entrepreneurship programs, and this matter requires a professional to track the exact destination of the invested amount, as well as the income generated, Anqing said lightly. When it came to professional issues, Song Sijia instantly got into the mood. I wonder how much revenue you are generating from the Manta platform. In what way do you intend to pay for it? It's about 400 million this year, and I have a 30% share, and Qing said lightly, feeling the shocked emotions of the 2 lawyers in front of him. He was more or less pleased in his heart. Okay, Mr. We this need to understand specifically your dividend and income status in the full pocket company. Song Sijia quickly responded. Standing in the perspective of a professional lawyer began to discuss the issue with Qing. Chapter 49 Godly Big Brother's Shares. More than 10 minutes later, Qing looked at the proposal given by Song Sijia and was satisfied in his heart. He also recognized the professional ability of these 2 people, and after thinking about it, he opened his mouth again and said, in addition to this matter, in other companies, I also have shares. Today it will be handed over to you all to handle together. Song Sijia, you will be my legal counselor. Hearing this, Song Sijia sucked in cold air in his heart. The young man in front of him was able to hold 30% of the shares in the full pocket platform. It was shocking enough, and he didn't realize that there were shares in other companies, as if there was more than one. Look at this glib attitude and the aura of a successful person. It was really enviable. I'm willing to serve you. I wonder which other companies does Mr. and have shares in? And what is the shareholding situation like? I need to know specifically. Song Sija's attitude grew more and more respectful as he asked seriously. Wait a moment, I'll think about it. Anjing pulled open the system panel from his divine sense, a page that only he could see. Full Pocket Network Media Company has 30% of the shares, 100% of the shares of the Healthy Life Healthcare Company, Patek Philippe Watch Company with 100% of the shares, Barolo Company 100% of the shares, 80% of the shares of the Fortune Intermediary Company, Anjing one by one. Each company finished refreshing. Song Sija's eye. Where was this a super tycoon? It was clearly a god-level rich man. The rich people in the world were too crazy. The young man in front of him was simply rich, but drunk. What shocked him was the company that Anjing reported at the end. Hongda Law Firm. Anjing even accounted for 70% of the shares. The person opposite is actually his own big boss? This was too unexpected. No wonder the vice president of the company repeatedly explained before they came that they should correct their attitude and serve Anjing with the service of facing God. That's all for now. If there are any questions, you too can ask. After Anjing finished his explanation, he paused for more than 10 seconds to give the other party time to digest. At this moment, Song Sija didn't even know where he was. He barely managed to hold back his excitement and gritted his teeth to return himself to work. Just now, Anjing said these companies, it seems that only they have done the nation's premier law firm, is considered the most inconspicuous, the least valuable. In the past, Song Sija was always complacent about being a gold medal lawyer of Hongda Law Firm, but today, he finally understood what it meant to be outside of people and outside of the sky. Really exciting. Anjing amused, looking at the open-mouthed Song Sija, can also understand the other party's shocked mood. It is estimated that this matter in exchange for himself, the past is the same, will feel in a dream. After all, a young man who seemed to be very young, unexpectedly not a rich second generation, properly a god-level rich man who fought the world by himself. This kind of thing was subverting the public's perception. That's all I want to say today. You guys can go back and do some more homework to understand. Call me directly if there's anything, then I'll rely on you guys in the future regarding legal issues. Anjing smiled and didn't say anything else next, instead intending to let these two go back to digest and understand a bit more before doing so. At this point, Song Sija and nodding from Jinyu had become instinctive. That really needed to go back and do some homework. After all, there were too many companies involved and the threshold was too high to be taken at face value. By the way, my identity doesn't want to be exposed, so I need you to keep your mouths shut. Can you do that? Anjing added. Can. The two people on the opposite side of the sofa said in unison, without any hesitation at all. For the two of them, holding on to Anjing's thigh would mean having endless glory and wealth. Such a big boss had to be served properly. Anjing sent the two stiff subordinates out the door and turned his head to sit in front of the computer again. He is now attending formal occasions of the suit. There is no shortage, but sportswear or the past of the 2 or 3 sets. Feel that it really does not match the identity of the present. After spending more than $4 million on online shopping, he had only bought 3 sets of sportswear and 2 pairs of shoes. This kind of luxury brand clothing is really expensive, but it can't help that Anjing is now rich. Spending $4 million is no different from spending $4. A day of gaming passed quickly, and in the evening, after Anjing had eaten, he decided to go for a walk along the river to enjoy the beautiful night view. Living in this inches of land in Thompson, he had never gone for a walk by the river before. Wow, it's really you, sitting on the bench. Anjing was mesmerized, enjoying such alone time, when he suddenly heard a woman's voice. He turned his head to see that it was Jean Shasha, who had come to his house as a nanny that day. Is the nanny I arranged for you still satisfactory? She's our company's top girl. Jean Shasha familiarized herself and went up to exchange pleasantries. Talking makes you sound as if I'm not hiring a nanny, but a female dame, Anjing said with amusement. TSK, if it's a female petite, then I'll take it on myself. Look at the entire Silver Sea City. There is simply no woman prettier than me, Jean Shasha said with confidence as she patted her chest. This girl was really interesting. Anjing felt in a good mood every time he saw Jean Shasha. Sasha, who is this? So handsome. Introduce it to us. A few female companions following Jean Shasha and 3 handsome guys came over. The girls stared at Anjing with burning eyes. What a handsome little brother. Anjing didn't say anything. He had no intention of getting to know strangers. Already one's nighttime was disturbed. There was no need to stay here any longer. He got up and patted Jean Shasha's little head. I have to go beforehand. Little friend, goodbye. These few young people looked at each other in dismay. This little brother. Enough tugging ah. Just met and you're leaving? How can that be? Jin Shasha took a few steps to catch up with Anjing and stayed. I can't play with you guys. A bunch of kids. Anjing's footsteps did not stop, intending to go home. I've been an adult for a long time. Where are you going? Jin Shasha said defiantly. Home. I'm going too. No way. Anjing refused dryly. He was so proactive. But the other party had the nerve to refuse? Jin Shasha stomped her foot in annoyance. He actually had a good feeling about Anjing and was a bold and straightforward nature. Immediately, she waved goodbye to her partner and followed behind Anjing like a piece of dog skin. Jin Shasha has not yet seen a man she can't get her hands on. For Anjing, she was determined to win. Anjing could more or less feel this little girl's mind, but the other party was too small in his eyes, although not bad looking, but really not his own dish. So he ignored the staggering Jin Shasha who was behind him, and walked on his own, hoping that this little girl would know what to do. Chapter 50, The Godly Man Who Flaunts His Wealth. Unfortunately, Anjing's hopes were destined to be dashed, and Jin Shasha followed her all the way to the front of the Thompson's neighborhood, because she was following Anjing this time, and in the past, the security guard had seen this little girl buying groceries and knew that the other party was Mr. Anjing's nanny, so she didn't stop her at all. Anjing went all the way back home and looked at Jin Shasha who instantly squeezed into the doorway and cried and laughed. It's almost dark now. Aren't your parents anxious if you don't go home? Anjing advised. Where do they have the time to care about me? Is there any food? I'm hungry. Jin Shasha went straight to the dining room. She had a good memory and remembered the layout of this house. Missy, why are you here? Nanny Auntie Wang asked in surprise. What you shouldn't ask. Don't ask. Get me some food. Jin Shasha's Missy temper came up, treating this place as her own home. Auntie Wang looked at Anjing and saw him nodding for a second before she went to the kitchen to prepare with a bewildered look on her face. This was a tricky matter today. Should she inform or not? She was really torn off. After eating, the little girl pushed open the door of the computer room, lying on the sofa in the house to read magazines. While reading it, she teased Anjing to talk, but unfortunately the other party simply ignored him. Jin Shasha messed around for a while, felt no fun. She was out at night last night, played outside all night now sleepy. There was nothing to do. So she had to find a bedroom by herself and lay down on the bed to sleep to death. Anjing this dog man, even to oneself such a thousand charming young lady does not move? What's so fun about that crap game? Before sleeping over, Jin Shasha still muttered and cursed. Auntie Nanny looked at the fact that Missy was actually sleeping on her side, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under her own eyes, letting Missy be bullied by a man. I guess she would be done with this job, right? Anjing played the game for a moment cannot end. The more you play the more high. Has been playing until the morning dawn. Can no longer stay up Anjing? Half leaning on the sofa to sleep over. Nanny Aunt saw Jin Shasha is the side bedroom out. The heart cannot help but feel very comforting. Go to greet the employer. Anjing dinner found that he has fallen asleep. It seemed that last night had been a scare, and the two people had no crime in the fall. My god, did this guy earn all his wealth playing games? Jin Shasha was very speechless as she looked at Anjing who was huffing and puffing on the sofa. Like his father and mother had saved this amount of family wealth. It was all due to hard work. Not to mention playing games, even the usual time to sleep was not enough. But since he met Anjing, he had a different understanding of the wealth of the rich and powerful. Some people just sleep and make money. In fact, Jin Shasha, this sentence has been infinitely close to the truth. Anjing's first bucket of gold is to play the game earned, and from then on out of control. Breakfast Jin Shasha is to eat while brushing microblogging. Suddenly saw the hot search top news. She skimmed her mouth. This national boyfriend Zhu Tsong is really annoying enough. All day long show off the rich, show off the rich. Look, let a person hate. What's so great about having an Apple Watch at home? How dare you put it on your dog's 4 legs? Take a picture of it, and say it's a small thing? Is this a slap in the face? A netizen flaunting her wealth, or mocking the common people for not being able to afford an Apple Watch? Last night she saw a whole wall of Patek Philippe watches at Anjing's house, worth at least several $100 million. She also did not see the real god of the rich Anjing to show off the rich. The real rich people are actually very low profile. Jin Shasha is the more she reads the microblogging, the more angry she gets, especially when she sees the clear water of dog-licking comments below. She can no longer sit still. Directly give the nanny a sum of money. Let her buy a Samoyed back. Although the nanny is not clear, but the command of the big lady cannot be contrary. Soon she held a snow-white small Samoyed back. Jin Shasha played with the Samoyed for a while, and fed it something to eat. Straight away, she ran to the counter where Anjing put the watches, picked out 4 watches and put them on the puppy's feet. Then mischievously placed the Samoyed in the arms of the sleeping Anjing. Jin Shasha logged into her microblogging account, entered Zhu Tsong's comment area, and posted this photo of Anjing holding the Samoyed with a luxury watch on his foot in his arms, and domineering with the text, "This kind of stuff what is good to sunshine? It's good to open your eyes." After posting the picture, Jean Shasha saw that this comment of hers was instantly topped to the first one, and countless people followed the trend and wrote their opinions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So many watches, is it bad to give me one? People are worse than dogs. Ah, I'll go cry for a while first. Song Tsong's husband's status has been shaken. The little brother in this photo is so handsome. People are handsome and gold. Come out to make trouble. I'll just eat melon and not say anything. The words that followed Jean Shasha's comments below were 1001, saying anything and everything, and at this point, Jean Shasha had the hindsight to remember that Anjing wasn't a flamboyant person. Wasn't his own party's behavior a bit excessive? Exposing his photos and also exposing his wealth. If Anjing woke up in a while, would he settle the score with himself? The more Jean Shasha thought about it, the more she felt weak, and she couldn't care about eating the meal, holding the dog and wanting to slip away. Suddenly Anjing woke up, looked at the ugly Jean Shasha in front of him and asked in surprise, "How come you haven't left yet? Where did this dog come from?" "Of course it's my family's dog. I'll go now." Jean Shasha dryly laughed and secretly put the watch she had just jerked off on the dog's leg in the nanny's hand. Turning her eyes, she disappeared in a puff of smoke. This girl, godly, what's going on? Anjing felt puzzled, but didn't take it to heart. He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, intending to go to bed and sleep a little longer, but just after the shower, he received a call from Su Shani. For his girlfriend, Anjing was still very important. Since the last time Su Shani said she wanted to be the domestic agent of giant Lixiang Health Products Company, she had been concentrating on her work, domestic and foreign, running around the country. Anjing has not seen anyone for many days. Even WeChat phone contact was not very frequent. At this time the other party suddenly looked for himself. Could it be that there was something going on? "Mr. Su, what are your orders?" Anjing smiled and picked up the phone. "Is it convenient for you to come to Dragon City? I'm looking for a job over here in a bit of a situation." Su Shani said this a bit difficult to say. She was bent on being a strong woman, and was really unwilling to turn to Anjing for help until it was absolutely necessary. "As long as it's your business, I'm free at any time. Go book a flight now and wait for me." Anjing didn't have any nonsense, directly agreed. Having loved each other for 5 years, he knew Su Shani's character very well, and presumed that the other party had really encountered a difficult situation. Anjing directly called and instructed Song Sijia to book a flight, hastily ate breakfast, and got on the airplane first class. This is the first time in his life to take an airplane. Did not expect to come up with the treatment of the rich and powerful. Chapter 51, Encountering an Old Friend. Taking advantage of the fact that the plane hadn't taken off, Anjing made a phone call to Zhang Ningyuan, the vice president of Fuga Party. Since the headquarters of the Fuga Party agency was located in Longqing City, he was definitely unfamiliar with the place when he first arrived. If he wanted to solve his girlfriend Su Shani's problem, he would still need his men to contribute. Receiving the phone call from Big Boss, Zhang Ningyuan was terrified. Last time, he got criticized by Anjing because the general manager he chose was not to his boss's liking. Today, no matter what, he had to perform well, and Zhang Ningyuan's words were filled with 12 points of respect and caution. "Chairman, at your command." Anjing simply sent Zhang Ningyuan the agent information that he only learned later when he asked Su Shani. "This person, you check it out. Come pick me up at the airport in a while." Hanging up the phone, Anjing wanted to get some sleep. Back when he was 17 or 18 years old, when he stayed up all night playing all-night games, he simply didn't know what it meant to be tired. Not anymore. After staying up all night, if he didn't catch up on sleep the next day, his entire mental state would be at a loss. Unfortunately, Anjing had just closed his eyes when he was slapped awake by the flight attendant. "It's really you. I thought I was looking at the wrong person." A beautiful flight attendant with exquisite makeup stood in front of Anjing and said with a smile, "You're..." Anjing looked at the person in front of him with some familiarity, but couldn't recall it for a moment. "What an honorable man. I'm Bai Fei Fei. We are high school classmates," the stewardess said with glaring eyes. "So it's you." Sorry. I got confused in my sleep," Anjing said hurriedly. Although he was now a rich and powerful man, his attitude towards his classmates who used to be on good terms with him was always amiable and never took the airs. At this moment, a slightly chubby and somewhat dark little girl surfaced in Anjing's mind, and that girl had nothing to do with the set-clad, red-lipped, beautiful stewardess in front of him. "You really impress me now." "Beautiful," Anjing said with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Fei Fei was delighted. "A female has changed 18 times. You're as handsome as before. It's my work time now. Why don't we have dinner tonight?" "Success." Anjing nodded. "Add a friend? This is my phone number. Add it when you get off the plane, so as not to affect your work." Watching Bai Fei Fei continue to work busily, Anjing was very emotional in his heart. A woman who wanted to become beautiful would really do it by excluding all difficulties. When she was in high school, Bai Fei Fei had once said that she must become an absolute beauty in the future. I didn't expect that the emperor would not let the bitter man down, but it really made Anjing feel stunning. In fact, right now, not only did Anjing feel emotional in his heart, Bai Feifei's mood was not very calm either. High school classmates for 3 years, she thought she knew Anjing very well. This is a boy whose family is not rich, but now as a first-class stewardess, Bai Feifei's natural eyesight was extraordinary. She had long since seen that the suit on Qing was worth a lot of money, as well as the more than $20 million watch on his wrist. It was definitely not something an ordinary tycoon could buy his hands on. She is still single, and in the face of such a gold and handsome old classmate like Anjing, Bai Feifei will not let go no matter what. Sleepiness came. Anjing lay down on the seat again and closed his eyes. This flight would be about a 2-hour trip and he was going to take the opportunity to take a nap. But the idea of entering dreamland again remained unsuccessful. The last 2 people to enter the cabin were sitting next to Anjing, but just an aisle away from each other. 2 people, one didn't look very old and greasy. The other was about 30 years old, chattering and noisy. Most of the guests who could sit in the first-class cabin still had quality, and they were very disdainful of these 2 people's loud and boisterous behavior, without the slightest regard for other people's feelings. Anjing was also not overjoyed, and temporarily endured for a while due to his status, but after half an hour had passed, the 2 people still did not have the intention to stop, and Qing could not bear it any longer, gritted his teeth and said, please keep your voices down, okay? The 2 people's conversation was abruptly interrupted by Anjing. The young man frowned and stared at Anjing. Looking at his extraordinary clothes, he let out a cold snort and rolled his eyes without responding. The ears were finally cleared, and although the 2 people were buzzing and talking like flies, they finally lowered their sound height. After thinking about it, Anjing rang the call bell next to his seat, and Bai Feifei quickly came over. Mr. May I ask what you need? She asked enthusiastically, thinking that Anjing was trying to talk to herself. Give me a pair of earplugs, the noise is giving me a headache. Anjing said indifferently. He was really sleepy, but he couldn't really sleep even if he was noisy by the flies. Oh, okay. Later, Bai Feifei froze and nodded with some understanding. Bai Feifei brought over a pair of pink earplugs a moment later. This is my own. You use it. Anjing thanked him, and at the moment, he had no desire to climb into the conversation at all, and quickly leaned back in his chair and fell asleep. But this time, the sleep didn't even last 10 minutes before Anjing was woken up again. It turned out to be that Bai Feifei had accidentally spilled coffee onto the body of the young lad in the next seat. It was only a tiny bit, but the other person wouldn't relent. I'm really sorry, sir, because the plane bumped just now. My hand carrying the coffee was not steady for a moment, Bai Feifei said with a pale face. She had been a stewardess on the airplane for so long and was very good at reading people's words. Today, this young man was not a good person to be messed with at first glance, so I guess apologizing would not be of much use. Sure enough, the young man shouted hysterically. I'm wearing this set of clothes, but it's a customized model. Can you afford to pay for it if it gets dirty? I'm really sorry. I'll wipe it clean for you. Sweat broke out on Bai Feifei's forehead. The youngster snorted. Wipe it clean? How can you wipe it? You can't wipe this kind of high-grade clothing. Then I'll compensate you. You mustn't be angry. Su Shani gritted her teeth as she recognized her bad luck. You're a little flight attendant. Can you afford to pay for it? Are you being funny here? Cui Zhijing is going to sign an image endorsement contract with Fortune Armor Company. Wearing clothes like this, how is he going to sign the contract? Do you think it's a matter of compensating for a piece of clothing? The middle-aged man beside the youngster also stood up and asked aggressively. Hearing this, Bai Feifei was completely flustered. Cui Zhijing? No wonder she had seen this young man look a bit familiar just now. So he was a famous flow boy in today's entertainment industry. It was said that the contracts of such characters were all in the tens of millions of dollars, so she really couldn't afford to pay for it herself. Soon the stewardess came over to mediate the dispute. Fortunately, he is a reasonable person. Some negotiation and discussion. Finally, the young man and his agent to calm down. Anjing watched from the sidelines for half a day, and in his heart, he did not have any good feelings towards this person called Choi Cheol-young. The other party was actually the image spokesperson that Fortune Party was preparing to sign, something he absolutely could not agree to. Face was important, but character was what Anjing valued most. Then sleeping was definitely not an option. Anjing flipped through the magazines on the airplane and waited in boredom to reach his destination. In the process, Choi Cheol-young and his agent had been cursing about the clothes, which made Anjing even more determined to change agents. There were already Choi Cheol-young's fans waiting in the airport lobby, and the enthusiastic crowd was very excited to see their idol come out. Flashing lights constantly. Chapter 52, the headline news of the Flow freshman. The young fresh meat Choi Cheol-young, who had long since changed into another set of clothes, became gentle and elegant. He politely greeted his fans, a far cry from the aggressive young man on the airplane. Anjing, who was following him, saw from afar. Zhang Ningyuan, the vice president of the company who had come to pick up the airplane. He nodded his head slightly in greeting and walked behind Cui Zhizheng without any haste. Geez, this is the old president of the Fortune Square Company. He even came to pick you up in person. It seems like the endorsement this time is definitely secure. The agent who was following behind Choi Chul-young whispered with some excitement. Hearing this, the little fresh meat's chin rose higher and higher with pride. Although he wasn't considered a top stream in the country right now, he was soon going to be among the top-tier stars. In today's world, fans didn't look at how good your character was, how good your acting skills were, and you could mix in the entertainment industry with just a face. Cui Zhizheng coughed, and walked towards Vice President Zhang Ningyuan in a reserved yet generous manner. He wanted to leave a good impression on the other party in the first place, and it would be best to sign a long-term agency contract. After all, a leading domestic agency like Fortune 1 could cooperate for a long time and make a steady profit. The Zhang Ningyuan in front of him also looked very enthusiastic and greeted him with a big smile. Some of the media waiting at the airport had already aimed their cameras at Cui Zhizheng, wanting to know what he was doing in Longqing City today. It was possible that a big news would break out. However, a surprising situation occurred. Just as Cui Zhizheng stretched out his hands and was about to shake Zhang Ningyuan's hand, as if Zhang Ningyuan hadn't seen him, he walked straight past Choi Chul-young and went behind him. What are you doing? Cui Zhizheng was confused and turned his head to Zhang Ningyuan in a daze. Chairman of the board of directors, welcome to the city. It's been a long journey. Zhang Ningyuan held Anqing's hand tightly and exchanged pleasantries attentively. It's fine. Is there any news about the person I asked you to inquire about? And Cheng nodded lightly and asked directly. Of course, he's just a small person in Dragon City. Zhang Ningyuan carried Cheng's case into his own hands, reporting as he walked. It wasn't that he was intentionally giving Cui Zhizheng a hard time, but he really didn't see that Cui Zhizheng was also on the spot today. In other words, even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have taken it to heart at all. The other party was just a showbiz star, and there were plenty of stars who wanted to be their company's spokesperson. Cui Zhizheng and his manager watched Anqing and Zhang Ningyuan drift away, and the two of them looked at each other in embarrassment. The fans and media at the scene had already returned to their senses, with the fans acting with equal embarrassment, while the media were all excited. Today was indeed the right day to come. The title of the article they had already thought of. That is, the top stream cream boy was miserably slapped in the face, and the top management of the rich and powerful company did not give face at all. As Qing listened to Zhang Ningyuan's report, the two of them got into the limousine that had long been waiting outside the airport. According to you, this person isn't that difficult to deal with. In that case, you mobilize your staff to get all the small agents of the branches of Jianlisheng's promotion in Longqing done. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, gather in the lobby of this hotel you booked for me. Anqing still more or less recognized Zhang Ningyuan's working ability. After thinking about it, he added, as far as I know, the one called Cui Zhizheng came to Longqing to sign an agency contract with our company. This person definitely won't work. Let's replace it with a moral and artistic showbiz figure. After all, the acting star is also the face of our company. No sloppy work. The chairman's command. Zhang Ningyuan of course had no second thoughts and agreed in one breath. The miserable Cui Zhizheng, before he could wait for the rich and powerful head office, got a notice from the other side. Said that this agency negotiations are null and void, and even the need to meet again to communicate are not necessary. Broker is puzzled. Obviously come before the negotiation has been good. In fact, as long as the direct signing of the contract today can be, why will suddenly have a change of heart? The very battered Choi Chul-young sat on the sofa and thought for half a day. Do you think it could be the man who sat next to us on the airplane? How come I heard the rich and powerful Zhang Ningyuan call him chairman? Hearing Choi Chul-young say that, the agent also remembered. Yeah, I heard it too. It's really bad luck today. I guess what happened on the airplane made him misunderstand you. The two found the root cause, but Choi Chul-young didn't have the slightest idea that he was going to repent, and only thought that in the future, when he was in public, he still had to restrain his temper just a little bit. Suzanne, who waited in the hotel, was very happy. She and her boyfriend hadn't seen each other for a little more than half a month. They say that a little goodbye is better than a new marriage, and the two were naturally a little bit mushy. I haven't told you about the agent thing yet. I'm so sorry to trouble you, Su Shani said with some embarrassment. What kind of words are these? Don't say that again in the future. Anqing mercifully scraped her small nose and said with a smile, you are my girlfriend. Your trouble is my trouble. Very willing to serve you, Lord Goddess. Hearing Anqing say this, Suzanne felt much better in her heart. Originally, the matter of the agent was already going smoothly, and it had already been negotiated with the major hospitals and big pharmacies. But this matter was suddenly stirred up by a person called Xian Debao. It said that he's a local snake in Dragon City, and if you want to develop your business here, you have to go through his permission. After failing to negotiate several times, the other party made more and more excessive demands. I really had no choice before I called you. Suzanne narrated the original story of the matter. He's just a small person. No need to take it to heart. I'll handle this. Let's both go out for dinner first. Anjing laughed. His words were very light. Although there were still a lot of questions in Suzanne's heart at the moment, she looked at Anjing's confident appearance and unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. After some simple dressing, she took Anjing's hand and went out of the hotel. There's a particularly good Western restaurant here. It's just a bit expensive. I've heard of it but didn't bother to eat it, Suzanne said with bright eyes. The card given to you. You can just swipe it. I make money for you to spend, of course. Look at how busy these days. The whole person has lost a circle of weight. My heart aches. Anjing sighed and said somewhat helplessly. Anjing's words, in fact, Suzanne believed in her heart, but for some reason, since she and Anjing broke up and got back together, she always felt ashamed of herself and couldn't climb up to Anjing. This kind of psychology lets Suzanne and I unconsciously always want to use some things or language to test each other on their own heart. Her heart lacks a great sense of security. Although the university 4 years Anjing is her in the mouth, afraid of melting, held in the heart of the hand, afraid of the sun. But now the two people's status and position are different. The only thing Suzanne can do is to work hard and prove her ability, in order to stand beside Anjing without inferiority complex. This mall is nice. It looks very stylish. After dinner in a while, I'll accompany you to buy some clothes. The two walked and chatted, more or less able to feel the burden in his girlfriend's heart. Anjing, with his practical actions to slowly pacify each other. Chapter 53, Grievance. This place is all luxury goods. It's owned by Zhu Tsongtsong and his family, Suzanne said with amusement. For her boyfriend's straight male thinking, she was well aware of it. 4 years in college, in addition to going to school and playing games, she was the only person who was not able to suck much of Anjing's attention. He is simply not a fan of all the trendy information in the outside world, and even 1 degree makes Suzanne think that this man will not have any great success in the future. A dinner was eaten by 2 people. Anjing was as good as his word, and after dinner, he took Suzanne to a big shopping mall to buy clothes and jewelry. There was a separate sales floor for luxury goods, and further in the past, this was an area that Anjing and Suzanne, even after shopping all over, did not dare to step out of. These 3 dresses are all quite nice. You have a good figure and are very white. They will look beautiful on you. Anjing pointed out the 3 dresses with great experience and greeted the waiter to take out the right size. Thanks to Suzanne's 4 years of diligent teaching, Anjing was very good at shopping with his girlfriend. When he wasn't touched by the scales, he was a complete warm-hearted man. Miss, this is your boyfriend, right? He's so discerning, the guide attendant said attentively. Hearing this, Suzanne nodded slightly and smiled. She felt the same. Anjing sat on the sofa on the side waiting for his girlfriend to change, and right at this moment, another pair of young men and women came to this counter. The woman had a typical Netflix face, with a front and back figure that was very impressive. The man accompanying her, Anjing looked and felt a little familiar, but for a moment he could not think of who it was. It didn't matter that he couldn't remember. The man recognized Anjing at a glance. It turned out that the person who came was none other than Zhu Tsongtsong, who still remembered what happened this morning. He had only posted a picture of a dog with a watch, but he had been slapped in the face by this man. It is not a gentleman who does not report this revenge. Today is really a narrow road for the wrongdoer. Finally he has bumped into the rightful owner. Zhu Tsongtsong took a few steps to Anjing's side, coldly sizing up the excessively handsome man in front of her, and was furious in her heart. In the country, there were not many rich second-generation men who could have the same status and position as himself. Zhu Tsongtsong admitted that he was indeed sometimes a bit more arrogant, but he had capital na, and the young man in front of him, he had already checked. It is said that Anjing is a major shareholder of the Full Pocket platform, under the name of dozens of sets of Tangcheni Pin House, is indeed very rich. This point he also recognized. But so what? Just because you have money, can you compare yourself to who is richer? To know, Zhu Tsongtsong's father can be called Zhu Jiancheng. That was the leading real estate tycoon in the country. Anjing knew nothing about the photo incident that happened in the morning, as he lowered his head and flipped through the magazine. In his eyes, these celebrities in the magazine were quite inferior compared to his girlfriend, Suzanne. Of course, the figures were indeed all eye-catching, and it was still a bit of a looker. But soon, Anjing frowned, looking at a pair of men's leather shoes that stopped halfway in front of his eyes, and raised his head in surprise. You are Anjing, right? Nice to meet you, Zhu Tsongtsong said through clenched back teeth. You are? Anjing asked in confusion. He really didn't know what this person in front of him was actually called. One look at Anjing's attitude. Zhu Tsongtsong all but almost didn't die of anger, pretending to be stupid, right? It was the first time he had seen someone who dared to be so arrogant in front of him, and Qing didn't even have the intention to get up, just looking at himself with such a big pull. Really arrogant. What? You just exchanged words with me in the morning, and in the twinkling of an eye, you can open your eyes and pretend you don't recognize? Zhu Song's frown got tighter and tighter. At this time, the people who were pouring over in all directions already had cell phones to take pictures and record videos. Therefore, even if Zhu Song had a big fire right now, he couldn't send it out recklessly. And this was the affliction of netizens. Master Thompson, you're here. The busy shopping guide lady finally saw Zhu Song and hurriedly ran over to greet him. This master, if served well, was generous in his outbursts, especially when he has a female companion. The shopper's commission, that is doubling up. The shopping guide lady surveyed Zhu Song beside the net red face of the face. Heart lamented a lot. The speed at which the national boyfriend changed girlfriends could be said to not even last 3 days. Young Master Zhu, who is he? Introduce him. The net red face was skilled in business at first glance, and she understood very well that being Zhu Song's girlfriend was an assembly line operation, with flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water in general. Under normal circumstances, one would be off the day after tomorrow. This master will definitely get tired of it, while the other party is still interested in themselves now. Develop more contacts and more points is practical. The female companion's words made Zhu Song even more unhappy. Look at those eyes of yours. You're close to sticking to Anjing. The other party was just a bit more handsome. Was it necessary to have glowing eyes? The crowd of onlookers was growing, which made Anjing uncomfortable. He frowned and stood up, feeling that Zhu Song was really inexplicable. The words of the store clerk just now had made Qing guess the identity of the other party. But so what? He came here as a consumer. So what right did the other party have to gawk? A look of gnashing of teeth? Anjing, do you see how this dress looks on me? Su Shani came out of the dressing room and asked with excitement. Seeing a large circle of people around her, she was a bit confused. It's pretty good. Just these pieces. No need to try them on. Wrap them all up. Anjing laughed. This situation of being surrounded by the crowd. He was not very adaptable. It seems that he does not have the potential to be a netizen, especially when some of the people eating the crowd were almost on the verge of disliking the cell phone camera on Anjing's face. He was really upset. Seeing that Anjing was not taking care of himself, Zhu Song was fuming. But what made him even more irritated was that, look at the other side's girl who was really of national color, and then look at his side. What the hell? For the first time, he had doubts about his own aesthetics. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Shani guffawed and didn't say anything more. After all, she had been Anjing's girlfriend for 4 years, and had already been sensitive enough to notice that Anjing's emotions were a bit impatient, but was still barely suppressed. Although Su Shani was also a bit curious about Zhu Song who was standing at the side, this was not the time to ask questions. The two of them left under Zhu Song's watchful eye, which simply made the other party hate each other out of their internal injuries. Anjing could clearly detect Zhu Song's hostility, which really puzzled him. There should not be any interactions between the two people, right? Where exactly did this hostility come from? Could this rich second generation be a psychopath? Of course, this did not affect Anjing's good mood. After buying things, he accompanied Su Shani to watch a movie, which seemed to be back to the college days, and the cozy atmosphere was very enjoyable for both of them. The next day, Chang and Su Shani slept until 9 in the morning. After ordering breakfast service, Chang pulled his girlfriend to the downstairs hall. Ching had already received a message from Zhang Ningyuan, and the other party had completed the task he had set out perfectly. I'm going to talk to those agents today, otherwise I'll be too anxious in my heart if I wait so dryly. Su Shani sighed. Her heart was really on fire when she couldn't solve the trouble at work. Chapter 54, The King's Style. I've arranged for you to come over with all those people, and we'll talk at the hotel, Anjing said indifferently, with an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Shani nodded her head and didn't say anything else. The man in front of her was becoming more and more impenetrable to her, but strangely enough, Su Shani felt that Anjing was going to be even more attractive than in the past. The style of a king and the aura of a superior person probably said this kind of thing, right? On the sofa in the hall, there was already a middle-aged man who looked like he was not to be messed with. As soon as she saw this person, Suzanne's brows wrinkled. The other party was Qian Debao. He had made things difficult for himself several times and even made excessive demands. It was simply too much for Su Shani to endure. You asked me to come over for an interview. Did you figure it out? Qian Debao said as he salivated and looked at Su Shani, still sizing up Anjing out of the corner of his eye, with some doubts in his heart. Could it be that the other party was the boss of Jian Lisheng? Qian Debao had already heard his men report that the person who had asked him to negotiate today was a big shot, and Sheng pulled Su Shani to sit on the opposite sofa by himself with a cold attitude. Seeing Qing in this manner, Su Shan and I also had a bottom. He ignored Qian Debao and sat quietly on the side. Grandpa, I'm talking to you. Deaf. Qian Debao, who had always been used to being overbearing, was infuriated enough and drank furiously. I heard that you are the rogue landlord, trying to hit our company's agents. Anjing took a sip of coffee unhurriedly and asked indifferently, who are you? Qian Debao blared and skimmed his mouth in disdain. The other party looked too young, and he didn't think it was possible for him to be the owner of Kenla's Incorporation at all. As far as he knew, Giant Lixiang Company was an old brand for many years and was internationally renowned, so the owner should be a foreigner of great age as well, right? He is the owner of our company. Su Shani took over and said with a serious face. It wasn't true that she was Anqing's girlfriend, but in front of the company's interests, she was also Anqing's employee, and the respect and defense that should be given to the leader was essential. Hearing Su Shani's words, Anqing gave her a funny look. This girl, she was quite principled. So what? I might as well speak plainly. Qian Debao snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, in the boundaries of Dragon City, without my permission, you guys will never think of selling a single portion of medicine, not a small mouth. Used to bragging? Anqing said indifferently. Qian, never brag. Spitting is a nail. The medical representatives under my hand have monopolized the entire Dragon City. If you don't believe me, just try. Qian Debao said arrogantly to the extreme. You are too shameless. Business is about fair competition, and your form of being so overbearing has been seriously. Su Shani was unable to get angry and opened her mouth to retort. Anqing raised his hand to stop her, still indifferently looking at Qian Debao and said, if you sincerely want to be the agent of launching city by proper means, that's not impossible. In all things, there is a capable person, but you are wrong in that you played with your heart and soul and tried to move my people. From the time Su Shani appeared in the hall, Qian Debao's pair of colorful eyes had been staring at her all the time, which made Anqing very unhappy. He had actually inquired about what Su Shani had not said yesterday. Qian Debao's condition for Su Shani was to be a minor for him, which had already moved in Qing's reverse scale. He would never endure. Looking at Anchang with a big brotherly demeanor, Qian Debao smiled, not listening to the other party's words in the slightest. Just at this time, a dozen or so people in formal attire walked over. These people were male, female, old and young, and they all walked behind the young man in the lead to Anqing's side. Chairman, the business contracts have all been signed. Please take a look. The young man placed a thick pile of A4 documents on the table and respectfully looked at Anqing and said, Shani, take a look at these documents. If you have any questions, speak directly. Anqing nodded his head and signaled Su Shani to take a look at the documents. Su Shani picked up the documents as the more she looked at the more surprised she was, and finally sighed, shook her head and said, there are no problems, not a single one of them is bad. That's good. You talk to them. Anqing smiled faintly and raised his hand to point behind the young man. It was only at this point that Su Suzanne's heart truly breathed a sigh of relief. These dozen or so people, she recognized them. They were the prestigious medical representatives of Longqing City. Of course, Qian Debao was no stranger to these people. He stared incredulously at the crowd and shouted, who told you guys to come here? Didn't I say to follow my instructions? Mr. Qian, we are all businessmen. How can we look at money and not earn it? One of the older medical representatives said as she looked at Qian Debao somewhat apologetically, her words representing the voices of everyone behind her. What exactly is that document? You all signed it? Qian Debao had been sensitive to the fact that things seemed to be out of his control, but still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked, all 67 counters that sell medicines have already signed it. Su Shani took over and said with a raised eyebrow, Anqing was worthy of being the man he had his eye on. Efficiency and vigor, bar none. It's impossible. They all promised me. Qian Debao absolutely didn't believe it, getting up and reaching out to grab the documents in Su Shani's hand. And how could the young man standing beside Anqing give him a chance? A big flying kick kicked the man to the side and said with a chilling gaze, how dare you be wild in front of the chairman? I think you're crazy. You dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Qian Debao had almost never been beaten up since he became famous. The shadow of a man is the name of a tree, and his reputation for being brave and vicious, with a poisonous heart, had long spread. In Longqing City, he was the Earth Emperor amongst the gangsters. You've committed a lot of things over the years, by abducting and taking by force. As far as I know, you're still carrying 3 human life cases on your back. Right, the young man said word for word, looking up behind Qian Debao and nodding slightly. Team Lin, over to you. Hearing the young man's words, 6 uniformed men just came in from the hall, and the leader, Captain Lin, said with a serious face, don't worry, our law enforcement agency will never let any criminal off the hook. Men, take him away. Qian Debao's eyes widened in shock. Captain Lin, you can't arrest me, my brother-in-law is. Without waiting to finish his sentence, Team Lin directly interrupted him. Your brother-in-law has already been quarantined for review this morning. You'd better fend for yourself. Lin Team's words made Qian Debao completely dumbfounded. His heart cold. He was able to make his way in Longqing City, all thanks to his brother-in-law's support. Now even his brother-in-law was in trouble. Then he can't do any better. The people in the hall looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what had happened here. The six-star hotel even came to the law enforcement officers? Could it be that some international criminal has fallen into the net? The problem Su Shani was facing had been completely solved. She said hello to Ansheng and took a group of newly recruited medical representatives under her command to another small conference room to talk about work. This busy to the evening, if not Ansheng strongly requested. It is estimated that this strong woman even evening meal do not want to eat. Ansheng accompanied her after dinner. Knowing that his girlfriend had no time to pay attention to herself for the time being, he was very sensible and uptight, and immediately booked a flight home for that evening. Surprisingly, the first class of this return airplane, the beautiful stewardess was still by Fei Fei. Chapter 55, The Face-Smashing Scene. You're not usually off duty? So dedicated? Ansheng took the initiative to greet. As far as he knew, isn't the industry of flight attendants flying one flight and stopping the other? According to reason, today's flight two people can't touch each other. Nowadays girls work. Are they all as desperate as Suzanne? Bai Feifei nodded her head with a big smile. My coworker had something to do and temporarily switched shifts with me. What a coincidence. Last night I wanted to ask you to go to dinner, but your phone never got through, so I can't escape this evening, right? Ansheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. But I just ate. I was really busy last night. Sorry. Then a late night snack would be good, and a big meal will be made up later. You won't be heartbroken, right? Bai Feifei asked playfully. Yesterday she went home and had already done her homework. Knowing that Ansheng was now a big boss long ago, it was said that in order to get a broken shoe, one still had to be an old classmate. She herself is still single and has the right to pursue happiness. And now that Bai Feifei's happiness goal is Ansheng, she can't miss the opportunity. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Ansheng felt that the return airplane ride was very short, maybe because there was no Cui Zhijing around to make noise. After getting off the plane, Ansheng didn't leave right away. He couldn't withstand Bai Feifei's coercion, and had no choice but to promise the other party to treat him to a late-night snack, so he waited in the airport lobby. Not long after, Bai Feifei changed into a fashionable suit and walked over in a beautiful and compelling manner. She looked like a big star and drew sideways glances from the crowd. Ansheng raised his eyebrows, thinking that this was a bit interesting, but since he was invited by his old classmates, there was no reason for him to reject it in the eyes of the beholder, and it was nothing to have a meal. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bai Feifei said with a smile. She hadn't missed Ansheng's stunning eyes just now, and felt that her efforts to dress up hadn't been in vain. It's up to you what to eat. My car is outside. Ansheng had his hands in his pockets, looking handsome. Yo, who is this? Your boyfriend? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind Bai Feifei. Sister Zhou, he's my old classmate, Bai Feifei said politely, with a hint of hidden smugness. Really handsome. Where do you work? How much money do you earn a year? Sister Zhou asked with the corner of her mouth slightly skewed, with a provocative meaning. Normally in the unit, Bai Feifei was more popular than herself, especially with men. She was only a year older than Bai Feifei, and in the past, she had always been the center of attention wherever she went. But there were exceptions to everything, and now as long as there was a place where Bai Feifei was, everyone's eyes would be diverted away from her. He's in. Bai Feifei got stuck. In fact, she knew that Ansheng should now be a shareholder of the Full Pocket Multimedia Company. Then that was something she couldn't say, because Ansheng hadn't talked to her about work. If Bai Feifei answered, wouldn't that expose the fact that she had once checked the other party's information behind her back? Seeing Bai Feifei stuck, Sister Zhou skimmed her mouth. What is the use of being handsome? A poor man. Nothing outstanding, which is like her own husband, but the top 500 companies' executives, the annual salary of more than 400,000 it. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. If there isn't any particularly good job, you can come to me and I'll let my husband arrange one for him, Sister Zhou said with a sense of superiority. Speaking of the devil, Sister Zhou's husband just greeted her from across the street. Hubby, why are you free to pick me up today? Aren't you going on a business trip abroad? Sister Zhou twisted her waist and said, purposely biting the word foreign very heavily. Ansheng was speechless for a while. Women's vanity was really killing him. He didn't have the time to deal with such a small scene of hooking up. At this moment, Bai Feifei really couldn't think of powerful words to hit back at the other party. She reached out and took Ansheng's arm, her fingers unconsciously touching the watch on Ansheng's wrist. In her heart, she silently pressed down her anger and cursed Sister Zhou for not knowing. Other than that, this watch on Ansheng's wrist was enough for your husband to do for the rest of his life. What are you guys talking about? Bai Feifei, what a coincidence. You're on duty today too? Sister Zhou's husband asked with a big smile. This is an old classmate of Bai Feifei's. He doesn't have a serious job. He wants to ask you to find one. Sister Zhou said in a good mood. Every time her husband saw Bai Feifei, his eyes are almost falling out, looking at her angry. Sister Zhou's husband did not say anything. His wife does not know the goods, does not mean that he also does not know the goods. Ansheng from top to bottom of this line, I'm afraid that my own salary for a year is not enough. A few people's footsteps were quick, and they entered the parking lot together. Sister Zhou, you guys get busy. We'll go first. Bai Feifei gave a perfunctory greeting and followed Anjing towards a luxury sports car. Seeing that the luxury sports car was nowhere to be seen, Sister Zhou still had lingering anger. What are you looking at? The people are already gone. Virtuous. I wanted to find a job for her boyfriend with good intentions, but she didn't appreciate it? This little vixen really doesn't know what's good for her. Sister Zhou spoke out, frowning owlishly. I was looking at his sports car. I told you long ago. Usually pay more attention to observing the words and look at those magazines that introduce luxury goods. You always don't listen. Today you're disgraced again, right? Sister Zhou's husband's face was not good either. What does that mean? His sports car is just a bit better looking. How can it compare to our family's big BMW? Sister Zhou retorted with glaring eyes. Can you not be so stupid? Our family's BMW can't even afford to buy one wheel of the other party's car when it's sold. That sports car of his is a global limited edition. Without $60 million, you can't even buy it. Sister Zhou's husband said furiously. Also, didn't you see the watch on that man's wrist just now? It's $27 million for one watch. How dare you brag about my work in front of the other party? I can't wait to find a crack in the ground. Sister Zhou was completely baffled by her husband's yelling. What? Really? No wonder just now Bai Feifei that little vixen rolled her eyes vigorously, as if how terrific it was, but it was actually so. Not to mention, at this time, Sister Zhou, how embarrassing. Just say sitting on the sports car. Bai Feifei really excited. She had seen this car in magazines before, but she had never sat in it. She closed her eyes silently on the passenger side, fantasizing that she was Anqing's real girlfriend, and the more she thought about it, the better she felt. Tired? Or else I'll take you home first, and the late night snack will be on another day. Anqing asked considerately. He saw that Bai Feifei, who was on the car, always had her eyes closed, and thought that the other party was working too hard. Not tired? How can I be tired with you? This sentence Bai Feifei blurted out. Saying it, she was a little embarrassed but still looked at Anqing with burning eyes. That's good. Anqing was silent for a moment and changed the topic. I don't know where the restaurant is? You show the way. The meal was a happy one. Bai Feifei was a very talkative woman, and although Anqing was unmoved, he also laughed openly from time to time. A good-looking appearance was 1 in 1,000, and an interesting soul was 1 in 1,000,000. It could be said that Bai Feifei was a very charming and interesting woman. If the other party wasn't too purposeful, Anqing was really a bit tempted to spend time with the other party. However, as he watched Bai Feifei fill the third glass of red wine for himself again, Anqing smiled helplessly. Chapter 56: Rich People Buying Houses. Bai Feifei knew in her heart of hearts that Qing had driven here, but she still opened an expensive bottle of red wine and kept persuading her to drink. On the contrary, Anqing was very obedient to persuasion and drank heartlessly. By the time the two of them had eaten, the night was still young at the beginning of the Chinese lights. Because he couldn't drive himself, Anqing was considering whether to find a chauffeur or take a taxi to go, and Bai Feifei had actually prepared for it. She opened her mouth and said, "Go sit at my house for a while. It's not far from here." Anqing was just about to refuse, when she heard Bai Feifei suddenly start pouting. "It's so late. Are you so relieved to let me go home alone?" As Bai Feifei said this, her body swayed from side to side, looking like she was drunk. "Where is your home? Point it out to me." Anqing sighed. This girl didn't have the capacity to drink, but her drinking guts weren't small. After all, they were classmates. Bai Feifei was drunk. He couldn't let her go home alone. He followed the route that Bai Feifei pointed out, and sent the woman to a nearby upscale neighborhood, ignoring the other party's repeated retention, and Qing left in quite a bit of a mess. The other party should be interested in him, but Anqing didn't want to accept it. He took a taxi to his home, only to realize that his cell phone should have been left at Bai Feifei's home. It was better for himself to wait until tomorrow when he picked up his car. Tonight it was time to let that woman who was bent on falling on her ass calm down. The next morning, Anqing went to yesterday's restaurant early to pick up his car. On the other hand, Bai Feifei, who got up in the morning and simply cleaned up, went out the door, ready to have breakfast. When she walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, she was stopped by a middle-aged man. "Bai Feifei, you're quite capable of hiding. Why don't you answer when I call you? What do you want?" Seeing the visitor, Bai Feifei's face turned red with anger. "I've already told you, there's absolutely no way I'll agree to be your woman. And I have a boyfriend too." "Who are you kidding? You have a boyfriend? How come I didn't know?" "As long as you agree to my demands, you don't have to go out and work. I'll give you whatever you want. All you have to do is stay home and enjoy your life." "What can your boyfriend do for you?" the middle-aged man said arrogantly. "Do you still want some face? You have a wife, and you're still pestering me?" Bai Feifei said with disgust. "I'll tell you plainly, as long as you don't agree, I'll come looking for you every day," the middle-aged man threatened, his gaze fierce. Isn't it good to be with me? I can easily fulfill all your needs. These I don't believe you won't be moved. Stop pretending. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Bai Feifei was furious enough. What I want, my boyfriend will give me. You stay away from me or I'll call the police. What did he give you? A house? Then why are you still renting? Don't kid yourself here. I'll give you an apartment soon. Will he? The middle-aged man said smugly. Get lost. I'm too lazy to care about you. My boyfriend is already here. When Bai Feifei saw a familiar sports car drive into the neighborhood, she suddenly got a plan and said through clenched teeth. After saying her words, Bai Feifei walked straight towards the sports car, while Anjing, who got out of the car, looked at her with some confusion. I think I left my cell phone at your house last night. Did you see it? Honey, let's go upstairs and get it. Bai Feifei held Anjing's arm tightly, with a bird-like appearance. At this time, Anjing also saw that Bai Feifei should be demonstrating to the man next to her. Throughout the whole process, the middle-aged man first saw the sports car and then the young and handsome Qing. He left with a bitter and hateful face. The gap between himself and this young was too obvious. Not as good as patting a horse. Who is that man just now? Do you guys know each other? While going up the stairs, Anjing pulled his hand out without any trace. Not familiar, just met on the airplane. As a result, this scum pestered me and insisted on being good to me. You say he's a man with a family? What kind of excitement does he come out to find? I'll call the police if he comes back. Bai Feifei said truthfully with a little bit of weakness. She was afraid that Anjing would mind the fact that she had used him as a shield just now. Anjing smiled. He believed that this middle-aged man would definitely back down after seeing himself. This kind of mesmerizing confidence stemmed from the power of wealth, as money was a man's guts. After getting his cell phone, Anjing did not stay at Bai Feifei's house and went straight back home. Host, the rent of the existing 802 tenants has expired. Please renew the lease in a timely manner. Anjing heard the system's prompts in his head again on his way home. He silently pulled open the system panel to check it out and was slightly surprised. The room area of this 802 tenant was around 1,500 square feet, and after doing some math, the recently estimated yearly rent was surprisingly at 18 million. I didn't realize that this was still a rich man. Anjing, who had suddenly gotten rich, sometimes really couldn't understand the thinking of such rich people. A year's rent of 18 million, if rented for a few years, can buy a house. But how other people spent their money had nothing to do with Anjing. He went home and took the property certificate as well as the relevant contract, and took the elevator straight to 802. Ding dong. After Anjing pressed the doorbell several times, the door finally opened. A well-mannered man appeared in front of Anjing, looking 35 or 36 years old. Hello, Qi Guofeng, right? I'm the landlord. Anjing, I just spoke to you on the phone. Anjing said politely. Come in. The middle-aged man glanced at Anjing and turned around to enter the house. Anjing took a look. This guy was a bit of a no-talent and was quite rude. However, there was no need to be serious himself. Collecting the rent was important. After entering the living room, Anjing sat on the sofa with a big horse and took out the real estate license and contract from his bag. Your house has expired. How much longer are you going to renew the contract? Anjing opened the door and asked, how much is this house? Name a price. I'll buy it. The middle-aged man, Qi Guofeng, smiled slightly and asked confidently. This guy was thinking quite beautifully. He still had to rely on completing the system tasks to get rewards. Selling the house. One would drink the northwest wind? This house is not for sale, Anjing said coldly. Qi Guofeng ignored Anjing's refusal and looked at him playfully as he continued to lobby. I'll give you 320 million. Is this price good enough? Anjing looked at Qi Guofeng and understood that the other party was also a person who was not short of money. However, even if you were also a godly rich man, there was no way you could buy away the house. I said, not for sale, not for any amount of money. Anjing packed up his things and was ready to leave. Talking to this kind of thug was a bit of a degradation. When Qi Guofeng heard that it was not for sale, an unhappy look appeared on his face. Mr. I'm very sincere in buying the house. If the price isn't right, we can still discuss. Besides, more friends have more roads. I know them. Chapter 57, Meeting a Shrew and Causing Trouble. After the contract expires, please move out immediately. This house, I won't rent it to you. Anjing didn't want to listen to Qi Guofeng's ramblings at all and directly interrupted the other party. He himself was not stupid. How could he not know what Qi Guofeng wanted to say? Wasn't it that he knew some big shot that he couldn't afford to offend? But who is Anjing? Would he care about this? You're kidding. He was the one who was carrying the system. Qi Guofeng really didn't expect that Anjing would be so ungrateful, very much not giving himself face, and actually letting himself move out after his contract expired. You, Qi Guofeng pointed at Anjing breathlessly, unable to speak for a moment. Anjing already didn't want to chat with him anymore. This person was too unreliable, quite a big person, still so unintelligent. He left 802 without looking back. On the way out, and Qing was still thinking about whether or not to put the information about this house for rent on the internet. However, on second thought, it was possible that before this house was rented out, there would be countless agents harassing him, so he decisively gave up this idea. After thinking for half a day, Qing finally remembered that he was the big boss of the rich and famous housing agency, and he got on his bike and immediately set off. 10 minutes later, Qing rode his bike to the rental store. At this time, the inside of the store was in chaos, as if someone was causing a disturbance. Anjia entered the door suspiciously and saw a mean-faced old lady cursing in the hall. She was surrounded by a bunch of shopkeepers, all talking and persuading. "You white-eyed wolf, I raised you for nothing. Ilya, if I don't see the money today, I'll fight you to the end." Anjing walked over with a very unpleasant face. "What's going on with her? What for?" Hearing Anjing's voice, many of the shopkeepers dispersed. They didn't want to be a nuisance. The old lady sitting on the floor stopped screaming and cursing, and looked at Anchang with an unkind eye. Chen Fan had the good sense to run to Anchang and said very respectfully, "Mr. Why are you here? You're here to look for the store manager, right? Shall I take you there? I just asked you guys, can't you even hear me?" And Chang glared angrily, without waiting for Chen Fan to explain. As soon as the old lady on the ground heard that Anqing was the old boss, she immediately hugged his thigh. "Big old boss, you must do something for me." The old lady started yelling again and pulled away. The crowd of shopkeepers, dumbfounded at the old lady's clumsy performance, were too late to stop her, and Cheng hurriedly gave Chen Fan and the others a wink, and only then did those few sales clerks react, rushing over to pull the woman away. This old woman wouldn't let go of her hand no matter how she pulled, and even started babbling with her mouth. "Do you, the boss, have your eyes on our family Shoya? Just get me $1 million and marry her and I will never stop you." Anqing was confused. What is all this? Ilya, who had been hiding in the office, finally couldn't help herself. She walked out and yelled, "You don't mind being humiliated, do you? Don't you want money? I'll get it for you, but I also need time to get the money together." After Ilya roared out these words, her emotions suddenly broke down and she fell on the table and cried out. The old woman was startled by Ilya's roar, and while she was frozen, Anqing hurriedly pulled his leg out. He walked over to Ilya's side and gently patted her back and asked, "What's going on with you? Who is she?" Ilya slowed down for a while before speaking. "She's my real mom who abandoned me after giving birth to me. In the past few days, she suddenly came to my door and asked me for $1 million. I'm really driving her crazy." Ilya spoke in a small but concise voice. Anqing sighed. Even if he knew the ins and outs, he couldn't control it. After all, this was someone else's family business. It was out of one's hands now. Although this Ilya seemed to hate her own mother, there was still some affection in it. Otherwise how could she agree to give $1 million? Ilya's mother glared at Anqing and asked, "Are you really Xiaoya's big boss?" "Of course, he's our rich and powerful chairman." Chen Fan proudly reported the family name for Anqing. After saying this, he turned his head to look at his own boss. His face was ugly. Chen Fan's heart thumped. It's over. He's stirring up trouble again. Alia's mother, after hearing these words, got up. She flipped her face as fast as she flipped a book, and happily looked at Anqing and said, "Boss, good wow. You must treat my girl well. I won't be coming back in the future, so you guys have a good life." After saying that, she left without looking back. The crowd was all speechless. Some people didn't know what this old lady wanted to do, including Anqing. Ilya was even more surprised. What kind of mother she had? She knew best in her heart. In fact, it was Ilya's mother who, after seeing Anqing's comforting gesture to Ilya, thought that the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. And after she knew Anqing's identity, she had a new plan. The old lady decided that after the two of them got married, she would ask for as much as she wanted. Ilya's mother made a decision in a split second. Although she thought she was smart, she wasn't going to wait until that day. After her mother left, Ilya's emotions gradually calmed down. She looked at Anqing and wondered why the chairman had suddenly come here. Usually, it was her own initiative to stop him at the curb. Ilya felt that for her own mind, the chairman must understand. While she was rambling, she saw her boss placing several pieces of information in front of her. "I'm looking for you today because I have something to say." Ilya looked at Anqing, wondering what he meant. "What is the purpose of you stopping me every day? Have you forgotten?" Anqing said jokingly. Only then did Ilya notice the property rights of the houses in Anqing's hands and said in surprise, "Mr. Are you going to take the issue of renting out the dozens of houses in your hands and are going to leave it to me, right?" And Qing smiled incomparably awkwardly. "You're overthinking it. I can only give you one set, but you're only responsible for soliciting rentals. I'll do it myself when I sign the contract." Despite some disappointment, however, Ilya was still happy to ask Anqing about the specifics. Regardless of how it was used, it was a good start. Moreover, Anqing also gave her a solution to her troubles. Although no one knew what her own mother thought, but it definitely had something to do with Anjing. Ilya looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but be mesmerized. If he really was her man, it was beautiful to think about. Unfortunately, what are you thinking about? Calling for half a day with no response. Anjing took his hand and waved it in front of the frozen Ilya. Ilya slowed down and looked at Anjing somewhat blankly. I'll leave this house to you, but when it comes to negotiating the contract, I'm going to do it on my own, and the cost won't be less for you, Anjing emphasized again. Chapter 58, Lawyer vs. Lawyer. This is what I should do. No other expenses are needed. Ilya hurriedly waved her hand in rejection after hearing Anjing's words. She already had a new target, but it wasn't just the house in Anjing's hands. She was aiming at the chairman of the board as a person. Alright then, just find a tenant first. We'll talk about this issue when the time comes. I'm leaving first. Anjing left after explaining things. Ilya watched him leave, his eyes flickering, his mind complex. On his way home, Chang received a call from Gao Zhouang. Chang, where are you? Teacher Chen is in the hospital right now, so hurry and come over. Okay, I'll be right there. Send the address. Chang was surprised. When he saw Mr. Chen a few days ago, he was still fine. How did this suddenly happen? He drove to the hospital only to realize that there were already a lot of classmates who had come, but he only knew a few classmates only. These students are not a class, but are all brought out by Mr. Chen. Cao Zhaowang saw Lin Feng from quite a distance away and hurriedly ran over. Anjing, you're finally here. Teacher, what's his situation now? Anjing asked anxiously. Resuscitated. But he's still in a coma. The doctor said. It's hard to say when he'll wake up. Let me take a look at him. Anjing looked in through the window of the ward. He was fine a few days ago. What happened here? And he became like this? Seeing that Mr. Chen was now breathing steadily, Anjing asked with a sigh of relief. Car accident, Gao Zhouang said with a sigh. Ching's face instantly turned dark. Where did the person who caused the accident go? Gao Zhouang didn't know how to answer and fell silent. Where's the guy who caused the accident? Chang asked again urgently. Gone. Simply hit someone and left? What background? Anjing's tone was already cold. Rich second generation. Family has money. A rich second generation. Hit someone and then left? Chang looked at Gao Zhouang incredulously and repeated the question again. He really couldn't accept such a situation. Was there no law in the world? At this moment, Chang was full of fury. His aura was all over the place. The thing is like this. Today is also Mr. Chen's bad luck. Gao Zhouang sighed and said in a very disturbing manner. As you know, Mr. Chen almost always walks to work. But this morning, he was hit by a car on his way home. Because it was too late, there were still no pedestrians on the road. No witnesses could be found, and the probe at the intersection was still broken. So the perpetrator flatly insisted that it was Mr. Chen who ran the red light that caused the accident. Now things are deadlocked here. The rich second generation has already entrusted this matter to a lawyer with full authority. He has long since left. Gao Zhouang finished and glanced at the crowd. Only then did Anjing notice that there was a middle-aged man in a professional suit at the periphery of his classmates. Where is the teacher's lover and child? Heading back from out of town. Anjing, now that there's no evidence to prove that rich kid lied, this is quite a difficult matter. Moreover, that lawyer is very famous in Shanghai, specializing in rich people's cases, and his win rate is not low. Gao Zhouang said with a headache. I also contacted a few good lawyers. After listening to the case and the name of the other lawyer, the other party is directly refused to accept, and said that this case is too difficult. The chance of winning almost no. A senior said. Anjing knew that this senior, now a mega company's senior, mixed quite well. The opponents were also in contact with people of some importance, and the lawyers he looked for said that it was difficult to win the case. So it could be seen how difficult this matter was. When all the students were gathered around Anjing, discussing what to do about this matter, the lawyer on the other side looked at Anjing and asked, Are you Chen Yulo's family member? I am Zhang Zhongtian. You say. And Cheng responded with an unfriendly attitude. It's like this. My client doesn't want to waste time and proposes to non-obligatorily give Chen Yulo $100,000 to settle this matter once and for all. Lawyer Zhang Zhongtian rested his glasses for a moment and said, Sending off the beggars, is it? We're not short of money, you know? Tell your client to come out. I'll hit him with my car and give him $2 million. Hearing this, the students were instantly enraged. Anjing quite calmly stopped his angry classmates. He took out his cell phone and directly dialed a number. Immediately have the best lawyer in Shanghai come to the central hospital. The person on the other end of the phone nodded his head one after another, and after hanging up the phone, he immediately went to contact someone. Hearing what Anjing said, Zhang Zhongtian skimmed his mouth in disdain. Only that super godly lawyer could scare him in Shanghai, but he wasn't worried. That one hadn't appeared in a lawsuit for a long time. No one could hire him. Zhang Zhongtian patiently waited for Anjing to finish speaking on the phone and said, let me remind you, my client is not the party at fault. The reason why I offered $100,000 is just that I don't want to make a big deal out of it and waste time. And Qing stretched out his hand to stop the other party's words. He didn't want to listen to this person's nonsense, and stood quietly outside the hospital room with his classmates, looking at Mr. Chen, who was lying on the bed. Lawyer Zhang could see that Qing was not to be messed with, but he didn't care. As a big bull in the industry, he just stood to the side indifferently, quietly waiting for the other lawyer to arrive. In less than 10 minutes, a man with half-white hair and a straight back hurriedly walked in. Zhang Zhongtian's face changed. How did he come? The person who came was none other than Shanghai's super god lawyer, Su Mantang, a legend in all of Shanghai's lawyers. He had not lost a single battle so far. Such a turn of events caused Zhang Zhongtian to immediately step aside and hurriedly contact his client. Things were already out of his control. Mr. This is Su Mantang. The legendary lawyer greeted Qing respectfully. After listening to Qing's account, he nodded slightly. Mr. This lawsuit isn't difficult to fight. It can definitely be won, Su Mantang assured with confidence. The middle-aged lawyer on the other side made a call and said anxiously, Mr. Wang, you'd better come here in person. The opposite side has hired a very influential barrister. Didn't you say that you can settle anything? Why do you still need me to go? You charged me so much for the lawyer's fee. I'm not listening to you saying it can't be solved. An angry voice came from the phone. Zhang Zhongtian held back his anger and said helplessly, but they invited Shanghai's undefeated legend, Su Mantang. On the opposite side of the phone, there was a sudden silence for a long time. What kind of person was hit in the end? Can it be solved with money? The other party had also heard of Su Mantang's great name, and at this time finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Mr. Wang, please come here in person for this matter. I can't handle it. Zhang Zhongtian didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed of himself for saying this. He really couldn't deal with Su Mantang. Hearing this, Mr. Wang couldn't sit still either. Alright, I'll go over right away. Chapter 59, 5 million to settle the matter. Zhang Zhongtian finished the phone call and patted his chest with some weakness. This great god that came today was too intimidating. He cautiously looked at Su Mantang, but suddenly felt very alarmed. The big brother, who was well known in the lawyer's world, was standing respectfully beside Studenton. What was this situation? Could it be that Studenton was a more powerful figure than Su Mantang? This was simply unscientific, but this was the truth. Even if Zhang Zhongtian no longer wanted to believe it, he had no other way to think about it. Zhang Zhongtian gave himself enough mental construction before lifting a breath and walking towards Qing. Hello, I think there should still be room for negotiation in this matter. My client is on his way here, so I hope you'll wait for a moment if possible. Hearing this, Qing nodded slightly, his attitude cold. Zhang Zhongtian didn't dare to say anything else, fearing that if he accidentally angered this big boss, it would be bad then. He stood quietly by Qing's side, a picture that looked in the eyes of all the students as if Qing was treating the two best lawyers in the industry as if they were secretaries serving with him, one on the left and one on the right. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, two more people came in the corridor of the ward. It was Mr. Chen's wife and daughter who arrived. When they came, they saw Mr. Chen's state, and could not accept it for a moment, and cried fiercely. The students all went forward to comfort and persuade. The scene is very chaotic. Just when the perpetrator Mr. Wang's son and Mr. Wang arrived, Mr. Chen's wife and daughter's emotions were instantly out of control. You drive not long Ina, run after hitting someone, no conscience at all. Teacher Chen's mother angrily questioned. Zhang Zhongtian rushed forward to stop her. While waiting for his employer to arrive on his side, he had already figured out one thing. Anjia was not a direct relative of Mr. Chen, but merely a student. Since this was the case, then there should still be a chance for this matter to be turned around. Mrs. Chen, please calm down. First of all, this matter is not what you say it is. My employer is not the perpetrator. He did it out of humanitarianism. Zhang Zhongtian spoke eloquently, standing on his side of the fence and doing his best to defend himself. I don't think it makes sense for you to say this. Who is right or wrong? We'll see you in court. Su Mantang frowned slightly, interrupting the other party in a salty manner. Hearing Su Mantang say this, Mr. Wang's heart thumped. It seemed that this matter was bad enough to be resolved without bleeding himself. Anjia, as a bystander, just stood aside without saying anything. In this matter, if he was not wrong, the perpetrator must be Mr. Wang's son. It was only because there was no video surveillance that the other party was emboldened to be so arrogant. But he believed in Su Mantang's strength, a 50-something-year-old barrister practicing for many years without any defeats. This was no joke. Mrs. Chen, taking a step back on this matter, you and I don't want to make too much of a fuss. Mr. Zun is now lying in the hospital. It's pointless for us to complain about each other at this time. We still need to find a way to resolve this peacefully and find a proper solution. Mr. Wang has been engaged in the direct sales industry for many years, with a mouth that can speak eloquently. Dead people can be brought to life by him. Watching Master Chun gradually calm down, he smiled slightly, intending to continue to move people with money. Mr. Wang believed that in this world, there was no conflict that could not be solved with money. Are you planning to say that things have come to a head? It's better to talk about the price? I would like to hear. How much do you think our teacher is worth? Anjing asked in a salty opening. Although this was a family matter of the teacher's family, since he had come here today, he couldn't let the teacher's mother suffer a loss and be fooled. Although he couldn't make a decision for his teacher's mother, this kind of perpetrator who ran away after hitting someone was worse than a pig or a dog. If he let her get away with it, he was really not happy with himself. 5 million should be enough, right? Mr. Wang gritted his teeth straight when he said this. He was a person who had seen the world, and Chang was dressed up, as well as Su Mantang standing behind him, gave Mr. Wang great pressure. Originally he only wanted to compensate 500,000 yuan. Now raw multiply this number by 10. The scene was suddenly silent. Even teacher Chen's mother, who was crying more than once, froze. The other party had given a really good amount of money. Chen teacher usually although earn not less, but the two people half a lifetime of savings is just more than 300,000 yuan. Now the girl is also older. The couple has always wanted to buy a house for the child. Can't afford to buy a large square meter? At least a small square meter down payment is not bad, so that the daughter married later. In-laws will also have the courage to speak. Besides, no one can tell what Mr. Chen's body will recover to in the future. Fairness and justice in the face of money. This choice is very testing. Dad, you're not crazy, are you? A stinky old man can be worth $5 million? The $20,000 given. That's all already benevolent. Just as Mr. Chen's wife and daughter were a bit hesitant to accept the other party's compensation, the perpetrator opened his mouth to taunt. He was the son of Mr. Wang, a rich second generation without compromise. He was only in his early 20s this year, young and impetuous, and had no idea what it meant to suffer on earth. Hearing his son's heartless words, Mr. Wang couldn't wait to whip him to death. I have such a do-nothing, pit father first place goods. It's really bad luck. As expected, the perpetrator's words immediately provoked the crowd's anger. We don't care about your money. Don't say you'll give me 5 million. Even 50 million won't do. You must be sanctioned by the law. Teacher Chen's daughter gritted her teeth, while Teacher Chen's mother chose to remain silent. So what if you have money? Can you do whatever you want with money and call a deer a horse? And at this moment, Anjing finally nodded slightly at Su Mantang. Since the family's attitude was clear, then things would be fine. After all, he was just an outsider who couldn't force Teacher Chuan's family to make a choice. Lawyer Su, I'll leave the matter to you, Anjing said indifferently. Don't worry, the compensation price will start at $5 million. Su Mantang understood Anjing's meaning in a second and followed up with a top line. As soon as Su Mantang's words fell, Mr. Wang's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and frowned as he stared at Master Chen and said, let's be forgiving. Even with the help of a nobleman, he can't help you guys for the rest of your lives. I only have this one only son in my family. If he goes to jail, I don't know what overreaching things I will do. The naked threat exposed Mr. Wang's ugly face, and a group of students were furious and angry. Every word you say will be used as evidence in court. This scene just now has already been recorded. Su Mantang was worthy of being a gold medal lawyer, and things were done in a seamless manner. One sentence made Mr. Wang speechless, no longer daring to say anything more. Although he didn't say anything, Anjing didn't stop there. Chapter 60 Peach and Plum's Return. Anjing said with a cold smile, as far as I know, Mr. Wang, your business is spread all over the country, and there are hundreds of agents under your name. But interestingly enough, all of these agents seem to be not too happy with you, saying things like false agents who cheat. I wonder if this situation is true. Just now, while Anjing was waiting, he had already sent his men to check all of General Wang's information and knew that this guy was not a good bird. As the old saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. And with his son being of this demeanor, Mr. Wang always had a responsibility that he could not shirk. What do you mean by that? What does my business have to do with you? Mr. Wang glared at Anjing with a wary expression. Since I'm able to hire Barrister Su, I'm also able to ask Hangda law firms lawyers all over the country to help those agents of yours with their lawsuits for free. After all, it is everyone's responsibility to contribute to society to get rid of the scum. Anjing said nonchalantly. The situation he investigated showed that those agents under Mr. Wang were all poor and helpless people. After being cheated, they could only hold their breath because they couldn't afford a lawsuit. And this move by Anjing was simply a desperate counterattack, instantly blocking all of Mr. Wang's back roads. After your son goes to jail, I guess you will be able to accompany him soon. Anqing's last words were simply the straw that crushed the elephant, instantly shattering all of General Manager Wang's psychological defenses. Who the hell are you? General Manager Wang asked with crimson eyes. He is the big boss of our Hangdao law firm. Su Mantang took the initiative to step forward and answer. What? Everyone was shocked. No wonder In Chang was able to invite Su Mantang to come forward. No wonder he was able to order all the lawyers of Hangdao law firm. It turned out to be so. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Mr. Wang's forehead, and his face turned green and red as he slowed down for a long time before gradually coming back to his senses. With the support of his son, who also looked pale, the father and son duo left with Zheng Zhongtian. Today's matter definitely could not end well. They had to discuss what to do. Anqing, thanks to you today. Thank you, and all the students, on behalf of our family's old Chen, I thank you. Master Chen's mother looked at these dear and lovely people in front of her. Her heart was overwhelmed with emotion. You are too polite. This is all what we should do. Whatever there is, you can come to me. Anqing sighed. He knew very well that there were some things that were easy to talk about, but presenting a mouthful of words did not solve the problem. Since his teacher's mother had refused the compensation from the perpetrator, he should have made more of an effort. The classmates left one after another, leaving only Cao Zhouang and two other classmates to stand guard at the entrance of the ward. Anqing directly took the elevator to the charging hall, but to his surprise, among the people lined up at the window of the hall, more than 20 of them were the classmates who had just said they were leaving. It turned out that all these students came to pay the fee to Mr. Chen independently. Each person went up to the window alone to report the amount of money paid, and then put the bill of payment into a school bag next to it. In this way, the students who pay less fees will not be very embarrassed. After all, after graduating for many years, everyone's financial income situation was different, and no matter how much money was paid, it was all a token of appreciation. Anqing shook his head and smiled, also silently standing at the end of the line. When it was his turn, he was already the last one. The big sister at the charging window asked somewhat breathlessly, "Are you treating me as a deposit machine? Can't you just tally up an amount and pay it all at once?" Anqing shook her head slightly and softly reported her amount. "Are you sure?" The staff member's eyes widened as she asked once more, suspecting that she had hallucinated. "I'm sure. Swipe your card." Anqing handed over his bank card and said calmly. Now he had to give financial support in addition to supporting Mr. Chen's lawsuit. After all, healing was the most costly. Waiting for Anqing to put his payment slip into his school bag as well, the senior who was 2 grades above him patted Anqing's shoulder. "You kid should be the most mixed up of all the students that Mr. Chen has taught. Senior is proud of you." After saying that, the senior went upstairs with his school bag and handed all the slips to teacher Chen's mother. This action made Chen's mother burst into tears. She looked at her old partner who was lying on the bed unaware, said with a sobbing voice, "Old Chen nah, you didn't pay in vain." Leaving the hospital, Anqing went straight home. He stood in the underground garage, always feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something today. Right, my bicycle is still parked at the entrance of the building. After thinking for half a day, Anqing mumbled with a slap on the head. Just now, he had left in too much of a hurry to put his bike back upstairs, so he had parked it at the doorway of the unit. He hurriedly walked to the door, but where was the shadow of the bike at this time? Here empty, nothing. Could it be the people from the property, putting it away? Anqing was puzzled and combined his thoughts. The security environment of Tomson Yip was definitely guaranteed, so it was estimated that the bicycle should not be lost. Nowadays, although Anqing was not poor, he would still feel unhappy if he lost one of his most beloved bicycles for no reason. Anqing dialed the security room and asked after explaining the situation, "Did your people put it away?" Hearing this, the head of security, Chu Feng, was a bit confused. How did he not know about the bike? "Mr. I'll ask all the staff and give you an answer later," Chu Feng said politely. Losing any item in a small area, no matter how valuable or big or small it was not a small matter and one had to treat it carefully. No need to ask. Take a look at the video surveillance. My bike was at the door of building number 8 2 hours ago. Anqing offered a clue. "Yes sir, I'll watch it." He was so nervous, how could he forget to look at the surveillance? Chu Feng said with some chagrin, hastily agreeing. "Wait for me, I'll go over and take a look as well." Left and right, Anqing was now idle and volunteered to prepare to go to the security room. A few minutes later, the security guards flanked Anqing and watched the footage from the video. The whereabouts of the bike had come to light. It was a chubby young man in the door of the 6th unit who rode away. He looked around to see no one, and rode straight into the door of the 6th unit. Seeing that the lost bike has already had a clue, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. I wonder how much this bike is worth. It must be tens of thousands of dollars too, right?" He had often watched Anqing riding this brand of bike around the neighborhood and outside, so he had roughly estimated the price. And Qing glanced at him and said lightly, "This bike is 4 million. It's one of my favorites." "What? 4 million? Chu Feng wondered if his ears were not working well. He was shocked by the price, and Qing quoted, Chapter 61 Bear Child has a bear mom. Anjing didn't give him a response and went out of the security room in a flash, heading straight for Unit 6. Chu Feng, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly commanded the security guard to follow him. The lost bike was so expensive that he could not take the responsibility. Chu Feng lagged behind the crowd by a few steps and dialed the property owner's phone. "Leader, our neighborhood lost a bicycle." He opened the door and reported, but Bao Dahai on the other end of the phone was currently shopping with his little girlfriend. Upon hearing this, he rebuked with some impatience, "What's the big deal about a bicycle? You deal with it." "But leader, this bike is worth $4 million. It was lost by Mr. Un." Chu Feng said helplessly. "Ah, Mr. Un Cheng, $4 million? Bao Dahai's reaction was exactly the same as Chu Feng's earlier. "I'll go over right now." He hung up the phone decisively, lifted his leg, and rushed towards Thompson. This accident, if not handled properly, would most likely implicate his own business in the future. After all, Anjing was the largest owner of the entire Thompson's one, and 4 million was an even more impressive amount. Although he was contracted to the property of Thompson's one, the amount of profit this year was only $18 million. Any one of the rich owners in the neighborhood was not something he could offend, not to mention the biggest owner, Anjing, who had to be treated like an ancestor. Bao Dahai, who had arrived quickly, finally kept up with the progress of Anjing and the others, and stood together at the door of 602. "I'm so sorry, it's the negligence of our work that brought you trouble, Mr. Un." As soon as Bao Dahai saw Anjing, he first started apologizing. "It's fine, just get the bike back." Anjing didn't want to take it personally and said in a restful manner, Yes, Mr. Un, you are generous, broad-minded and magnanimous." Bao Dahai was showered with compliments and courtesy. After waiting for a while, the door of 602 was opened. Inside the room, a middle-aged woman with long waves frowned at the security guard in front of her, and asked in a bad mood, "What are you knocking for? It's endless, tiresome or not." "Mrs. Zhang, may I ask if your son is home?" Bao Dahai asked politely. "Looking for him for something?" "He went out to play." Mrs. Zhang asked vigilantly, suddenly having a not-so-good feeling. Did her son get into trouble again? "Mrs. Zhang, your son rode away from this gentleman's bike at the entrance of Building 8 in the afternoon." "So?" Bao Dahai accompanied a smile and continued to explain. "You don't need to say anything, isn't it just a broken bicycle? Compensate him not just." Bao Dahai's words hadn't finished before being rudely interrupted by Mrs. Zhang. She twisted her waist as thick as a water tank, turned back into the house, rolled her eyes and took out $1,000, handing it to Anjing without any good humor. With a bad attitude and a tone of voice that wasn't yin and yang, she said, "Isn't it just a broken bicycle? I thought it was much of a big deal. This $1,000 is enough for you to buy two. You also have to thank my son for riding your broken bicycle back. How cost-effective it is to trade it in for a new one." Anjing was exasperated by the other party's disruptive and unreasonable thinking. "No wonder your son dares to take anything into the house? So there's a mother like you abetting him. What do you mean by that? Losing a bicycle is such a big fuss. Since you're a poor man, don't live in Thompson's first. Save yourself from dropping the price for us homeowners." Mrs. Zhang rolled her eyes. Her words were very arrogant. "Mrs. Zhang, Mr. N is the biggest owner of our Thompson first. Besides, that bike of his, it's a top international brand, worth $4 million. Bao Dahai said with a frightened heart. He was really afraid that this pugnacious old lady had angered Anjing. If Mr. N wanted to pursue the responsibility, when the time came, this property of his own would also have to share the responsibility. Mrs. Zhang's eyes suddenly widened. Did she hear it right? The biggest property owner of Tomson Yip? Could it be that the other party was the one who was on the hot news a few days ago? The tycoon who rode a bike of over $3 million and went out for a walk. Although her own family was also rich, but, Mrs. Zhang thought to herself, their family was not even close to buying a bicycle. All of them could afford to spend up to 3 to 4 million. This was too extravagant. "We need your son to be present in person. I'm afraid that if this matter is not handled well, we will have to intervene through the police." Bao Dahai added another sentence. "Wait for a while, I'll call him." Mrs. Zhang's expression clearly appeared flustered as she turned to enter the house, and not long after, her voice could be heard shrilly ringing out. Around 10 minutes later, Anjing and the others, who had already been let into the house to take their seats, finally saw the little fat man who had ridden away his bike in the video. Before Bao Dahai could go up and ask, he saw Mrs. Zhang scamper up in an arrow step, and 2 slaps rang out crisply. "Let your hands be cheap every day. Who dares to touch anything in anyone's house? Now you're in trouble again, right? When your father comes back today, I'll have to have a good talk with him. 3 days without a fight. I think you have an itchy skin again. Where's the bike? Where did you put it? Mrs. Zhang's face was grim, and she scolded in a fiery manner. Little Fatty took a beating, and he realized exactly why. It's just a broken bicycle. Why make such a fuss about it? I just rode it out for fun, and I'll send it back in a while. Little Fatty was clearly unconvinced, glaring and calling Mrs. Zhang's bluff. This pair of mother and son made a fuss like a cockfight, each saying their own reasoning, listening to the crowd's heads spinning for a while. Their children not being able to control them was directly related to their parents' education, and this little Fatty was obviously spoiled by his parents, and did not submit to control at all. Mrs. Zhang, Mr. An's time is precious. It's better to let your son return the bike quickly. Bao Dahai opened his mouth quite disturbingly. He felt that if he didn't stop it, the war between this mother and son would most likely drag on until nightfall and wouldn't solve the problem. Yes, hurry up and return the bike. Mrs. Zhang then remembered the matter at hand, and even pushed and yelled for little Fatty to go get the bike. Not long after, Anjing saw the lost and found bike, which didn't look like it had suffered any damage. He didn't want to have any more dealings with this mother and son, nodded at Bao Dahai and said, since the car is back, I'll leave first, and let's forget about this education. Anjing left in a big way, completely ignoring the gazes and thoughts of the crowd behind him. He was really tired this day, living a soldier's life, one thing after another. Hastily ate dinner. Anjing also did not go out for a walk, quietly play games at home, and went to bed early, sleep early, naturally get up early. The next day, Anjing woke up refreshed and washed up. As usual, he rode his bike for a walk, but today he changed his route and planned to take a turn along the Huangpu River. The breeze was fresh, and at this time of the day, there weren't many people on the streets, so Anjing enjoyed such a leisurely time. Chapter 62, Buying another house. Coming to the side of the Huangpu River, and Qing saw a bicycle of the same model as his own, and the owner of the bicycle was a youthful and beautiful beauty. With a high vertical ponytail, she wore the same model of watch as Anjing on her wrist. Coincidentally, even the sportswear she had was the same series as Anjing's. If these two walked on the street, everyone would think they were wearing couple's clothes, right? While Anjing was sizing up the other person, the beauty on the opposite side was also looking at him, her eyes filled with wonder and surprise. Both of them stopped in unison. Hello, my name is Anjing. In the spirit of a gentleman, Anjing took the initiative to open his mouth and introduce himself. Such an encounter was really interesting, and it had a very faded flavor. Gao Wei, it's nice to meet you. The beautiful woman smiled faintly, and without looking back, she continued to ride forward on her bike, and the two of them brushed past each other. It seemed that this one clever encounter did not cause much ripples for her, and Anjing did not look back. He believed that if there was fate, the two would meet again. What he didn't expect was that after the beautiful woman left his sight, she snapped her fingers and instantly called out 8 men in black. These people appeared so abruptly that it seemed as if they suddenly appeared out of the ground. However, Gao Wei didn't feel surprised as she coldly commanded, check this person for me, and ask for detailed information. Only after the black-clothed men had all left did Gao Wei's face soften as she muttered, Anjing? A bit interesting, good taste. At this time, Sheng was still unaware that he had successfully caught Miss Gao's attention, and perhaps another encounter between the two would be in the near future. Unexpectedly this future came so fast, this completely out of Anjing's expectation. Anjing, who had returned home, played the game all morning, and when he took a break in the middle of the day, he received a call from Ilya. Chairman, are you busy? Ilya asked somewhat nervously. Ever since the last time Anjing helped herself out, she could not always resist her springtime. What is it? You say? Anjing asked bashfully. The house you explained. There is already a tenant who wants to live in it. If you have the time, I'll let her go to you. Ilya kept in mind Anjing's instructions to let the chairman talk personally if he had a client. Okay, you're very efficient. Anjing praised happily. Wasn't this proof that his own system rewards were about to arrive again? The other party was worthy of being a professional, saving himself a lot of work. Having received Anjing's praise, Ilya was naturally happy. In less than half an hour, she brought her client to the Thompson. The moment he saw the client beside Ilya, Anjing froze for a moment, not realizing that the world was so small, and the fated people had met again. Gao Wei, it's you! Anjing laughed. What a coincidence. So you're her boss, the landlord of the house? The tenant beauty was also happy. Hearing the duo's conversation, Ilya was taken aback. She carefully sized up Gao Wei, and the other party's beauty and temperament made her ashamed of herself. The other party could afford to rent a house here, or a large square meter, so she was probably an amazingly proud daughter of heaven. The other party's identity was also not comparable to her own. She had never been so inferior as she was at this moment now. Anjing and Gao Wei walked side by side in front. Handsome men and women, like they were born for each other. The price is all in the contract. Take a look at this house yourself. Any other requirements can be discussed. Anjing took them to see the house, swiped his card to open the door and said smilingly. After casually circling around the house, Gao Wei elegantly sat on the leather sofa, patting the sofa familiarly. You also sit. Let's talk. Looking at this big beautiful woman's anticlimactic stance, Anjing felt a bit funny. What are you going to say? Planning to rent it for a few years? He sat on the opposite sofa with a gentle attitude. I'm not renting. I'll take this house, Gao Wei said in a domineering manner. She had money and never lived in a rented house. Anjing sighed helplessly. He really didn't know that this house was so sought after. Buyers kept on coming. Nah, the house is not for sale. If you are not interested in renting it, then the two of us have nothing to talk about, Anjing said in a businesslike manner. $400 million. Gao Wei's attitude didn't change, and with a slight smile, she spat out 3 words. Ilya, who was listening, sucked in a breath of cold air. This rich man's world was truly unimaginable. Opening their mouths was an amount in the hundreds of millions. Actually, this house used to have a tenant. It was because he insisted on buying the house that he was kicked out by me. Anjing was uncompromising and switched his attitude with the other party. Gao Wei froze. This was somewhat out of her expectation. 500 million. Although she was slightly surprised, she was still unwilling to give up, and the price was added in a domineering manner. Ilya, who was listening, had her heart pounding. Are all rich people so capricious? That was $500 million, not $500, not for sale. Anjing shook his head, not moved at all. As far as I know, the market value of your house is priced at more than $300 million, and you won't sell it even for $500 million. What do you really want? Gao Wei, who had never been frustrated before, was somewhat unable to accept such a result. She frowned slightly and glared at Anjing as she asked. I'm not bad with money, and it's not a matter of money. Anyway, there's no way I can sell this house, Anjing said in as calm a tone as possible. Not to mention that Ilya couldn't understand the thoughts of these rich people. There were times when the violently rich Anjing couldn't understand it either. Was money everything? Just because you have money, you can force others? This reasoning he couldn't accept. Fine, then I'll rent it. Seeing that Anjing did not have any room for negotiation at all, Gao Wei said irritably, renting is fine. How many years is the lease period? This is the price in contract. Take a look. Anjing's spirit lifted and he placed the contract on the table. But Gao Wei didn't care about the price of renting at all. She grinned. I'll rent for 100 years. Okay? Are you kidding? 3 years at most. Anjing was all but laughed at by the other party. 30 years? I agree. Gao Wei deliberately misinterpreted Anjing's meaning and nodded her head hastily. I said 2 years. And Qing didn't take the hint and shortened the lease period by another year. For the capricious Missy, he did not have the good temper to spoil the other party. You're really not business material. You don't even make money. It's too strange. Gao Wei shook her head breathlessly. The lease is for 5 years. It can't be changed. I don't like living in a different place. Anjing thought briefly and nodded his head in agreement. A 5-year lease was not too much. While waiting for the client to come, he had thought that the other party would be better off renting for a few more years, and he hadn't expected that Gao Wei would really be quite cooperative. Ilya, who was standing next to him, was on the verge of giving up on herself and dismissing her pursuit of Anjing. I'm afraid that such a godly tycoon herself could not climb up to the top of the ladder. Chapter 63 Riverside Competition. The next contract signing went smoothly, and Anjing happily looked at the amount of money in the account and felt very satisfied. Landlord, please take care of me in the future. Gao Wei squinted her eyes and smiled. It is said that a distant relative is better than a close neighbor. I am now your new neighbor. I think it's fine for us to remain at this level of landlord and tenant. More care is not necessary. Anjing flirted half-heartedly. He took his things and greeted Ilya as he walked along. However, he did not realize that his face had changed the moment Gao Wei closed the door. Gao Wei, who originally had a smile on her face, instantly turned cold. She clenched her fists and muttered, I never run away from what I see. Anjing, we'll see. Because he had successfully rented out one of the largest residences, Anjing was in a good mood. Even though Ilya had refused repeatedly, he was very principled and gave the other party $100,000 in favor of a businesslike attitude. Such a mode of getting along with each other made Ilya suffer greatly. Springing up was one thing, whether she could be Anjing's girlfriend or not, was another thing. She needed to be quiet. This matter, I'm afraid, was an impossible task. I have a spring heart to send the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch. The disparity in status position hit Ilya more than a little. That night, Anjing looked at the system's 5 gift packages and was pleasantly surprised. Early the next morning, Anjing rode his bicycle with dark circles under his eyes and set off. Just outside the door of the unit, he saw Gao Wei, who had also come out to do exercise. The same couple's clothes, the same couple's car, and the same couple's watch. Such a coincidence once again gave Anjia and Gao Wei a smile, but after laughing, the atmosphere between the two became weird. Although they traveled all the way together, no one refused to speak first. Anjia was still a little bit between the lines about Gao Wei wanting to buy his house yesterday. This house was the source of his system rewards, and it was not a pleasant feeling to be hit by someone else. And what Gao Wei was angry about was that she had already given Anjing an unprecedented purchase price yesterday, and was still ruthlessly rejected by him. This feeling of being rejected by someone was also unpleasant. The two unpleasant people, riding all the way, as if they were competing, the faster they rode. But the physical strength of men and women is inherently disparate. By the time they arrived at the edge of the Huangpu River, Gao Wei was already huffing and puffing. Hey, why don't you have any gentlemanly demeanor? Don't you know that girls are to be given way? Gao Wei couldn't bear it any longer and looked at Anjing, who was riding his bike fast in front of him, and shouted, "Oh, just realized." At this moment, Anjing had already thrown that bit of unpleasantness out of the sky. A hearty workout had refreshed him quite a bit. Although he was refreshed, he still had a very indifferent attitude towards Gao Wei. It seemed that he would have to quit his bad habit of staying up late at night to play games in the future. The saying that early to bed and early to rise is good for the body was true. Do you have a problem with me? What kind of skill is it to hide it? Just say what you have to say. Gao Wei shouted with a frown. She could clearly feel that Anjing was not a fan of herself. Miss Gao family was smooth, growing up to such a big age, and for the first time, she had tried the taste of being ignored by a man. No comment, you're overthinking it. Anjing looked at the riverside scenery and said indifferently, "Humph, coward. This is cold violence on your part." Gao Wei was unforgiving. "What do you want?" Anjing suddenly asked. Looking at Anjing's sharp eyes, Gao Wei had a moment of weakness, but she quickly pulled herself together and asked back with a straight face, "What do you mean by that? I can't understand it." "Miss Gao, do you really not understand? Everything yesterday was too coincidental. There must be a demon in everything. Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Anjing laughed coldly. These words were said without mercy. Gao Wei stood awkwardly for a while. "You're a mysterious person. I'm a little curious about you." "I guess so." Anjing nodded his head and looked at Gao Wei with a smile. "Have you heard that curiosity killed the cat? The one that was killed was a stupid cat. I'm smart." "No, I'm not a cat." Gao Wei waved her fists and shouted in a milky manner, "What do you love to be? It's out of my hands." Anjing threw down a sentence and rode his bike forward at a fast pace. "You wait for me." Gao Wei hurriedly chased after her, and really unwillingly opened her mouth to ask, "Lord Landlord, have dinner with me tonight. Who's treating?" Anjing's speed was still not slow, and he asked with ease, "My treat." "Alright." Gao Wei was about to blow up again. "Alright, I'll give you face." Anjing grinned and accelerated his speed once again, leaving Gao Wei far behind. Looking at Anjing, who was traveling away, Gao Wei stopped the car and murmured with a deep gaze, "You wait and see. There will be a good show at night." On that day, Anjing unprecedentedly did not sit in front of the computer to play games, but read some useful books. Industry is better than hard work, and wasted than fun, and he also needed to constantly improve himself. It had been too long since he had read a book, and as soon as he entered the learning state, it made Anjing feel a little uncomfortable. In the afternoon his head ached vaguely. He planned to take a nap for a while, not realizing that he slept until the evening. The bedroom door rang. Anjing was woken up. He stretched. "What is it?" The one knocking on the door was definitely the nanny. "Mr. A lady named Gao is looking for you, saying she has a dinner date with you," Auntie Nanny said respectfully. She was doing a good job working here in Anjing. The gold master wasn't hard to serve and gave a high price. It can be said that this is the most comfortable family that Nanny Auntie has stayed in after so many years of doing domestic work, so she cherishes this job. "Got it. You tell her to wait for me in the hall parlor for a while." Anjing sat up, only then remembering what he promised Gao Wei this morning. He didn't panic and finished changing his clothes in the bedroom before opening the door and going to the living room. "You're not going to break your promise, are you?" Gao Wei was shaken by the well-dressed Anjing, handsome for a moment, and still questioned without any good humor. "Sorry, I overslept. Should we go eat now?" Although Anjing said he was sorry, in his tone, there was no sense of embarrassment at all. If it wasn't for the sake of giving Anjing a hard time tonight, Gao Wei really wanted to immediately turn her face and scold the other party. "Right, leave now. Drive your own cars, I'll lead the way," Gao Wei said as she held back her temper. Stepping on her high heels all the way, she entered the parking lot, and Qing sighed seeing the petite woman getting into a domineering and incomparably large SUV, shaking her head in amusement. A woman's heart, under the sea needle na. Chapter 64, The Difficulty of the Heaven's Favorite Daughter. This woman gave herself quite a few surprises. Anjing guessed that this meal tonight was not that tasty. I'm afraid, but he does not matter. Soldiers come to block, water to cover, a little girl. Nothing difficult to deal with. Gao Wei brought Anjing to the luxury Western restaurant by the Huangpu River, located in the best commercial street in Shanghai. The restaurant's rent for a year is more than $40 million. People who can eat here are all members, with annual spending starting at $1 million. Since Anjing got rich, although he had been to many high-end restaurants, he still came to this famous Huajun Western restaurant for the first time. At this time, it was the peak time for eating, but what surprised Qing was that the entire Western restaurant, apart from the service staff, did not have any customers at all. What's going on here? And Qing sat at the table with the best location, looking at the night view of Huangpu River outside, and asked with some surprise, I'm chartering the venue today, Gao Wei said in a domineering and incomparable manner, feeling that she was very imposing for doing so. Oh, Anjing reacted flatly, as if this matter was nothing more than a small episode for him. He really didn't understand why Gao Wei was so pleased with herself. The way the rich second generation spent their money was something he didn't understand, and Anjing didn't want to understand it either. If you want to eat here, you need to book it in advance, and since it opened until now, there has never been a situation where you can pack the place. Do you know why I can have a private room? Gao Wei was very dissatisfied with Anjing's reaction and continued to throw out a question. She was sure that this matter would be able to blow Anjing's mind, or at least he would think that he was quite bold. Tell me, why? Anjing was cooperative. Because I am the big boss of Huajun Shidan. Gao Wei raised her eyebrows and said in a spirited manner, in Shanghai, there were quite a few rich second generation who had money. There were actually not many young rich second generation who could make money. The richer the family, the easier it was to raise losers. So looking at all the rich second generation in the world, there were quite a few who were pitiful. The reason why Gao Wei was proud was because she was really good at making money. Oh, Anjing nodded his head and looked at the menu. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't understand Gao Wei's mind. He just didn't want to see this woman being overly arrogant. What was so great about being able to make money? When the two signed the contract, and Cheng already knew that Gao Wei was 2 years older than himself. If they were to compare their ability to absorb money, they themselves, who were carrying the system, were the king. But Anjing had never been proud of this quality at all. Anjing silently spat in his heart while casually pointing out two signature dishes. Hey, you're such a boring person. Don't you think you should say something when you hear my words? Where's the gentlemanly demeanor? Shouldn't you at least make a gesture? Gao Wei couldn't bear it and blew up again. She also didn't know what was going on. She was always prone to emotional outbursts when facing Anjing. This man owed his ass too many times. Wow, you're awesome, Anjing said from the bottom of her heart, and before the other party could show a smug expression, she suddenly came and forcefully reversed the topic. I wish you the best of luck with your business. However, Ms. Gao Wei, the lease period for this Western restaurant of yours is coming up next month, so I hope that you can pay it in time and don't default on it. Anjing's words made Gao Wei frown. What do you mean by that? What does my paying rent have to do with you? Win-win cooperation. Equal interest? Nah. You can only pay the rent if your business is good. And if you pay the rent, I, the landlord, will naturally be happy. Put it this way, can you understand? Anjing said with a smile, looking like a good old boy. What? You mean to say? Gao Wei couldn't believe her ears. This was a commercial street in Shanghai with an inch of gold. Some people joked that in this place, even if you breathed a single breath of air, it would cost money. Anjing was not only the landlord of his own housing, but surprisingly, he was also the landlord of this Western restaurant. This was really infuriating. This lot of stores Gao Wei had wanted to discuss the purchase with the landlord more than once, but unfortunately each time, she only signed the contract herself, and had never even seen the landlord's appearance. Today the rightful owner is right in front of her. Gao Wei doesn't even need to ask. She knows that Anjing's house must not be sold. The stricken Gao Wei was silent for just a moment, and quickly pulled herself together and spoke. What a disrespect. Lord Landlord, my understanding of you seems to need more effort before I can do so. The woman in front of her, who spoke in an odd tone, made Anjing a little uncomfortable. What do you know about me for? A blind date? This is a good idea. As far as I know, when you were 8 years old, your parents suddenly disappeared, and you have been living in a relative's home. Gao Wei had a mysterious and unpredictable smile on her face as she narrated. A child who had excellent grades since childhood and was living in a foster home. To be able to successfully test for the most prestigious school in Shanghai, does indeed have two brushes, but strangely enough, this boy from a small town in a border city was fired from his first job after graduation, and he didn't last more than 3 months from the time he went to work until he was fired. Tell me about just such a person who suddenly became rich overnight. Not only does he have dozens of towns and houses in his name, but he has also become the major shareholder of the Man2 live streaming platform. Don't you think it's strange and sudden? Anjing played with his cell phone, while clicking on a small game, while carelessly glancing at Gao Wei. What's so strange about this? The beggar's comeback. Life. I think it's quite normal. The Anjing in front of her was simply too calm, not a trace of panic on her face, which made Gao Wei hate her teeth. In addition to these, I also know that you are a shareholder of several large companies. Gao Wei carefully observed the expression on Anjing's face, and continued clearly word for word. You then suddenly took a 100% shareholding in the Jianlisheng Healthcare Company, a 100% shareholding in the Patek Philippe Watch Company, and a 100% shareholding in the Burlo Company. Oh, and you also have 80% shares in the Fortune Agency. Lord Landlord, if you ran into a man like that, would you feel curious? Gao Wei asked provocatively, and Qing lazily leaned on the back of his chair with a washed-out look. Don't look at the well-controlled expression on Qing's face at the moment, but in fact, in his heart, he was not very calm. The matter of owning so many shares of the company, the people who knew about it, could be said to be almost none. Gao Wei, why did she have to find out in such detail and understand? Could it be that she was really interested in herself? Anjing didn't like this feeling of being spied on in his life, but then he thought on second thought, as a super rich man, although he wanted to keep a low profile, his strength really didn't allow it. Chapter 65, Lifting a Stone and Stoning Himself. Perhaps in the days to come, there would be more people investigating him, and he would have to learn to improvise and cope with the world's suspicions. Mr. After hearing this, do you have anything to say? Gao Wei looked at Anjing with a cold smile. She just couldn't believe that the other party would be indifferent when she had such detailed information. I thought that Miss Gao had some kind of divine machine tactics, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. Anjing grinned and said somewhat derisively, "Get your words straight," Gao Wei asked with a frown. She really was somewhat unable to see through the person in front of her. Was Anjing pretending to be calm, or did he really not care? Let's eat. This red wine is good, and the steak is even better. Anjing shook his head, with no intention of answering the other party's question. Seeing Gao Wei's face full of unhappiness, Anjing smiled faintly and brought the steak into his mouth. So it seems that you are very curious about me, Miss Gao. This is understandable. Although I don't like people investigating me, as my tenant and purchaser, I'm willing to give you 3 points and leave it at that. Being a tenant of Anjing herself, this was something that Gao Wei could understand, but where to start with that purchaser? It was simply inexplicable. Anjing savored the steak on his plate and drank some red wine from time to time, enjoying himself with pleasure. This made Gao Wei suddenly have a flash of light in her head. This red wine will not be. Thanks for your patronage. I hope you have a pleasant drink. Anjing raised his glass and smiled. This is impossible. The red wine is the most famous French Bolton winery production collection. Even if you are rich, it is impossible. Gao Wei's shocked words came out of her mouth, and she also stared at Anjing with unbelievable eyes. Goodness, the other party had brought himself too many surprises. Life is full of surprises. It's a pity that Ms. Gao didn't buy the winery's most upscale red wine, right? If you want to qualify for a diamond customer's purchase, you can always come to me. Anjing's voice was unhurried and did not look any different from a shrewd businessman. Then this steak. Gao Wei's words carried a trace of imperceptible trembling. It can't be? She herself was only trying to suppress Anjing's arrogance today, letting him know what it meant to be a big miss from a rich and powerful family. Ever since the first moment she met Anjing, she had never gotten the upper hand. The feeling of being on such an even keel, or even always on the downside, made Gao Wei unable to endure it. She was the proud daughter of heaven, and had always been the only one to pull her weight. As you can see, the steak was well done. It didn't degrade the reputation of my Pushilu brand. I hope Ms. Gao will continue to work hard. Anjing's words were simply exasperating. He admitted, in the most understated manner, the fact that he was the owner of Pushilu Farm. Gao Wei was on the verge of fainting. Today, did she count herself as having lifted a stone and smashed her own foot? Wanted to cry. Just as the two were conversing, the waiter brought another caviar and foie gras. Anjing took a bite of each, and skimmed her mouth with some disgust. This foie gras isn't well made. The caviar is still okay. Don't tell me that the companies of these two ingredients are related to you as well. Gao Wei gritted her teeth and said, feeling that she couldn't take any more stimulation. This, well, really has nothing to do with me, Anjing said with a big gasp, making Gao Wei's mood go up and down with his ups and downs. A meal. So that Miss Gao doubly hit. Eat is tasteless. Compared to the listless Gao Wei, Anjing today is considered to be a great feast. What he said just now are all true, thanks to the blessing of Miss Gao. Yesterday and he signed a 5-year contract at once. The system's reward is rich to the extreme. Half of the commercial streets along the Huangpu River had now become Anqing's properties, and the Bolton winery and the farm that produced top-quality steaks that was mentioned just now was a new company in which he now held 100% of the shares. In addition to that, the system also rewarded 80% of the shares of the St. Ho International cruise ship, and 80% of the shares of the international chain 7-star Elizabeth Hotel. As for Gao Wei investigating herself behind her back, Anqing was no longer concerned. No matter how much the onlookers investigated and dug, it was impossible for them to know their true secrets, as long as the system was there. His splash of riches was there. Anqing's true self-confidence still came from the system. With the system in hand, the world, I have it. The interesting thing was that no one could know this secret at all. For such an audacious woman in front of him, Anqing felt the need to return the favor in his own way. However, on the way home, he looked at the beautiful night scenery outside and gradually forgot the thoughts of revenge that had just sprung up. Back home to wash up hastily and fell asleep, until the sun up 3 pole to get up. Gao Wei, who did not know that Anqing was bedridden, waited for a long time at the entrance of the neighborhood, but did not see the other party riding a bicycle out. This little meanie. It's not possible that he's really angry, right? Annoying. Not coming to ride his bike without saying so. Gao Wei, who didn't wait for Anqing, had to ride her bike towards the river by herself, cursing Anqing's ancestors 18 generations in her heart. And Anjia, who was eating breakfast at home, couldn't stop sneezing and thought he had a cold. After eating, he had just sat in his study when he received a call that surprised him. Lao Tai, where are you? Come out to play. The person who called was Chu Anjia, the rich second-generation guy that Anqing had met a few days ago at his alma mater's entrepreneurial Rising Stars meeting. The guy was from the Northeast, with a self-possessed enthusiasm, and Anqing didn't hate him. He just didn't have much of a common language. Where are we going to play? Although Anqing felt that he was a bit unable to play with this group of rich second-generation people, there was no harm in getting to know more friends. And he really didn't have anything else to do today. Tonight, a buddy of mine is having a yacht party, and quite a few people are coming. You should come too. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Let's get together. Chu Anjia said enthusiastically. Right, do you have a yacht? It's okay if you don't. You can use mine as well. Hearing Chu Anjia's words, and Qing Yi suddenly remembered that he was originally the major shareholder of the yacht company, and the company had already said yesterday that they were going to send a yacht to him, and he hadn't had time to take a look at the real thing yet. Alright, I'll go. Anqing agreed painfully. The yacht party should be quite interesting, right? Great. I'll wait for you then. I'll introduce you to a few more buddies at that time. All of them love to play in the circle. The address of the party is at Pier 4 by the Huangpu River, 6 p.m. Come early. Chu Anjia hung up the phone happily. Anqing thought about it and directly dialed the phone number of the yacht company. This is Anqing. Park the yacht at Pier 4 by the Huangpu River. At 6 p.m. I want to use. Chapter 66, The Party of the Wealthy Second Generation. Anqing gave a light explanation and went back to the study. Today was the second day that Anqing had clocked in to recharge his reading, and he was going to stick to it. It wasn't until the evening that Anqing stretched his back, finally ending the day's study. The day of reading and recharging made him feel very fulfilled. Simply eating something, he changed into a set of simple and generous casual clothes and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door of the unit, he happened to see Gao Wei again. Anqing raised an eyebrow and took the initiative to greet him. Good evening, you've just come back here? You care about me. Not at home in the middle of the night. Where are you going to wave? Gao Wei's tone wasn't very friendly, and there was a probing look in her eyes. You woman is so unreasonable. A friend asked me to go to a yacht party tonight. Anqing shook his head and said somewhat breathlessly, a yacht party? How boring. By the way, do you have that thing? Gao Wei asked with amusement. She had known Anqing for a few days and always felt that the other party seemed like an elderly cadre who usually stayed at home and was boring. Moreover, Gao Wei had never seen Anqing go out to play, nor had she seen him attend any rich second-generation circle parties, and he didn't even seem to have any friends. So today, Anqing's words made Gao Wei feel a bit surprised. Miss Gao suddenly became interested and wanted to go with Anqing to have some fun and see how the elderly cadre played with the rich second generation. Hearing Gao Wei's idea of wanting to go with her, Anqing was non-committal. His going to play tonight was just a passing thing, and most importantly, Anqing wanted to take a look at his yacht. The two of them drove to the marina, and Anqing's supercar obviously caught the attention of all the rich second generation. Holy, this car must cost $60 million. Top of the line. I haven't heard of anyone in our circle buying a new car. Who the hell is this guy? Why don't I recognize him? I invited him. His name is Anqing. His family has a mine. He's rich. Chu Anjia, who heard the discussion, ran over. He saw Anqing from a distance, and waved his hand to greet him while talking to his buddies around him. Mine? What kind of mine? Can it be that it's still a diamond mine? I was describing his family as rich, not that he actually has a mine. Stupid or not, obviously. Anjia was very familiar with this group of people and had no qualms at all about speaking. So it's a rich man. You'll introduce us later. Seeing Anjing getting closer and closer, one of the rich second generation said to Anjia, that's a must. He's here today to make friends. You don't know, the other day our alma mater organized a business startup rising star meeting thing. Although these people's families were rich, they all belonged to their father's or grandfather's generation. The amount of money they could spend at their own discretion was actually not very large. It was very rare to see a large sum of money like Anqing's, which was several $100 million in one go. Therefore, when Anqing had just arrived, all of them enthusiastically introduced themselves, and their eyes couldn't help but glance towards Gao Wei beside Anqing. This chick, who looked real. Anqing politely nodded his head one by one, but he could barely remember the names of this group of people. A group of youngsters were dressed in bright and shiny clothes, and all the things they wore on their hands and necks were all luxury goods. This was the first time Anqing had attended such a party. His attention was fully focused on observing, and he only perfunctorily dealt with the interpersonal interactions. After exchanging pleasantries, the crowd waited on the shore. It didn't take long to see a yacht slowly driving over. Not all of the rich second-generation yachts are bought. These yachts are also rented. The yachts varied in size, with the largest being a few dozen meters in size. Today Anqing came earlier. Now there is still half an hour from 6 o'clock. A group of people ended up only accompanying Anqing to wait for his yacht on the shore, and then they became more and more impatient. Your yacht, is it rented or bought? Get on ours first if you haven't. One of them frowned and said, I think it's 80% that you don't have one, right? I told you guys a long time ago that we would leave at 6 o'clock sharp. How come up to now? You haven't even seen a shadow of your yacht? The initiator of today's party was a young man with yellow hair dyed on his head, speaking very nonchalantly. This is my fault. It's me who didn't make it clear to him. Anjia hurriedly came out to relieve himself and said with some embarrassment, alright, don't speak for him. This buddy does not look bad money. His car to buy a yacht can be more than enough. That's right, or take your car with me for a yacht. My yacht is also a new buy. The fur is good, right? Ha ha ha, what frown? Everyone but a joke. You are afraid, not a careful eye, right? A group of rich second generation. You a word I said. Mouth without cover harumphing. Seeing this group of people endless a strong chatter, Anjia's face feel a little hung up. Anqing, why don't you sit on my yacht? Let's go first. This group of people talk like this. Anjia said apologetically, hurriedly finding a step down for Anqing. What's the hurry? My yacht is there. And Qing shook his head and smiled, reaching forward and pointing. The crowd looked suspiciously toward the river. Is this a yacht? Isn't this a cruise ship? Are you kidding me? This is really your yacht? The newly come out Imperial? The yellow-haired boy stammered and asked. He was able to hold such a party today, himself being a cargo who loved to play on the water, and was very concerned about yachts and other information. Other than that, this Emperor yacht was worth more than $200 million. And it's not just money that can be bought, you also have to have a status that matches it. With a length of over 100 meters, it completely crushed all the small yachts present. Of course this is my buddy Anqing's. Can it still be yours? Anjia acted even more excited than Anqing, with a face of surprise and astonishment. Anqing was worthy of being a tycoon who could invest a few $100 million for his alma mater in one go. And this time, his handiwork wasn't small either. Just thinking that such a friend was his buddy and that he had invited him, Anjia felt proud. There's absolutely no way he bought it. Maybe he rented this yacht. The rich kid who had just mocked Anqing was not willing to do so and coaxed suspiciously. Even if it was rented, a yacht like this would cost around $5 million a day to rent. Gao Wei, who had been silent all this time, said coldly, her gaze sweeping disdainfully towards the crowd. A bunch of bumpkins. They don't know anything. Even if it was the rich second generation, it was also divided into grades. Gao Wei was the top stream existence in this circle. As for Anjia and the others, the parties they usually held, they simply couldn't invite a famous lady like Gao Wei. Chapter 67, the proposal ceremony that was stirred up. Gao Wei's words caused everyone to remain silent, dumbfounded by their dislike. A few $1 million wasn't really something that could be taken out casually for them. At the very least, they had to ask for instructions from their families to see if the elders were in a good mood. Anqing simply ignored the reactions of this group of people and took Gao Wei onto the yacht on his own. Old Tai, wait for me for a while. I'm going to your yacht. Anjia hurriedly followed. That yacht of his own was simply not enough to look at compared to Anqing's, so he couldn't miss this opportunity to enjoy himself. Looking at Anjia's reaction, the rich daughters on the shore exchanged glances with each other, and one by one, they followed behind Anjia and also got on Anqing's yacht. Seeing this, Anqing didn't object until after everyone had come up. He ordered the helmsman to set sail. The crowd walked around on the Imperial King, unable to stop marveling. This was the enjoyment of a tycoon. Not only was there a place to park a private jet on it, there was also a huge swimming pool as well as a movie theater and other areas. Anjia climbed onto the second floor of the yacht and held the rail to watch. Looking at the people frantically frolicking in the pool downstairs, he shook his head somewhat speechlessly. He couldn't understand the thinking of this group of rich second generation. As if what the other party had just ridiculed him had never happened. How could everyone be able to play so black and white on their own turf without apologizing? Should one say that they were forgetful? Or should one say that they had no quality? Gao Wei silently stood beside him, also enjoying the night view of the river. Her gaze languid. Now she had rarely put down her high young lady demeanor, looking like an amiable little sister next door. The yacht was traveling slowly, and not far from it, a cozy and romantic scene was being staged on top of a small yacht. The deck was covered with red roses, melodious violin music was playing, and a man in a suit was kneeling down, proposing to the girl in a white dress in front of him. In the hands of the man in the suit, there was an exquisite jewelry box half opened, with a large 3-carat diamond ring glittering inside. Meng, I'm willing to be good to you for the rest of my life. Please marry me, the man confessed with deep love. And the woman in front of him was in hot tears, looking as if she couldn't believe it, covering her mouth and crying while staring hard at the big diamond ring. The man slightly curled up the corner of his mouth. He knew that a romantic occasion like today, coupled with this diamond ring that he had paid a high price for, would definitely make his girlfriend agree to get married. Just as he was about to step up his game and come up with some more sensational words, he realized that his girlfriend's eyes had drifted away. The man in the suit looked ahead along and his mouth also opened wide in surprise. More than 100 meters above the luxury yacht stood a pair of fairy couple. The woman is like a fairy under the moon. The temperament is outstanding. The appearance is incomparable. And the man was handsome, smiling slightly and nodding his head in greeting, seemingly giving his blessing. Watching the large yacht slowly leave in the distance, the man in the suit only sighed and came back to his senses. Look at people, how rich they are. Unlike himself, even this yacht underneath him was rented. Meng, I'll work my ass off to make money and let you. The man in the suit looked at his suddenly absent-minded girlfriend, and opened his mouth to make a promise. No need. I don't know when you can become that kind of rich, but I know that youth is just a few years. It's too bad to waste it on you. His girlfriend went into the cabin without looking back. Her heart was 10,000 times more reluctant. She herself was equally as beautiful as a flower, and must deserve a better man to guard her. Today, she can't be so hot-headed as to agree to this poor guy and give up on a man like the one on the big yacht just now. I guess, that couple just now must have gone yellow. Gao Wei also leaned on the deck and said with a languid gaze, impossible, right? Anjia didn't believe it. Did you see that? There were fireworks on top of that yacht of theirs just now, and if the fireworks are lit up in a while, the marriage proposal will definitely be successful. If it doesn't, it proves that I guessed right. Gao Wei said confidently, looking at Anjia with a provocative gaze. I think they are definitely lovers. One look at the man who proposed and he was very attentive. The girl definitely couldn't refuse. Anjia shook his head, sticking to his thoughts. Wait and see. As long as they are human, they will worship gold. The two of us appeared at a very inopportune time just now. I dare say that if the two of them are yellow, 99% of the blame lies with you. Gao Wei laughed. On what grounds? Anjing's eyes widened. By virtue of you being too rich. Let that girl have unrealistic fantasies. This sentence, which Gao Wei said in a decisive manner, blocked in Qing's speechlessness. He suddenly fell silent, recalling in his mind the past incident when his girlfriend Shan and I and himself said that they had broken up. Could it be that women only recognize money but not people? If he was still the same poor guy he was in the past, I guess Sunny wouldn't come back to him, right? For a while, Anjing suddenly felt a little confused. Half an hour had passed, and there was no movement at all in the sky above the river. So Chang knew without asking that Gao Wei had been right. The couple just now was definitely yellow. It was just that he didn't understand whether this kind of breakup was because love lost to reality, or because poverty was the original sin. Not to mention why exactly this pair of lovers broke up. Let's just say that night, Chang played until 12 midnight before saying goodbye to the crowd. He declined Chu Anjia's kind invitation to sing and drove his sports car to prepare to go back to Thompson. That said, the way home for him and Gao Wei happened to be the same as this group of rich second generation. Gao Wei, who was sitting in the car, watched as a sports car passed by her and went away in a blur. She glared at Chang breathlessly and commented, by all rights, your car should be the most expensive, but the speed is a slap in the face. The most expensive car runs the slowest. An old ox pulling a cart? The real situation was that Anjing's car skills were indeed average, making it too difficult for him to race. But at this moment, one had to save face. Anjing's expression didn't change, still maintaining the 60 miles per hour speed of the car to move forward. In a place like Shanghai, Drag racing is absolutely against the law. I'm a good citizen. I can't know how to break the law. Although this reason was reasonable, it still didn't satisfy Gao Wei. Have you never driven a sports car before, so you can't speed up? She believed in her own judgment, and based on all the information her men had inquired about Anjing, all of it showed Gao Wei the naked truth. Although Qing has a sky-high wealth today, 2 months ago, he was definitely still poor. Look at the front before you speak. Safe driving. Everyone is responsible. This is not something to be said casually. We have to physically do it. Hearing this, Anjing just lifted his chin, signaling Gao Wei to look forward, and lectured in a serious tone. Chapter 68. The relatives are coming. The scene in front of her surprised Gao Wei, truly afraid of what might come. The gang of rich youngsters who just passed Anjing have all been stopped by the traffic police. In the roadside stood in a row. I guess there will be a corresponding punishment in a while. Looking at Gao Wei who shut up and did not say anything, and Chang was secretly happy in his heart. Nowadays, even the heavens are on their side, and it is true that the man who carries the system is God's own son. When they arrived at Tomson Yip, the two of them entered the elevator one after the other. Gao Wei was on the 8th floor while Chang was on the top floor. Coincidentally, the two had just entered the elevator when they saw Lin Ai who hurried back. The company had a banquet tonight, and she had just gotten off work. As soon as Lin Ai saw Chang, her eyes suddenly lit up. Darlinger, you've been so busy lately, you haven't had time to pay attention to others? The two were unapologetic buddies. Although Lin Ai had the intention to make Ching her boyfriend, she had never achieved her goal. She had to change her tactics, and now Lin Ai's intention in her heart was to have bed before love, and to develop a love for each other over time. So every time she saw Anjing, she was warm and gentle enough. Back so late. Ha, have you been drinking? Anjing smiled faintly and asked as he took Lin Ai's shoulders. Drank a little bit. Does it taste heavy? Lin Ai was a little worried, afraid that Anjing wouldn't like her drinking. It's okay to have a little taste. Recently I see that the company is reusing the platform recommendation page. You are already a first sister. Anjing shook her head, not paying the slightest attention to Gao Wei who was standing in another corner of the elevator with an ugly face. That's not because of your relationship, darling child. I'm a person who knows how to return favors. Lin Ai laughed out loud, her entire body hanging onto Anjing, the implication in her words obvious. Oh, then repaying favors can be done before it's too late. Anjing was flirting with the other party like no one else, looking as if he was a veteran of the flower room. Gao Wei stood in the elevator with seconds like years, gnashing her teeth in anger. Her own goal of coming to Tomson Yip to rent an apartment to live in was in Qing, but she didn't expect this man to be a playboy. It was so hateful. Once the 8th floor arrived, Gao Wei headed out of the elevator without looking back, her high heels making a heavy sound on the floor tiles. Anjing raised his eyebrows playfully and said before the elevator closed, "Miss Gao, good night." It was fine if he didn't say it, but this sentence made Gao Wei so angry that she didn't sleep all night. Dog man Anjing, you wait and see. She was fierce in her heart. She must make Chang admit defeat in front of herself before she could do so. Otherwise, it is difficult to eliminate today's shame. As if she is the same as that dainty nightclub girl, a woman who accompanies Anjing to go out to play. She, Gao Wei, was a proud girl. How could she be compared to those who were out in the middle of the night? Although Lin Ai, who was leaning in Ching's arms, had a heavenly curiosity about Gao Wei, but she suppressed her doubts and tried her best to play the role of a good bedmate, not saying what she shouldn't say, not asking what she shouldn't ask. Only in this way would Anjing be able to be willing to get closer to herself. After a good night's sleep, Anjing slept until sunrise before getting up, while Lin Ai had long since left here to go to the company. Because of Anjing's relationship, the platform was now focusing on cultivating Lin Ai. Her usual schedule was full, and the amount of effort she used to talk about love was pitifully small. Without waiting for Anjing to get up and go wash up, he heard his cell phone ring. Anjing, this is your second uncle. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Second uncle, what's the matter? Anjing sat up with a grunt and cleared his throat as he asked, didn't I tell you 2 weeks ago that Jia Ming and Jia Shui both got into that university of yours? Tomorrow's the day they both report, and we're on the bus tonight. If you're free, let's get together tomorrow. Hearing this, Anjing guffawed. I'm free. What time will you arrive tomorrow? I'll pick up at the station. 5 minutes later, Anjing hung up the phone and sat on the edge of his bed in a daze. When he was 8 years old, his parents suddenly disappeared into thin air, and he was raised in his second uncle's house. Although his second aunt spoke harshly, she was quite good to himself, and Anjing got along well with the children of his second uncle's family. Recently this month is also his own too negligent. Unexpectedly forgot the younger siblings to come to school this matter. 4 years ago, when he was admitted to HUU, he reported alone. It wasn't that second uncle didn't want to send them, but Anjing was too understanding and was afraid of spending more money. It was only since his sophomore year that Anjing had worked on his own to earn money, and he hadn't spent his second uncle's money again. Nowadays, although he has become independent, but this family has a favor to himself, cannot not repay. The next day, Anjing woke up early and cleaned up, then went to knock on Gao Wei's door. His car was a sports car, so he couldn't take his second uncle's family with him. Gao's large cross-country was just right, and the cool Rover was spacious and overbearing, perfect for picking up people. Hearing Anjing's intention, Gao Wei was generous. Let's go. I'll take you to get the car. Thanks. If it's convenient, give me the key, so I won't bother you to make a trip. Anjing was still quite polite with her. It was said that a distant relative was better than a close neighbor, and this was something that Anjing deeply understood today. What a lot of nonsense. If I let you go, you can just go. Gao Wei's eyes glared and she advanced into the elevator in a flash. And Qing shook his head breathlessly. He was begging for something, so he would tolerate the other party's little temper for the time being. After today's events were over, he would go high and low to buy a bigger car. Although supercars were cool, they couldn't be used in critical moments. He followed Gao Wei straight to the underground parking lot, and just as he entered, Anjing felt that something was wrong here. A brand new luxury car was neatly arranged in a row, as if he had never seen these cars before. This parking lot was a place that Anjing had usually been to many times, and he was familiar with many of the cars in it. So who had added all these new cars today? Pick it. Any car will do. Gao Wei looked at Anjing and proudly shook the large bunch of keys in her hand. Anjing was speechless. No wonder Gao Wei had to accompany herself to get the car, so she was waiting for herself here. He looked at them one by one in a funny way, and finally still clicked on the cool rouser. Big money. Can I borrow this car to drive it? Yes. Like a proud queen, Gao Wei tossed a key to Anjing. Today she had finally pulled one back and was in a much better mood. It's quite childish to do that, the way the tycoons do it. Anjing started the car, and as he passed by Gao Wei, he laughed and left an exasperating remark as he sailed away. You wait and see. Gao Wei exploded in anger, hating to take the car back immediately. One shouldn't have been rottenly kind. If it wasn't for the sake of shaking Anjing's eyes, why would she do such a childish thing? Anjing, who was in a good mood, went straight to the train station, parked his car and waited patiently at the exit. 10 minutes later, Anjing's eyes lit up. People were coming. Chapter 69 Borrowed Luxury Car. Among the crowd getting out of the car, and Jia Ming saw Anjing from a long distance. He ran over with a large bag. Brother, I've missed you to death. Good boy. You've grown again. Almost catching up to your old brother. Anjing patted his brother's shoulder. Since childhood, the two of them had a deep bond. Second uncle and auntie. Xiao Shui, are you tired from the road? Anjing reached out to take the bag in Joshua's hand and greeted with a smile. This sister of his grew up with a shy personality, but was very well behaved, and both he and Jia Ming spoiled their sister. It's quite tiring, sitting in a car for more than 7 hours. My old arms and legs couldn't take it anymore long ago, the second aunt quipped, smiling meaningfully as he looked Anjing up and down all dressed up. Anjing, where are we going to stay? Has the place been arranged yet? I've been tossed around enough this way, and there are so many people on the bus. The noise makes my head hurt, the second aunt asked nonchalantly. Arrangements have been made, just go and stay at my place. Come on, give me the bag. Anjing understood and took the bag from the second aunt's hand. Capricious, how to go? Don't take the bus, right? I've seen it on TV. The buses in Shanghai, they're so crowded, especially crowded. Auntie Tu skimmed her mouth in a critical manner, the way she always spoke. You can cut the crap. Anjing can take the time to pick up. It's already enough trouble. You're not taking the bus at home too. Second uncle couldn't hear it anymore and said hurriedly, what do you mean? I let him take a cab, even if it is trouble? He's the child I raised. Still can't say no? The second aunt walked forward while frowning unrelentingly and arguing. She was not one to suffer. Second aunt, it's fine. I drove here. And Qing hurriedly persuaded the fight. This place where people come and go, how ugly it would be to quarrel. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two Jia Ming brothers lit up. Big brother, you bought a car? Great. And Jia Ming looked at Anjing with admiration. His eyes were full of pride with honor. Anjing, when did you buy a car? Why didn't you tell your family about such a big deal? I can also give you advice. I don't think I bought it with a loan, right? You young people, you just don't have a plan for spending money. I've heard that you can't take out a loan nowadays, or the interest rate will be so high that it will scare people to death. The second aunt rambled on, and Anjing frowned imperceptibly. Fortunately, at this moment, the station has a large flow of people. He took advantage of the crowd to hurry forward a few steps, and the second aunt to pull away. A look of being squeezed too late to talk back. The 5 people went back and forth and quickly arrived at the parking lot. hearing Qing press the remote control, and Jiaming said with a shocked expression, "My God, no, big brother, that car is yours?" He took 3 steps and ran to the side of the cooler. "I've seen this car on the internet. Without $7 or $8 million, it's impossible to take it down. Big brother, you're so cool." Boys all like cars, especially Jiaming, who had been obsessed with cars since he was a child. This college entrance exam, if not forced by his second uncle, he would have gone to enroll in H province's automotive program. Anqing's Cool Ranger is simply Jiaming's favorite. He went back and forth around the car several times, marveling, a man should have a good car. "Big brother, if I can buy a car like this in my life, I'll be satisfied." And Jiaming lamented. "Anqing, tell the second aunt the truth. Is what Jiaming said true? Is this car really worth $7 or $8 million? Second aunt asked with a trembling voice, clearly terrified. "This car is a friend's, not mine," Anqing said indifferently. Which was the truth? "You child, really unconscious. The car is expensive and scary. In case of a bump, we can't afford to pay for it. If you don't have money, don't puff up your face and borrow a car to pick me up. You might as well take the bus." The second aunt's words were harsh and honest. Listening to the second uncle's frown, the child is also well-intentioned, so stop rambling for a while and get on the bus. Second uncle didn't want to embarrass Anqing too much and got into the car first. Second aunt followed with a cold face and got into the car, her mouth still unable to stop saying, "Let's all sit carefully. Don't touch the things in the car. Wait until home. You hurry to return the car back. This old expensive car, we cannot borrow. Hear me?" "Aha." Anqing's head was too big, silently nodded and answered. He really couldn't explain. This matter was getting darker and darker. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the 4S store to buy one yesterday, so as to save him from having a hard time telling the truth now. "Anqing, how is your job? How's the treatment? How much do you earn a month?" the second aunt asked after him. "I'm not working right now. I'm staying at home." Anqing sighed. The second aunt's words were still as dense as in the past. "What?" The second aunt's voice rose steeply, frowning as she asked. "A good job. Why don't you go? What's wrong with you, kid? In Shanghai, eating, drinking, sleeping all need money. You will not be a soft rice." "What are you talking about? Is Anqing that kind of kid?" The second uncle hurriedly interrupted his wife's words, talking more and more without a shadow. But although he said so, but his heart also straight drumming. At a glance, a discerning person would know that the clothes Anqing was wearing were worth a lot of money, and also can borrow a ridiculously expensive car, and do not go to work. This thing is fishy. Originally, the second uncle thought that Anqing was earning money, but I did not expect the other party did not even work. All the signs indicate that Anqing is still really likely to be adopted, but this was not something that could be asked casually, and if he was not careful, he would hurt the child's self-esteem. "Second aunt, it's not what you think," Anqing explained helplessly. "I followed my friend to learn how to invest, so I have some savings, so don't think about it." And Qing said this to dispel the other party's wild thoughts. With his understanding of his second aunt, if he did not give the other party a satisfactory explanation, he was afraid that this would be endless. Actually, Anqing didn't care about any reputation, but he couldn't stand Auntie Two's magic voice piercing his ears. "Ah, you didn't lie to me?" Auntie Two still didn't quite believe it. "What's the point of lying to you? Everything I said is true, but don't you need capital to invest? Where did you get your capital from?" The second aunt's questions were one after another. Anqing had no choice but to cope. "In the past few years, I worked while going to school and saved up $20,000, and I used that as my capital. It's just luck." On this journey, the two asked questions and answered them. Anqing felt that he hadn't said as much as he did today in the past few months put together. When he bumped into Auntie Two, he had no idea what to do. Don't look at the other party's sharp questions, but in fact, there was nothing bad about this woman. It was just that she spoke too straight and was a bit of a snob. However, having lived in his second uncle's house for so many years, Anqing also knew his second aunt. Although the other party was snobbish, she was unambiguous and principled when it came to right and wrong. And, to him is not bad, at least never let Anqing suffered from food, clothing, housing, transportation and other aspects of the aggression. The second aunt is considered a knife-mouth tofu heart people. Chapter 7400 yuan a square meter. Anqing struggled to drive the car into the neighborhood garage. What was hard for him was not driving, but having to do two things at once. Auntie Two, this old lady was not easy to deal with. "Anqing, this neighborhood is quite big. It's bigger than even our Tunzi." Second uncle lamented. "Dad, this is the famous Tangchenipin. Anyone who can live here is a rich man. Big brother, you're too good." And Jiaming was envious. "Come on, let's go upstairs. Lunch is ready." And Qing smiled, locked the car and led the way. Holy, elevator into the house. "I've had my eyes open today." Behind them came Jiaming's yelling voice, and the second uncle's family was shocked in their hearts. Mr. Is the meal set now? Just after entering the door, Nanny Auntie Wang greeted them and asked respectfully, okay, you go get ready. And Cheng nodded his head and led his second uncle's family through the door. Anqing, who is she? Second aunt asked with quick eyes, her sharp sword-like eyes looking up and down at Nanny Wang. This woman was not more than 37 or 88 years old, not bad looking, and looked quite rich. What exactly is her relationship with Anqing? In an instant, Auntie Tu's mind turned many thoughts. Hello, I'm Mr. An's nanny, Auntie Wang said politely and turned around to go to the kitchen. Hearing this, the second aunt was dumbfounded. General manager An? Could it be talking about Qing? Although she had just turned many thoughts, she really didn't expect that Qing could even afford to hire a nanny. So this kid was living like a landlord in Shanghai? A big boss? Suddenly, Auntie Air fell silent, and this silence was just the beginning. With Anqing's warm hospitality, Auntie Air could hardly find her way around. Not to mention, Nanny Wang's cooking skills were good, and the food she made was colorful and flavorful, just like the level of a chef. Apart from that, the facilities and size of Anqing's mansion were beyond Auntie's knowledge, especially when she heard her son and daughter's whispers and constant marveling. It made her heart beat straight. Snobbish people all have a unified problem. That is, when treating the truly strong, they will involuntarily fawn over them, and Auntie Tu was no exception. The only thing she was unsure of now was whether Anqing's mansion and all these things in the house belonged to Anqing himself or not. You have to know. This is Shanghua, in a place where every inch of gold and land was in the sky. A house of this size would still cost several $1 million. Before Auntie Tu was sure of Anqing's true strength, she decided to speak less and observe more. Anqing, how much does this house cost you? A month's rent is old expensive, isn't it? After finishing his meal, second uncle finally couldn't help but ask. He had never lived in such a large mansion in his life, and the house came with a swimming pool and a movie theater. It was almost like a palace. More than 400, Anqing said indifferently. He was calculating by square meter based on the price he rented the house to others. How could it be? Why don't you kids tell the truth? Do you really think we are country people? The second aunt said unhappily. How can this house be $400? Anqing, it's not right for you to talk to us like this. Obviously, the second uncle was also a bit unhappy, feeling that Anqing was amusing himself with his words. Tell me about you. Haven't been back home since sophomore year. Second uncle knows that you want to be self-reliant, but you can't be bad. This house rents for $400 a month. Are you kidding me? Second uncle said painfully. That's right, Jia Ming Jia Shui. You two don't follow your brother's example. Flashy in vain. Although we're not a rich family, we have to have backbone even if we're poor. The second aunt glared and chided. Hearing these words, Anqing's head grew big. I mean, the rent for 1 square meter of this house is $400. What the hell? The second aunt jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. You loser kid, she pointed at Anqing, too angry to speak. Second uncle couldn't sit still either. Anqing, even if it's money you've earned, you can't build it like this. What's wrong with saving it for something? 1 square meter 400 yuan. This has to be tens of thousands of dollars a month, right? Dad, you miscalculated. It has to be millions. And Jia Ming's brain turned fast, and with a rough estimation, he had already come up with almost the same amount. Millions? I'm really going to be mad at you. Don't say anything, now hurry to return the rent. This place is not for us to live. The second aunt stormed out and drank. You loser kid, save your money for a daughter-in-law, okay? Spend it recklessly. I'm about to get a brain hemorrhage from your anger. The faces of each of the second uncle's family were strange, and Jia Ming and Anjia Shui were envious, while the second uncle and second aunt were blue and ugly. Wait a moment, you guys let me finish my sentence first. And Qing sighed. It had been 3 years since he left his second uncle's house. These 3 years had almost made him forget how careful his second uncle and second aunt were in living their lives. It would be strange not to be mad when he heard that he was spending $400 a square meter to rent a house. What are you still saying? Hurry up and call the landlord and return the house. This place, you can't live here for one more day. This is not how to spend money. What's wrong with doing something? The second aunt was quick to speak. She even felt that staying in this house and breathing one more breath of air was burning money. I am the landlord. Second aunt, who do you want me to call? Anqing was really convinced. What? You? Hearing this, the second aunt was open-mouthed, staring at Anqing and getting stuck again. How was this possible? How much money did Anqing actually earn? Seeing that the second uncle and the second aunt do not believe, Anqing, who had no choice but to take out the real estate license, the big green book is in front of you. The second uncle repeatedly read it several times, before sitting on the sofa in doubt. The news that Anqing Huiqiao bought a house came too suddenly. He was not prepared at all and needed time to slow down properly. Obviously, the second aunt's acceptance level was a bit better than her old partner's. She looked at Anqing and stumbled again, asking, And Chang, are you telling the truth? Didn't lie to us? The real estate license is real? And Chang nodded his head. He also knew that today's self would indeed bring too much shock to second uncle's family. I heard that $200 is enough to make a fake real estate license. Are you sure this is real? Second aunt's sleepwalking voice sounded again. She still didn't believe it. Oops, I really didn't lie to you guys. I made a lot of money investing some days ago, so I bought a house. Anjing patiently explained. So, how much did this house cost you? Second uncle suddenly interjected and asked. Anjing was a bit hesitant. It wasn't that the price couldn't be said. Rather, he felt that telling the other party the real price might give second uncle a heart attack. You say it. If I don't say it, I'm always unsure in my heart, like I'm dreaming. Second aunt urged. She felt that the house was even more remarkable. Tens of millions of dollars had come to an end. Chapter 71, Changing Dorm Room Controversy. Big brother, quickly say, is there 80 million? And Jia Ming asked excitedly. 300 million. And Qing gritted his teeth and dryly spat out 4 words. This price, he said, was already very conservative. After all, that Gao Wei still said she wanted 500 million to buy this house. Emma, my goodness. The second aunt sat on her butt on the sofa, covering her chest and huffing and puffing. She was really going crazy. 3 billion. You're old and family. Your ancestors' graves are smoking. You've gotten rich and famous. The second aunt's words made Qing laugh and cry. What is this all about? Wow. 300 million. Big brother, you've made a fortune. And Jia Ming and Anjia Shui were trembling with excitement and jumped up and down in the house, overjoyed. As for second uncle, he was already completely speechless, his eyes blankly looking at the facilities in the house as if he was dreaming. This day, Anjing spent in dealing with the various problems of his second uncle and second aunt. Suffering. It was easy to survive until the next morning. Early in the morning, after the people ate, Anjing drove and prepared to take them to HU. After all, it was more important to handle the matter of his younger siblings starting school and joining the university. And Jiaming stood in the huge parking lot of Thompson, looking at the luxury cars that filled his eyes, intoxicated. Usually these cars, he can only look at magazines and TV over the dry eye, did not expect today actually within reach. Anjing still planned to drive the cool rouser today. He thought that when he was done with these things, high and low to buy a new car. Big brother, tell me, which one is your car? Anjia Ming asked as he followed behind Qing, bumbling his ass off. Right now, in his eyes, Chang was the golden, glittering tycoon, wild, domineering, and dangling. This, Qing lifted his chin and signaled the supercar beside him, the limited edition Maserati. No way? Holy. And Jia Ming's eyes, as brilliant as stars, worshipped the gods as he moved towards the Maserati. He didn't even dare to touch this car just now, but he didn't expect it to be his big brother's. Don't look at Anjia Ming's current favorite. But he never opened his mouth to request for Qing to lend it to him to drive. The children of the second uncle's family have their own pride, and this kind of Anjia Ming makes Qing very appreciative, because he was in a hurry to go to school, and Anjia Ming didn't dare to delay much in the parking lot, and after taking a look at these luxury cars, he quickly prepared to leave in a well-behaved manner. And Qing's this cool rouser, parked on the HU campus, was not the most conspicuous. After all, there were too many rich people in Shanghai. He lightly parked his car and brought his second uncle's family, ready to do the enrollment procedures. Parked next to Anjing's car was a Lamborghini. Such a luxury car was just a little bit conspicuous on the campus of HU today. The enrollment procedures went smoothly, and a few people first went to Anjia's dorm room to help the little girl familiarize herself with the living environment. A dormitory with 4 people. This was exactly the same as in Qing's assignment when he first went to school. When they entered the room, in this dormitory, there were already people occupying the other 3 beds, and Joshua had no choice but to use the top bunk by the window. This position is quite good, just like the one you had in high school. The second aunt did not express dissatisfaction. It was because she had read fewer books and had a low culture. So after coming to the university campus, Auntie too was unexpectedly low-key. Maybe it was because of some inferiority complex. Even her voice when she spoke was much smaller. The girl in Joshua's bunk, at the moment, was sitting on the bedpan with a sad face. Her mother, sizing up Joshua and her second uncle and aunt's family with critical eyes. The attitude of contempt and disdain was overflowing. Only when she saw Qing, she more or less showed a bit of surprise and did not make any mocking remarks. But this did not mean that this noblewoman-like parent was satisfied with the environment of the dormitory. 4 people in one room. How can this be lived in? The one I chose is clearly a suite. The noble lady frowned and said, her slightly mean lips turning up and down, clearly looking down on the environment. Don't you sit here. It's not certain if this bed is clean or not. Hurry up and get up. Don't catch some contagious disease. She annoyingly yanked up her own daughter who was sitting on the bed, as if there was something unclean in this room, and said in a pretentious manner, the suite is like this. I asked my classmate. Her sister used to be from HU. Her daughter had a high ponytail and gold-rimmed glasses, and looked impatient. You believe everything she says? This house is impossible to live in. The environment is terrible and the roommates are terrible. I'll go find your school leaders. The noblewoman frowned and took her cell phone, dialing directly. Didn't you say that you could arrange your daughter into a bedroom with 2 people? Why are there 4 people in this room now? Only heard the noble lady's tone was not good, obviously angry. The person on the other end of the phone should have explained something, right? But Mrs. Gao Wei completely did not buy it. You do not tell me this. Daughter neurasthenia? Too many people. She cannot sleep and you are not unaware. Noble lady held up the phone and said half a day. It should be the other party promised something. She only coldly grunted and put away the phone. Let's both wait here for a while. Your father said he will contact someone right away to change the room for you. Your wife scornfully scanned the whole house. This was meant for everyone to hear. Hearing the other party say this, the second aunt's heart was also a bit upset. She tugged on Joshua's clothes and came to her daughter's ear to ask in a low voice. This roommate can't be easy to get along with. Do you want to change while you can? Hurry up and change your room? Goo. I haven't disliked you guys yet. You dislike us instead. Just after these words were said, before Joshua had the chance to respond, she was abruptly interrupted by the sharp voice of the noblewoman. Unexpectedly, this woman's ears were very smart, and as soon as she heard her second aunt's words, she immediately became unforgiving. What do you mean by not getting along well? Speaking as if you're so golden. People like you, we don't care to make friends. The noblewoman's words were said in a mean manner that rippled through the entire house. The second aunt gritted her teeth and held back, not saying anything. Although she was lowly educated, it didn't mean that she didn't have eyesight. Normally, although the second aunt had the reputation of being the chief shrew at home and in the neighborhood, but today, in front of this heavily made up, all noble woman, she is inferior, because she didn't want to disgrace her daughter and son. Anjing frowned and just wanted to retort. Just then, he saw that at the entrance of the dormitory, a teacher with the HUU school badge suddenly came in. Which one of you is looking for me? Saying that you want to transfer the dormitory? What's going on? The teacher looked busy. His hair was a bit messy, and as soon as he entered, he asked single-handedly, Teacher Sue, right? It's me who's looking for you. Your wife glanced at her second aunt and snorted coldly before speaking. Why did you change dorm rooms? Any special circumstances? Teacher Sue asked seriously. Today was the first day of school for the new students and he was busy as hell. Chapter 72 Giving Back to a Benefactor. This child of our family is a light sleeper. When she entered the school in the beginning, she agreed that she would live in a dormitory room with 2 people to a room. This house is not suitable for her at all. The noblewoman nonchalantly opened her mouth and demanded, You think of a way to change the house. A dormitory room for 2, with windows facing the sun. Teacher Sue looked up and down at the noblewoman and the girl with gold-rimmed glasses beside her, frowning as he explained. The school's 2-person dormitory rooms are prepared for graduate students, and all the freshmen to senior students are all in a room of 4, so it's all the same how you change it. I'm a relative of your school's personnel department director Wu. He's the one who told me that there are dormitories with 2 people to a room. If it wasn't for this, who would come to your HU? My daughter has long gone to study abroad, the noble lady said proudly. Director Wu? He has to abide by the school's rules too. I'm in charge of this little matter of student dormitories. If I say it can't be changed, then it can't be changed. Teacher Sue was also not a good fighter and said with a righteous face, not giving an inch. What's wrong with a graduate student's dorm room? We can't live in a graduate student's dorm room? I advise you to give Director Wu a call. Don't offend someone and not even know it. The noblewoman chided in annoyance at the ill-advised Teacher Sue in front of her. With their family background and connections, it shouldn't be difficult to let their daughter pick a better dorm room. Why did they run into such a 250 today? Oil and salt, so annoying. Didn't you hear me? The matter of the dormitory management is not under the control of Director Wu. To say that there is no, is, Teacher Sue frowned and retorted, but just halfway through his words, he saw Anjing. The whole person froze for a moment, quickly came back to his senses, and enthusiastically walked towards Qing. Isn't this Mr. Why didn't you inform us when you came to the school, so that we can go and welcome you? Facing Mr. Su's sudden enthusiasm, Qing was at a loss. Although he graduated this year, this teacher in front of him looked very familiar. He shouldn't know him, right? Do you recognize me? Anjing asked in surprise. Of course, all the teachers in our school know you. You are a nobleman who forgets many things. A few days ago, when the school organized the Rising Star Entrepreneurship meeting, you were the role model and exemplar for the students in our school. Mr. Su said smilingly, looking at Qing with stars in his eyes. I don't know what Mr. N is here for. Today, Teacher Su inquired smilingly. This is Anjia Ming and Anjia Shui. They are my younger brother and sister. Today's first day of school. I came to accompany the enrollment formalities, and Qing introduced with a big smile. I see. This kind of small matter, how can I trouble you to do it personally? You just give the school a call. By the way, your sister lives in this dormitory. I don't know if she's used to it. If she's not used to it, there's still a dormitory for 2 on my side to choose from. Teacher Su took the initiative to say, with a sellout look on his face. Are you sick? I just told you that my daughter wants to change her dorm room. You said no, and now you're saying yes? Playing games with me. Hearing this, the noble lady immediately became anxious and aggressively crossed her arms and questioned. In the face of the other party's questioning, Teacher Su was calm and collected, saying coldly, if it's your daughter who wants to choose, then there definitely isn't one, but as long as it's Mr. And who asks, I'm absolutely obliged. The moment these words were uttered, it almost didn't make the noble lady's lungs explode with anger. What the hell? It was clear that this Teacher Su was looking down on herself. Why? Look at what this child is wearing. She looks like a bumpkin. And look at her parents. They're from the mountains. How can they be qualified to live in a 2-room dormitory? The noble lady glared and pointed at her hands. Qualified? It's hilarious for you to say that. The school treats everyone equally. How could it possibly engage in special treatment? I took the initiative to change the dormitory room for Mr. and sister. That's the school giving back to its benefactor, do you understand? Teacher Su said righteously, looking very reasonable. Giving back to a benefactor? What do you mean? Mrs. Gao Wei frowned, simply unable to understand what kind of benefactor is or isn't. Every year, Mr. and invests at least $300 million in funds for the school's entrepreneurial and emerging projects. You'd better be careful what you say. It's not likely that one day, your children will use this money too. Mr. Su responded in a bullish manner, as if the person who invested in the school was himself. Don't say it's just a small matter of changing dorm rooms, even if it's Mr. and sister. If she wants to change her major or stay on as a teacher in the future, that's all doable. Mr. Your sister can go over to the graduate dormitory building with me to pick a dormitory room. There are 4 more that are all sunny houses, so feel free to pick one for her. Teacher Su no longer pays attention to the dumbfounded and stuck-up noblewoman, smilingly looking towards Anjia. What do you say? Do you want to change? Ansheng actually didn't support his sister's specialization. Having just entered the campus, it was still important to maintain a good relationship with her classmates. But now Mr. Su's words had racked him there. It was inappropriate to be ungrateful himself, for fear. But what Ansheng was most worried about was that he was afraid that his second uncle and second aunt would have thoughts about him. So he can only go along with Teacher Su's topic like this and ask, Big brother, there's no need to change. There are many people in the dormitory and they can still take care of each other. I quite like it here. And Joshua said clearly word by word, just a little red in the face. Although Big Brother looks like he is very popular in the school, but that is after all Big Brother's honor. She has to rely on herself. Alright, then I'll rely on you. Ansheng nodded his head in relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble or loved his face. It was just that his sister's simplicity made Ansheng feel touched. Nowadays, he indeed already had the ability to help second uncle's family, so within his ability, Ansheng would not be stingy, but he really didn't want to see his younger siblings bullying and looking up to others to live. That's fine. And Joshua, when do you want to change your dorm room? Just come to me directly? Any difficulties can also be told to me directly. Teacher Su hurriedly interjected. After some pleasantries, Teacher Su repeatedly assured that he would arrange the best dorm room for Joshua, and Qing thanked him repeatedly, but surprisingly, he didn't manage to get away. It turned out that just as a few people were talking, a passing teacher had told the dean about Qing's arrival, and as the dean happened to be away on a business trip, he personally called the vice dean, ordering the other party, no matter what, to entertain Ansheng at noon. Such a VIP alumni is simply the school's treasure. Ansheng's repeated thanks didn't work out, so he had to bring his second uncle's family to the banquet. A meal. The food is very sumptuous, but the second uncle's family, except for Anjia who ate happily, the remaining 3 people were all very formal, like sitting on pins and needles. Chapter 73 News of Parents. Mr. Don't worry, your siblings will definitely receive the best care here. Anjia Ming, and Jia Shui, if you two have any problems, you can come directly to the principal's office to find me. My door will always be open for you too. Older brother, you're a few years older than me. Let's keep in touch from now on. And sister-in-law, you can come to my home when you have time, and let Bitchy and I cook you some specialties. Your children are my children. Don't worry, leave your children to me, no problem at all. The vice-chancellor's enthusiastic solicitation made the second uncle his heart-stopping. This was the vice-chancellor of Shanghai University. To call himself old brother, too metaphysical, right? It was not easy to stay up until the end of the meal, and Qing took second uncle's family home, and the whole way, all of them were silent. The scene of the situation that happened on campus today had refreshed their perception of Anjing. With this reversal of identity, everyone needed a little time to digest it. For 3 consecutive days, Ansheng drove his second uncle's family and had a great time in Shanghai. After spending a few days together, the relationship between the people went back to the past, at least on the surface. When second uncle and second aunt stepped onto the moving train to go home, second uncle's heart was still in a bad mood. His mood, amidst his happiness for Anqing's successful career, was also mixed with some worries. Anqing looked at the second uncle who wanted to say something, did not ask anything, waved goodbye and left in style. Seeing such a confident Anqing now, the second uncle could only sigh long and swallow the words in his heart. Although second uncle didn't say it, Anqing could also guess a generalization. Normally, as long as the news of his own biological parents was involved, second uncle would show this expression. From childhood to adulthood, Anqing had asked second uncle countless times about his parents, but the other party always kept his mouth shut about the news of his parents, and gradually, Anqing's heart faded and went cold. There is nothing wrong with a person who lives alone. Back home, the first thing Anqing did was to return the car. After driving for so many days, he knew enough to buy Gao Wei a big cake of several tens of thousands of dollars to show his appreciation. Last time when he was having dinner with Gao Wei, Anqing realized that this woman had a sweet tooth, so he guessed that this gift should be the right one to give. Especially the shining eyes of Gao Wei the moment she saw the cake made Anqing couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? After driving me for several days, delivering a cake is the end of the story? Gao Wei glared at Anqing as if she was dissatisfied. Thanks. I can lend you my car to drive next time. And Qing laughed, but Gao Wei, who was standing in front of him, was still dissatisfied, staring at her big watery eyes, still looking at Anqing with a questioning look. Shall we, please ask Missy to give us the honor of going out for a meal together? And Qing was blessed with a heart of gold and opened his mouth to say, count on you to know your way around. However, I want the best red wine from your winery. Don't be stingy. Bring me 3 bottles. Gao Wei smiled joyfully and took the opportunity to blackmail. This woman usually always had a stern face, but now she smiled like a little fox, and she was quite handsome. And Chang was slightly shaken, but his mouth didn't show weakness. I borrowed your car for 3 days and I have to pay for it with 3 bottles of wine. Your car is too expensive. Cheapskate. It's a deal. I'm going to eat on your cruise ship. Gao Wei pouted and finished her last sentence, not even saying hello and directly closing the door. Anqing shook his head and walked back with his hands in his pockets. He was going to buy a bigger car. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient for him to go out in the future, especially when he had guests at home. He couldn't come to borrow a car from Gao Wei every time, right? The top red wine in the Anqing winery costs $380,000 for a bottle of wine. The cost of borrowing a car is a bit high. Anqing didn't care about this small amount of money, but dealing with Gao Wei was really troublesome. However, thinking about the scene where he asked Gao Wei to have dinner, and Chang always felt that there was something wrong. He thought about it for half a day before he finally realized what the problem was. The dinner venue was placed on a river cruise ship, accompanied by red wine and moonlight, beautiful people and handsome men, romantic like a couple's date. Suddenly, Anqing thought of something, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, looking a little evil. Gao Wei, this little girl, isn't she always competing with herself? Then he himself would just play with her. Moonlit yachts, red wine and beautiful people, handsome men on the river, all of these will be there through and through. But the specific time to appear is which day? That is not up to Gao Wei. The more he thought about it, the more interesting Anqing felt. At this time, Gao Wei, who stayed at home, was sneezing constantly. Did someone scold me? How come I keep sneezing? Gao Wei thought suspiciously. Anqing went home and drove his sports car straight to the East District of Dabong, Shanghai, where the famous cars gathered. Anqing didn't know much about these luxury car brands. He chose a 4S store close by and walked in. The store label was Lamborghini. Anqing had just entered the store before he could choose. He was attracted to the attention of a large group of people who came in hollering outside the door. The gang of people, each with a banner in their hands and emotionally charged, clustered around a middle-aged man in a suit in the center and stood in front of the black Lamborghini sports car closest to the entrance of the store. The crowd stood in a well-trained line, smiling naturally. In front of them was a young man also in a suit. He quickly pressed the shutter of his camera, clicking several shots before the clerk could react. What are you guys doing? Who told you guys to just take pictures? Is this car yours? The store salesperson hurried over and stopped it. Anqing looked at the banner the gang was holding with amusement, which plainly read, "Congratulations to Mr. Chen Dafa, the old general manager, for his joyful mention of a Lamborghini and unparalleled performance." What were these people doing? Anqing watched with fascination. Were these people faking? The kind that takes pictures and prepares to send them to friends? What are you shouting for? Take a picture. The car won't be missing a piece of paint. The middle-aged man in a suit who was surrounded by the crowd said unhappily, but he also seemed to know that he was in the wrong, and did not fight. Disliked the salesman, strutted to greet the people who came with him, hooting and hollering, and in the twinkling of an eye, they all went out again. Really unqualified. No money and still pretend to be here. If you want to take a picture with this car, it costs money, the salesperson said. At this time, Anjing realized that next to the Lamborghini at the entrance, there was a small sign. It read, Group Photo, 300 renminbi apiece. Anjing shook his head speechlessly. The merchants nowadays were really good at doing business, and the people nowadays were really vain. What are you waiting here for? Still not going? Want to take pictures for $300 apiece, don't you see? The salesman looked at Anjing with glaring eyes and chided. He thought that Anjing was in league with the group of people who were doing direct sales just now. Chapter 74, Buying Another Luxury Car. That's right. What kind of boutique do you come to without money? Is this a place where ordinary people can enter? The female salesperson closest to Anjing rolled her eyes impatiently. What she hated the most was the gang of poor people who came to the store to take pictures. And the young man in front of her stood in front of the Lamborghini and didn't go away. It looked like he wanted to steal the pictures. You guys grow eyes? Really out of breath. Anjing frowned, coldly threw down a sentence, turned his head and left. There was no place to stay here. But there was a place to stay. Is he still afraid of not being able to spend his money? Must he suffer from other people's anger here? Originally, the salesman in the room scoffed at Anjing's departure. However, when they saw Qing set off in the $60 million Maserati at the door, their intestines turned green with remorse. What did I usually tell you guys? Sell cars and learn to read people's words. Also learn to look at the customer's clothing. The customer is our god. The store manager, who had been watching from the sidelines for half a day, finally snapped. I see that your eyes are also for gas. Just now, God has entered the store, and was even disliked by you guys. This month's bonus will be deducted. All give me a good introspection. The store manager's wail made all the shopkeepers dare not speak out in anger. Why didn't you say anything just now when you were obviously here? Now saying that our eyes are bad. In fact, store manager, your eyes are not much better. Anjing didn't drive far, and went straight to the Forest store opposite Lamborghini. Rolls-Royce, Gao Wei's Cool Rouge came from here, and Anjing felt that the car drove smoothly these days, and had a lot of space. Since he had arrived in front of this store, he might as well go in and take a look. This time, there were no micromanagers messing around, and Anjing was treated like God just as he parked his car in front of the Rolls-Royce store. The salesmen in the room could see with their own eyes that Anjing came in a luxury car. This kind of customer was definitely a solid gold owner. Sir, welcome to Rolls-Royce. The welcoming lady at the door bowed in greeting. Hello, I'm the third sales clerk Xiao Wang. It's my honor to serve you. Sir, you want to. The beautiful shopping guide lady came forward to serve. Her voice was clear and pleasant. Her smile was sweet, and she looked pleasing to the eyes. Such an attitude made Anjing's mood much better, and he leisurely strolled in the hall. While listening to the guide lady's explanation, he searched for a model he was satisfied with. In the end, Anjing's footsteps stood still in front of the Kurosawa. Still, this car looked the most pleasing to his eyes, and he decided to buy this one. Sir, this is the Cool Rouser, Urban Off-Road, power 1600 RPM, 570 horsepower. As soon as she saw that Qing finally had a target, the shopping guide lady's voice trembled a little with excitement. The thought that if she could sell this car today, then the commission could buy a simple little BMW. Thinking about it made her excited. Noticing the emotions of the sales lady beside her, Anjing gave her a funny look. It wasn't easy to do any job these days, and the other party should be a novice in the sales world, right? Still a bit unable to control her emotions. How long have you been a salesperson? Anjing asked with rare interest. This little girl, despite her decent makeup, still looked young. 3 months, the shopping guide lady said with some stuttering, her eyes looking worriedly at Anjing. She thought that it was her service, which made the gold owner unhappy. Don't be nervous, I'm just casually asking. I want the top version of this car, in black. Is there one? Anjing laughed. There is. Of course there is. The shopping guide lady's spirit lifted and asked with her small white teeth in her eyes. Sir, do you want a loan or full payment? Full payment. The insurance is also with you. Go through the process. Anjing simply made a decision. Good. The shopping guide lady's eyes shone brightly as she nodded her head hastily. Please wait in the VIP area. I'll do it right away. After saying these words, the shopping guide lady ran towards the cashier's counter in a trot. The top-of-the-line version of this car would cost at least more than $10 million, and with insurance and various other expenses, the commission she received, she could directly drive a Big Ben home. She was thrilled, she was excited, and felt that she had stumbled upon the god of wealth today. After 20 minutes or so, Anjing left some of the necessary information behind and drove the sports car. ready to go home. The rest of the formalities didn't need to worry about themselves. The 4S store would deliver the car to the door once the vehicle was ready. Anjing had just driven the car into the Thompson's neighborhood when he suddenly received a call from his good brother, Gao Jiawang. "Hey, big anchor, what's the instruction?" And Qing picked up the phone and asked flirtatiously. "Buddy is in trouble and wants to ask for your help," Gao Jiawang said directly. "What's gone wrong? Tell me," Anjing responded. "As you know, I'm an anchor. A few years ago, when I was in school, I signed a contract with HY Company." Gao Jiawang on the other end of the phone told Chang one by one what he said, and Qing also knew. When he and Gao Jiawang were brothers in the same dormitory, this kid was born to love to toss. Early into the anchor industry, it can be said that at that time Gao Jiawang was the richest person in the dormitory. He was not stingy with his buddies, and his relationship with Anjing was always very good. Gao Jiawang signed a contract with the HY Platform Company at that time, and at that time, everyone was still envious for a while, but I didn't realize that this contract has brought a lot of trouble for Gao Jiawang nowadays. In the past few years, the anchor industry is highly competitive, and all the major platforms are also using all the means. Gao Jiawang from a small anchor, relying on hard work and dedication, his programs slowly fire up. Unexpectedly, this time the trouble also came. All the anchors more read, the more will bring goods. Advertising that is often the case. However, no matter how many advertisements Gao Jiawang's live room, he can't earn a penny, but also free to do publicity. That's because, when he signed the contract with HY Company, he was too hasty and signed an overbearing agreement. The agreement stipulated that within 8 years, all of Gao Jiawang's advertising revenue would go to the platform. In this way, Gao Jiawang of course did not want to do it. So, he decided that he would never insert any advertisements or do any publicity in his live room again. But the problem came again. The content of the agreement also has a written clearly. That is, as a host, Gao Jiawang must cooperate with the platform company's normal advertising work, because this is the sponsor's arrangements. Gao Jiawang argued to no avail, and had to plan to jump ship not to do, but he never thought, even if he jumped ship, cannot get rid of HY Company's suppression and clampdown, because the content of the contract was also written. In the contract period, if the anchor without reason to break the contract, to compensate for the huge amount of liquidated damages. In addition to this, the recent 3 years may not be engaged in other platforms in the same industry. This completely blocked the road of Gao Jiawang's career. Unable to endure, can only turn to Anjing for help, because Anjing is the big boss of the largest law firm in the country. Chapter 75 The Overlord Treaty. Don't be in a hurry, I'll definitely help. I'll make a call first and send your address over. And Qing said somewhat speechlessly. He really doubted whether his good buddy's brain was kicked by a donkey. He dared to sign such an overbearing treaty? After pacifying Gao Jiawang, and Qing dialed Su Montong's phone and briefly explained the matter, and the other party quickly gave a professional response. Because this kind of lawsuit is not Su Montong's best, he recommended another gold medal lawyer in the company, Qin Bai. Lawyer Qin went straight to the location designated by Qing, ready to meet up with Gao Jiawang to get a specific understanding of the case. And Qing also simply turned his car around and rushed to Gao Jiawang's place as well. If his brother was in trouble, he would definitely help out and contribute. And Qing arrived before the lawyer Qin Bai, and as soon as Gao Jiawang saw him, it was as if he had a backbone. "Brother, you have to help me this time. I've been victimized by these crooked merchants." Seeing in Chang, Gao Jiawang complained while fake crying with a miserable expression. "Serves you right. Who made you not take a good look when you signed the contract back then? Such a pitifully overbearing clause. Only a little cutie, only would fall for it," Anjing said in a good-natured manner. "Whatever you say? Anyway, you have to save me from the fire pit this time." In the face of Anqing's flirting, Gao Jiawang was not angry at all. Lawyer Qin Bai came very quickly, and just after he arrived, he read Gao Jiawang's contract carefully from the beginning, and then smiled and said to Anqing, "Chairman, this kind of contract is completely unreasonable, and the overbearing clauses are not protected by the law at all, so our lawsuit is bound to win." Hearing this, Gao Jiawang finally let out a long breath, having Anqing backing him up. This feeling was really great. "Brother, I wouldn't be a woman. If I were a woman, I would definitely want to marry you." Gao Jiawang, who was in a great mood, smiled and said as he patted Anqing's shoulder, and Shang was disgusted enough by the words, "Get lost." Regardless of how these two flirted, lawyer Qin Bai had already entered the role and took the initiative to act as Gao Jiawang's advocate, taking responsibility for him to win the lawsuit. So, Qin Bai took the lead, followed by Anqing and Gao Jiawang, and the three of them entered HY Company. At this time, the company was very busy internally, and there were quite a few employees. However, there weren't really many big anchors like Gao Jiawang at HY, which was why the boss was holding on to Gao Jiawang. The moment the crowd saw Gao Jiawang enter the hall, Their faces and eyes became complicated. Overall, the crowd's attitude was unfriendly, with subtle jealousy and mockery. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, the three of them, Anjia, went straight to the office of the head of the company. Are you still finished? Didn't we make it clear? On the boss chair in the office sat a balding middle-aged man. The moment he saw Gao Wei, the corner of his mouth curled up and he opened his mouth in triumph. Besides, you're saying you want to terminate your contract this time, causing a bad impact on the company. It's not impossible to terminate your contract. Within 3 years you are not allowed to appear within the live broadcasting rooms of other platforms anymore. After these words, the balding visitor was even more rampant. He stood up and pointed his finger at Gao Wei and continued, when I gave you a step, you didn't go down. Now you regret it and want to beg me, don't you? After all, you've been on the platform for so many years. I'm not an unreasonable person. The gift split is changed to 1-9. I may be able to consider 3 years later. Take the initiative to terminate the contract with you. Shameless. Who told you that little master is here to beg you? I came to beat you up, believe it or not. Gao Wei was furious and stormy. If it wasn't for Qing's dead weight pulling him, he really wanted to violently beat the other party. And Qing breathlessly pulled his always impulsive brother. This bastard did things, but not in a cerebral way. If he moved today, then the reasonable one would also become the unreasonable one. It was really unwise. Mr. Gao, please calm down. Let the law educate the other side. Qing Bai until this moment, he didn't understand why the party would sign such an overbearing treaty. Really impulse is the devil. Being so persuaded by Qing and the lawyer, Gao Wei instantly found his senses. He suppressed his fire and sat down on the other side of the sofa with a big horse, signaling Qing Bai to go into battle and clean up the other party. Hello, I'm Qing Bai from Hongda Law Firm, assigned by the client, Mr. Gao Wei, to take full responsibility for this case of suing you for defrauding your client into signing an overbearing treaty. Qing Bai understood and looked at the bald man with a solemn expression. With one sentence, he changed the direction of the definition of the entire matter. No matter who you are, you can't talk nonsense either. What do you mean by overbearing treaty? You can't export slander. The bald man's face changed and he said disdainfully, let me remind you that you'd better look squarely at what I'm saying, because every word you say next will be used as evidence in court. Qing Bai's professional aura pressed the other party a bit nervously, and he opened the recorder unhurriedly. Wait a moment, I'll call the company's legal affairs. The bald man's heart skipped a beat, ready to find a professional to deal with Qing Bai. You find yours, I'll talk about mine. Regarding this contract of my client, according to the laws of our country, Qing Bai's attitude is always the same. His voice is stable and his words are clear. In a few minutes' time, she had already given the most professional critique and legal conclusions on the 21 completely unlawful places in this contract. Listening to the bald man with his mouth open, his face was green and red. After 5 minutes, he gritted his teeth and looked at Gao Wei. Are you sure you want to sue me? TSK. That's what you're asking. Are you retarded? To tell you the truth, Qing Bai is a gold medal lawyer in China. Gold medal lawyer. Do you understand? The people who can get these 4 words, those are the big bulls in the industry. The wind and water turned, and at this time, the person who was complacent was changed to Gao Wei. And Qing listened to his good brother's eyebrow-raising speech and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This bastard's speech is still so out of tune. Is this the time to introduce lawyers? Hasn't it gone completely off topic? He really doubted. What did Gao Wei's live broadcasting career actually rely on? Is it luck? People nowadays, do they all like such a tone-deaf anchor? Fascinating aesthetics. Very strange. But Qing Bai was listening to the side, and it was the first time he had been complimented by a Netflix anchor to his face. I'll go. If Gao Wei hadn't said so, he wouldn't have known that he was so awesome. It was so close to going to heaven. After 3 minutes of listening to Gao Wei brag about the lawyer he hired, the bald man finally couldn't take it anymore. Can you stop talking nonsense? I'm asking you, do you really want to go against me? I didn't ask you about the lawyer's resume or authority. The bald man yelled. The words might as well be clear to you. Even if you win this lawsuit, what's the point? You want fans and traffic heat. Chapter 76, One Strike to Stop the Enemy. Your account is still in my hands, and you're not even allowed to use it as you please during this time of the lawsuit. Those videos of introducing mansion villas that you're good at, I've already let someone else take over to do it. I will use all the means to delay the lawsuit. This strife, it will consume for 3 months and 5 months. By then, your reputation, your fans will all be finished. So, even if you finally win the lawsuit, what you get is nothing, the bald man said with a scowl on his face. He had all the means to deal with these self-righteous anchors. Otherwise, what would he be doing opening a live broadcast platform? You're shameless. Gao Wei was so angry that he was about to explode in place. He really didn't expect the other party's shamelessness, but he didn't even get off the line. Just now, I said that every word you say will be used as evidence in court, and it's unwise for you to threaten and intimidate my client in front of a professional lawyer. At some point, Shinibai had already changed her cell phone from recording mode to recording video mode. As for the heat, although I usually don't watch live broadcasts, I believe that my client is very willing to upload this speech and video just now to the internet. As for the name of the video, how about calling it the daily remarks of a certain platform owner? Shinibai's words instantly gave Gao Zhaowang a shot of cardiac stimulant. He was full of blood and straight away gave Shinibai a nod of approval. Cow, a master is a master. One strike is fatal. Lawyer Qin, the name you came up with isn't violent enough, nor is it interesting enough. Let me think about it. I'll have to come up with a more original name. With this video I just recorded, no matter which platform I go to for development, I'll recall my original fans with the speed of a rocket, and I'll also add a wave of heat. Gao Zhaowang laughed gleefully, looked at the bald man whose face was as black as a pot, and proudly showed off. Do you know about the full pocket platform? It's many thousands of times more advanced than your family's broken platform. I'm going to be a popular anchor on the full doodle platform, and I've already gotten an invitation from the other side's major shareholder, so I'll have plenty of resources. Anjing, who was listening in, was truly convinced. The line, the other party 250, what he said is right. Within an hour, the court's summons will be in place. You'd better prepare as soon as possible. Shinibai simply wrapped up this encounter. He was afraid that if he didn't leave again, the bald man could be angered by Gao Zhaowang and have a heart attack. After leaving the HY platform company, Gao Zhaowang was still immersed in the joy of his victory just now, unable to extricate himself. It's too much. I didn't expect you lawyers to speak and act so steadily. Cool. Gao Zhaowang was excited. I say, you at least graduated from the same school as me. Can you be normal? You're nervous, easy to get beat up, you know? Anjing couldn't bear it and gave the other party a punch on the chest, scolding with hatred. I'm not excited. Go go go. I'll treat you to a few drinks. Gao Zhaowang laughed and pulled Shinibai and Qing to go dashing off. I'll stay away for now. I still have to do my business. Shinibai shook his head breathlessly. This client of his is really a talent. He actually instigated him to skip work and go drinking in front of the chairman. It's really convincing. That's fine. Let's get together again some other day, brother. I must treat you to a few drinks. Gao Zhaowang instantly came back to his senses. His lawsuit is still pending. It's still important to get down to business. Watching Shinibai leave, Gao Zhaowang said whatever he wanted to pull Anjing for a drink, but the good brother's stalking. Anjing helplessly followed him into the bar. He also knew that this period of time Gao Zhaowang repressed a lot. It was time to vent some. I'll drive in a while. You drink. I'll drink water to keep you company. Anjing only ordered a glass of lemonade, and watched with amusement as Gao Zhaowang drank 3 glasses of beer down in a row. Do you really plan to come to our platform to mix? Anjing asked seriously. Yeah, not welcome. I'm a hot anchor now. Your company's resources must be in place. Brothers say this, is it good? Gao Zhaowang laughed half-heartedly. That must be good. As long as you say it, buddy. I'll even support you. But in advance you have to go change your personality. And then by the way the whole face. And Chang haha laughed, in a good mood. The two people chat more and more high. After Gao Zhaowang persuade again and again persuade, Anjing finally opened the wine. I feel that the time backward, and back to the university time, push the cup for a drink up. Men drink, especially with good buddies drink. That is not drink pull down. A drink cannot stop. Later, Gao Zhaowang called to find 3 or 5 roommate friends who used to play well, converging in the bar. Then these people, 1 to catch 2, 2 to find 4, more and more people. The whole atmosphere of the bar, driven by this group of people, was enthusiastic. At this moment, Anjing was happy, while Gao Wei, who was waiting at home, was about to be furious. She said that Anjing would arrange for her to have a big meal today, and set the place for the meal on a romantic yacht. Now, not to mention the big meal, she didn't even see Anjing's shadow. This afternoon, Gao Wei had been tossing and turning since 2 o'clock, first going to the beauty salon to do maintenance, then hiring a makeup artist to design her look. After picking for an hour, she was able to determine what clothes to wear and what makeup to put on today. It was imperative to reflect her elegant temperament and extraordinary beauty as a great lady, but not to make Anjing feel too deliberate. Such painstaking and careful preparation actually represented the importance Gao Wei placed on this date. She waited from 5 o'clock until 6 o'clock, and then from 6 o'clock until 6:30, and her cell phone still did not have any messages. Anjing was nowhere to be found, seemingly evaporated. Gao Wei hated to vomit blood. She picked up her cell phone several times, wanting to take the initiative to call Anjing. How could she think of it? How could she feel unwilling? Could it be that the other party's dinner was not properly prepared? Or did the yacht have some kind of malfunction? Gao Wei thought wildly and began to excuse Qing. Stinky, if you dare to stand me up, Auntie will geld you. By the time 7 o'clock rolled around, Gao Wei finally exploded, and she gritted her teeth and cursed at home. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the real climax came in the bar. This time is the golden point for night owls. Uplifting music, crazy swaying, handsome men and women giving vent to their youthful vigor on the dance floor. From drinking in the afternoon, both Anjing and Gao Jiawan had a little too much to drink. The two of them leaned on the sofa, drinking fruit juice while sobering up. Just then, a young man dressed in stylish casual clothes walked towards the DJ booth. He waved his hand at the two bodyguards behind him and told them to go talk to the DJ. After a long time, the DJ had understood the young man's intentions. Gentlemen, ladies, the entire house is paid for by Mr. Gao tonight. Let's give back to Mr. Gao with the greatest passion and enthusiasm. Get high. At these words, the entire venue cheered. The buzz was extraordinary. Emma, what a stupid person with too much money. Isn't it good to have this money to do some public service? Gao Jiawang skimmed his mouth with a look of displeasure. Chapter 77 Fighting in a Group. In fact, Gao Jiawang's live broadcast room was crowded. Apart from the fact that people loved watching those videos he posted, it was also because this big anchor was really generous and caring. It was a well-known fact that every single one of those gifts that the fans swiped, Gao Jiawan would openly and transparently donate to charitable organizations. Although there was no problem with him being charitable, everyone present in the bar had been favored by the young man, so Gao Jiawan's words were a bit of a buzzkill. Moreover, he was a bit drunk right now, and his voice was not small when he spoke. As soon as the words fell, it caused the dissatisfaction of a few young people in the seats next to him. You're engaging in moral abduction again, aren't you? If you have money, you can donate it yourself. Who are you to talk about Mr. Chu? You drink, he pays the bill. You still have to say that? The yellow-haired young man on the opposite side of the street, cross-eyed and coldly asked. What? I can't comment. Freedom of speech. I'm under your control? You're the president of a beautiful country. You're in charge of everything? Idle egg pain? Gao Jiawan glared, not showing any weakness at all. You're great. You also pay the bill. Today, this whole place does not have $1 million to go down. Mr. Chu did a good deed, so it's just that you don't know how to be grateful. How dare you show off here? The yellow-haired young man was agitated. Just now he was only casually just, but he didn't expect to really get a response from Gao Jiawan. If he took this opportunity to defend Mr. Chu successfully, could he get in touch with the rich second generation? If he could really get in touch with them, he might be able to rise through the ranks. I'm not used to seeing pretenders like you. Today, I must teach you what it means to respect others. Yellow Hair brought his brothers, took a few steps to Gao Jiawan's front, stretched out his hand, pointed and said, Don't you point at me. I don't need you to teach me a lesson. It must be said that today, Gao Jiawang really drank a lot. By the other side of the excitement, the temper soared, seeing that the two were about to make a move right away, and Qing dried his glass of wine and opened his mouth to advise. Coming out to play is all about having fun. Don't even argue. Each take a step back. Asterisk. You're in league with him, aren't you? If you dare to look down on Mr. Chu, then you're looking down on me. The yellow-haired youth was unforgiving. You're a dog, right? Bite whoever you catch? Anqing frowned. He was most annoyed with this kind of dog-licking, lapdog general currying favor with rich gentlemen, without even a bottom line. It was obvious that his good brother was just drunk and casually chattered a sentence. Was it necessary to endlessly get on the bandwagon? There were many students present today, and as soon as they saw that there was a commotion here in Anqing, they all came over. What's going on? Who is so ungrateful? Dare to call out to my brothers? Tiger Chow Chow's chatterbox asked sharply with a white face, looking like he was about to roll up his sleeves and hit someone. Upon seeing this demeanor of his, Anqing's head buzzed. Gotta! This bastard is also drunk. In the past in the school, as long as the talkbox and Gao Jiawan touch together to drink, every time can be dry with others, because these two people, both do not belong to the rational type of player. Ignition on fire. Wine is the fuse. Fortunately, a part of the female students are afraid of things to make a big deal, pulling the emotional male students. Do not let them follow the coaxing, otherwise it may really fight. The two sides of the people against each other. The contradiction of a touch and go. Such a big commotion has alarmed the DJ on stage. His eyes from time to time glanced here, and the rich second generation standing beside the DJ also followed his gaze to look at Gao Jiawan here. As soon as he saw that he had gotten the attention of young Master Chu, the yellow-haired youngster's voice rose an octave higher as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. I'm telling you guys, you have to apologize for this today. Looking down on young Master Chu, I definitely won't allow it. No apology? I'll beat you all to death. Who the hell are you whimpering to? Come on, I'm not afraid of you, son of a... Gao Jiawang swung his fist over, instantly starting the fight. Yellow Hair had taken a beating, so of course he wouldn't let it go. Besides, young Master Chu was still watching. One had to be rowdy. How dare you hit me? You're looking for death. Yellow Hair's gang hooted and hollered as they all rushed over, battling with Gao Jiawan's side. And Chang was at the center point of the struggle. And with his current status and position, fighting in a group fight was really humiliating. But the arrow is on the string. Have to send. Let him see his good brother beaten is never okay. Forced Anjing had to roll up his sleeves to the battlefield, fist swinging tiger wind. He grew up loving a bit of kung fu, natural strength and big, so in this melee, did not suffer a little injury. On the contrary, the people who were close to him and Gao Jiawang were all bruised and swollen by him. Gu, my living ancestor Young Master Chu was on the verge of crying. He couldn't care less if he would be mistakenly injured, and ran towards this place with his butt on fire. All stop fighting. Are you crazy? What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and protect Chiefin. It's the one wearing black pants and a white top. Young Master Chu shouted in cold sweat at the bodyguards behind him, his voice breaking. Professional fighters were certainly different, and with the bodyguards on board, the battle quickly turned out one-sided. It was obvious that young Master Chu's people were pulling the strings, and Yellow Hair and the others were beaten up badly in this situation. All of you stop it. Whoever dares to touch Mr. And one more time, I'll chop you alive. Young Master Chu stormed out and shouted, pointing at Yellow Hair and trembling with anger. Lousy uses you to find a row? Do I need you? The thing that can't accomplish anything, but can't do anything. He huffed and puffed as he spoke in anger, wiping a handful of sweat as young Master Chu, in full view of the crowd, jogged and came over to Anqing's side. Buddy, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Such confused behavior and odd reactions made all the people present dumbfounded. What was going on? Look at the mess this has caused today. I really can't apologize to you. Buddy, don't be angry. Young Master Chu bowed repeatedly to Anqing with a chagrined look. It's fine. This matter today is not your fault. Usually I don't see you bring a bodyguard. What kind of show is this? Anqing said indifferently. The thing he was most afraid of since he was a child was fighting. There were not many people who could make him suffer. That little Yellow Hair didn't have this ability yet. Didn't we come to play today? In order to pick up girls. That's why I brought 2 bodyguards. To strengthen my voice. Young Master Chu scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Today, this bar was also considered a high-class consumption place. Usually young Master Chu often came. He enjoyed this feeling of being worshipped by everyone. So he came to brush up his presence when he had nothing else to do. However, he never expected that he would offend a nobleman today just to brush up his presence. His own last invitation to Anqing to go to the yacht party had almost flipped. If he offended Anqing again today, it was expected that the other party would not be willing to play with him. Ever since Chu Anjia knew about Anqing's worth, he couldn't help but already treat the other party as an idol and big brother, and Anqing was someone he would never want to offend. Chapter 78, The Missy Who Chased Her to the Bar. In fact, today, Chu Anjia saw Anqing as soon as he entered the bar, but the other party had a lot of energy and was playing quite high, so he didn't greet him. Hearing Anqing say that this had nothing to do with him, Chu Anjia was finally relieved. He turned his head to Gao Jiawang and the others and asked, "Are you guys okay?" "Good my ass." Inexplicably being disliked. "In your place you could be fine." Gao Jiawang roared with glaring eyes. "I'm to blame for this today. It's all my fault. It's good not to act like a pussy. Brother, you also calm down. I'll make amends to you," Chu Anjia said with a bitter face. Usually people like Gao Jiawang, he really didn't put it in his eyes. But obviously, this group of people came to play with Anqing, not to look at the face of the monk, to look at the face of the Buddha. Rushing to Anqing, he also had to apologize. Even if Yellow Hair was even more stupid and sore. At this time, he also understood. He had patted the horse's ass, patted the horse's leg, and caused trouble for young Master Chu. He fearfully stepped out of the line and awkwardly spoke. "Young Master Chu, I'm really sorry. This is really a case of the water rushing over the Dragon King's temple, and the family doesn't recognize the family anymore. I didn't know they were your friends, so I committed a mix. On impulse. Roll. Who is family with you? Don't put gold on your face," Chu Anjia scolded in annoyance. Usually there were quite a few lickers around himself, which he didn't hate, but the problem was, as a licking dog, one should always have some eyesight. Now it's good. How to end up he still do not know it. This grandson even dared to come out and add to the chaos. The expression on the yellow-haired young man's face was simply wonderful. The watching crowd could not help but talk about it. It was said that a dog licking a dog licking a dog licking a dog, licking it until the end, having nothing to lose. This saying really had truth. Alright, you also calm down. We haven't suffered any losses. Let's just let this go. Anqing patted Gao Jiawang's shoulder and said in a peaceful manner. Normally speaking, today it was the people on their side who had the upper hand. After all, none of their own brothers and classmates had hung flowers. Then look at the opposite side of the Yellow Hair gang. they may not have thought. They not only in the number of people have no advantage, but also in the reasoning does not occupy the advantage. One by one, more or less face has injuries, but all of them dared to be angry. Suffocated. Alright, I'll give you face. Gao Jiaowang snorted coldly and turned around to go to the bar. With his fire subsiding, the others naturally had nothing to say, and a farce ended with yellow hair and the others apologizing repeatedly. Anjia was just about to pull Anqing for another drink when he was interrupted by Gao Wei who appeared in the bar unexpectedly. You're really quite dashing. The little life is quite nourishing nah. Gao Wei, who had found her way to the bar, gritted her teeth and glared at Anqing, saying in a strange tone, "It's not bad, why are you here?" Anqing froze and asked in surprise. If he hadn't guessed wrong, normally Miss Gao wouldn't come to a place like this. The other party loved her feathers and valued her status, and in her spare time, she attended the kind of palace fighting occasions like celebrity parties. Right? What? You can come and I can't? Anqing, don't you think you owe me something tonight? Gao Wei almost didn't let Anqing's words infuriate her to death, holding back her fire and asking, totally disregarding the gazes of everyone present. This big miss, who had always done things her way, was the only one who respected her? What do I owe you? Anqing shook his head. Today he also drank quite a lot. At this time some of the alcohol was going to his head. Smelling the smell of alcohol all over Qing, Gao Wei was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This dog man, not only did he have no intention of repenting, he even simply forgot all about asking himself to dinner tonight. Thanks to her tossing and turning to dress up all afternoon today, she didn't realize that it was a lot of hard work acting for the blind. You're coming with me. This place is a mess. It's not a place for good people. Gao Wei's stern little eyes flew at Anqing like little knives, turning around and walking towards the door. In fact, right when Gao Wei asked the question, Anqing had already remembered. He did say that he wanted to ask this girl out for dinner, but he didn't say a specific time in full view of everyone. And Qing shook his head somewhat helplessly. This big miss must have been spoiled, and she didn't even know how to save face for herself. Fortunately, the other party was not his girlfriend, otherwise Anqing would have flipped out in minutes. However, tonight, Anqing had pretty much had his fun, so he said hello to Anjia and Gao Jiaowang and the others, and left the bar without panicking as he copped a ride. Who is this chick? The aura is so full. Hot enough? Gao Jiaowang asked nosily, a pair of eyes clanking brightly. Of course it's Mr. An's girlfriend. She was at our yacht party last time. Anjia immediately interjected. Friendship between men was so strange. The two men struck up a conversation and smiled at each other to end their enmity. The focus began to analyze who exactly was Anqing's girlfriend, or how many girlfriends does Anqing have. The men felt that Gao Wei was very decent, but the girls here always felt a little bad in their hearts. At a glance, Anqing is a rich second generation who is even more powerful than young Master Gao, and the girls he picks up are fierce, although they are pretty enough, but they are bad-tempered. Is it possible that the rich young master's taste has changed again? Do they like girls with a bad temper? Regardless of what the people in the bar thought, Anqing, who followed Gao Wei out of the bar, was blown by the night breeze and woke up half of his wine. You didn't come here specifically to find me, did you? Anqing said knowingly. You stood me up. Why can't I come to settle the score with you? Gao Wei exasperatedly waved her fist. She really wanted to use violence to vent her anger. She had waited so long with her own eyes, but as a result, Anqing was having fun here. Look at those vixens in the bar just now, looking at Anqing as if they had hooks in their eyes. It was really irritating. What did I stand you up for? Don't accuse people here. Anqing shook his head in amusement and pursued. Did you not say you'd invite me to dinner today? With red wine on the yacht? Gao Wei was about to be pissed off at him. Just for this. Ha! I did say I would invite you to dinner, but I didn't say it was today? You misunderstood, didn't you? Anqing shrugged his shoulders, and the words he said were very beaten up. You? Gao Wei was dumbfounded. She pointed at Anqing and couldn't say anything. Is this dog man doing it on purpose? Is he playing with himself? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? There were so many people in the bar just now, and looking at you with that look. You thought it was your wife checking up on you? Anqing laughed and grinned. If this kind of words were usual, he wouldn't be able to say it, but today, with a bit of alcohol, his attitude was unconsciously a bit flippant. Then let me ask you, if it's a wife, will you let it be checked? Gao Wei's face instantly reddened. She asked through clenched teeth, her eyes burning as she waited for Anqing to respond. Chapter 79 The Escaped Chauffeur. Anqing's current state was only slightly intoxicated. He just wanted to tease Gao Wei. He was not sincerely flirting with the other party. Once he heard Gao Wei's words, Anqing knew that it was not good. He coughed lightly and hurriedly changed the topic. I'll find a chauffeur to drive the car back. After all, I'm a law-abiding good citizen. I shouldn't drink and drive, right? The bar entrance had long stood several uniformed chauffeurs waiting here. and seeing Anjing beckoning, he quickly ran over to a young guy. "Sir, do you need chauffeur service? I'm a professional, and my driving skills are recognized as excellent," the young guy asked enthusiastically, recommending himself. "Okay, you drive that car for me to the parking lot of Tomson Yip Building 8. Anjing threw the car keys to the guy and raised his hand to point at his sports car. The guy was a little confused with the car keys, and even more confused looking at Anjing's car. He hesitated for half a day and awkwardly put the car keys back into Anjing's hand. "I'm really sorry, sir. I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. You can find someone else to drive it first." The young man withdrew as he spoke and disappeared inside the bar door in the blink of an eye. "What's going on? Should you come?" Anjing was a bit speechless and waved at the other substitute driver in front of the bar. No. I can't afford to drive." Unexpectedly, the reaction of this cost was even more exaggerated. He waved his hand repeatedly. His body was written with refusal. Then, "You come?" Anjing looked at another person in uniform, but the response was still a refusal. Originally, there were 7 or 8 people in front of the bar on behalf of the driver, and the rest of the people were afraid that Anjing would find himself, and simply all ran away. This change came suddenly and bizarre. Anjing puzzled. He stood on the spot with a bewildered look on his face, not knowing what was wrong with these people. What's wrong with this group of people? Why are they all running away? Ha 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 ha, cola dead me. Gao Wei, who was watching from the sidelines, was so happy that she couldn't catch her breath. Originally, just now she was infuriated enough by Anjing's words. At this time, being able to see this dog man eat his words, her heart ached. "What's so funny? So happy?" Anjing turned back and asked with some depression. "Are you stupid? This car of yours is so expensive. Which chauffeur dares to drive it? The other party has said that he can't afford to drive it. Can't you even understand this? After drinking, is your IQ negative?" Gao Wei nonchalantly opened her mouth and stared at Anjing with eyes that looked at a retard. "I see." Anjing suddenly realized that these days, it seemed that rich people were also discriminated against. "Do you play the bare-knuckle commander by yourself day in and day out? Not even a henchman or bodyguard?" Gao Wei asked breathlessly. As far as she knew, it seemed like the only person in Qing had around him was the one nanny at home. That's why at this moment, there would be such an awkward situation where he stared at the supercar and just couldn't drive it back. Anjing was silent. "Forget it, seeing as you're so pitiful. This big lady will give you one last chance. Do you want to sit in my car?" Gao Wei had enough fun and said with great mercy. Anjing didn't say anything, but he used the most practical actions to express his true thoughts. Looking at Anjing, who did not hesitate to sit on the passenger side, Gao Wei did not know why her mood became suddenly much better. "Give me the car keys," she said as she stretched out her small, plain white hand. "What?" Anjing froze. He did react a little slow today. "Idiot, your car keys ah, I'll have the bodyguard drive the car back for you." Gao Wei rolled her eyes and directly went up to her pocket. She took out the car keys in Anjing's pocket and casually threw them outside the car. As if by magic, a man in black suddenly appeared outside the car and steadily caught the keys. "You heard it all. Drive the car back to him in a moment," Gao Wei faintly commanded. "Yes, Missy," the man in black respectfully answered and walked towards Anjing's car. Seeing this image, although Anjing was a bit surprised in his heart, he did not show it on his face at all. Gao Wei shouldn't be an ordinary rich family lady. The fact that she, at first, was able to find out most of her information in a day's time was enough to prove that her identity was not simple. But the other party did not say. Anjing also did not intend to ask. Who does not have some secrets? That night, the two people went back to their respective homes. Anjing simply washed up and fell asleep. It was only at 9 o'clock the next morning that he woke up in a daze. This kind of paper-drunk day? It seems that he is really not adapted to it. Yesterday drinking too much, and now his brain is sore. After eating the breakfast made by his dining aunt, Anjing lazily sat on the sofa and fumed. He didn't want to go anywhere today. He just wanted to nest at home. Suddenly there was a knock on the door from home and Auntie Wang went to open the door. "Where's Anjing? Still not up yet?" Gao Wei pushed the door in uninvited. She saw Anjing lying on the sofa at a glance. "What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to go out for a ride? It's been several days since you've missed your appointment." Facing Gao Wei's questioning, Anjing sighed in his heart. Riding was all about having fun, and it wasn't a homework that one had to do every day. Besides, he hadn't even agreed with Gao Wei to go out riding together every day. "Right? What time is it already? Let's talk about it tomorrow." Anjing was too lazy to move and responded perfunctorily, the whole person looking listless. "Annoying or not? Hurry up and go. You get up." Gao Wei didn't care. She pushed Anjing out of the door with a drag, and then turned around and went inside to push Anjing's couple's version of the bike out. "Are you Huang Shirun? Or Zhou Pippi?" Anjing half pushed himself onto the bike and went for a breathless ride. He believed that if he was not as good as Gao Wei's of this girl's intention today, Miss Gao launched herself into a frenzy. and might not be able to toss people around much. Humph, count on you to be sensible. Gao Wei raised her eyebrows and laughed triumphantly. She happily followed behind Anjing and also embarked on the riding path. The two of them, one after the other, took a large circle around the Huangpu River, and Anjing stayed adjusted and looked quite refreshed. Hey, tonight I'll wait for you to ask me out for dinner. It's on the yacht. Before going home, Gao Wei opened her mouth and shouted. She was very quiet all this way, and it was only then that she opened her mouth to make the conditions. If you dare to break your appointment again, see how this young lady will clean you up. She waved her fists in a fierce and savage manner, threatening in a milky way. Got it. Just wait. Anjing grinned and closed the elevator door. This $1,000 miss was just strange, somehow living outside by herself, and not seeing her interacting with her family. It seemed like Gao Wei didn't have any serious job besides that one restaurant under her name, and was usually so idle that she stared at herself every day. Anjing shook his head and went to the bathroom to take a shower, and after refreshing himself, he decided that he would also read a good book at home today. Chapter 80, Northeastern Dai Lapi with red wine. Time for serious study would inexplicably become very fast, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the door of the house was knocked vigorously again. Auntie Wang went to open the door in amusement. As soon as she heard this knocking movement, she knew who the visitor was. Sure enough, outside the door stood the well-dressed Gao Wei, looking gorgeous and beautiful. Where's Anjing? At home? Gao Wei asked as she entered. Mr. N is in the study. Auntie responded politely. Gao Wei nodded her head and walked towards the second floor with a strong aura. Although today, Qing had already promised her that she would have dinner together in the evening, but with the previous experience, Gao Wei was how to stay in the house. She felt uneasy in her heart, afraid that she would be put off by Qing that again, so she decided to take the initiative, forcing also to force Anjing to fulfill the promise. Why don't you come in and knock? It's a shock. Anjing, who was concentrating on his book, didn't even hear the door slam. He was startled by Gao Wei who suddenly appeared behind him. Wow, you still know how to study hard, thick and dark science? You can read this kind of book? Gao Wei ignored Qing's complaints and directly took the book he was holding over. Flipping through a few pages she lost interest. This kind of book, only an old fart like my dad would read it. I really didn't expect your taste to be the same as his. It's boring. Where's the red wine? We should go eat. After whining, Gao Wei was excited to open up again. It's in the next room. Get it yourself. Anjing realized that he had become out of temper these days as long as he faced Gao Wei. Was this situation normal or abnormal? Could it be that this big miss really had something in mind for herself? Anjing began to face this question squarely. Wow, worthy of being the owner of a winery? It's just luxurious. I'll take all these bottles. Is the yacht ready for the night? Gao Wei thumped and ran next door, cheerfully picking up the most expensive bottle on the wine rack, intending to drink it tonight. This will be arranged. Ms. Gao, what else do you have to order? Anjing asked with amusement. You watch and get it. I like to eat steak. Gao Wei's attention was on top of the rows and rows of red wine on the shelves. Is this at least a 40-year-old wine? My dad only has 2 bottles there. I didn't expect you to have 7 bottles here. TSK, I have to say, my curiosity about you is growing stronger now. How on earth did you make the money? Gao Wei turned back and stared at Anjing with a burning gaze, her heart heavy with doubts. That can't be told to you. Business secrets. And Sheng said indifferently, turning around and going out to make a call. He could tell that Gao Wei was genuinely curious about herself, but suffered from not getting any favorable clues, so she had been trying to get to the bottom of it. As for the secret of his overnight wealth, Anjing would bury this matter in the bottom of his heart until he brought it to his coffin. To no one, he wouldn't say anything. The heart of harming people is not to be had, but the heart of defense is not to be lost. These days, there are too few people who can be trusted. Arranging the matter of the yacht, Anjing changed his clothes unhurriedly, before he sashayed in Gao Wei's car and rushed to the riverside. Wouldn't it be better to drive your car? What's the point of making me a free driver? Gao Wei pouted as she drove, unsatisfied. You're a better driver than me. Anjing grinned, very good at talking. He now realized a problem. As long as he talked along with Miss Gao, the woman would become a bit more normal. If he didn't do what the other party wanted, or if he caused Gao Wei to be dissatisfied, this Missy would be in a constant state of trouble. Anjing was not afraid of Gao Wei making a demon, but he was really annoyed now. The most important secret for a man to avoid trouble with women is to go with the flow. Sure enough, when she heard Anjing's complimentary words, Gao Wei didn't say anything else, but instead focused on driving proudly. At this time of the day, there were still a lot of people along the riverside, and the crowd was bathing in the dusk of the sunset in 2s and 3s, looking leisurely and cozy. Getting out of the car, Gao Wei's eyes searched the riverside, seemingly looking for something. Anjing did not care about this. He idly boarded the Emperor yacht, and the staff on it had already prepared the dinner. The location of the dining table was moved from inside the yacht to the deck as ordered by Gao Wei. Red wine with a good woman, please, with a bad smile on his face. And Qing personally poured wine for Gao Wei. Just drinking wine? Where's the steak? The corner of Gao Wei's mouth twitched. The other party wasn't so petty, right? Drinking dry? There. Anjing snapped his fingers, and the waiter quickly came up with 2 carefully prepared steaks. No more? At least have some appetizers and other side dishes. Gao Wei couldn't bear it and almost dropped her cup. It was in vain that she herself had carefully dressed up again all afternoon today, and to her surprise, these winks were thrown to the blind again. Was Anjing missing a rib in his head? That's why doing things was so exasperating. What's your hurry? Get in place right away. And Qing held back his laughter and snapped his fingers again. He had made special arrangements for today's dinner. It must surely give Gao Wei an everlasting memory. As for whether that memory would be pleasant or angry, that was out of his hands. Mr. Assorted canned food, northeastern dipping sauces, colorful big pulled pork, tomatoes mixed with sugar. The 4 appetizers are served. The waiter courteously reported the names of the dishes. Quite good. Bring up the side dishes as well. Anjing nodded his head, satisfied, with Gao Wei dumbfounded. The waiter served 6 more side dishes in one breath. Braised pork, roasted eggplant, sweet and sour pork, pot roast, pig-killing vegetables and dry-fried fat intestines. The 6 side dishes are also complete. The waiter finished naming the dishes and retreated with Anjing's acquiescence. The big boss of the family. Eating was just different from normal people. Top-quality red wine with steak, coupled with appetizers and side dishes that were full of homemade flavor. This meal today was strong enough. What is this? Gao Wei used her chopsticks to pick up the segment of fatty intestines on the plate, thinking that she must have misheard the name of the dish. And this, what's called a pig-killing dish. For this dish, a pig is now killed? What's this reddish square? Gao Wei stared at Anjing with incredulous eyes, waiting for the other party to respond. It's pig blood and pig intestines. Anjing revealed a charming smile. This is my favorite food, and I'm sharing it with you today. Count on you. Gao Wei gritted her teeth, completely losing her ladylike demeanor, tilting her neck to finish off the red wine in her glass, so angry that she was about to explode in place. Tonight's meal, go the way of Chinese and Western. You've also checked my information, a northern person, so I'm not used to eating steak or drinking red wine. This table full of dishes are all my favorites. I'm not lying about that.